Welcome to the Blast Premier Fall Groups 2024. We're once more ready here in Copenhagen to kick off what's going to be a wonderful week of Counter-Strike. I am joined by Bobski to take me through all the actions throughout the entire week. Bobski, we have a lot of teams, we have a lot of players coming into the tournament as well, and we have some new rosters entering the arena as well. You had a bit of a break, a bit of a vacation. How has the summertime been for you?
It's been pretty nice. Finally sunny weather, so we're inside the studio, not too comfortable, but I'm looking forward to some good Counter-Strike. I already see Dunk behind me getting ready.
Yeah, Dunk is getting ready, the players are getting ready, the teams are getting ready, everyone is getting ready at this point. Now, we have a format we need to go through, and we have a little establishment of where we're at in the season, so to speak. We have joined into the fall portion of the season. We're now entering and starting the group stages. From these groups, we will have 6 teams advancing into the finals in Copenhagen in late September. Now, everyone who's not qualifying, everyone who's not making it from the groups will take part in the showdown, which takes place in August. Now, it all concludes, as said, late September at the finals in Copenhagen. And I guess these teams and everyone we're going to see here, Bubski, they're going to fight hard to make it into that, because you don't want to end up in the showdown.
Yeah, and some teams is going to fight for it more, right? Home turf of Copenhagen. Many Danish players present at this event itself, right? Falcons, also Astralis looking to regain what they lost at Royal Arena at the Major. So a lot of room here to actually make a run.
A lot of room to make a run. As you can see on your screen right now, we have the 4 groups. We have 16 teams divided into 4 different groups. And we may as well start with Group D, and we can start touching on some of these teams. One name that springs into mind for me would be the guys from Big, a team that I guess doesn't get a lot of attention, but what can we realistically expect from them in this tournament?
I mean, as a player who formerly played against them, I think they've already had this issue of playing too structured, right? I think GoB was actually a main part of that. I think it was a good decision to actually get rid of him, make taps and find a new way of calling. They also got an old friend in the likes of Tao B. When they were really good online, he was actually a big part of it. They got Susan back on the orb. He's been miserable, to say the least. But they've got Regan, which is an upgrade over Process, which gives me a little bit of comfort.
And that's one thing I want to touch on quickly. Searson, right? Man on the screen right here. Why is he not finding his form? He was the best player when he was in Big the first time around.
Yeah, I mean, I think people remember online Searson Dust 2 on car. It was not for the kids. It was really, really sick, and I'm not sure if he's able to replicate that. Maybe he just simply lost it. Like, we do see players from time to time simply not being able to replicate what they got. They had Manto before, but he didn't speak German, right? So it's an obvious change, but he's going to have to step up if they want to actually
One of the opponents in their group will be Team Liquid, and I guess a lot of people are excited to see Team Liquid play. Obviously, a new roster, a new lineup, no Cadian, no more. We have JKS coming into the lineup. You have Ultimate, which is a player that I think a lot of people are not too familiar with. You're looking at the lineup, Bobski. What is your first impression?
I mean, Twist and Nav is a duo that you can't underestimate, right? But I think when we look at the other pieces, it's not too exciting. I think Yekindar has had too much of a leash on this roster, but I do think it's better than the last one, to be honest. I think Cadian's way of playing was completely out of system with some of the ways they wanted to do it. They have now JKS. A little bit concerning about that he's not played too much CS2 on official games, but maybe he can find his form back in this.
What about Yekindar? I feel like he's a point of conversation.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that people forget he was really good at what he's doing now. Like, he was just forcing duels all the time. But the thing is that he's not winning those duels. So back in the days and what he's doing now is not too much of a difference, but he's just way worse individually now. So it makes it so much more hard for Liquid to get those openings.
All right. It's going to be interesting in Group D. We also have Group C that we're going to pick apart a little bit, and some interesting teams coming into that one. One team that sticks out to me, and a team I want to talk a little about, is NIP.
Yeah.
Again, a team that we haven't seen on the biggest of biggest stages for quite some time. What is your first-hand impression of the 5 guys in front of you?
I mean, I just played a Faceit against them yesterday, just before coming here, like literally 8 hours ago, and I can tell you, Wrinkle and Rez is ready, man.
Okay.
I played with the Falcons lineup, and we got our ass handled. I think they actually have a really good duo in the likes of Wrinkle and Rez, right? I do think there's many questions regarding this team. Is Alex actually a top IGL? Will Max be able to be that second star that he actually needs to be now that Isaac is signed as a support player? I think the pieces fits really well. I'm just asking myself, what is the quality of those pieces?
Yeah, and what are the realistic expectations, I guess, for NIP? Are we looking at a team that could make it to the finals?
I mean, I think this is the event they will go for, right? They need the points, they need the things to go into momentum for next year. It's already starting now, right? I think they're at a point where we can actually realistically ask them to at least make an upset or two, as the group is relatively open as well.
It is an open group, and another team that makes it open is obviously Cloud9, that is also coming in with a new roster, a roster we don't know that much about. Again, you're looking at the 5 players right here. Some of the faces are familiar in Exile and Boomich. You then have Heavyguard coming in, Inters back into it, and Icy. What is your first-hand impression of these guys?
I mean, this should have been Spirit, right? This roster should have been the superstar team of this region, right? Sure. But they were not able to get the pieces. Now they had to sell them off. Perfecto benched himself in frustration as Electronic left, and now you're stuck with Inters. I would say if Perfecto was on this lineup, I would have felt comfortable that they can actually be a top 10 team.
Okay.
Now I'm actually sitting, who's going to be the star? I think Exile is going to move away from those anchor roles and actually move into a little bit of a star role. I think he's going to be playing Connector and so on. But you get Heavyguard, right? He's a good piece, but now you lost Perfecto, so I think like it just evens out. And Inters, I have a hard time seeing him going comfortably back to Tier 1.
I guess all of us would love to see Exile back at his best, but we'll have to wait and see how that's going to unfold in Group C. Group B also have some interesting names in it. Yes. Obviously, first and foremost comes in Astralis, a team that you're familiar with. You've been on the roster, you've been sitting on the bench, you've been all over the place now. For Astralis, what are the expectations for them coming into the second part of the season? Because we did see them get better in the first part of it, but are we at a point now where we can start realistically talking about them being a top team again, or are we still a little far away from that?
Don't you get the same feeling that you had with Heroic with this roster? I feel like they're relatively good in group stage, but once they go into the playoffs, they kind of fall a little flat.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe, you know, I look at the lineup and I look at the prospect of the different players. You have Device, obviously, now being an in-game leader as well. I think individually he's been playing well as an in-game leader. Yabi becoming better and better again. You have Stown becoming better. I feel like there's a lot of interesting, let's say, pieces to the puzzle. I still need to see them peak at the same time, at the same moment, and I'm not sure if that's going to be with this exact roster.
I mean, I think one thing that was really particularly interesting about this roster is that when they went out of 4 finals in London, it was not great, right? I think Device said in the interview there was too many people trying to do too much, and I just feel like that was the same thing we heard in Heroic. I think Stavin and Jabi are amazing players, but they're very dynamic. They are a little bit of a coin flip at times, especially Stavin. I think he's so dependent on using his sound to like maneuver and make mid-round plays, then on stage that it becomes too stressful and he's not really able to replicate what he does in the group stage. Because we see him on group stage, he's just like 120 rating, let's go playoffs, and then we have so high expectations. And it's not like he's completely like zero kills or anything, but he's just not the same, and it just provides a world of a difference.
It does provide a world of a difference. Now, you're speaking of Dupree, and that's going to be one of the opponents in this group. You have Falcons in this highly explosive group, dare I say it, with Vitality and GamerLegion as well. Now, for Falcons, obviously, a very interesting team, a roster that has been put together that was supposed to do well in the first 6 months of the season. They couldn't really get it done. They weren't part of the first major of the year now. They made a slight change now, bringing in Dupree as a replacement for Boris. How do you see Falcons fare for the next 6 months?
It's rough, man. It's really rough. I think they simply are gathered on a false premise. I think everybody here expects to be a top team. When things doesn't go your way, it just automatically frustrates everyone. Everybody was used to playing playoffs, having good stats, having trophies at this point. Now everybody is just mediocre, right? Magisk even looks like a guy who's not even meant to play pro, right? He was one of the best players in his position, respectively. But now he's just like not even looking like the old himself. This decision of him and Sonic leaving will go down in my history book as one of the worst roster moves of all time.
You think there's no way back? Because I'm looking at the lineup and I'm looking at Sonic, right?
The only reason why there's a room back here is because I think Falcons has the money to actually pull it off, right? I think this was like an OG or whatever, like a normal team with a normal budget. This would have been long gone, right? I think Magisk will have to step up. I hope he will be IGL over the long term, because surely it's not looking like it will function with Snappy.
But as I hear it, like you're not necessarily believing in this exact lineup. You don't believe in this project, but you do think that the financial power of Falcons and some of the pieces they have can still be saved.
Of course, I think it also depends what is the metric. Where I think Falcons is here to gather a trophy and to win, right? They left one of the best teams in the world to go to this project, so the bar should be high, but they have not really been able to do that.
No, they haven't been able to do that, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to fare here in Copenhagen. We do have one more group that we need to touch a little bit upon. Spirit, OG, Complexity, Heroic. I think one of the teams that sticks out to me for many reasons is Complexity. It's a team that I think had a very good ending to the first 6 months. They've been very much up and down. I remember in the beginning of the season, we were having conversations about Halzerk potentially being kicked. All of a sudden, he comes alive and has been one of the best performers, gets a new contract, and then we see them at the EWC where they didn't play too well. So for my money, Bobski, it's a team that I have quite a hard time to pinpoint. Are they a top 10 team? Are they a contender to go to the fall finals? Or is this just a placeholder team for North American Counter-Strike?
Placeholder is rough, right? I think they will balance around the mark of 10 to 15 for the most part. I think they're a team like Heroic. I think they have certain pieces where you're like, wow, this could be exciting, but there's just nearly not enough quality when we look over the side of the players. Like a guy like Floppy, he's had a massive drop-off in performance. He was the reason, or major part of the reason why they were so good in that period last year where they was like dominating. He was one of the best angle players in the world, and now he's just having stats in the same category as Hooks here. So it's not really looking too good for him. I think he's a player that they need to rely on more if they actually want to get back to just a respectable level of what complexity expects.
Does feel like a team that relies a lot on Elise, obviously, as well.
Yes.
Without him playing well, there's no way for them. They go up against some tough opposition. One of those teams is obviously going to be Heroic as well. A team that I personally as well have a hard time to pinpoint. I look at these players, I look at the name, and I think that there's a lot of potential with some of these guys. Yeah. Re-signing TeSeS to a long contract. You have now, unfortunately, Saw coming in, playing as a stand-in. That's obviously not going to help them. That's going to be easier for complexity. Yeah. But if we look a little further than just this tournament and just this group stage, is Heroic a team that you have high expectations for?
I mean, I think when I saw that TeSeS and Schuss resigned, I think I was actually pretty happy. I'm of course a little bit biased as the Danish guy that I want to see them succeed in the international world, but seeing a guy like TeSeS fly under the radar so much, he's literally the best player on this team right now, in my opinion. He has the best statistics. He's a hardcore support player. He will go in first, and he's still topping this charts, right? It should be Nerds. It should be Dexter. Obviously, it's hard to judge Dexter because he's like missing events left, right, and center, and you send Nikodos to Garmin Gladiators. So it's not looking too good for Heroic when they need those points, and when they need him the most, he's not there.
He's not there, no, and that's a big problem, obviously. Nikodos not being able to stand in, Dexter not able to show up, missing your AWP in a stacked group like Group A. That's gonna be tough for Heroic.
Yeah, especially also because nobody relies on your AWPer on a coach, right? Like, they're not gonna put Saw in the AWP role, right? So he's gonna move around and screw up the whole structure of the team. So it's just not a good look, right? I would have loved them to have Nikodos on the bench and just bring him in. Then I at least had a little bit of faith. I hope he can come in the next couple of days and fix the visa issues that is present for Dexter, but it's not looking good.
It's not looking good. Well, we'll see about it. We have a lot of Counter-Strike on our schedule for the next week. Today, we're starting off with OG Spirit, but first, before that, we obviously have Astralis taking on Falcons later today. We have GamerLegion taking on Vitality, Complexity Heroic. But before we go into OG and Spirit, we'll have a short little break, and then I'll be back picking your brain. And there we have it. We are ready to kick off the first game of the group stage. Spirit has arrived, a team that obviously are on the lips of a lot of people right now. One of the main favorites for the entire thing and one of the main favorites to make it into the quarterfinals, let alone maybe perhaps the major later on this year. This is a star-studded team with some of the best players in the world. Obviously, Dunk and Shiro being the spearhead of Team Spirit, but a team that has shown us that it's more than just about their individual parts. Now, OG coming into the house as well. A team that it's very tough for us, Bobski, to find out where are they at. They have a lot of history within Counter-Strike. They've been around for a long, long time, but the current lineup is not a lineup that gives me a lot of faith in them making results. What is your impression of OG as of right now?
They should be lucky. Most of them are at this stage. Like, it's definitely not a roster that deserves to be at this stage. I think they have a few pieces where you can be like, okay, that could be interesting. But if you just look all over the board, it's very average. Losing 7 BO3s in a row, I think, shows a lot. And it's not like they're playing the IM Colognes and the Katowice. They're literally playing the mid-tier lands. Yeah,
and it's a team you said about the lineup. It's very hard to figure out what is the landscape for this team, where they're gonna go, where they're heading right now, what kind of team are they trying to build. Now, Thomas coming into the lineup as well. As far as I'm aware, he's a stand-in for now, and we actually had the honor of speaking to Thomas coming into this game. So for us to learn a little more about OG and where they're at right now, let's hear from Thomas himself.
Thomas, we get to see you back, and this time you've got a golden opportunity on OG. You're standing in, but I want to know, how did this come about? When did you find out? How much time have you had to prepare?
So I was in Italy when I got asked. It was kind of surprising. But obviously, I think that they weren't able to find like the person in time, for their current lineup. So I was available to stand in, and they asked. So I thought, why not give it a go? Like, it's going to be a hard one, but still.
How many practice days have you managed to have with the team?
So overall, I think it's about 8. So like, it's 8 to do 6 maps. So like, in reality, I think I did a good enough job. But the time is definitely against us. Like, every team in this tournament, they're going to have a lot more already pre-done. So it's definitely like an uphill battle, but I believe that some of the systems across the maps will work.
And you've got to believe in it no matter what, but you also got some big boots to fill. Heavy God was not only the star player, but he was like the best player on the team as well. Is it a 1-for-1 swap? Are you just going straight into his roles?
No, to be honest, I primarily went into all of the in-game leading roles. So, it's what I'm most comfortable with. Nils, Keto actually went back into Heavy God's roles. So I think that prior they had some sort of, miscommunication or something. I don't know. I don't think Keto wanted to in-game lead. And it's a hard role. So he's feeling a more comfortable role for himself. And I think so far he's been doing really good there. So I think overall, the strategy for the team, it is balanced overall.
Nice. And okay, so I said at the beginning of the interview, golden opportunity. Is this an opportunity where you might be able to stay?
I didn't accept it on that premise. Okay. I just wanted the opportunity to test my system in a different style of team and also understand what these guys are currently doing, which I'm not. But I never went into the team with the intentions of joining. I just want to show that I'm capable and find something which I want to do personally instead of forcing a team. Yeah.
Now, you got a very tough first game, though. It's against Spirit, who have shown at least that they're human. They are beatable, but what do you do coming into a game like this? Is there something as a leader now that you can try and figure out? Is there a way to shut this down? Do you have the individuals that can do that?
Spirit, I think if you can donk the donk, it's possible. This guy's going to run at us and, he's going to overextend. I think if we find the right times and opportunities to punish him, I think that we can run away with the economy. I definitely think that we are at a disadvantage, with the time. And obviously these guys are changing system and I'm also implementing partially mine. So we haven't had time to really go massively into the depth, but I hope that we can be very competitive at least.
Very interesting words from Thomas coming right here. I think we learned a lot. First and foremost, Bobski, I want to ask you about this. Having been a player yourself, you come into a tournament, you're playing with a stand-in, but the stand-in is also going to in-game lead. What kind of dynamic does that create within a team that is supposed to be gelled together already?
What is this of a... whoever's doing anything behind the scenes at OG, like, what's going on, man? Like, you have one event a year that you know you're guaranteed to play right in the group stage. You know you're going to be able to farm points at this one, and then you call a stand-in who's on a vacation in Italy, and you don't even tell him that he's going to be the in-game leader at the starting point. But when you get into the team, he's going to be the in-game leader because Keto, who's also the second worst rated in the entire top 50, is now done with being the IGL. Like, what's going on at OG, man?
Something tells me you're not excited or amused by this decision.
No,
now,
but
Thomas, specifically, as an in-game leader, what he did in Into the Breach and what he was trying to describe in the interview as well is that he wants to do this more for himself. Like, he wants to test his own system, wants to give himself a channels. Do you think it's fair on him to come in and being asked to in-game lead a team that is not gelled together by the seeming?
No, exactly. That's why. Like, why isn't he brought in 3 months ago? And then we can maybe say, okay, Thomas's principles is now actually brought into the team. Now it's just going to be a little bit of a mixed style. I mean, Keto leaving the IGL role when he has the first chance of it, it just shows you what type of dynamic is in this team, right? You have your in-game leader, the guy you have to trust in all situations. He's all of a sudden done being that. He don't want to do it anymore for a stand-in.
It's a rough scenario for OG. It doesn't help them that they're obviously going up against Team Spirit, who's currently ranked number 3 in the world. Now, is there any positives you can drag out from this lineup? Is there any player that you want to look out for when it comes to OG? Anything that potentially can help them, take on these guys on your screen?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, no. I don't think there's any players on this roster where I feel like, okay, they can be just as good as anyone on Team Spirit. I think Moto showed glimpses of hope in TSM. OG, it's not been good.
Listen, I like your honesty, and we may as well jump into the positive side of things then. Team Spirit, obviously, 5 players we are quite familiar with by now. 5 players who have a lot of quality, but also 5 players who were quite disappointing at the EWC, which were the beginning of the season for them. Now, coming into this game, obviously, let's not beat around the bush. We expect them to beat OG, but as a whole for Team Spirit, what is the objective for them at this tournament? Is it to regain some form, obviously qualify for the fall finals, and maybe get ready for Cologne, or where do you see Team Spirit right now?
I think one of the most important points for them right now is get their map pool in check. I think they've been very happy at picking the Mirage constantly, but they're actually getting punished by it now. Like, constantly losing 16% win rate, it shows off a little bit. I think one of the issues is actually the guy who's so successful for Spirit is that Dunk plays connector. He has one of the highest def per round in any map. Like, he constantly just strafes connector, tries to force the duels. I think they need to be a little bit more dynamic on this sense. I think Dunk loves to do it. I think we see it on Nuke where he just strafes shard right, wants to take the duels. But on Mirage there needs to be a new playbook around him in connector because it's also his worst map.
I was just about to say 1.17 rating the last 3 months on Mirage specifically for Dunk. For him, that's not necessarily great, being arguably the best player in the world. Now, for us to learn more about Spirit and where they're at right now, we had James catching up with Sontex coming into the game.
I want to look at your practice after the World Cup as well. What did you guys do after coming back from that? Did you get many days of practice?
Yeah, we played a lot. We had 2 days off after we came back from Riyadh, and we played a lot for like 6-7 pracs a day. Yeah, so we played a lot.
Do you feel like more confidence is coming now into this event compared to what you had in Riyadh, or would you say it's the same? Can you give me like a check on it?
Yeah, of course there is impact from our practice because, after we came back from holidays, we were not ready to play our best game, and now with every day we can see an improvement in our form. So I think we're better every day. So I think we're better now than we were in Riyadh.
Was the World Cup maybe like a kick and to wake you guys up for the start of the season?
Yeah, that's what we talked about. So it's like first championship after the holidays. So of course it's not the best time to play our best game. So I think we're more ready right now.
In terms of being more ready, you already told me that OG obviously is a team you're not really going to be able to prepare for, kind of know what's going to happen. How did Chopper and Hallie tell you to approach this game? What have they said to you?
Like, nothing really special. We just know how we play it, and to be honest, I don't think we have to change some things. I think if we play just what we usually do on the server, is going to be enough to win.
Seems very calm, seems very collected. For you, Bubsky, is it worrying that they weren't able to win the Esports World Cup, or is it okay that they're coming out of the break and not necessarily playing their best brand of Counter-Strike just yet?
I think it's fine. I think when many saw Donk arrive in the scene, I thought he was unhuman. Like the 170 rating at Katowice, we thought, okay, it's over. Like this is the best team of the year, and there's nobody going to be able to challenge him. All of a sudden, we see Donk having a mediocre event for his standards, and actually shows you that there's teams who's able to deal with this presence.
Sure. You speak of channels, and I want to challenge everyone out there sitting and watching these games to head over to blast.tv, where you guys can pick your fantasy team for the tournament. So if you want to battle it out against me, battle it out against Bubsky, battle it out against each other, you can head over right now and pick your fantasy team for this tournament and see if you're smarter than I am, see if you're smarter than Bubsky. Odds are that you probably are, both of us, to be completely honest. We also have a little prediction game going on, Bubsky, and we're going to keep tabs on that, obviously, throughout the tournament. Predictions for today is pretty straightforward. There's a couple of differences. Obviously, everyone thinks Vitality is going to beat GamerLegion. Everyone thinks Astralis is going to beat Falcons. Now, for the heroic complexity game, not everyone agrees. Would you agree with that that's the most interesting game on paper?
I mean, I think it's fair enough to find that it's a 50-50 game between Complexity and Heroic. I see a lot of like 50-50s, but on Astralis Falcons, nobody chose Falcons.
Yeah.
I think that shows quite a bit of bias towards that Falcons is not really able to the challenge of being a tier 1 team.
No, that's true. We'll see that, obviously, but we have to jump into the first game first and foremost. Spirit taking on OG. Now, I can see the two casters that we're about to bring into the game doesn't necessarily agree on Complexity Heroic, and they will be casting that game later on, so I'm curious to hear that. Now, we may as well head over to what has been one of the greatest voices of the game ever, and Anders, who is ready to now take us through the first game.
Oh, you gotta let him do that to you, Anders.
What am I supposed to say? He's running the desk now. He's taken over all the roles, Pimp. Well,
Actually,
there's no stopping him.
Pretty nice desk segment.
Yeah.
They're not holding anything back there whatsoever. Like,
I thought they were going to be
off.
nice. Like, they're both Danish. I thought they were going to be cool with it, but they wrecked OG.
I'm loving it. It's war. It's fun. It's going to be a lot of fun today as well, because we've got Spirit taking on OG. Not the most tantalizing matchup on paper. No one's saying that, but it's a good litmus test, I think, for where Spirit are after a disappointing EWC. We've got OG that haven't won a game in what feels like, 3 months or something like that. They've maybe taken some maps in these best of threes, but are unable to actually get anything over the line. I did find it slightly alarming, though, that they've got Thomas as the stand-in as the in-game leader. Now, not to disparage Thomas in any way, but it's the fact Keto just jumped at the chance not to be the in-game leader anymore. That kind of spells disaster for this project more than this game.
Yeah, it makes you worried about even the future going beyond this one. I liked it as well, like Jim Spanks was trying to grill him on, trying to say like, well, what, is there a way? Is there anything you could do? Thomas was trying to, be realistic and just try to say like, hopefully we can do a bit of damage. We can make it a bit close, but
there's no way they can beat Spirit in a best of 3, right? I hate to be the bearer of spoilers, but there's no way. With this, they've had 8 days practice. It's a team that's struggling. I guess the only narrative I can spin for you is that they've got nothing to lose. There's no pressure. No one's expecting them to win. They've got a stand-in who's an in-game leader for whatever reason. So yeah, even if they make it a competitive game, I think that's at least something to write home about. Like that would be it. That's what everyone's looking for. As long as you have a fun game, get Spirit sweating a little bit, that's about all we can hope for, I would say. Would love to be proven wrong. Maybe there are a few believers out there. Maybe there's some people that think they can do this.
I actually think, out of respect for OG, we probably should frame this as an impossible task, because to be honest, if they do somehow upset and beat Spirit here, that would be like an insane headline.
It would be a historic upset.
It would be. So it should be in the context of that, so people know it's not like, oh, maybe it could happen. It's like, no, it's definitely not happening. And if we're wrong about that, then we're gonna have a big conversation about that for the rest of the tournament. It'll be really interesting.
Oh, I'm quite excited for it though. It's a nice way to kick off the tournament. If you're just joining us, welcome to Blast Premier 4 groups. Of course, we have 16 teams fighting for 6 slots here. Losers go down to the showdown. That's what OG seem destined for. But let's see how they can stack up against one of the world's best here, Team Spirit, on what happens to be one of their home maps as well. It's Dust 2. Spirit have lost 1 single game in the last 3 months in this one, and they are ready to get going. Let's have a look as we'll be starting on the CT side for Spirit. Donk, of course, no holds barred, Anders. He's going to be going straight into towards lower B with those dualies, and it will be Magics to be tested towards long. And this is a very classic setup here. Send 5 players out on the T side towards long. You're normally smoking that crossover and flashing, trying to get the bomb planted and see what happens. It's simple, it's effective, but very telegraphed at this stage. You see the smokes coming over.
And once you're out on long like this, you're probably staying there. Like, falling back now on the T side is going to be very, very hard to do. Did also get to see that new boost coming in where you can, self-boost up there, obviously, the new update. So that's always interesting, but they've thrown the smoke for the cross. The bomb is kind of there. Donk is checking out upper dark, so he's going to absolutely confirm there's no one this side. And it starts terribly right through the smoke. It's Sontex who's going to be taking down Keto to begin with. So already they're a man down, and that bomb plant is still not happening.
Yeah, it's quite cagey, but it looks like the bomb will be planted here. Nexius will find them equalizing frag at the same time. Minute to go, and C4 down. So actually a slight advantage here towards OG. They've still got 100 HP on the majority of their outfit, and we'll see now Modo being challenged as the players start to swing in from Gandalf.
Bomb is ticking. This is definitely getting a bit more interesting now. Looking for the headshot. Modo's going to get one of them there. Thomas still alive in the back. The only player left in a 1 versus 3. And a great flick coming out from Thomas. He's looking for more headshots. He runs out of bullets, but the kit has been picked up again. Shiro, it's right in front of him. If that kit had been further away, there would have been a way maybe for Thomas to win the round. But in this case, it'll be the defuse and Spirit winning the pistol.
I mean, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. They got the bomb planted. You couldn't ask for much more from OG there. They played well. It was a little bit cagey to begin with, but they found that equalizing kill. 4 and 4, bomb down. They're more than likely to buy into this follow-up round as well. Nice work from Thomas, especially, just to get the rust off there. We haven't seen him for a while. Managed to give himself, 3 kills in total. Make the round very competitive. A few more bullets in the magazine. Could have been a very welcome addition to his clutch. Doesn't quite work out for him, but it is going to be a round victory for Spirit. But as mentioned, it's going to be a guaranteed 4-spy for OG here. 4 Galils and a pistol for Keto as they challenge towards long once again. Nice grenade from Chopper, does significant damage. Takes out in-game leader and stand-in Thomas, as it's a nice early advantage. Like Anders has mentioned, you do not need a boost up there anymore, so you can be very nimble on the CT side. You can see you get 2 players up there quickly after you get the advantage down towards long reposition without having to go up the ramp and being vulnerable to players in the pit.
It does actually change some part of the map quite a bit, so curious to see how that'll play out in the long run here. Sontix looks like the timing is great for him. Nexius, he was kind of looking lower dark and upper dark at the same time. A little bit too much to cover, and he ends up going down. So now it's a 5 versus 3. Smoke up for the cross. It is a bit of a classic, but again, it's very, very telegraphed. Just like in the pistol round, like you said, everyone here on the Spirit side knows what is coming next. And they're just getting picked apart before they even get close to the bomb site here.
There's going to be a distinct lack of perspective from Spirit, especially when they build up momentum. A map like Dust 2 as well, where you can take a lot of duels, and it's not a very technical map in terms of the tactics. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of these sort of rounds, and now a spotless one in number 2. That was a 4-spy. They barely do any damage on the OG side. The bomb's not planted. It's pretty much full eco territory coming up next. A few pistols can be brought in, but that does not bode well whatsoever towards the challenges here. They are going to struggle here on Dust 2. The map pool's quite forgiving, I suppose, for what is essentially a mixed team. The fact you've got Dust 2, then Mirage. The problem is those happen to be 2 of the absolute best maps for Spirit. So even if you pick Dust 2, there's not many teams that can take them down in this particular map. So like we said, it's pretty much full eco here. Some Deagles, no Kevlar, and no grenades. As we see Shiro opening things up. A spectacular little sequence there from Short. Finds a double headshot. The players in Ward lower B, and he's going for the hat-trick here as well. It just looks way too comfortable. First ace of the tournament in round number 3, Anders.
Yeah, you'll take it. And you know what? I typically say this. If you are the better team, you should be playing with a lack of respect, because it's going to make it harder for OG to do anything, right? Like you don't want to be playing like a slow game. If you feel like you're going to be out-dueling them in every instance, then go for it.
Especially on Dust 2. It can be so individualistic, where you're just pushing key choke points like top and middle, lower B, pincering from long, which you've got that aggro as well, and you can be a real nuisance to the CT side. It's one of the few maps that has a lot of aggressive options at the start there, and the map's still evolving. We're still understanding what's possible, and I know that short box seems like a small addition. What are we shushing for? Oh, it's a technical. That's why. Okay, I was wondering what was going on. Yeah, the fact that now we've got that as well. Like I said, of being more nimble and dynamic on the CT side, I think it's going to come slightly CT-sided after that change, honestly. But we'll see how it goes. It's not the best look for OG to kick things off, but early days here, they go down 0-3, but now they do have a nice gun round available to them. The technical pause doesn't help. They want to get straight back in there, discuss their ideas. You have to sit back and wait in silence here, as demonstrated by the OG coach.
Yeah. No talking during this. So looks like Donk is getting a bit of help. I'm seeing a thumbs up, so hopefully that means we're going to be good to go. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, they weren't even able to frame a really good success metric for themselves. Hopefully we can fight back a little bit. We can be a little bit competitive, but Like, you didn't even get a chance for OG to say, okay, like on a really good day, then maybe we can win this or whatever. Like it seems like even they know kind of what's in store here. So far, that's pretty much what's been playing out. Spirit just looked dominant.
All right. Well, as expected, it's not looking great, but we have got a nice little boost here for Modo. He has been quite good with the AWP recently. Romanian Orphan, we'll see whether he can step up against the likes of Shiro, who's up to an absolute flyer of a start. He's 7-0 after that ace in the previous round, and a two-man B setup here. Bit of a default, you would call this one, from OG. So the bomb's still down in T-spawn. They're waiting for the aforementioned CT aggression to come through. Going through their protocols now to push back those CTs and try and get control of short. And we'll see where that bomb wants to end up. It's been recovered from T-spawn, and maybe trying to get towards shore here to try and take some vision away. That's normally the primary objective here. You can't allow the CTs to have all this information toward this side of the map. Good flash, actually sets them up. All Shiro, though, want to go for a swing here.
What is it with Romania and making AWPers? There's Modo, there's Cello, Anna
true.
over at the women's scene. Like, they've got a knack for creating good snipers, I guess.
This is the mid to B smoke. Going out from short. Nice little Molotov. Doesn't quite touch Shiro's. He's looking to backstab here momentarily. So I like the idea from OG here. It's classic. It's effective. And I think Shiro's about to go down from top and middle. Oh, there it is. Nice work for Thomas.
Yeah, good trade. Shiro down and out of the round after his ace in the previous one.
Okay.
4 versus 4, and about 30 seconds left. They're running a little bit low on time here. If they want to go check out the catwalk, they're gonna be cutting it low on this one.
There's still time. It's okay. The problem is, Anders, we've only got a couple of flashes remaining. That is about it. It's going to have to be one hell of a flash here. I guess, fortunately, it's the Galil for Magic's here. So here we go. Here comes the cross. The problem is it's a bit of a shooting gallery now for Chopper, and he's cutting them down to size with that Galil. 9 seconds remaining. They're locked out. I don't think they can go for it. You can see they were in two minds about where they wanted to go with that one. It was a mid-split to start off with. As soon as they lost one player, though, tried to recalibrate, get up towards short, but this didn't really have the utility nor the firepower to really do anything with it. So it's unfortunate. It's Chopper hitting some nice shots there, but you could see he was just at the cut of a Galil. 2 clean kills. Like, most players are going to hit that. It didn't really apply too much pressure. I feel like when you're a mixed team and you've got, I say mixed, you've got one player coming in as the in-game leader as well, I feel like just keeping the call simple and just going for whatever the original objective was, that might have been the better bet, but maybe overcomplicating it somewhat there. As we continue to streak here for Team Spirit, we use the first tactical timeout for OG. It's going about as expected.
Yeah, we are on track for the kind of game that we sort of could all foresee. Just reading the comments over on HLTV and everything, like, you could just tell people kind of knew already, like, this is probably going to be a bit of a one-sided game.
I can announce we are using for the first time in 4 groups, we're using an accelerated schedule. So
okay,
I guess scheduling fans might be yeah, they might be happy about that. I think it has to be at least 15 minutes after the previous game ends. But just to shout that one out, just to let you know, this one could be a quick one. So bear that in mind.
Is possible. We have yet to see anything from OG that proves otherwise. They're going to have to show something here. Mono,
just keep it simple. Long spawns, go for those picks, get bases on control, pull back into the A site. I think that's all that's required here. And that's a nice opening kill. Fiku with the positioning.
And I think actually Magic's was baited into that because you heard the shot, right?
Yeah, right.
Smoke was up. He's like, oh, they're still not even out. There's just the AWP waiting. So he swings wide and walks right into the rifle. That's kind of cool. Chopper in the middle, looking to see if he could maybe get a little bit of map control, maybe find a kill and return here. But everyone from the OG side is going to be leaning towards the long position, which is fine. I kind of agree. Like, if you have this control, just go for it. Keep it simple.
Smoke towards crossover here. Problem is they've got Shiro on short-handed, so he's going to be very difficult to deal with once they get up the ramp towards the site itself.
Yeah.
Going through the protocols now to flush out the car. CT's going to gamble that it's an A finish. You can see they've got presence in towards upper B. They've got all the information they could possibly ask for here. The linchpin of this is Shiro. Boosted up. This is a great call. I feel like he's going to dominate this one, Anders. He's going to be getting multiple frags here. Nice incendiary to set them up. This is the first shot. Okay, an access point for OG here.
And the grenade, actually, they don't do nearly enough damage. I thought the grenade might have been able to almost kill Nexus there, but somehow they go a little bit too far. That's interesting. Okay, so slight chance here to maybe set something up. A grenade lands on top. It's a Molotov, and it burns them heavily, but the bomb is still planted here. Thomas will go down, and now there's a potential flank coming in. Oh, that could be huge. A double kill here might just seal the round for OG. It's going to be Nexus to take one, but they're right in front of Kido. He keeps pushing forward. Oh, they're in the smoke now. They just escaped him, but he's still going to be good for the one spray down, leaving Shiro on his own. He's found inside of the smoke by Fiku, and OG survived the round.
Nice. Good work.
Yes.
That's what we needed to see there. A nice little flank from Keita to close things out there, but it wasn't too complicated that round. They didn't second guess their call. They got the nice long control. They got the man advantage. Get the basic control. It was fortunate, I suppose, like Shiro by his standards, although a difficult shot, he would expect to hit that one. Maybe flicked a little bit too fast. If he gets it, I think it's a very different round. Fortunately, though, a miss comes through. OG posts there first, and it's a pretty nice round, all things considered. You've got Thomas on the AWP, a double up set up on the T side. It's one of the few maps where I suppose it's serviceable. You'll give it a go. Like I said, they're essentially a mixed team with this standard in-game leader situation. Yeah, this is the only map you'd really ever run this sort of approach. Thomas, brave. And now, oh, they're in trouble. That's about as strong as a grenade gets there. That's about 100 damage. And that sends them packing. That's actually so significant against the M4s as well. That's 3 players now in one-tap territory.
Let's
see if they can recover.
It's like a pixel from being a really good opening, and it is anyway. Donk actually wanted to push forward, and Thomas smartly waiting for him. So, quick trade comes in, but it was 4 versus 4. So he'll take that on the T side, no question about it. Shiro could see on the comms making quite a bit of noise here, calling it out what's happening on the other side. Smoke up, and is he going to be able to get the timing down? He does see it, and it will be a powerful leg shot. Kido lucky to live behind that one, but up at the bomb site, it's Magix. He's going to get grenaded one way or another. Chopper is there to try and help him out. He's done some significant damage, and they might not check for Chopper now.
Yeah, really nice bait for Chopper. Like, you're probably not even considering that as a threat at this point. And bear in mind, they're so weak making their way to this side. Sam Thomas hit a really difficult shot with the AWP. Now really misses out on it, Anders, and it's going to be a 3 versus 1. Fiku, almost 0 chance of winning this one. It's to take something quite special. That is not it. As we will see Team Spirit back to their winning ways and post a 5-1 scoreline here. No bomb planted, no weapon saved. Suggests it could be a bit of a rough one to close this half out. But yeah, that was actually a pretty good round from OG in terms of, like, they managed to get a 4-on-4 situation. They had some space to executing towards A, but just great bait from Magix. He took so much aggro here. You're just not expecting Chopper to be in that sort of position, ready to swing on you as well. He plays it very nicely indeed. And we've got somewhat of a force here. Hero AK from Nexus, but passerby elsewhere. We'll see Magix tested. Doesn't want to overcommit to the fight. He knows he's out. But this is the AK-47. Giving them hell out there. He does pretty well to even get a kill here. And I feel like they get another. But Shiro continues to dominate with the AWP. It is an Orpheus paradise on Dust 2. And you can see more and more damage being inflicted here. CT's taking a bit of a peppering as well. But overall, looks pretty comfortable for Spirit.
Certainly does. Good flash, good setup. Donk will spray them down. It's Chopper to set up that flashbang. And they're not scared at all. You can just tell from the way that they're playing, even when they take a bit of damage here on the Spirit side, they're still fighting, no question about it. Yeah, just to throw it back to that bait from Chopper. I mean, in the famous words of Ganko, it's a fine line between baiting and teamwork.
Oh yeah, that was definitely team. I think like it was by design. The Magicite knew he was dead.
Yeah.
He chose to fight within the Molotov, and you assume that's the last line of defense with the Orca there as well. Yeah, and Chopper just gets himself 2 easy kills. Bear in mind the damage is done by that HG grenade at the start as well. They were super weak coming in. This works out very nicely for them. Now, it wasn't the Force in the previous round, it was a Hero AK, so Nexus were down to the Galil, but this is that kind of lack of respect play we've been talking about. You got Shiro pushing off towards short, Donk in lower B, not giving them anything to work with here, and it's Donk. Oh, goodness gracious me.
God.
He was just going for body shots there, and he gets a double headshot down and towards lower. Oh, dear.
I don't think he knew. I don't think his brain registered that there was a second player. Like, he did a double take after the headshot. He was like, wait a minute.
That's so sick. All right, well, that's the round. It was a quick one. Because it's like, guys, what am I supposed to do now? Like, how can I win? What can I do here? You've done 0 damage. And that's what we're talking about. You can't even run your defaults when teams are playing like this in a stifling way. It's very difficult to counter. Like, when they're in the zone and like they're AWP hitting everything, you really have to have amazing fundamentals. You have to have the solid flashbangs at the start. You need to be super patient. Let them expend their initial utility. Then you got a Molotov lower B from top and middle. Then you got a flash short, get lower together. You can't really allow Dom to have those sort of opportunities to win those duels. Speaking of duels, you've got Fiku actually doing a pretty admirable job holding onto his AK-47. That's about the best news I can bring to you here. Might be able to get another one. AK-47 eludes him this time. No, we get 7-1. Couple of kills, doesn't really do much for him.
Check it out.
Yeah, he was not ready for a second. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He can admit it. He knows. He knows.
That's amazing.
He was just firing up a couple of shots, gets himself a couple of kills. Yeah, definitely need to tighten things up on the T side here. Need to slow it right down. Start sending those Molotovs into lower, apply more pressure before you peak with 2 people.
Yeah, I mean, just yeah, you're right. Because if part of the strategy is, okay, let's get upper and lower dark control and mid control, and then we'll execute from there. It's like, if we don't even get that, then the plan is...
I mean, the problem is
behind
he's not going to do that every single round, and now he's got you in his pocket, because you're going to have to start running those protocols now, and they can just be doing something else. They could be pushing up a B instead now, getting out long doors. Like they're going to mix things up. Chopper knows he's in such a prime position as the in-game leader right now. He can really call anything he wants, and they still have to fear the potential of a lower B push, which is not being dealt with just yet. The problem is as well, money's still bad, Anders, so...
more problems.
Yeah, just on top of that as well. So what's the play? They're going to change things up here. They've got quickly into lower B the Tech 9s, willing just to take those duels at this stage. Shiro pops the smoke towards middle. They're going to try and find some space as well. Pushing for the smoke, you've got to take some risks in these sort of rounds. See if you can thread the needle whatsoever. 7-1, running out of time and space here. It's their map pick, but as mentioned, this is actually one of Spirit's best maps, so very difficult to work out a way OG are going to make a dent in this series. For now, hoping the over-aggressive CT's push, but like I said, now they've presented that so many times, they know the counter's going to be over there, they're going to be aware of it. You call a passive setup instead, drop the clock down.
Just from Thomas individually, it probably feels pretty bad anyway. If he was going to come into this tournament as an in-game leader stand-in to say, let's just play completely like off the hook, like just run around and rush A, rush B, like that kind of style probably reflects kind of badly on him. So I'm guessing he does want to keep some structure just so that it doesn't look like it's just completely out of control here. But to be honest, on a map like Dust 2, you might get more results just being more aggressive. I feel like this slightly slower, more structured style that they're trying to approach here, Spirit are just happy to snipe them.
No flashes, Anders. And you got to get past one of the world's best snipers on his home map. Not going to be an easy task, I'm afraid. Lines them up, knocks them down, and continues to cause damage here. Another clean sweep, Team Spirit. We go 8-1 here. A couple more rounds to go for OG.
I think Shiro is 15-2 at the moment.
Is he really?
Yeah, he had the ace from earlier. He's flushing them down the proverbial skibbity toilet, Henry.
He is. I didn't want to say it, but yeah, that's true. That's exactly what he's doing. Doesn't look good. Doesn't feel good. His rival sniper, Modo, is on 1-6 right now. 1-7, I should say. Yeah, all right. Let's see what can be done. AK-47's out once again. Smoke towards double doors to kick things off here. It's the current meta. And here comes that aggression once again. Just not ready for it.
Yeah, it's so sick. But the flashes as well. Chopper and Dunk will trade a couple of kills there. It's a good return, though.
Yeah, very nice.
Moto. That's respectable.
Yeah, we'll take that all day long. Lost the first couple of kills. Over 10 here, 3-on-3. Keto low. Still got some decent utility here for Magix. It's on the prowl with Shiro. Smelling blood in the water here. Wounded Keto's top right and mid. Got a full belt of utility as well. If he goes down, you only drop one grenade. It'd be pretty massive to find him. And he is spotted. Contact found, but it's Magic that takes the majority of damage there. So an A split coming forward. There's Keto going down eventually. That's on it. Zontic's to find him. And now Shiro to fend off the last 2 remaining players. He hasn't really missed a shot thus far. Continues with that trend here. Lovely kill towards Nexius. And now it's Modo, as mentioned, had 1 kill going into this round. I doubt he's going to be the hero here this time, behind the car and beheaded by Shiro with the Desert Eagle.
The flashbangs are so suffocating. Like, even in the 1 versus 3 at the end there, I don't think the flashes could have been any better. They kind of, I mean, that's one of the more doable rounds. At least it was 3-on-3. Like, that's winnable, but they don't even really get close to winning them. So on we go. Spirit No real brakes on this one. They're making it quite easy.
Well, this is what we expected. At least it all adds up. We've got Fiku on the Glock here. I was going to say, what are you up to? He's going to go back to buy. It's like, you can't do a Glock if everyone's buying, bro. But there it is. He's going to bring out the heavy artillery, the AK-47, Galil for Nexius, Tech 9 for Modo. I think just calling this a mid-splits at this point, that's all you really can hope to do. Just like group up together. Nothing else is working. You're unable to contain their aggression when they run the passive setups. You're not really dislodging them. Chopper, nice little off angle here as well. Should be getting this kill all day long. And it's the mid-split we go. Donk down. 3 on 3 once again. Oh, such a brutal nade from Chopper. He's in the zone right now. That's a perfect play. And 2 players left up against Zontic sitting with that B-bomb side. He still has his incendiary as well, but he's just playing for 1 kill, which is literally all he has to do. Okay, Modo, kind of a sick kill. Didn't have the advantage in that fight whatsoever. And now a chance at the round, Anders.
Yeah, one of the best chances they've had yet here to actually pick up a rifle round. Going to be going for the bomb plant. Kido is waiting. That smoke is going to fade in not too long. And there's plenty of grenades on the Spirit side, at least enough to flash their way through the window and get a little bit of damage in. Kido close to getting that headshot, but not quite there yet. Moto still just with the Tech 9, so you never really know here. It's Spirit lining up for the retake, and Chopper is very low already. It's Magix. He's going to get one of them there. Looking for Moto in the corner, and he'll find him as well. Such a great chance for a round, but it will be Spirit to pick it up after all.
Yep. Good try. Unfortunately, there's nothing that positive to report about it unless they win the round. I suppose getting the bomb plant, it does guarantee at least money for this final round coming up here, but they really desperately needed to win that one. You're not going to be damaging the economy of the CTs, of course. They are high rolling and then some. But still, the closest they've come to a round, I suppose, since the one they picked up. That was the only reason it actually worked in their favor. That's a hell of a kill, one he probably shouldn't be getting. But they still can't pick up the round. Double digits early on here. This best of 3 series. First map, Spirit, they're officially on fire. It's the final round here. It's going for a B-rush, Anders.
Yeah.
It's old school, sometimes can be effective, though. There's the first 2 kills.
Yeah, I like it. I wish they would have done this earlier. I think it's just, you know, if you do this like 3 or 4 rounds, you have a chance to win at least 1 or 2 of them, and maybe that's worth it here. Fiku's going to be taking down Chopper, and they're a little bit delayed, but they should be able to get the bomb plant afterwards. So, all in all, you know, it's not tactically the most exciting, but if it wins you the round, then who cares? Kido ducking in the corner. They do have a Molotov, so they can try and burn him out anyway, but a very tough retake here for the 2-on-3. I don't think they're going to be favored in this one, Spirit. Shiro looking to see if he can make it a quick 2-on-2, and he can with a headshot on the Kido. A little bit overkill with the AWP, but whatever, we'll get the job done. Nexius just covering from the high ground here, or the upper dark position. Fico gets 1, and they will take a second round at the end. Not bad.
Not bad at all, ladies and gentlemen. Down but not out. OG reposting 2 rounds on their map pick. We'll see if they can pull it back in the second. Welcome back, gamers. You are watching Blast Premier Full Groups 2024. Now, a bit of advice here. Put your phone down, stop doom scrolling, get off Twitter, and enjoy some Counter-Strike with myself, Energy, and Anders Blue. Do you think that's sage advice?
I think it is.
The internet's not a good place right now.
Sometimes you have to...
It's one of the worst state it's maybe ever been.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Like, it's up there.
put the social media away.
Take an hour off.
Yeah.
Just enjoy this best of 3.
Watch some Counter-Strike. Maybe go to the gym and watch some Counter-Strike.
That's
You
true.
don't get mogged, Henry.
Exactly, yeah. That's great advice, actually. But for now, let's get into the second half. Ladies and gents, it's not looking great for OG. They did get the last round under their belt with a B rush. Like you said, maybe just a few more of those could have been better. But we'll see if they can win a much-needed pistol here. It's next year's an old classic position here. You normally only get a couple of kills. There's the burst. He's not being Molotov'd out, and Thomas is stepping up as well. So, like I said, a must-win pistol. It's looking good, but Team Spirit clawing their way back into it.
Yeah, if you can, I mean, you can even see the first time that he stands up, there's just an army of T's there. You're probably going to hit somebody in the head. Like, that's likely going to happen. So, 3 versus 4 now. And I don't know. Fico's kind of alone out on long, but everyone else towards the middle of the B bomb site. So, good chance if they try and take a fight here. Modo taking quite a bit of damage, but still alive. Looks like there's a free bomb plant available on the A bomb site. That's kind of interesting.
Kind of interesting indeed. And that's definitely the C4 going down here. The retake will be somewhat problematic. I don't see a kit out on the pitch. So, Shiro had a bit of a freebie there. Should still have the advantage in the killing department. We'll see where he comes out on top here. P250 doesn't feel like the best weapon for the job at that sort of range. Grab the Glock. Speaking of which, his Glock's starting to strike. Blink and you miss it. It was 5-on-3 at one point, but Spirit slowly but surely got the way back into it, found the gap in the map there, massive hole exploited. The fact they got up towards shore, bomb planted it with no resistance whatsoever. Did not bode well with the CTs. They go for the retake together, swing in from shore, and get mowed down. This is how it starts. Like I said, a couple of kills in favor of OG. Thomas helping out the second. You feel like that's a done deal. Nice retake approach, I suppose, but just didn't have any utility to flush them out. The Glocks, which are just devastating the OP right now in the pistols. And it is going to be another round going in favor of Spirit. Of course, the force buy here, you kind of need this round. You can't really allow it to go 12-2. Guaranteed. So, see what they can make of it. Scout, bit of an icon on Dust 2. Just needs a few tags, doesn't need the kills, and set up the pistols, the Deagles especially, for some one-taps.
Yeah, you have to try for this round. There's no other way. We'll see if they're going to be able to do a little bit of damage at the very least. But you're right, like the Scout can really open up unlock the rest of the pistols to do some work here. They've already got a tag on the Shiro, so it's a bit of a start. Modo looking for more. Yeah, they're going to be going up that catwalk. They could still decide to split. In fact, the fact that the bomb is making its way back here makes you think, well, yeah, maybe they are going to change it around. There's only 2 people defending. If they rush through the flashes and the Mac 10 here, I don't think this B defense is going to be holding.
Well, let's have a look. It's a wide open B bomb site right now. It might be the worst possible outcome here for OG. You just have to save your pistols when the bomb gets planted. Modo will have to do something spectacular here. The shot doesn't connect. Second one does. 91 towards Zontix, make it 100. Gives him something to work with here. Bomb going down. He still is continuing to cause a bit of a nuisance here. 2 players tagged at this point. I guess he'll be making that call. If they can find one more frag, it might be worth going for. But now Donk's in the flank as well. That can really have your work cut out for you. Nexius has found a gap. No one's looking at tunnels, guys.
That's careful you don't blow yourself up. 2 versus 1 now, and then they all find the shot in the corner. Look at their health left here at the end.
Okay.
Gonna go straight for it, and even without the kit, it looks like it's doable. So, wow,
all right.
That's a strange round.
No one watches the tunnels? Okay, I guess. Like, no one thought they were going to be going for it, I suppose. Maybe they thought they were retreating. But once you've called it, you've tagged like 3 players to the scout. What is this? Why have you got 2 players towards the window? I guess you're trying to regather territory and push out together, but like the gap's there. Like, you have to be cognizant of it. Like, you can have one person pushing, then one watching the tunnels.
Yeah,
that would make sense. Anyway, OG would take that all day long. Didn't expect to win that. We're going to take a full eco for Spirit. What could have been a very quick game. Just got a little bit more complicated here for Team Spirit. They're going to take the eco and allow the finances to build for OG, who have recovered AK-47s now. And they are technically back in this game at this stage. But that was the knockout punch right there.
Yeah, that does leave the door open. It leaves a chance here for OG to try and claw their way back into it. Like you said, you know, picking up a couple of AKs, never a bad thing on the CT side, so...
Oh, no, certainly not.
Definitely take that. Obviously...
I've got a bad feeling about it. I still think Spirit are going to win this, but that is a weird round to lose. Like, in the setup you had, and, like, just that oversight of not clearing tunnels, I feel like this could be a much more competitive game now. We'll see how it unfolds, but...
don't lose this round.
Not a good start for the likes of Thomas, who's holding towards long, and they've got lots of territory now as well. They're going to try and pincer in towards the A side here. Thankfully, they work together, isolate the pressure towards short, and now they can alleviate some of it towards long as well. Bear in mind, they've got no Kevlar here. They've got an M4 in the hands of Shiro, sure, but they don't have any grenades to really work with it. So they're just going to rot the clock a little bit, see if any CTs will offer themselves up.
I think at this stage, just like they must be saying to us, just don't get donked. You know, stay away from that Deagle. Just don't give him any easy fights, and they should be able to win it here. Preemptive grenade, trying to blow open the smoke to see if anyone is sneaking through on the other side, but nobody really was. We're also down to 25 seconds, and now they've made the cross. They're over to try and see if they can get the bomb planted, but still very winnable round here for OG, no question about it. 18 seconds left, then 4 versus 4, sneaking out. Shiro's gonna get that kill. Okay, it gets a bit more interesting now. They're all very low on the Spirit side, so again, it should be OG winning this round, but there is a bit of a question mark. Donk will hit another shot this time on Keto to bring him down. And
how low they are.
Yeah, they have Fiku with the kit, but this is really a bit of a problem now.
He said, don't get donked, Anders. I think, unfortunately, that has happened. It's a hat-trick for one of the world's best. Make it a quad kill. Desert Eagle, no armor, nothing for raw frags and a headshot to kick things off towards Thomas
Henry,
as well. And that was the eco. That was Glocks and a single deagle, I think.
That means they won that round over at BOG just to make things even more upsetting. Like, it actually emotionally takes even more damage. You're like, oh, damn, why did we do that if we can't win against Donk? 4 kills with the Deagle.
He plays it very well. But it's just so much pressure being applied. As soon as Thomas goes down and they get so much control, they find the smoke from Thomas's corpse as well. They can cross with that smoke, allows them to get 4 players on towards the ramp. They were very cautious. They didn't cross straight away. They waited for the double nades to come through. They popped open the smoke. They waited for the spam. Then they cross over when they're reloading their weapons. And then there's just too much territory under their remit. Bomb planted. Shiro gets the car, the M4 as well. As long as he gets 1 more kill, it should be enough, which he delivered on. And then Dong picked up 4 Deagle kills in total with no Kevlar. Disaster. Just when we said that's the window for OG to get back into this game, unfortunately, it's anything but. They go down to the bottom of the barrel loss bonus. Got pistols again, scouts, and it's map points on your pick at 12-3.
Yeah, absolutely nothing to work with here, unfortunately.
That's the rough one.
Scout still on Moto. If he could do what he did the other round and get a bunch of tags, that's probably the way to get into this one. We'll see if Spirit are going to be a little bit quicker. Last time they were a bit slow, and that allowed the Scout to do more damage. Well, he got the tag anyway, but...
Thing is, you got 3 tags before.
Yeah.
Now, it's 1 and done, but no frag found. Destroyed the Nexius, though. Problem is, he's very low. Can't challenge for the trade on towards Chopper. Man advantage still sitting Team Spirit. 12-3, map point. 3 more kills away from pretty comfortable procedure here on Dust 2. A bit of a gap. Noise being made, though, and Donk more than ready for it. The master of spray control. Looks like we're done, Anders. We've got a 4 versus 1. And ladies and gentlemen, what a way to kick things off here at the Blast Premier. 4 groups. It's the first map at Team Spirit with an absolute masterclass in their opponent's pick. They post 12-3 here on Dust 2.
What can you say about that one, Bobski? We see Team Spirit absolutely manhandling OG in a game that at no point whatsoever were any close. Coming into the game, you said that OG and the lineup that you're looking at right now didn't really inspire you. Was this what you expected coming into the game as well?
I mean, I remember sitting in the backstage discussing with you, was I too harsh on OG before that game? Like, I didn't say anything positive.
No?
I don't really feel like it was undeserving. I think they played a very mediocre game, no chance at all. They get a couple of free rounds in my book because they, on the likes of Spirit, overpeak a little bit because they feel the game is so easy.
So you still have nothing positive to say about OG?
Not really. I think Moto had actually a couple of different rounds where I feel like, okay, I can see he has at least some flair, right? But it's nowhere near to even justify them making this game close.
Listen, let's get all this negativity out of the way so we can start with round 6, you know, just to finally capture it. A round where OG finally gets an opening pick, a round where OG, you know, have a seemingly a good chance of winning the round, but then exactly what goes down?
Yeah, me and you sit here and we say, oh, they play bad, but what is it that's so bad, right? This is the point, right? They get an entry, right? That's fine, and Spirit also punishes Moto in suicide, but look at what Fico is doing at this point. He's like in a face-it puck, like, oh, let me get the orb. Now we have double orb. 2 seconds, guys. And then right now, look at Thomas. He's probably calling, oh, hey, guys, we need to go short. But look at Fico. Fico is still in suicide looking for that orb. Now he switched back to the AK, but they're still pushing short, Jacob. What are they doing?
I don't know. At this point, it's as disjointed as it possibly can be. Again, you're trading 1 for 1, but at this point, Chopper is going unnoticed for, and Fico is still nowhere to be found.
Still low.
Nowhere to help, because he picked up the AWP. You're right in saying that it does give you the vibes of an FPL era, you know, where someone dies with an orb and you're like, yes, I'm running straight for that, because that can give me a free kill. At this level, you know, at this intensity, against a team like Team Spirit, I think we both can agree that that's an unacceptable way of thinking of the game.
Yeah, and it's also fair because they have already one orb, right? I think it's a okay play if they don't have an orb and all. I want to do maybe a short push where they boost him, try to lock off an angle. But Thomas already having the orb on short. What do you need 2 for? And I think it just shows you how imbalanced this team is.
But it even goes from the call from the beginning. You have a double orb setup, T-side does too. How potent is that?
I mean, I think it can work at times. I think you can bait with the orb, like shooting, and then you are like on the outer spot, you're like, oh, orb is suicide. Then you can take a duel, and it actually works because Dunk tries to go for that B play by actually getting a flash and get an opening, but it doesn't really pan out.
Alrighty, let's focus on some of the positives then. We had Team Spirit obviously doing what Team Spirit does best, and that is beating their opponents.
Yeah.
Shiro had a great showing. We spoke about it in the green room, you know, looking at him standing car with an AWP, just killing people running, not getting flashed, not getting contested by any means. Was it too easy for Shiro?
I mean, this is a dream for an orb of him. Like, he's so safe on those like 100% shots, right? If you don't force him off the angles with like either util or flashes, he's too comfortable in those positions. I also think one thing that gave me a little bit of positive note from Spirit side is that they made so much damage every time they had like eco or just a remotely forced buy. They constantly forced OG to have like minimal money, and that made the game so much more easy.
Almost felt like you could see on Shiro and everyone from Team Spirit that they almost went into this game with no respect at all. They also did lose a ridiculous round, you know, in the later stages of the second half, where 2 of the players are pushing out window, none of them are looking towards tunnel. Do you feel like this is a game where Team Spirit just walked in with the mindset that let's go in here, let's farm, let's get some confidence, let's just have a good time, because it didn't feel like they even tried?
No, but that's how it starts, right? You start off with the game plan, you start feeling out the game, and then after round like 7 and 8, you can kind of feel like, okay, these guys are not up to our level now. We can loosen up a little bit. I think we see a retake on B where everybody's just like peeking outside window, nobody holding dark. And I think this is what like Spirit won't do again, a better position. But against the likes of OG, they are not going to respect them to that extent.
And I guess it is a nightmare, right? What you see on your screen right now, you have Shiro on 20 kills, 125 ADR. You have Donk at 137 ADR as well, all over the place. When you have Shiro and Donk playing at that level, then I guess if you're OG, there's nothing you can really do, is there?
No, and it's a harsh reality. Before the game, you already know you're lost. If you know that Shiro and Donk is going to play their level, right? Yeah. You're going to pray or do like some sort of temple thing, pray to somebody that like they're gonna have an off day, and then you might have a chance if you do your structure really well, but we didn't even see that. I
love that reaction from Donk right here, getting a multi-kill in lower, and he was even surprised himself that he got 2 people in that sequence. Donk was a point of conversation for the Esports World Cup. He didn't have the best tournament. He was a shadow of himself. I know it's on a cheap basis. You go up against OG, just map 1. We haven't seen map 2, but anything that gives you confidence in Donk's ability to just instantly bounce back and be, you know, back to his best.
I think it's fun to look at players and who's like breaking through the scene, like how fed up do they get with their success, right? And I think Donk is not one of those, because you go back home and you look at the guy's face, nothing's changed. Like, he's constantly grinding. He's motivated to be back there. Like, sometimes we see like people getting MVPs and something, and then they start like, oh, okay, I'm the king of the world, I don't need to do this anymore. But Donk is just built different, man. He keeps playing Faceit, he keeps trying to grind those hours, and I think it shows always on his aim.
It does show on his aim. It does show on the performance of Team Spirit. They absolutely manhandled their opponent in this very first game. For us, there's not much more to talk about when it comes to Dust 2. We're going to jump on a short break, and then we have Map 2 coming up between Spirit and OG. You'd be a fool not to consider heading into the fall finals in Copenhagen. We've been in Copenhagen many, many years, and it's always great excitement when the teams are taking on the stage. One of those teams that we expect to be at those finals are obviously Team Spirit, especially after the first map. Now, heading into map 2 on Mirage, is there anything that gives you any indication whatsoever that OG can make more of a game out of this one?
I'm not considering that those two should have been their that castle, right? They should have made their anti-strat, made the feeling that they could actually make a case for themselves, but they couldn't. And now they're playing Spirit's worst map on paper, but they actually keep picking it. So it might be a little bit misaligned to say that it's the worst map, but they keep picking it regardless of the 16% win rate.
And why do you think that is? Why does Team Spirit keep picking on Mirage if it's theoretically the worst map at the moment?
I mean, I think a lot of teams has this period where you are really good in practice, but you're just losing in the officials, right? It's also a lot of close games against the best teams in the world, so that has to be taken into consideration. But I do think Mirage is a map that suits Spirit relatively well, considering it's a map where you can really be hyper-aggressive, and I think a guy like Dunk enjoys that.
Dunk definitely enjoys being hyper-aggressive. Would it also be a point to make across the board that for Spirit, if you have been struggling a little bit with Mirage specifically, if Dunk in particular, as we spoke about, have been struggling a little bit individually, going up against OG in a group stage match like this would be a great test of where is our Mirage at by now, maybe even good practice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit crazy to say struggling, right? It's 117 rating, but we know he's so much better and he can do a lot more. The only thing that I'm a bit worried about is that once you start getting the ball rolling on this Mirage, I think he will just peak. Like, I don't think they will do like their advanced setups, getting in the good principles, like, you know, play off my contact 1-2. He's just gonna strafe and get the OG guy. So I think it can be a little bit of a misguidance maybe for Dunk on a game like against OG. It doesn't really make you fear for your spot in that.
Yeah, and let me play the devil's advocate then in that regard. If you're Team Spirit, you're going into this game, you're thinking to yourself, okay, we have been struggling a little bit on Mirage. Let's pick it against OG. Let's get some practice. Let's learn something about it. Now, if you're Dunk, as you said, could that mask the fact that you're playing against such a weak team that no matter what Dunk is going to do, it's going to work out? And I guess as a player, you have to be aware of that as well, that sometimes you're getting away with stuff that you wouldn't be able to get away with if you were to play Vitality or FaZe or someone else who's good, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And there's two ways on the scale, right? There's either the one where, okay, let's just give Dunk confidence and make sure that he's really comfortable, or there's like, let's make the good principles and let him be a little bit more calm in situations where he might gain confidence, right? And I think after that EVC, I think he's just looking for a little bit of confidence, and who better than OG on Mirage to gain that from?
Sure, and I think it's almost a guarantee that we can speak about Dunk. We're going to see his impact on the server. Now, if you look towards OG again and you look at the players, the material they have to work with, is there anyone on their side that you hope to see more of? Is there anyone who can maybe help OG, not necessarily win the map, I think that's not realistic, but make it a competitive game of Counter-Strike?
I mean, I think we said before the game that it felt like very FPL puggish, and I think Mirage is the most puggish map there's out there. Like, there's a lot of standardized nades that I'm sure OG has ready, so that's going to be giving me a little bit of comfort, and it's not Spirit's strongest map, but I do feel like there's a very weak argument of why OG should even be able to make this remotely close.
I guess it starts with one of the players having more than 10 kills, you know, in a game of Counter-Strike. As said, is there any specific player that you think have a higher chance of finding impact on Mirage than...
Exactly, and it's so hard to judge any of these players off the performance we just saw, right? Because they failed as a team. Like, nobody delivered anything. I think Moto, in a few cases, I think with the Take 9 towards B, opened up, got a couple of tags with the scouts, important moments. Yeah. He can maybe be a little bit of faith in a very, very difficult environment.
What about Keto? A guy with a lot of experience. He was the in-game leader of OG. Now he's not the in-game leader for this tournament at the very least. He wasn't big for a long time. I specifically remember, I think Mirage was his best map when he was in big. Yeah. Is that a player that we need to see more from?
I mean, if you're going to tell me if he's going to be the second worst player on in the list of top 50 teams, and then he's not going to be the IGL, of course we're going to need to see more. Is this the tournament he's going to be seeing it from? Most likely not, due to the opposition being so strong. But of course, if he's abandoning the role of IGL, which surely is in the cards since he gives it away to a stand-in, then he needs to massively find his form again. He needs to massively find his form again.
I'm really, really trying to find something positive that the viewers, the casters can hang their hat on. It doesn't strike me as you're on board with that. Is it as simple as Spirit is going to win this game as easily as Dust 2 and we're going to move on? Or do you think there's any realistic shot whatsoever that OG can, at the very least, get to 5, 6, 7 rounds and make us wonder if there's a game to be had?
I hope a pistol round for the likes of OG can just reset them of what they've just been through, right? They've been through Dust 2, losing a couple of ecos as well. Hurts even more on the confidence. Winning a pistol, potentially getting the first buy round, getting the economy flowing, could actually save them a little bit, maybe even make it competitive. And it is also, if Spirit goes into that mode where they don't respect you, I would fear even more for OG, because then they're not even going to be able to do their defaults or the executes, because Dong, Magic, Sontic's just going to strafe on you, right? So they're going to be hoped to bring a little bit of fear into OG or Spirit side, and then they can potentially play a little bit more structured.
Listen, I respect the honesty, and I wouldn't expect anything else from you, Bobski. It's going to be a tough game for OG no matter what. Hopefully Henry and Anders can guide us through the game with a bit more positive mindset. At least Henry is good for that, I know.
I've always been a bit of a silver lining guy.
Yeah.
I find. Is that true?
Looking on the bright side.
Yeah, sometimes. I'm not sure I can find much here going into Mirage, though. Right? Bear in mind, Dust2 was OG's pick. Yeah, you can see the odds coming in from GG Bet. Doesn't look good. Those are bad odds, actually. That's the highest I think I've seen in some time before a game starts.
Yeah.
That's kind of insane. But yeah, it's Spirit, number 3 team in the world right now. OG playing for stand-in. As the boys said on the desk as well, you've got Keto more than willing just to give up the in-game leader role. And this sort of tournament, you'd be like, he's the chance to prove himself as an in-game leader, right? Be able to coordinate this squad and make it happen.
Yeah.
But he's just giving it up, and like, Bubsky's scared of his stats being so low as well. Like, you really need him to step it up. Thomas, what can he really do here? It's been 8 days of frack. They had a couple of rounds, literally a couple of rounds in Dust2 where it looked like they could bring it together. But yeah, it's Mirage at least. It's a map everyone knows how to play, as Bubsky mentioned as well. It's a map where everyone's throwing the same meta grenades. They need to have a bit more pep in their step, though. I think just having, like we said, the B rush.
Yes.
Just more of those sort of rounds. Like, it's just set pieces, call from spawn, don't overcomplicate it because you just don't have the resources tactically to take on Spirit. But I'm hoping for a more competitive game here. They'll start on the CT side, at least OG, as Spirit send all 5 members over towards B. It doesn't look like to be the rush. Probably just going to be throwing one smoke either towards kitchen window or towards the pillars themselves. You can like completely smoke off short with one smoke these days. As we get ready, Chopper setting up the utility. Play down in towards underpass as well. That'll be Magic's just trying to take a bit of attention here, but he gets a lot more than he bargained for. Nice shot from Modo. That's going to be the commitment in towards B. Flashbang goes over, and in we go.
They can win the pistol round. That'd be huge news, but they need to defend this bomb site. Sontic's already taken down one. Nice shot from Fiku. Can he land another headshot before he runs out of bullets? Now he's reloading, and they're trying to hunt him down while he's in the middle of that reload. It's a smart idea, and it will be Shiro to pick up the kill on Fiku. We really did try to dance around there while the reload was happening, the best that he probably could have there, but the bomb has been planted, so half the job's already done for Spirit. And Thomas is very low on health here. Keto, if he wants to improve those stats, this is one of the rounds to maybe do it in, but he can't find the headshot against Sontics, and it leaves Thomas alone and on just 4 health here. I don't think it's worth it. You're not going to get back into this one. Just get the smoke and get out. He's hoping for a headshot there, but Sontics will take him down, and it will be Spirit to pick up the pistol.
Well. It was a good try there. Couple of key duels not going in favor of OG. Slowly but surely, Spirit broke through. It all started here. They had the man advantage. Moto's nice shot towards the underpass. Fiku did well. He was tenacious, but couldn't find enough damage to really slow them down. And once the bomb was planted, it was a 3 versus 2 in favor of Team Spirit. Thomas had a nice shot, but he only had 4 HP himself. Teammate goes down, and it's pretty comfortable overall. So what's next? OG, is this a 5-man stack towards A? Looks to be the case. Nothing invested, Anders. USPs across the board. And the snake starting to make its way down that A ramp.
I like it. At least this is more interesting than if they were to sort of spread themselves out. Just, they're going to run into anyone. I guess that's the kind of the disappointing part of this round so far, but it would be cool if they ran into somebody and just surprised them here at T-spawn. They keep going, maybe. Spirit are setting up some of the classic grenades. Like you said, everyone knows them on the map, so going to be smoking off towards jungle with that one. And actually, the bomb is making its way back. Oh, Sontics, smart. Look at him dropping the bomb instantly. He's saying, all right, if I'm going to fight them, I don't want them to actually have the bomb if I end up going down. So, very quick thinking. It's going to be Sontics getting a nice couple of kills there. 3 on him. And the round is done with. But still, I like the initiative from OG. Try and do something different.
Yeah. Didn't necessarily lead into a round win, but gave it a go. That was the full eco. So we are going to see all the bells and whistles going forward, but we'll see what they have in stock. I think Moto's gone for the glass cannon. I don't say that too often these days, but needs must, I suppose. I think he does have to step up here. Couldn't really get a couple of scout moments in Dust2. That was about it.
Yeah.
See a bit more from him here. Keto starting to deliver. That's a nice kill on Zontix. Finds it towards the A ramp. Very quickly at the start of the round, trying to sneak his way up. Shiro's got the AWP as well. Watch out for helmets here. You can see we've got Chopper on the Mac 10. It's only Fiku who's unprotected. I guess Modo with no Kevlar whatsoever would also fall in that category. The Mac 10, for my money, one of the best guns in the game in certain situations. You can get running gun potential in motion. Find the unarmored heads. You can chew through the defense.
And in fairness, Chopper is the guy that pretty much invented the Mac 10 meta,
yeah,
you know, a long time ago now, but way ahead of his time in that sense. So if anyone knows how to play that weapon, it should be Chopper.
The old chop. A split coming up here. In-game leader Chopper will be waiting towards top and middle. Two teammates towards Palace, the bomb at the A ramp. CTC more than ready for this though. They've got the man advantage. Time's still there for Spirit, looking to find 3 rounds in a row here. Got to convert this round for OG. Got nothing done on Dust 2 whatsoever. We'll see if they can break through here. Thomas maintains the man advantage here.
It's not looking too bad. Keto will get traded right away, but with only 30 seconds and in a 2 versus 4, it's a winnable round. Thomas does get grenaded, unfortunately. He was very low on health, so a quick 2 versus 3 instead. But they're still finding it hard to put this bomb down. They're just not covering enough of the map at the moment. Shiro is going to get dropped, and it leaves Magic's 18 seconds, 1 versus 3 with the bomb out in the open here. It just doesn't seem doable whatsoever. So there might have been a chance here. OG, not too bad. If they can pick this one up, it's at least a start here. He's going to pick up the AWP and try to even carry it on into the next round. So OG are on the board early on. I like that.
Yeah, well done. Keto getting a couple of kills there as well, so stepping up. No one really got going on Dust 2 whatsoever. So that's how it all started. Zontix is trying to make the contact play at the start. First gun round. Catch him off guard. Doesn't work out for him. And then it's going to be Keto and Co capitalizing upon that man advantage. Nice shot from Modo. Blast cannon or bear in mind as well. Makes it work here. First gun round goes in favor of OG. Not out of the woods just yet, though. Saving the AWP does Magic. Handed over to one of the world's best, Shiro. And they've got Galils and AKs here. Still a pretty strong round. And you can see still some weaknesses for OG. MP9 for Keto, Famis for Thomas. Speaking of which, in-game leader and stand-in. Challenging towards top of middle. Nice little spam through the smoke. Does find 20 damage towards Chopper. There's a vote available on Blast TV. Can OG bring this to Ancient? What would you vote? And there's Surely or nope, no chance.
I'm shocked that there's a 28% chance for Surely. I really am, but...
Surely they can. Hey, they're optimistic over that.
Some real copium going on.
They're trying to manifest it. Right?
True. Yeah, well, that might be what's happening here. To be honest, if they win this round, though, it does get a little bit more interesting, right? They're going to have a chance to finally have a little bit of breathing room. Spirit will be out of money, and OG can actually maybe have like what feels like an easier round on their hands. So they should be able to, assuming there's no crazy donk deagling going on like there was on Dust 2.
Yeah, there was a bit of that going on.
4 versus 3 here, Henry. I mean, this is respectable. They are quite far away from the B-bomb site, so we'll see if they start to rotate OG, if they kind of have any inkling of what's going on. Otherwise, it'll be a bit lonely for Fiku, who's just hanging out here. Yeah, now the rotation's coming in, so they might be just on time for it.
He is low, though. One bullet from an AK could take him down. Let's see whether that comes through. He has got a bit of backup coming through, though, so it should be absolutely fine. It's going to be Nexius making his way towards that B-bomb site. Slowly does it. Zontix. Given the fact they're in the bomb site now. Magic's deadly in these sort of scenarios. Can't find the frags, but Fiku certainly can. B defense holds on once more. And it's going to be Shiro to save the AWP. And it looks like we've got a 2-2 scoreline. OG got as many rounds as they did on Dust 2 very early on in their CT campaign. We'll take that all day long. Shiro might go down here. Has to be a hell of a spam at this point. No, just 1 damage. But they knew where he was. Well done. Good round from OG. Once again, the problem is Shiro keeps saving that AWP. It's just a matter of time before he activates again. He had like 16 kills in the first half of Dust.
Yeah, that is, I mean, it does make the next round a little bit more dangerous. Something for OG to kind of keep themselves sharp.
1 at a time, guys. Just 1 at a fucking time. Yeah, let's go.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, really. I mean, that's got to be the mentality, right? You're not thinking about, you know, anything like 5 or 6 rounds down the road. You're just probably thinking about what's going on right here, right now. And to be honest, it is pretty good. They got 2 AKs. They even stole a Galil and Thomas there. And if they can just dodge this Shiro AWP or kill it, it's going to be even better.
Just Glocks around it. Donk's got the Kevlar Glock setup. So if the AWP does go down or they find a pick, he can be upgraded to a natural soldier on the battlefield after that. We'll see whether it's going to be a worthwhile investment. That's the thing. If you can just find him a pick, get him a rifle in hand, it's going to be quite difficult to deal with. And there it is, Anders. Now he's got the rifle and the Kevlar. All of a sudden, this round has got a lot more deadly.
Yes, it did. Sontik's also somewhere in the back with a deagle, so don't count him out. Or maybe so. Moto's going to be getting a kill on Donk. This one's not too bad right now. The return is there for OG. Started to find their way back. Shiro gets another one, and Chopper this time with a headshot. Taking down Thomas, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3 and a bit of a nightmare here for OG.
I still believe. I think this might be fine. No, maybe not anymore. Okay, it's totally going wrong. Modo will have to step up here. He's got Kevlar this time, and 2 players to find. It's Magix and Chopper, though. They are low, but that doesn't really help him with the AWP in hand. He has no kits, no utility, running out of time. Slowly starting to peel off. He doesn't fancy his chances here, and he won't be considering the backstab from Chopper. Oh, that's the round they couldn't afford to lose. The 3 Glocks, a Deagle, and an AWP. Like we said, with Donk with the Kevlar as well, it just made it so much more potent. He could upgrade it to the M4 as soon as he got the opening kill, and then the round just unravels in front of them. Shiro continues to find those kills. Chopper with a nice headshot. Modo did fight back somewhat, but overall, it's a disappointing way for it to fall apart. OG will still have cash, however. 3-2. They have a pistol for Keto. 3 and 4s, AWP, and some nice fancy footwork to get some short control at the start of the round at least, but
that's actually such a disappointing round, because that would have been the chance there for OG to really start to roll some rounds in their favor, but they are playing this on hard mode at the moment. Sontix will take down Keto to begin with. Again, he doesn't get that much done here. Thomas getting shot in the side. They were pushing through the smoke, and I think you could see the frustration on Thomas' face there. He's like, why am I having to cover both the A-ramp and the connector at the same time? What on earth is going on? Just Fiku on his own, trying to see if he could save the M4. That is the best case scenario right now, but I doubt that's going to happen. They're already out hunting for him, so wow. I think that one round is just what activated Spirit. Like, they were already playing well. They were already probably going to win this one, but giving up that last round is just devastating.
It really is. I think you're right on the money there. There was some momentum building. You heard it from Thomas, just one round at a time, chain them together, but it's so demoralizing when you've already had a really rough showing on Dust 2. Like, you lose to Glocks again. And sure, the Orb's out there as well. Like, don't get me wrong, it's Shiro and an Orb and Glocks. Like, that's still deadly, but yeah, like, you do need those rounds to go in your favor. Been a lot of one-way traffic ever since then. They don't save anything, so that's eco territory. They're averaging $2,000 per player going to the next round, currently down 4-2. And we did have some breaking news in the break of the first map, Anders. Dexter will not be making it for the map against, or the match against Complexity. So Coach Saw will be standing in for that game.
Okay, kind of a legendary coach, but
yeah.
But in terms of being on the server,
I was so hyped to see Dexter though.
Yeah,
it's been a while. It's been like 10 months since he's been on the server. So
we wanted him back.
We wanted him back. I think he's coming back for like their second game, whatever it may be. But he won't be playing today.
Okay, that's a bit of a shame. That might be great news for Complexity.
For scheduling fans, it could be fantastic news.
Yeah,
we're flying for it
today. We're real quick work.
Yeah, it's been a quick day so far. But let's have a look. Sounds like the tactical pause had been called. OG. Yeah, not really much you can do with this one, I'm afraid. Like I said, it's full eco territory. Like, when you've got $2,000 and you're going to be getting 2,400 the next round, that's like M4s and body armor. Next round, so you literally can't buy anything. You can't even get like a PT50. That would be too much. So they had an interesting approach before. They've gone for the B stack this time. 5 players lying in wait, hoping a mistake is made, a B execution is called, and to be fair, they are starting to coordinate themselves on that side of the map. The problem is, even if you do have 5 players here, you don't really have the firepower to do much with it.
Yeah, that's probably true. Even if they were to go B, you probably still lose this round. But give them the benefit of the doubt for now. I must say, though, losing that early round to the Orb and the Glocks is such a demoralizing round, because obviously, if you want to give the war speech later, saying, okay, now we've got rifles, it's our chance. Like, you couldn't even win against the single AWP. It's just kind of hard to get the troops fired up after that. Some flashes being thrown, and the bomb is making its way here. So right now, the name of the game is to not show yourselves until they are fully committed. You have to wait as long as you can. So first little dink is there. Now you start swinging, doing some damage. They're landing more dinks, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. You can see the long-range dink of the USP against helmets is just not that impactful, unfortunately. So, but still, I don't know if they could have done anything better there. OG, it's a respectable round.
Well, there we go. They managed to get a kill. Like we said, even with the correct stack there, it's still an incredibly difficult scenario. It was looking promising at the start of Mirage. Got a couple of rounds after losing the pistol, but once again, the gap is starting to widen. We will see the raid come through and a decent buy, but like I said, it's M4s and it's Kevlar, it's no helmets, it's basic utility, no AWP for Modo. It's just a difficult round, not impossible. It's just not everything you'd like to see. Thomas will be waiting for anyone crossing over towards short. Got himself a nice elevated position. Could be overlooked. Has to wait patiently here. Spirit not giving too much away at the start of this round. They have Shiro parked up towards top and middle. Magic's passively waiting for any A pushes at the A ramp. Same story for Zontix, looking towards Palace. Just hoping the CTs will get inquisitive at some stage here. They're operating with zero information right now in the defense. Smoke going down towards window, A towards short.
I feel like for Spirit, it must be frustrating, or rather for OG, to be having to play the slow style all of a sudden. Like, they were so aggressive earlier, Spirit, and now they're kind of letting you just kind of stew in it for a while here. You're down, you're losing the game, and you're not getting any real fights. Looks like OG might want to try and collapse on the middle. Yeah, they're going to flash their way over to try and take a peek. It's not a bad idea. And with the combination of the flash and the M4 on Moto, they're going to get the kill on the Shiro. So it's a pretty decent start here. Let's see if they can get back onto the A bomb side without losing too many players. It's risky when you're rotating back in like that and you don't have control of the A ramp, but so far so good. They've only killed Keto with an HE, so I think this is actually looking like a really good round.
Yeah, they've played very patiently. They should be rewarded for it as well. It's going to be Chopper looking for the double kill. Oh, goodness gracious. He actually pulls it off. 13 seconds is now down to Magic to try and make this round a reality. Needs to find a quick kill on the side if he can. They've got the bomb. Can it even be planted, Anders? I don't think it can. I think it's after. I don't think it goes down here.
Yeah, he was stuck, unfortunately, being held by Fiku. He couldn't easily run out of that connector. And with the bomb the whole time. Wow, that's pretty shocking. But again, if he would have got the bomb, if he had 1 more second, he plants the bomb, and it could be a lost round for OG in spite of a great start there. So kind of scary.
The fact it's a 4-on-2 though, and it actually goes down to a 2v1, and you win on the clock, like, it's a sigh of relief more than a celebration.
True.
So yeah, round 1 for sure. You get 32.50 per player though by winning by virtue of frags. So as you can see, the money is quite heavily affected. MP9, Famous, lose this round, you're down to the bottom of the barrel as well, financially speaking. But this is why they're trying to be a little bit more assertive at the start here. They can't really defend a full execution at this point. They don't have the firepower nor the utility. And Magic's, oh, he just makes such light work of them. That's the lack of helmets and that silenced M4.
Yeah.
Waiting for players to push into you, that's rough, and that's going to be 2 very nice kills. Round not necessarily over, but it's not looking great.
I do like what they were trying to do anyway. I think OG, that is probably the way you want to try and play it. You have to get something back. I mean, the fact that it doesn't work out, obviously, it's even worse. But
that we've been pointing out, Spirit have been playing quite a tentative game on the T side. They've been waiting for those sort of plays at the start of every round. I agree. Definitely have to do something there. Couldn't sit back and just hope you can fend off a full execution. The round's already over. It's an open A bomb site that will be saving these weapons they haven't B, but the hunt will be called. I can tell you that much. They won't be letting them save these weapons easily. Footsteps for Magic's already got himself a double kill. Doesn't have the bullets, actually, for the quad.
Okay.
Didn't get the reload in after the double kill, I believe. So
yeah, he didn't. That's bizarre. But you're right. The rest of them, they are trying to look for it here. Keto, you got to be real careful. Oh, I think he didn't see them. They're already going to be going up the stairs behind him. He missed the timing, and yeah, for Thomas, that's the end of him. Keto alone at the back here. I think he might have missed a bit of a timing as well. All right, they're already getting real close. He could have tried to escape to the market, but I think now he's a little bit in the open, and they're getting dangerously close. They keep running at him. He's going to get the headshot on one, and all right, nobody else swinging for him. He will just, no, he dies right at the end. There was less than a second left.
Yep, that's rough. Yeah, that was a pretty difficult investment. Regardless, you can see Complexity getting warmed up. That the next game will be Complexity versus Heroic. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'll say it one last time, accelerated schedule today. So this is a quick 2-0, which is looking likely about 15 minutes after we start that next game. It's the first time we've done it, our full group, so you just want to make sure the PSA is sent out there.
Yeah.
Everyone now is aware. No excuses. We've got 4 best of 3s in total to bring you today. Accelerated schedule, normally a welcome addition to any tournament here. But another eco, Anders. Not to write home about, I'm afraid. I think a donk 4-man spray down. Sounded good.
Yeah, he made it work.
Made that work.
Rather quickly.
Another round done. Another one on the pile for Team Spirit. Smiles around, though.
I think you have to.
I mean, like we said, literally no one in the world came in today thinking no one was coming in. Just with the information we have, it's OG who are like having a terrible run of form in CS2. They can barely find a win. Last 3 months, I don't think they've picked up a series. They're playing with Stand-In, who's also their in-game leader. You're up against one of the world's best teams up until last week with the #1 team in the world. I mean, like, what did you expect? Like, they're putting up a much better game here on Mirage, but all we can do, if they can get 5 rounds here, which would be the last 2, they've still got a chance. They can maybe take us to Ancient. You know, like, it's not over yet, but it's the way there's such categorical victories in these rounds. It just feels like it's so, like, so comprehensive. Like, I'm fearing for them. But let's try and stay optimistic. See what they can do. Motor's got the AWP once again. Thomas back down on the FAMAS. 3 M4s to work with here. They've tried this little contact play in towards A before, and they weren't ready for it. It was Keto to manage to get a double kill. They tried it before, but now this is a full-on assault in towards the A side. So now where they've been really tentative and running those slow defaults, complete change of pace. It's a bit of a masterclass here from Chopper. Condition your opposition. Make them hold on to the utility and fear the default, and then you just drop a beautiful set piece at the very start of the round. No one's even in the bomb side to delay you or put up a fight. Modo does find the opening kill of the round, and Chopper's down to 0 HP at this point.
Thomas with a FAMAS. Oh, actually pulls out the USP to take down Shiro. That's interesting. Didn't even want to reload. This one looks almost unlosable. 2 versus 5 here. Spirit, sure, they get the bomb planted, but now they have to defend it as well. Just Magic's left in a 1 versus 3. Does get a couple of banging headshots, and they don't have a kit, so if he would have stayed alive a little while longer there, that's a really winnable round.
I'm guessing they missed the smoke towards Palace there as it landed in towards Shadow. That could have cost, I was about to say, it almost did. That could have cost them the round. Like, you don't want smoke in Shadow. You're not really doing that. Like, you smoke Palace, and he could have got like a double kill there. They ended up losing the round because of that. That would have been it. That would have been the backbreaker. Thomas, though, the FAMAS, gets the dink, pulls out a USP. Yeah, I like that. And this is the moment Magic hits an absolute blinder of a shot there. Gets the double kill. That's going to raise morale, though. Like I said, 7-5 wouldn't be a bad half. Like, they're actually starting to find a little bit of form towards the end here.
Yes.
One more would do nicely.
Getting there, slowly but surely.
They're just doing the same strat again. I love it. Why not? You managed to get through with like 0 repercussions until the post-plant situation. And here we go. Once again, same strategy, Anders. We'll see if they can find the opening kills. It's going to be Dong to open things up.
Yeah, what an entry running. They still don't know that Nexius is down. He has a double setup in the dark position, so it's possible that Nexius could come barreling out. He's going to stop the bomb plant for 1. Almost shoots his teammates in the middle of the chaos, but he won't. It's going to be a double kill instead, and it's looking really good. Leg shot on the Chopper as well, but that bomb is lost back there. It was never planted. Nexius could not have found a better timing, and now it's a 3 versus 3. Shiro up on the high ground. He might be able to find a free kill. It's going to be Fico to take down Chopper, and now it's up to Donk and Shiro. Don't underestimate them. Shiro still alive here. They know exactly where he is. They got him isolated in the corner, and they'll find him. No respect for Thomas on that one. He takes him down, and it's another round for OG.
It really is, and that's quite a compelling finish for the plucky underdogs here. They post 7-5 at the end of Mirage first half. welcome back. It's the first day of Blast Premier 4 Groups 2024, first series as well. Second map between OG and Team Spirit, and things starting to look up for the underdogs here, Anders, as they actually post 5 rounds, I should say, on their CT side. Not amazing, but much better than what it's looking like on Dust 2.
Yeah, at least they're in the game. It's
Right.
not just complete walkover here. If they win the pistol on the second half here, it's a much bigger conversation all of a sudden.
Yeah, you see the odds coming in from GG Bets. OG still not favored, of course, but still, like, it's looking better. That is something here. Like, if they win the pistol, like, you never know. Maybe do go to Ancient. That's probably the best scoreline they could really hope for, considering all the obstacles and hurdles against them. But let's have a look. So Moto open things up. Towards that underpass, got to get past Donk, though.
It's a dangerous walk past there, but he doesn't get the kill either. Moto does go down, but it's Sontix to try and help out. 4 versus 4. And Chopper is feeling the pressure. They're coming in from the other side here. Having to run a little bit further back. Bomb kind of close to being planted here. I think Thomas is in charge of it. Nexius will get another kill, and that creates a bit of space for them now. They've got that position in the connector. This is really strong for OG. They should be winning this round. Chopper, he has the kit, and he's on 15 health, so how do you actually get that defuse in? Anything tags you, and that's going to stop the defuse. Well, he's dead. Might actually be an advantage. Now somebody else can pick it up, but I think they're kind of realizing it's a bit too far gone now. How do you find these last players? It doesn't seem doable. Thomas will continue to hit the shots here.
The kit's on the ticket booth as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I don't think this one's going to be working out for Donk. Well done. OG. That's more like it. This assertive finish there to the round. They get the opening kill down in towards the underpass. 8 split coming through. Bomb planted. Nice crossfire positions. And they hit their shots. Job done.
Henry, you can throw the bomb and the grenades. Why not the defuse kits?
I was about to say that, like when you mentioned it. I was like, oh, it would be a blessing if he goes down early. Someone else can pick it up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it's just never been a thing. Probably shouldn't be. I think that the fact, like, maybe they're a little bit too expensive in CSGO and CS2. Like, they were $200 and 1.6. But, you know.
Okay. Maybe another way to fix that. But either way, doesn't work out for Spirit. So 6-7 scoreline. That's very interesting. I think we're getting into a more fun territory right about now. Oh, but don't do them like that. Out of all the things that could happen, the last thing you want is to get donked again.
Yeah, these are the rounds they were struggling with on Dust 2. Like, as soon as they'd win one, they would lose to the Desert Eagles. And Donk's already opened things up by taking down in-game leader Thomas. And the CZ ready to swing in as well. Don't win by Miku. Gets himself 2 kills. Dropped by Donk in the end, but he's also silenced by Nexius. They've got the man advantage once more. MP9 doing a lot of damage out there. Spots another. Ducking and weaving, trying to find the killing blow, and now it's just down to Shiro. He's got the scout. 2 shots would do it, but looks very unlikely to pull this one off as we go 7-7. Unless like a miraculous double peak comes through and they miss their shots. I can't see a world where he even gets close to this one. So no, every second that goes by, his chances are dwindling.
And he probably doesn't know that they're both that low either, so it might be hard for him to sort of summon the courage to try and really go for that one. He'll end up going down, and that is great news for OG. Well played. They're making this a much more interesting game. It's been a little bit rough. There wasn't much really to talk about on Dust 2. It's just over so quick with, and on this one, at least OG are making it a bit more respectable.
Yeah, one con.
That Donk experience.
He's got to control your rage. I've actually got to communicate this kill.
Sick, guys! Come on! Come on! They forced, right?
They did force. Full eco now.
Except for Donk with the deal. He really wants to do it more. If he finds Thomas, it'd be so funny, but nope. There'd be some revenge. Instead, it is Shiro in the back, so another deagle in play in the round. But still, this looks very controllable. Got the Mac 10 on Nexius. Great counter to, you know, a stray unarmored deagle somewhere on the map. Thomas calling it out quickly, saying that someone was pushing T-spawn there.
Yeah, this is a bit of an open goal for OG at this point. 4-4. Just got these USPs. Should be fine. Very meta Molotov right now. Covers the van, the corner, any close range positions. He's going through the motions here. I just don't see a way to give this one up Every duel should be going in their favor, and it continues to do so. Thomas with the low HP finds a nice headshot towards rival and game leader Chopper. Should be finishing up towards A. No CT resistance there whatsoever. So job done. OG actually taking the lead here on Mirage. We're going to go 8-7 after winning that pistol.
I still can't really bring myself to believe that this would be a victory on the map, but if it is, then that would be really impressive for OG again. They are just heavily outcast in this game, but they're starting to summon a little bit of strength, and you've got to admire that. Thomas is already low on health. Not necessarily a big deal that he goes down to the 3 versus 3. There's no kit and nothing else really to work with here on the Spirit side, so sure, they can try and make it expensive, but they should never even get close to winning this round at this stage. A lot of damage being dished out there towards the connector, and Iku probably in a very winnable position in the corner here. They've picked up an AK, and Sunsix might just want to try and even run away with it. They're not defusing the bomb.
Definitely would have liked to have saved it. I don't think that's going to happen now. Let's be going for damage. They'll be buying up next round regardless. Gets a little bit uncomfortable towards the end there. They're just hoping there's no kid in play. It's almost impossible that anyone would purchase that, but still, there it is. Yeah, 3 kills found. Not too bad considering that was pretty much a full eco. A couple of deagles into the mix. But here comes the first gun round here. We have got a lead now for OG for the first time. And we'll see if they can hold on to it. Looking to take us to a third map of Ancient, if possible. Looking much better here on Mirage. Team Spirit considered one of the most deadly teams on this map. But bear in mind, I suppose you get 0 tape, 0 intel. Has to help OG operate on this map, especially with Thomas coming through. Like, it's a completely different strap book. They're using the Thomas system here. Keto not leading this tournament. And they've got a bit of a bonus round, and it's the MAC-10 trying to sneak through. These are the sort of plays that you need to present if you're going to try and take down a team like Spirit, catch them off guard, take these brave peeks, and unfortunately the smoke being popped open grants 2 frags towards Team Spirit, 5 on 3.
I agree, though. I do like that. The MAC-10 to pave the way that could have been working out, but they get absolutely destroyed in this round. Chopper just swinging wide for a double kill.
Bit of a statement that round.
Yeah.
But like we said, that's the bonus round. Like you've got the Galils, the MAC-10s, decent spawn. You just want to try and see if you can catch them off guard and continue with the momentum on your side of the server. Did not work out. Team Spirit cracking open the smoke towards the steps and finding a nice double. Speaking of which, get a nice double here as well for Chopper, denying the plant. And it's a clean sweep. And an eco, unfortunately. After that round, they lost 3 players. It was just too much investment lost. So to buy up fully next round and to give Moto the AWP going forward as well, they got to take the eco here. Which is fine. It's still 8-8. Anyone's map. Get a plant here and a couple of kills. That would be nice. Chopper to defend with the AK-47. Throws the incendiary towards the Palace position, but they have slipped the net somewhat. This could get a little bit uncomfortable, I suppose. And there it is. 2 frags found.
Yeah, hold the phone. One more headshot like that. It's Moto, and that's a long range. That's just a Glock that he's actually found the kill on Chopper with. Suddenly 2 versus 2, but they haven't picked up any rifles. What's going on? They've got so many kills, but it's all at such a great distance that they can't really recover any of the guns there on the T side. And that is a big issue. Grenades into the corner. Another Molotov lands right on top, and even though the area has been reduced, it's still going to be burning out Moto. A nice shot on the one. A chance for a second Nexius. If he hits it here, it'd be a miracle, and he can't quite find it. Magix will take him down instead. It's a unbelievably close round, but it will be Spirit to pick it up.
Okay. After the clean sweep against the guns, comes down to the 1v1 against the Glocks. That was kind of wild, actually. Chopper didn't have a helmet, so he met his makeout against Moto there. And things got very uncomfortable. Nexius, lovely Desert Eagle headshot here, but well played from Magic to close things out. Gives himself, he knows the bomb's down for him, essentially. He can cross over. If he does peek, he's unlikely to have Kevlar, and he would be very squishy indeed. There we go. Spirit will snatch back the lead, but that's a great round from OG. They keep them very modest on the Team Spirit side. Shiro will have to reinvest the AWP. Speaking of which, Moto's got his as well. He's showing some much better form here on Mirage. He is top fragging for OG with 12 kills. No one really got going on Dust 2 whatsoever. Bit of aggression being presented here, though, by Team Spirit. Checking all their angles, but Thomas is ready for his on-takes with the covering fire from shore. Does allow a bit of leeway for the peak from the B apartments here. Taking heavy damage is Fiku, and he will be dropped by Shiro in the end, but that does suggest the Orcs on the other side of the map, so they're going to use that information and try and capitalize upon it and actually get some decent territory under their belt in towards that A bomb side. But Shiro is so ready for the aggression in towards spawn, keeps them at a 4-on-2 advantage. Oh god, that's a lot of damage.
That's pretty painful. This can still be won. OG obviously at a huge disadvantage, but there is a way. It starts with a flick from Moto, headshot from Keto to follow it up, and in a really quick fashion, it's from a 2-on-4 into a 2-on-1 now, so still kind of doable here. Keto wants to get close, and he's ready for it now. Sprays, he thinks that defuse is already happening, but it's definitely not. Shiro's walking out in front. It's Keto to find him. A huge clutch coming out for Keto. Nice triple in the round, and that should get them fired up on the OG side.
That's a massive round to win, Anders. Like we said before, coming down to the 1v1 against the Glocks means that they were financially unstable, and it's a 2-on-1 they give up there. They smoke the bomb. They don't go for the straight-up defuse. They probably get it. If they just defuse the bomb, I'm pretty sure they win that round, but try to take the fights instead. Trying to bait out the peak, and now this game becomes a little bit more complicated. One of Moto hitting some very crucial shots there, and Keto had a rough game on Dust 2, wins out a massive round, and we're going to see the force spy coming in from Team Spirit. MP9s are out in full force. A couple of rifles and that signature Shiro AWP still out and about as well. We'll find Thomas to open things up once again. And it has to be the A finish. You've lost so much control and territory on the map elsewhere. You could go back and reclaim it, but it's going to cost you 40 seconds or so, and you've got to be cognizant of the fact they could push the B apartments here. You have no idea how deep on the map they've got. Are they top or middle?
Yeah.
And even though they're not, you can't just assume that it's clear. So this is what I'm talking about with the time aspect. To reclaim all of this side of the map, it's gonna take a lot of effort. You can see they're having to check every single corner now.
Yeah, for good reason. I'll just say this. If OG win this round, they actually get a bit of a double lead. There's no more money on the Spirit side. I mean, this is a massive swing round.
That it is.
Kind of starting to root a little bit for OG. I thought this was going to be much the same as we saw in Dust 2. Going to be more of the same, just a very one-sided game, but a lot of credit to them. I think nobody on the OG side had more than 10 kills. Or they all had less than 10 on Dust 2, right?
This is what we were talking about, Anders. Now we've finally reclaimed middle.
Yeah.
30 seconds left. So you're not really in a position to really capitalize just yet. They've heard the smoke being thrown. Nice work from Chopper, but does get taken down. He had a good awareness as what was coming in there. And OG will continue to find advantages here. We've got Fico and Keto down to the low HP. And this is the thing, you just don't have the time now to really clear out every crevice of the map. We just denied the plant here. Did he do it? Yeah, okay. Bomb doesn't go down. That's round. Still, like, he almost fumbles there. That was really quite close there. The bomb gets planted. They might actually end up losing that round, but as I mentioned, there was always going to be a tall order. Trying to reset the round when you're at the 1-minute mark, it means you have to just go through, hope that no one's pushed around the map, get that mid control, sure, but then, sure, they got a couple of nice trades, but then you couldn't even clear out the ninja boxes at the back, and ultimately this is what cost him it. Like, it should have been much cleaner than that for Magics, but still, as long as he gets that kill, there was no way they could actually plant the bomb and win the round. Made up for on the second one, though.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
He's open con. I blend.
I would have loved to have seen what would have happened if the bomb actually did get planted, but that didn't happen this time. OG will call another timeout here, get a chance to recover themselves. It's getting a bit late here on Mirage. We're down to the last couple of rounds. But Spirit.
Oh, this is the in-game chat. This is a new feature. Nice shooter, Donk. TY, bro. I appreciate you stop doing that. Okay, we normally get like the in-game voice chat, but now we're getting the text chat as well. A nice new feature, Anders.
Surprisingly well behaved, you know?
Very respectful. Okay, new way to pop that smoke.
Cost him a lot of health, I feel like, but...
Yeah, that's fair. Like, maybe not the most efficient way to do it.
It's like a quarter of your health just gone.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure that's going to catch on, that one.
Get you fired up as well, though, you know? You're like, oh my god, like, I'm low on health. I need to really be...
Yeah.
It's like the adrenaline's pumping. They don't have much to work with on the T side, unfortunately. Oh, that last round was such a make or break round for OG. They could have had a 2-round lead if they would have won it, but ended up spending perhaps far too much time in the mid-round recovering the map. So Now we're down to pistols. They need a miracle round to pull this one back. And to be fair, if they get it, then it's back on again.
They haven't made a bad call. They've got information that players are towards shore. Aggro being taken in B, and that's a great couple of kills here. Chopper will try and answer back quickly. Shiro will keep them contained, but he's about to be dropped by the Tech 9, I believe, but he continues to fight close range with the sniper. And, well, it's round recovered. It was looking very interesting for a split second there, but ultimately, Shiro dispatches of 3 of them and brings them one step closer to a 2-0 victory here on Mirage, 11-9.
What was Donk and Suntix doing, running back through the middle like that?
It's because they dropped 2 smokes in towards the B bomb site from the apartment. So they were thinking it was a B execution fully coming in at this point. It was a nice little fake in that respect, but yeah, they were both caught with their pants down. Thankfully, Chopper and Shiro managed to make up for it. I thought that was the moment he goes down, but well handled, very calm under pressure. That was the partial buy, I believe, or at least the half buy coming in from OG. We've used all the timeouts for OG, so this must be a Team Spirit one. They're first. Just looking to close things out here. A little bit more labored this game. Dust 2
Definitely
was a walk in the park. 13-2 in their favor. This one's still open. Like, sure, these rounds have been close, but the last few have gone in favor of Team Spirit. Sure, the cash looks like exactly. Yeah, I'm assuming it's around 4,500 per player for OG. That's normally where you're aiming to be after the half buys. See what they've got. Oh no, it's actually much worse than that.
They're really struggling.
That must have been a much more significant investment than I realized in the previous round. This is do or die time, and you've got nothing to operate with. So Glocks and nothing else.
All right. Oh no, the run boost as well didn't really work. Absolutely, I'd love a close up. That's the funniest stuff. I think run boosts are always cool. Like, either it works and it's just interesting, or it fails and it looks so funny.
I don't know, boosting in CS2 is just busted anyway. Like,
look at this.
Every time I'm trying to call for them, like, trying to get boosted on, like, Anubis middle, and you just, like, start jittering around, it, like, glitches out, and you have to, like, disconnect from the server to fix the bug. It's an absolute bloody nightmare.
People need to stop. Wait until it gets patched out, hopefully.
Yeah, so I haven't even bothered, like, trying to run boost in this game.
It looked like he baited out his teammates. He's like, I'm jumping, guys. Just keep running.
Could be the final round here, unfortunately. It's an admirable showing from OG. Like, they have not been embarrassed here on Mirage whatsoever. They've actually had Team Spirit sweating. Slightly they'll have to fight back through the lower bracket, but see if they can keep things going here. It's a double kill with Zontix. Look for the triple. He delivers on all fronts here. Hat-trick in the bag. And now Fico and Modo to try and close things out. Sound Q given over towards Magix here. As long as he gets 1 kill, the round is pretty much guaranteed to be going in their favor. He does expose himself, but it's a nice little peek. 1 more player remaining, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it's all said and done here. Admirable showing from OG, it has to be said. Much better than what we saw on Dust 2. But ultimately, it is the favorites of Team Spirit that dominate the series and go 2-0 here at Blast of 4 groups.
Yeah, nice and easy for Team Spirit getting a 2-0 victory against OG. However, we did get more of a game on Mirage, so props to OG where props is due. I think they played a decent game of Counter-Strike and were able to apply some pressure to Team Spirit.
Yeah, and I also think Team Spirit kind of failed their plan, right? They wanted to put their name back on the map when it comes to Mirage, but didn't really manage to do it. I don't think Vitality and all these other top teams is going to be looking at Spirit and be like, damn, their Mirage looks sharp, but really well played by OG. And I also think we saw so many low-buy rounds where they just did so well, and that was what Spirit was so particularly good on Dust 2, but now we just see it from the other side on Mirage.
Felt like every round was close. Felt like whenever Team Spirit were in a position to win the game, close out the game, OG found a way back to win anti-ecos, to force them into uncomfortable positions. So I guess credit where credit is due when it comes to OG. They do find themselves now in the lower bracket and will have to play for survival, whereas for Team Spirit winning this game, you said it yourself, and that will be my final question to round off this game. Are you any smarter now on Team Spirit where they're at in terms of their map pool, in terms of where they're at in their level coming into this tournament?
No, it gave me a little bit of more confusion actually, because I wanted them to actually dictate that game on Mirage and show everybody that their map pool is flawless. I think that's the issue right now, is that you're going to be questioning yourself. Is teams just going to be picking Mirage, or are they going to keep sticking to their principles of trying to fix this mess on Mirage? I'm not saying that they played it horrible, but like, they want to really put that map on their level.
And for OG, you have any more confidence that they can potentially get a win at this group stage?
I mean, good news from them. We know we have Heroic afterwards, right? And they don't have an Arbor right now. They have their coach coming in, and I think that's what can shine a little bit of light into this roster. I do think they have a very realistic chance if that's going to be the case tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully that's going to be the case tomorrow. We'll see about that. Before we round off this game, we had the honor and pleasure to speak to Donk straight after his win.
Spirit managed to get their first win here, and Donk is certainly back in action. Dust 2, really good. No problems at all. Did it just feel like you could do anything and it would work?
Nah.
No?
But we should play our game and it's gonna work, I guess.
And then Mirage, it's not been a map that's been so good for you recently. Even here, you had a bit of a tough time against OG. What is going on with Spirit's Mirage?
Nothing special. We are just like searching our game, just hard working on this map, and I feel how we are getting better and better with every game that we are playing on Mirage.
How about for you individually? Because I remember some of like the best moments of Donk is running around, dominating everyone on Mirage. Do you find it difficult? Has something changed the way you play it?
No. City side, nothing changed, but on T side, something changed, but I'm not gonna say.
Okay. How confident are you though? Okay, OG, more of an easier team here. Are you very confident that you can just win this group? A seems to be quite an easy one for you.
I don't think about winning the group. We're just think about get the best shape that we can before Logan, and yeah, just try to improve our game.
And in terms of getting the best shape possible, do you feel just from this game that it's a step up in maybe communication, the way you want to play compared to what you had in Riyadh?
Yeah, definitely, yes. Well, with every episode that we are playing, we are getting better.
That's what it's all about. Thank you very much, Donk.
There we go. Happy notes from Donk. Obviously happy about winning. Not necessarily sure where he's at right now, individually or with Team Spirit, but given the strength of Group A, I guess it's fair to say that they're still the heavy favorites to book a spot at the fall finals.
Yeah, no doubt. Also, just when you have a player like him on board, right, in a group like this, it just makes a world of a difference. I don't think there's any other team in any of these ones who has remotely the level of what he's able to bring to the table. But I look at him and I kind of see him growing into a person a little bit. I remember standing that interview after winning Katowice, having no idea what's going on, like, oh, I don't know, like, and now he's actually like living into becoming a professional, like doing better and better questions, asking more from the interviewers and so on, and feels like Banks and him is actually connecting. It's kind of a sick story in some way that I really enjoy to see.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see him develop, kind of fun to see Team Spirit play for the rest of the tournament. For us now, it's time to move on. Obviously, later today, we have Astralis taking on Falcons. We have GamerLegion taking on Vitality. But after a quick break, we will be ready with the pre-show and the pre-match talk for Complexity versus Heroic. can't wait no more. We got the teams arriving. They are ready to take on the stage for the debut at the group stage. Complexity coming into this tournament, feeling maybe a little bit shattered after a rather weak start to their campaign for the second part of the season. Holzerk, the boys, Grim in picture as well, couldn't quite get it done at the Esports World Cup. However, their opponents in the form of Heroic have also been struggling a little bit. Not necessarily in their results, because they haven't really played any games yet, but fact of the matter is that they are playing with a stand-in. And when I say stand-in, it's the coach Saw coming in instead of Dexter. Straight off the bat, let's talk about that, Bubski. Not playing with your star AWP player and having your coach to play instead, that's a massive weakness, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes realistically from a 50-50 game to a very much 70-80% chance for Complexity. You're lacking the most important role in the server, like the AWP, who's going to be holding those angles, strike fear into the likes of Leash. It's not going to be happening with Saw, right? He's just out here trying to do the bare minimum.
He's out there trying to do the bare minimum. We also tried to make him do the bare minimum by having James speaking to him coming into the game.
Saw another event without Dexter, at least so far, right? You're having to step in. What is going on? Because obviously he comes into the team. He can't make it to Dallas. I understand his visa, American can be difficult. But now we're in Europe and you also can't make it. So someone help me understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's been challenging to get him to travel to events, of course. And it is this kind of visa issues that is preventing us. Of course, it is close. Like, that's what I've understood, that it's close, so it could have happened. Maybe it can still happen for the second match and he might be here. Who knows? But we are going day by day and seeing how it goes now with the thing, and hopefully we can get him to the server soon.
That's the goal, and I'm sure you've been practicing, getting ready with him. But I know you would have been a part of practice. You know what's happening. But how are we going to use you? Because you haven't played since 2020, the end of 2020.
Yeah, of course. It's been like, what, close to 4 years since I played. So it's been a while. Of course, I know the strats. Some nade lineups might be a bit shaky here and there, but I've been checking them and been warming up. But of course, it's not the same, and I was never an oper also to begin with. So it's gonna be different, of course. We need to take some gambles here and there. We need to try and surprise them in different ways, and these kind of things. So we will try our best, of course.
They will try their best, and I guess that's all you can hope for when you're bringing in your coach. As you saw on the screen, it's almost been 1,400 days since he last played an official game of Counter-Strike. But having been a player yourself, having now been out of the game for quite some time, your level is dropping quite rapidly. For a guy like Saw to come in and go up against a team like Complexity as an individual, that's going to be tough, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I remember back in the days when we even had the 6-man roster, but sometimes we had so many people sick that even Sonic had to step in, right? And it was just a disaster every time because they have no idea, like, what's going on, like, in the micro movements of the game, like the rotations. Like, they can talk about a game plan, but it's so hard to execute when you're in the middle of the moment, like listening to steps and all these sorts of things. It's not going to be fun for Saw, but hopefully some of the other guys can take a little bit more weight on their shoulders.
That's the thing, right? It's also with the grenades, the utility, the what do you do in a 3v3, how do you create space for each other? I guess for Saw, his finest job is to not try to ruin it for the teammates around him and hopefully let them do their job to the best abilities. Now for Heroic, let's pretend that they were playing with Dexter. Is it a team that you have high hopes for the rest of the season, or is it a team that we should be a bit lukewarm when we speak about?
No, I mean, I think it's a team we can realistically put a lot of faith in to at least be top 10 consistently. I think a like of Complexity is weaker on paper when we compare them to Heroic. I just think it's hard to judge them right now because we're going to be seeing them with a guy who's obviously not used to the environment of playing professionally. But I do think there's a couple of good spots about Heroic, generally speaking. They did re-sign 2 Danes. I enjoy that. I don't say it only as being Danish, but I do think Tassis is a point we've not really speaking too much about. I think he's a player, generally, that has never really been talked about. And people just say, oh, he's the support guy. He was never really a part of the trio that had massive success with the Heroic lineup. But right now, he's the best player in the team, if you ask me.
Yeah, he's the best player in the team. He's re-signed his contract with Heroic as well, and I guess they are the future of Heroic as well. I think Schuss is a guy that, obviously, his name has been thrown around for a long time, being one of the best, let's call him supportive elements to his team. Tess is maybe a little bit more underrated. I agree with you. I think he's a fantastic player. However, today it's going to be tough, them playing with Saw, going up against Complexity, a team that is feeling the entire lineup, a team that ended the season with a win, if I'm not mistaken, in Sweden, winning a tournament over there, hoisting a trophy, but didn't look great at the Esports World Cup. Are you worried on behalf of Complexity, given that they re-signed Holzerk to a new contract, haven't made any roster changes, or is it still a team that you believe can produce decent results?
I mean, the biggest issue with the World Cup result is that they lost to like a local hero, right? In the forms of M80, who recently just transferred their best player to another one, right? So it just hurts so much on your confidence to feel like, okay, a guy randomly called Lake is going to dominate us in our first game in an NA show match. I think it says a lot, but the guy in the picture, Floppy, he needs to find his form. He's a world of a difference from what he was in the last part of 224. Right now, he's on the verge of being able to be kicked, right? He's not performing in many roles, and he's also been in a situation where they need him the most, right? Because we see Grim very inconsistent. Sometimes he has his games, but like, just look at the raw stats. This was from the period where you remember the IM Sydneys. They were doing really well. And then you're on the right side. We have the current Floppy, which is like scraping in-game leader numbers.
It's been rough for Fabi as of recently. A player that it hasn't been rough for, a player that we can always count on, is none other than Elise. James caught up with him before the game.
One thing I think is interesting with you guys as a team right now, obviously you are the newest member in, but it's quite a close group. You've been traveling a lot together. You've been on a huge amount of grind together. You've had your ups and downs. But I want to get your opinion on where the confidence can be at sometimes, because it seems like not just from the wins or the losses, depending on where your confidence is at as a team, is depending on how good you're going to play. And we always talk about that as a factor, but I know you're quite good at quantifying these things for me. So can you put a kind of feeling on where you feel the problems can start to happen for you guys at times?
Well, I mean, the problems usually are happening whenever the comms aren't like as clear as possible. So like if we're not having like as crisp comms as we can, or not like going to matches with our A game, then we let like a lot of rounds slip, and then I think that like we just like kind of like stay at like that level of like things like keep slipping instead of like pulling ourselves like out of that hole. So I think that's the main part, is just starting off well. So having like a good practice beforehand and making sure that we are coming into the tournament at that level. But that's kind of like the issue that we've had, where like our floor is lower than we'd like it to be, and that's what like has led us like in the past like losing a lot of like man advantage situations, even going back to like Sydney in fall finals last year. So it's been like a recurring thing where we just need to like come into the tournaments like really strong and have our floor higher. So if we're not on our A game, then we're still able to actually, beat the teams that we, the people think that we should be and what we think that we should be.
Definitely. So thank you very much for the insight, Elise. I appreciate it, man.
It's hard to disagree that the flaw of complexity sometimes seems to disappear behind them, right, and disappear below them. Now, for Elise, a player that has been putting up great numbers, it's all, doom and gloom when we speak about him on the server in terms of him destroying his opponents, but there's more to Elise than the numbers he's putting up just on the server.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, like, he's obviously the best player on the lineup. There's no doubt about that, but he is also a player that takes an enormous amount of space, both inside the server, outside the server. If you look at the eco frags, he's always the one pushing forward. He makes the way this team functions, right? When he says we go A, we go A. And I'm just saying that it's also a little bit of a disadvantage at time to have one guy who's so much more dominant than everybody else, both inside and outside the server. Yeah. I would love to see Floppy, Grim, and kind of match his level just a little bit more, because they can then start having a little bit more reasonable debates within the team.
Do you think it's an issue that you have a player, as you said, like Elise, he's so much better than everyone else. He's obviously putting up the great numbers. I bet you his salary is better than everyone else. There's no one close to him within complexity. Yeah. Do you think that's a complexity GM issue, that they need to bring someone in that can challenge Elise, maybe keep him in check? Or is that a natural, I guess, a natural course of this team, given that they have the resources they have to work with, and the North American scene perhaps right now doesn't have the talent required to challenge Elise?
Yeah, I mean, I think the second point with them not having enough resources, but for me, it just feels like this is Elise's team. Like, if he says, I don't want to play with this guy, obviously they're not going to remove him instantly, but they're going to listen very carefully to what he has to say, because if he doesn't renew that contract with complexity, this roster is doom and gloom, right? They need him, but they also need to keep him in check of his, not saying that he has a massive ego, but like they want to challenge him and be like, okay, what can we do with the current elements, but what can we also do for the future? Right now, they need a new talent in NA. I would have loved to see Malps, Lake, or somebody else step inside this team, get a lot of momentum, like fragging-wise, and then actually be taught by a guy like Elise.
Okay, and let me ask you a very direct question. Then you're looking at the lineup, you're looking at the players, and there's been a lot of conversations, perhaps rumors as well. Do you think it was a mistake for Complexity not to use the summer break to make a roster change, or do you think it's fair enough that they stuck together?
I think it's fair enough. Considering what they did at the DreamHack one, just won an event, it's almost inexcusable to do a change then. I think you need to stick together, feeling that you can maybe build momentum on it. But you have two players in the form of Grim and Floppy who's very much balancing on why should they be on the roster at certain periods.
Why do you think Grim is struggling? You spoke a bit about Floppy as well, but Grim, when he came into Complexity after leaving Team Liquid, it felt like he was enjoying himself again. He was playing good Counter-Strike. I remember standing in this studio a year ago, watching him own it up, but it's been rough for Grim as of late.
I mean, he is kind of the North American config in some sense. I think he has very good raw mechanics, but I just think at times he becomes very stressed. He doesn't really know where to put himself in certain situations. If he can build upon that level, I think he's going to be a great Counter-Strike player. But for this period in time, I think he really needs to reevaluate how is it he's doing Counter-Strike at times, because at times I do feel he can bring so much more. Like, I think he can be like a second star to Elite. I never think he's going to be better, but he can be very, very close.
So we can allow ourselves to have a little higher expectations for Grim for the future as well. Now, putting Complexity up against Heroic, we already spoke about it to those of you just tuning in. Unfortunately, Dexter is not here to play as of right now, dealing with some visa issues. Saw the coach is standing in instead of him. If you're Complexity, you're coming into this game, you know you're playing Heroic with that coach. I guess it's inexcusable not to win this game if you're Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, that's a challenging mind to have, right? I don't think they want to say that inside the TeamSpeak. I think they're going to treat this game as it's Dexter playing, especially in the start. I don't think they're going to be running out like, oh, where's Saw holding? Let's find him. Like, they just want to, okay, we plan to do A execute on Ancient, so that's what we're going to do regardless of who is playing.
And that's an interesting conversation, because I get that, point of view that you're coming into a game and you don't want to change your own game plan to accommodate for your opponent. But if you get into a game and you realize that Saw is playing at a certain position, don't you get to a point in the game where you're going to change that mentality in case it's not working?
I mean, I played with Hunden, and people always try to abuse Hunden, like, oh, let's just go B on Mirage. But we were smart enough to realize, okay, this is how the enemy thinks. Then let's just do a lot of bait setups around him, like make him jump calm B, Mirage, then let's play 3 guys, and then boost 1 guy on side. Like, there's so many ways to work around that if that's going to be your mindset. And please do your preparation, and then play regardless of who's doing it what.
But is that a suitable way for Heroic to play as well? Should they change the way they play to accommodate for the fact Saw is on the team? Or should he just try to replace Dexter and let everyone else do what they normally do?
He should definitely not try to replace Dexter. I don't want him to jump out of window on Mirage or jump on ramp, Vertigo, taking the deep peaks. He should obviously be very careful of how he's considering to do certain movements, especially when it comes to entry kills, right? Try to buy a little bit more util, drop an M4 when you can. Those easy ones to do, but it's going to be hard on the long-term effects.
It's an interesting discussion, right? Because I get what you're saying. You don't want Saw to come in and pretend that he's Dexter, but if Saw is playing a different version of Counter-Strike, if he's being way more passive, which he will be than Dexter, that also affects the players around him. Then Tessus will have to do different moves. Then Shus will have to do it differently, right? So at what point does Saw have to suck it up and basically do a lot of stuff that he's not comfortable with to make sure that the players around him are feeling as comfortable as possible? And at what point will everyone around him try to accommodate? For Saw, I guess the balance is very tough to find.
Yeah, I know. And I think on the CT side of things, right, I think it's going to be relatively easy for him because he's not going to be forced to be like that spearhead, because he's not going to be on the A Mirage, he's not going to be on B Mirage, he's going to be in the middle of the map. So even if he dies, it's not round over, right? Imagine the guy, if he plays B Mirage, he gets loose to entry, it's just save instantly. I think we're going to be seeing Tessus, Shus, all those guys playing a little bit more aggressive, try to end the rounds earlier. Like, they don't want to play as defensive. I would love to see on the CT side do a lot of flash plays, try to initially just break off the defaults from Complexity.
We are currently experiencing some technical difficulties. That's why me and Bobski are waffling a lot, but we should be ready soon with the game to go live. However, I still have a couple of questions that I want to shoot your way when it comes to Complexity. Because yes, we have them now here at the group stage. And obviously, I guess the goal for pretty much anyone coming into this tournament is to qualify for the fall finals. Nobody wants to be in the showdown. Nobody wants to deal with qualifying more than they have to do so. Complexity as a team, we've seen them at a couple of finals throughout the years during this blast circuit. But do you think realistically Complexity is a team that is good enough to be one of those 8 teams showing up for the fall finals?
Considering the groups they're in, there's a good chance. I mean, if they would have been in C, B, or D, I would have said their chances were lower. But I think they only have like this 50-50 matchup they have to beat, and now they even weakened on the side of Heroic by not obviously having Dexter. In my opinion, if they don't win this one, it's going to be a massive failure for Complexity. I think the pressure is going to be on them. Maybe they'll get to him, but I don't think it's going to be a realistic chance for Heroic to take this one.
No, and especially considering the map pool we have coming in as well. We have Ancient coming up as the first one, picked by Heroic. You have Vertigo coming up, picked by Complexity. Anubis, should we need it as a third map. Any of those that sticks out to you?
I mean, I think it's going to be interesting with the Vertigo. We've not seen many teams actually take it into their hands, but Heroic, the old lineup with Shoes and Tasers, was always super comfortable at taking it into their games, right? So it's not really something that surprises me that much, but I'm not sure how Complexity is actually going to be able to deal with not seeing the orb as much, because this map is often dictated by the AWP going under A, like spotting up through yellow, spotting Crane, but I don't think you're going to be seeing those peaks from Saw. Is he going to drop the orb to somebody else, or what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe he will. Maybe there will be no orb presence at all from Heroic. Maybe you go with 5 riflers just to have him. I guess sometimes what you see with a stand-in, especially when it's a coach, he almost becomes a bait player on the server that is jumping around corners and trying to make it easier for his teammates to trade frag him, basically, and just having being living bait as a fish would do. However, in this game, I think it's going to be incredible tough for Heroic, obviously, coming into it. There's one question, though, I do want to ask you, and I think of as a more of a GM perspective right here. You had Nikodos on the bench, you had him on a contract. You knew that potentially Dexter and the visa situation, we know how it's going on in the world right now, and it can be a little bit difficult. Do you think it was a mistake not to keep Nikodos on contract at least until after this tournament?
I mean, it's hard because you have a guy who's like obviously super uncomfortable with being on the bench, and he just wants to play. Yeah, exactly. And his transfer value is going down by each month, right? So when is the balance of where you feel like, okay, we've sorted the situation with Dexter, but it's a little bit sad that they didn't really sign a 6th player that they could potentially have gotten, like just get some Danish Farley or whatever, like get somebody in there, because Saw on a AWP, it's not going to be great. It's not going to be great. No, it's a massive downside, obviously, for Saw. Again, you look towards Heroic's lineup and you look at the lineup and you think, who can make up for the loss of Dexter? Who can produce the frags on the server? Is there anyone that sticks out to you? We spoke about Tess as being underrated. Does he have that hardcore carry potential attached to him, or is he a little bit more of a role system player? I think he's more of a role guy, but I think the interesting part is that when we look at Nerds, I think he's almost like a mini dunk at times. Okay. And he's not as skilled individually, I'm not saying that, but he has many of the same traits. Like, he's willing to swing in duels that are 50-50. You know, those players who's going to be sidestepping their way out, like constantly moving slow, like Robs, Spinks, all those type of players. But then you have guys like Nerds. They will swing on you if they feel like they have a timing. And I love to see that, and I think that can bring a little bit spice to a weakened Heroic. I think Nerds is a very interesting player to discuss, especially considering how he broke through the scene. When he was in ENCE, I thought he was absolutely fantastic. I think when he was working with Snappy, he was doing a great job. And I'm almost a little bit sad to see him not being part of the Falcons lineup, or being part of that ENCE core that was working so well together. His time in Heroic have been all right. You know, he's a great player still. He's putting up decent numbers, but do you think he's been disappointing considering his potential? I mean, when you do such a drastic change, right? He literally got 4 new teammates. I think he expected actually Sanpeus and Madden to come along with him and join Heroic, right? And team up with the rest of the guys. I think that would have been interesting to see. But Falcons came to the right and stole those 2. So now he got stuck in no man's land on a project maybe he didn't even expect to be in. I think it's a very good landing spot for him. I can't see many other teams. Maybe a little bit higher he could have gotten in if he was lucky at that period, maybe a Mouse, but I don't think they are signing players like him, right? They rather want to take a chance on somebody else. Now he's stepping into a role where he actually has quite a bit of an experience, but he still has the individual level, so he kind of needs to step into a form where we're like, does Heroic want to be a top 5 team? Then he surely needs to like add a little bit. And do you think that's the goal for Nerds? Do you think he's, and I asked this question knowing it from a player perspective, some players will join a team thinking to themselves, obviously they'll never say it in an interview, they'll never tell us, but they'll join a team thinking this is just a springboard to get to a better team. This is just a placeholder team. If I do well here, there's a chance that Mouse, there's a chance Face, there's a chance Vitality come asking for me. Do you think Nerds is having the mentality right now in Heroic that he's trying to make this team a proper top team? Or do you think his mentality is more so, I'm going to show my absolute best self here, I'm going to help the team as much as possible, but I'm hoping to move on? I think he's well enough compensated, and the team behind him has enough money to actually make him stay. But one thing that actually shows me that they're willing to actually move the needle and try to actually go to the next level, you remove Nikodos relatively fast, even though you paid massive amount of money for him, because you realize, wait, this guy's not going to cut it. He's not going to be good enough. So who can we find who's a free agent or who we can buy who's good enough? And then there's not a lot of candidates. Maybe like a Symbol, but he's like, you never know where he is, right? And then you have Dexter, and there's these sorts of names, right? And then you think to yourself, 120 rating or something Dexter had in Spirit, and you're like, this guy is a massive talent, but obviously outside the server, he's like a little bit of a guy to deal with. If we can make that work, we can at least push the boundary, get to a more attractive spot to even attract more good players, right? I'm not sure if Dexter is going to be a long-term thing, but I know he's surely better than Nikodos and can bring more to the team.
Interesting, very interesting. Another interesting thing is that I've just been told the PC has been changed and we're not far off going live with the game. The last couple of things needs to be fixed and then hopefully we can jump into it. Now, jumping into the game, we're starting off with Ancient, so let's get a little bit specific with this one. Again, we know Saw is playing as a stand-in. We know the AWP presence is not going to be there that much. Is Ancient a map where you can allow yourself to just play 5 rifles and ditch the AWP?
Yeah, I think so, especially on the T side, right? One thing we're going to be looking into is, like, look at how Nerds is going to be playing that mid elbow down on T side. He's so comfortable getting a flash from Saw and getting out from the mid smoke. Probably not now it's going to be Saw. Maybe it was Shoes or maybe it was Dexter before, but I don't think this guy's gonna be scared to take a duel because they know they have to get like entries to like balance out things at times. So keep an eye out on mid. I think Nerds is gonna be having a field day.
You think they're going to have a field day? I'm curious to see if that's going to be the case. Either way, I think we have the casters ready. I think we have the match ready. So Henry and Anders, please get us out of here.
Gents, very good job on the desk. Difficult to get those kind of fields going on. And it is another game with another stand-in here. Yes, indeed, Heroic playing with Saw. Dexter couldn't make it. We're hoping he can make it for their second game of the tournament, but overall, it looks like they have to make it work with the coach. I believe he's going to be using the AWP as well. So, going to be a difficult game for them. I don't think Saw was ever known for his prowess on the server. He was always been a very commended coach, though, back when ENTS. And of course, Heroic now as well. He's had great success as the coach, but he hasn't played a game, I think, in about 5 years.
Well, listen, the odds are reflecting the current situation. Dexter not being here, it's a 4-1 type situation. It kind of makes sense, Complexity being favored over on GGBet. I understand why. So,
I think, yeah, that's more than understandable. And it's going to be a shocker of results if Complexity lose this one. But it is Ancient to open things up, and I'm glad Bubsky said it. Like, Nerds on T side of Ancient, he's one of the absolute best.
Yes.
So you're going to see him causing havoc. They're going to give it everything they've got. Again, one of those scenarios, you've got nothing to lose, really. Similar to what we had in that OG game previously against Spirits. But for now, it's Complexity taking on Heroic here. And just to reiterate one more time, Saw is the coach of this squad. Dexter, the new signed up, is no actually in Copenhagen yet. We're hoping he gets here either today or tomorrow. But for now, here's Nerds, the mid player on that T side. See how they get on. This is the pick of Heroic. It's going to be down to Tessis working towards that K position. We've got Kixan operating outside B. Looks likely to be that B split. They've smoked off towards Red Room, taken some mid control, and Horzak will baiting in a Liege, I believe, in towards that cave.
What are they? I thought they were going to go B. They had the grenades and everything, but now they're walking in the middle instead. They're going to be smoking off that top position. I wonder if... They couldn't see anything. I don't know how they made this call, but it looks like it's going to work out for them. Floppy goes down. It's Nerds with a practical run and gun at that P250 in the back line. And that should be enough for a bomb plant here. Safe and sound, and with 4 people towards the donut position. How on earth are Complexity going to get it back in and defuse this one? They have the smoke to maybe put on top of the bomb, but still, there are so many Glocks on the other side.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is possible, Anders, I'll be honest with you. That was such a great entry for Nerds in that P250. Floppy got nothing done. If this kill goes in favor of Heroic, I dare say that's round over. I would love to be proven wrong here. Horzak finds one on the retake. Grim will join him as well. 3 versus 2 in favor of Heroic. There's just no time for this defuse to come in. You have to just hold the defuse now. The only way you can win the round. It's kind of working out, but it will be Tessis to close things out in a comprehensive manner. Pistol goes in favor of Heroic. And you're right, they were ready to go in towards B, but they made the God call in towards A site. Like, all of a sudden, smoking towards Red. 5 players through Donut, open things up with a cracking headshot towards Floppy. If he gets one, it's probably a very different round. But it's a 5-on-4 retake with the CTs with no kit. And they managed to get a few kills, but Heroic, a lovely pistol round under their belts. This is the moment Floppy goes down with nothing.
You almost gotta wonder if that's a question of having done enough prep work to kind of realize, wait a minute, there's nobody even peeking the B ramp, there's nobody in that Jaguar position, like maybe they're not even here, and then you just try and go for it. Either way, great realization coming up from Heroic. It's gonna win the pistol round, and they're set up pretty well to pick up this one as well. There's a huge push in the middle. Kicksam, probably not necessary, but all they've lost is the MAC-10, and he did spot out 3 different players. So, again, the bomb is going to be planted over the A-bomb site, And Nertz is just holding this to make sure that no one is slipping through. But yeah, you lose a Mach 10, you win the round, it's probably going to be fine.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. Nertz starting to get warmed up. Could be an issue going forward here. This was their full eco. Weren't expecting too much, but a couple of kills. That's absolutely fine. Maybe a little bit more than you might expect. But here comes the first gun round. Complexity. A rude awakening here to their first game of last Premier full groups. Bear in mind the EWC campaign come to an abrupt halt with M80 taking them down, Anders.
Yeah, that was surprising.
That's not what you love to see. Like, I like M80 as a squad, but this is the North American derby, and you lose them in overtime, and Lake dominated them as well.
He did. Yeah, a new name on a lot of people's lips all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Floppy. I don't think he wanted to get caught like that. I don't think he expected that level of aggression, but it came his way nonetheless. Also almost going down, but look at the damage that they've managed to do here. The T side incredibly low on health in spite of the fact that it's a 4 versus 4. The bomb getting, well, nearly getting planted in Liege. I don't know how he found that angle, but he did. Nertz goes down, and they're attempting the bomb plant, I think, for the 3rd time now. And finally, they get it. It's JT to go down next, and suddenly we're in a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I've liked these calls from Heroic so far. It's been quite loose, quite simple, and apparently very effective, as it looks to be a 3-0 here. Smoke on top of the bomb. Retake still possible for Complexity. Grim will find them an even keel here, 2-on-2. It's down to Saw, though. Can he find the kill through the smoke? The defuse has not been confirmed. Saw's got a freebie here, and he wins out. Technically a 1 versus 1 clutch, Anders.
From the coach as well. Hasn't played, what was the stats like, in 1,300 and some days?
Yeah,
I
think since the start of 2020. And he wasn't known as, like, I think he was playing for, like, Havu and, like, other Finnish teams and stuff like that. He wasn't, like, a household name in terms of, like, a player. Definitely has been as a coach. Lots of success across multiple ends lineups.
Yeah, super well respected. Him and Snappy seem to have an amazing relationship.
Definitely.
Sacrificed, obviously, to put Falcons together, which we'll see that long term.
Hasn't really worked out so far.
Not yet.
Not yet, but they're at this tournament.
Actually, I super look forward to that Falcons game later on. It's going to be
Falcons Astralis?
Now on, yeah.
That is going to be great. That's probably game of the day. You're right.
Yeah, it probably will be.
These first 2 games have had huge caveats. We've had like stand-ins in both games.
I know.
So if anything, like it's just been good warm up for you and I. We're back on LAN. We'll see whether this full eco there from Complexity does anything for them.
Back to A again, Henry. What do you make of this?
I like it. Like, the calls has just been quite this like off the cuff, just nice and together. 5-man attacks, 1 watching the extremities. Not second guessing themselves. Haven't been part of the B lane fights too much. And they've got a 4-0 start with Saw actually contributing. Like, he's got himself a 1v1 clutch essentially under his belt. He's got another frag there as well. And as Bubsky said, on the T side of Ancient, you don't need an AWP.
No,
so 5 rifles, like as long as he's getting like 1 kill in important rounds, kind of, which is more than possible if you play your cards right. Yeah, they could do this. And like Complexity, like they're in a bit of a slump right now, it has to be said. After that tragic loss to M80, like it was a best of 1, right? Because they lost their opening game, and then in that format, it was best of 1 from there on out. So it's difficult to take that much away from it, but still, like, it's the same for everyone else. And yeah, they should be beating M80 in that particular outing, that context.
Yeah, you would have thought so.
And it's like players like Floppy, like who at one point was like one of the best anchors in CSGO towards the end of that game. At the start of CS2.
It's huge.
Fantastic form, especially in their big games. Haven't seen that in the last 3 months. He has dropped off the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, Holzek made a bit of an individual recovery in his career, like we talked about a little bit.
Yeah.
But obviously, we need more out of him too. That AWP, he does have it finally. We are in the 5th round, and we're going away from A back to the B bomb site, but it's another rush. It's just unending here. The speed behind Heroic. Bomb plant going down now as well, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 3. Floppy's going to get shot in the head. This is beautiful.
Again, Anders, 5 men running together into the bomb site. Simple, effective, and deadly. Nice Molotov as well. Yeah, that just cuts off point of access towards B ramp for another 7 seconds. You've got to go for the cave now. Shush, he's taking no prisoners. He wants to make sure that everyone goes down. as they're looking for the perfect start here on the T side of Ancient. 5-0 is absolutely guaranteed now. JT, nice work. Actually keeps them relatively modest with a double kill there on the exits, but that's all they will find. And a B rush and with the MAC-10 at the tip of the spear. Punctures the defense. And there we have it. 2 players survive, and Heroic are officially on fire.
Devastating speed at the start of this one, isn't it? Just
Grim,
barreling right out.
He wasn't ready for it. I just don't think he's expecting that. He's exposed. He's by himself. There's no one to back him up. They've got a player deep in towards the cave, and I don't think they had an incendiary down there. So I think there's a smoke at the bottom, and there wasn't an incendiary. Maybe it was. Maybe they extinguished it. It seems like they had a lot of open runway there, though.
I think it's one of the most common crimes of B defenders on Ancient, or on really any map right now. It seems to be the most overlooked, where you have one person whose only job really is to hold the ramp at all times, right? And if you give up that position, you have to expect that they're going to be walking up. Like, that's all it takes. One MAC-10 up the ramp, and it could be all over. So I see it happening so often, and it's kind of becoming a bit of a pet peeve of mine.
Honestly, MAC-10s are super viable, even in full gun rounds. Even when the helmet's not a conversation, the amount of space and the crosshair kind of placement it can take away from the CTs, the fact it's moving so quickly, even if you win the duel, you've got multiple AKs to deal with afterwards, you're just not ready for the fight. Chances of an equal trade are very high. But either way, there's nothing there for complexity. They do save a couple of weapons, and with the maximum loss bonus, they've actually got a pretty decent buy here. Ozark on the AWP hasn't really got going yet. He's got 1 and 4, but it's another opening kill. Like I said, Nerds, in my opinion, one of the best T-side mid players on Ancient. Full stop.
For a while, it was him and Config, kind of the kings of this part of the map, but obviously Nerds is still at it.
as well, obviously. Similar sort of mentality, similar play style on the T side. But for me, in terms of like been doing it for a couple of years now, it's Nerds. Yeah, he started to turn heads on even when he was playing for Endpoint. And this map, he was like, looked like an absolute beast.
Yeah, they slow it down, but they are back to the A-bomb side. Kixan can stay alive here. Even if he gets 0 kills, just living here for another 15, 20 seconds would be huge, but JT will find him, and Shush goes down. It's Holzerk up close. They're trying to see if they get around the corner here, but this time the donut position's actually holding for complexity. We're looking to take that first round. Nuts alone to try and see if he can do a little bit more, but wow, he's taken so much damage already. That's kind of devastating.
That should nullify his efforts now. Well done to Complexity. Holzerk finally arrives, gets himself 2 very important kills. JT, confident frag towards the cave as well. Floppy held on, got the frag required, stayed alive, did his job. And with a shot to the thigh, Nerds has no choice but to save his weapon. So they'll have bottom of the barrel loss bonus. It's $1,400. So you might be better off just, saving this AK-47. The buy's going to be a bit of a mixed bag going forward. If he can save his AK, though, he can technically drop another AK. He's got exactly enough to do that right now. Might have to go with the Galil so he can get a few extra grenades.
Yeah, nothing else he could have done. Once he got tagged that low, maybe before the tag he tries for the bomb plant, but after it's not going to be worth it. So, such a powerful start here for Nerds to open it up with. That's sick, but the rest of them managed to hold on there. I do think if JT goes down, it forces some of the rotation out of the donut here, and it's a very, very different round all of a sudden. So I think JT, even just the 1 kill there, definitely making a big difference.
All right. Complexity, definitely the favorites here. I have to say, with the standing situation, but the worst possible start they can imagine. 5-1 down. They did have a pretty convincing round in the previous, managed to recover a couple of AK-47s here. Battle in towards the cave. It'll be JT coming out on top once again. Tesses does significant damage. JT probably doesn't get away with this one. Pre-fire from Kixan brings us back to a 4-4.
That's a very focused hunt there for Kixan. You could tell he knew that he hadn't escaped, and he decided to just push him into the corner there. I love that. Grim, bit of a double position here. He's got a teammate. Yeah, if you peek that angle wide, you're going to be in some trouble. But there are lots of Molotovs to be thrown that will sort of have to make the move around. So we'll see if that's going to be a feature of the round here. They don't actually have any picked up at the moment, so it might be a little bit of a trouble in that sense. And look at Elige. He's closing the map behind them. Timing is everything. Nerds is waiting for him, though. And if he's too early here, oh, it couldn't have been better for Elige, just as Nerds was checking top mid. And now they have no choice on the Heroic team. They have to push forward here. Double setup towards the tunnel itself, and Almost looked like they weren't ready for it anyway, but good job on Floppy to get the kill. They'll close it out with a nice triple.
Yeah, nice work from Floppy. Some confidence-building frags there.
Okay, I mean, I'll take that every time. It looked like for a minute there they were both looking the wrong way, but whatever. It's all good. So they're slowing down Heroic a little bit now at the start of the game.
Yeah, and with no bomb planted, I think the money should be pretty low.
Yeah.
They just don't have the loss bonus built up whatsoever. They'll be getting 1900 into the next round. So, yeah, it's either full eco or forced buy, and they've gone for the former here. So, blocks, a couple of deagles, some Kevlar, to be fair, on the players that had a bit more cash. It's going to be Nerds and Tesses, but this should be a walk in the park for Complexity. Should being the operative word here. JT playing on the front foot here, knowing he has the weaponry advantage, getting a lot more information. Another smoke down to elbow to alleviate some pressure. Nice work from Tesses. He sacrifices Nerds for a couple of kills. The Liege will maintain the advantage. They've taken a lot of damage on route as well. Grim doesn't spot the player sneaking up with the smoke. That's Kixan. He's going to find a gap over towards the B bomb site. Horsak there is quickly there to plug it. Should be a couple of kills for him, but the round continues to spiral here. Complexity left in a 2 versus 2. A Liege down to 9 points of health. It's about what Heroic have got on their side of the equation as well. It's just down to Floppy to do the heavy lifting here, and it should be a win for Complexity.
Should be close to being a deagle headshot. My God, if he would have landed it. Now it's the coach.
Come on, let's go, Saw.
In a 1 versus 2, you love to see that, a chance for him to make a bit of a highlight for himself, but obviously very tough position to be in right now. Peeks at the perfect time to take down Floppy. That's the kid right on top of the bomb. The spray, he tries to get a Liege. One bullet would have done it, but he can't find a Liege to steal it away from him. That would have been so sick.
The timings is working so nicely for him there.
Yeah.
Like, he gets that 1 versus 1. Great effort from Saw. He's already picked up a 1v1 clutch. That would have been a 2v1. That would have been a huge round to pick up as well on the eco.
Did Grim get 4x3'd?
I believe so. He got the kill regardless. I don't think he made took too much damage for his troubles there, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
Like right here?
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure he did.
It looked like he could have seen it otherwise.
But that was Saw almost winning that round. A Liege with a quick trade. And he got in towards hiding behind the beehive there and made him actually come down for the clutch. Maybe there would have been enough time to win it out, but they hold on. Complexity starting to rack up some rounds now. Ali showing some aggression, some confidence perhaps as he pushes in towards A-Main, trying to catch them on the backstab. He's gained a lot of territory. You don't expect him to be pushing this early on. Tessus, though, that's a cheeky kill, Anders. Down to Ali now. He's going to spot 2 up towards the ledge. And speaking of which, he'll take 2 of them down. Great spray to bring this back into an even situation. AK was ready for Horsak, but he nails the shot. Going to be Kixan deploying some utility towards the B bomb site. That's where it'll end up as well, but it's Floppy and Grim. Prime position, going to get at least 1 kill here. There's the first. 3 versus 1, and Saw, I'm not believing this time he'll go down. So Complexity starting to climb back to their feet now, Anders.
Yeah, a really shocking start for them. I don't think anyone was expecting Heroic to come in with a stand-in and just deliver the kind of pace that they did early on in the first half here, but you're right, it is slowing down a little bit. It is Complexity starting to wake up, and a Liege, very, very cheeky push coming out. And the fact that it was followed up by Horsak with the AWP, even if Tessus was kind of expecting it, it still just wasn't quite enough here. So, 5-4 the scoreline. We're moving into round number 10. Things are starting to normalize a bit for the Complexity squad. And also, obviously, the luxury of just not having to be up against all the rifles every time here. Heroic just don't have the money. They're going to have the 1 AK here on Tessus, and that's about it.
5-0 start. Quickly becoming a 5-5 scoreline. Flash over the top. JT given the chance to peek. They've got 3 players here on this side of the map. The orb in towards the cave. Floppy, the defensive position. That's JT with the wall bang to find Tessus. And it doesn't look good. Heroic couldn't carry on with that early momentum they found. Only in a 5-on-4 here in round number 10. Kixan hoping an over-aggressive CT member just walks right into his crosshair. That's not going to be the case.
Well, there's some spam coming through on the other side again, but JT still alive.
Nice smoke. We've got 20 seconds on that smoke now. Begs the question, do they respect it? Showing a bit of presence towards the cave as well. It's down to Floppy. He's on a bit of an island here. We have got a leash over towards the donut position. But I was hoping Kixan can make an incision this side of the map or get a backstab going. We'll see whether Floppy can hold on.
Doesn't need that much at the moment. We're down under 20 seconds as they start to... Oh, Kixan gets a kill on the other side, but it doesn't matter. They all get wiped out. I mean, that would have been the kind of almost the first domino. If they could have got Floppy afterwards, there would have been something to fight for there, but nice recovery. Complexity kind of back on track here. They tie up the game. They make it a 5-5 scoreline. Yeah, I bet they still wish this would have been a little bit earlier, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all.
I mean, Complexity are used to a slow start these days.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But certainly stabilizing now after losing the pistol. Oh, a different stance towards middle as well. The double incendiary, completely blind is Kixan. Alige with the bounce flash from Donut takes him down. JT, maybe a little overzealous there. They had the man advantage. It's quickly given back.
And his teammate had fallen back from Donut, right?
Exactly,
so there was
right.
nobody there. That is maybe a bit of a slip up here. Elige trying to see if he get back the advantage, but they've been wiped out on that A-bomb side. Also, the only one left. Might get a kill here with the AWP, but surely they'll stop challenging him right after that, and they're actually making damn sure they're not going to expose themselves. So, bomb gets planted, and Heroic, after losing, well, 5 in a row, they are back to winning another round here. It's Holzerk. Not much that he can do.
Not anymore. If he hits that shot, maybe there's a bit of wiggle room. But now the hunt is on. Almost zero chance that he saves the Zorb. And Saw, of all people, confirms it. Nice work. And they're back to their winning ways. At least going to be posting 6 here. You can hear the tactical pause has been called as well. This is much closer than you would expect, but bear in mind, Heroic had that 5-0 start. Technical pause, I tell a lie. So it looks like Holzerk has got a chair issue by the looks of things. Smiles all round.
Don't always have to fix the chairs, Henry. Famously, Michael played...
he didn't like the gaming chairs when they first arrived.
Yeah.
Right? He was like playing like crouched down on the stage.
Yeah. In one of the most ridiculous displays. Been a minute, but it was tried once. Somebody tried it for us.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame from JT there. Like you said, like everyone had fallen back from middle. He, for some reason, is like assuming that mid is completely clear after they found that first pick, but it wasn't the case. We are going to have the final round come through. Heroic looking for a 7-5 scoreline if possible. Complexity looking to tie things up. Number 12 here. Full gun round. Orbs out for Holzerk still. We are going to have a nice flashbang in towards the cave. First pick will go in favor of Elige, shutting down that mid area, but back and forth we go. Saw and Tessa's chiming in for a couple of kills here. Bit of deathmatch going on right now. As you see, Holzo rotating back towards the B bomb side. All 3 players for Heroic on this side of the map. Nails the shot, takes down the planter. Can't hold on for the second though, so man advantage once again for Heroic. Nice open plant this time. Bit of a risk, Anders, and it costs him the majority of his health. Floppy, there's a lot of damage here. He's thrust into the 2 versus 1. Known for his clutch ability over the years. Let me tell you, this kid can clutch.
And he's not been playing badly. He's got 9 kills so far. Not out of the realms of possibility here, but they're inside of the smoke and inside towards the caves. Very hard to find them at the moment. And oh, that's just timing, I think. He panics a bit. Let's go up a couple of bullets. Still has to find the player. There's the first one of the headshot. Tries with the spray. He's got no bullets left, but he gets the headshot anyway. That is magnificent from Floppy. It gets another round for Complexity right at the tail end of the half.
Long support from Zywoo to just pepper at the heels of the hit. Frag grenade comes out. There goes half of Fame. Ooh,
wait
nice
a second.
Shot.
There's only one on A right now. Now, they don't know that. I think it would be hard to read that there's 3 in B, but they're actually doing the right thing. Moving up Cat now.
Oh my. Oh, and he gets away with 6 HP. A Molotov behind him. Norbert's hands are going to be busy. Oh, this is bomb down. From what felt like no chance to a post plant. Long fight queued up for Flamesy. Fame has taken down another player, but it's the long that holds on. And so Fame on 6 health should be done for. Should be. Picks up another kill. He's on for the ace. This would close out map 2, and not to mention, Spinks is just as low as Fame. If he can line up these headshots, Fame with 4! On for the ace! Oh, it's right there for the taking. He comes back and he softens him up to the side. Call the paparazzi! Chopper swings on Hunter. Just a sudden burst.
And you know what else?
Yeah?
They both won Katowice.
That's true. This isn't a guarantee. Oh, Nico. The third headshot. Beautiful. It's just enough to reopen the door because this one was starting to go south. Nico turns back. And there's number 4. Looking for the 1 mag ace versus Pistols. And he's got it.
Nailed it.
He's got Shiro to work with. He's fully blind. The offer missed the shot. Shiro's down. Alexi B, double entry.
They came out ready for that. Pre-flash the top mid.
Looks like they're knocking on their first round win. They try to clear the corner. Zontix able to hang on, but now he's going to have to desperately reload as he dives back hard. He gets away with timing. Imez at bat.
Can he really do that?
This. Just like that, he takes back what Alexi worked so hard for.
We're talking about Bits lurked out.
Deep inside the A site, but the bomb gets cut off. Bomb control again. Alexi's down to 9. It is all Alexi thus far for this round, but remember, Zontix gets active.
And also Bit can get involved.
There are lurks on both ends, and the bomb still yet to be retrieved. Magic's losing almost all that HP. Zontix stoic, snaps up, misses his chance. Alexi B sees all.
With 9 health. 9 health he's got!
No.
The nade misses.
Could have spooked. Nice.
Nice
job, Ricky.
Sick clutch.
Well, there it is. Nice and calm there from the Flopster. Getting it done in the 2 versus 1. Very, very good clutch. And much needed there for Complexity. Recovering the disastrous start. They were down 0-5. It's handshakes all round. A very gentlemanly affair out there.
Civilized on the heroic side. They were running wild in the server, so, you know, it's good to see that they're keeping the balance out of the server.
But I feel like after getting a 5-0 start and then it ends up 6-6, that's going to take the wind out of their sails somewhat. Bear in mind, Heroic did get the pistol victory as well, of course. We'll see if Complexity can offer up equal punishment. As we get into the second half, their T-side campaign starts with 5 players over towards A. And in terms of their setup, they've got a couple of smokes, 3 flashes, and Shush to deal with, who opens things up with a devastating headshot. Make it a couple. He couldn't do much more than that, Anders, as they have got the man advantage, but they'll continue with their push in towards A.
Shush continues to play really impressive Counter-Strike here, but now it's up to Nertz, and he gets run down. The Glock is just so powerful here. The dualies from Kicksan. Yeah, he doesn't want to stick around. He can't even be allowed to escape. It's Floppy to find him right through the smoke, and it leaves Saw and Tess's. How do they bring this one back? Oh, the bomb is right there in front. Saw, he'd love to interrupt it.
It's brave.
It's a risk. It's a nice idea, but it doesn't really come through. And now they're at a massive disadvantage here. No kit, no smoke, no nothing to work with. You just have to hit some crystal headshots to make this one even close to possible. And it doesn't seem likely. Floppy is lightning fast on the other side. Got the clutch at the end of the last half, and now he's up to a triple in the pistol here. Looking to see if he can do a little bit more. It's Tess's to finally get a kill, but I think time has run out. Even with that kill, it's no longer a winnable round.
Might as well save the Kevlar if they are going to force buy in the second round. Might as well save yourself $650, I suppose. And there we have it. After getting the opening 2 frags, courtesy of Shush, they couldn't find much more. Floppy with 3 in total. Continuing his strong form, he started the show towards the end of that first half. And so, yeah, 5-on-3 recovery. It all started here with 2 lovely shots from Shush. You thought that might be enough there, but Tesses and Saw, the coach on the retake, their odds started to drop dramatically. This is nice fancy footwork from Halzerk as well. Delayed the bomb plan, made sure they were comfortable and ready as Floppy closing things out. And we get into a force buy scenario here. Heroic, backs to the wall. Desert Eagles, MP9s. We've seen a lot of these work out today, though. It's going to be pretty much Galils across the board. On Complexity, we have got Floppy with the AK-47. And some mid-control granted, as Elise confirms it's clear. A split coming in.
I mean, it's already been such a closer game than anyone expected.
Can Molotov...
We've lost Dexter.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, reiterate, if you are just joining us, Dexter couldn't make it due to visas. So we've got the coach Saw. He's doing a pretty decent job. 5 and 11. Like, he won a 1v1 clutch, if you want to call it that. The setup doesn't quite work out for them. And we are going to see probably a save at this point. You might as well hold on to the little you have, unless you find a quick kill on a leech.
So again, back at it, almost catching the player rotating in. That would have been really sick if you could have got that. Bomb being planted down in front, Kixan. Question of the timing here when you come out of the smoke. Oh, he's going to slow walk it out. There was a big opportunity there for him to land the deagle shot, but somehow the bullets just vanish in front of him. I don't even know how that happens, but that was their only chance to get it back. So Complexity going to take a 2-round lead here and make it an 8-7 score, 8-6 score line. It's not too bad. They're going to be saving a Galil on Soar at the very least, so I guess that's something to work with. But yeah, Complexity's starting to get a bit more control of this game. Again, a double kill for Floppy. He's kind of running away with it right now.
He's a confidence-based player. If he has one of those big rounds, if he has some star moments, then he'll continue with that. It's when he gets down in the doldrums, when he starts having a rough game and they're losing silly rounds and he's going down in his anchor positions with no kills, it's very difficult to pick him back up. I can talk from experience there. But when he's in the zone and when he's feeding it, he is an amazing player. He needs confidence. He needs his teammates to believe in him. He needs a good environment. So yeah, the fact he's had that amazing clutch to kind of reignite their hopes and dreams here on Ancient, you're going to see a lot more of that from Floppy in this series, I dare say. Like we said though, going into this one, it would have been a 50-50 game, like on paper. Heroic like 10th in the world, I think Complexity at 9th, or it's the other way around, I'm not sure. It was like a 50-50 game. Now, heavy favorites are Complexity, a rough start, and we'll see if they can dominate as B bomb site's getting a bit dicey. Back and forth we go. It's Floppy thrown into another 2 versus 1. Same bomb site, similar scenario. No one's towards the cave this time. 76 HP to work with, and he's up against the 2 pistols, a at.CEST and Shush. The Danes working in tandem here, up against one of North America's finest.
Is he going to rely on the wall bang to try and do this one? Surely he's going to try and stop them at the ramp before they even get close. Here's a nice headshot taking down Tessis. But there is an AK picked up now on Shush. Oh, and he has to put that out. Yeah, the Molotov to try and force him back here. There's no kit, obviously, on the other side, so 10 seconds, a real long time to try and win the fight. Floppy getting closer, and Shush will shut him down. Spins around for it. Does he have enough time? I think he just might have. So that's a crazy close round with almost nothing brought into it. Heroic just all stacked in the B bomb side, and they get it right at the end.
Oh, it's unfortunate for Floppy. With the Molotov going down, you're not sure, is he committed to the 10-second defuse? There's no way of knowing. I've got to check it at some stage. He gives it up. Nice shot there. Oh, that's just when they're building up some nice momentum here on the T side as well. Solid B stack, though. The Desert Eagles coming out on top. It comes down to the 1 versus 1. Floppy can't replicate his efforts in the first half. It's a close round. The bomb being planted is still as a buy available to them. They still have the lead for now as we go 8-7. Early smoke down towards the double doors. You're not going to respect that. Through we go. Nuts ready for flashes towards middle. Popping the double door smoke open. Kicksand helps himself to the first. But no Nuts is no stranger towards middle. He has a nice spray down on Grim.
Yeah, it's huge. They get rid of Floppy again at the start of the round. That's got to be massive right now. He's been running wild in some of these rounds, so bit of a turnaround here. And it's off the back of that last round where they had the Galil saved and not that much else. And that still worked out for them. JT will get the kill on Tessis, who kind of lingered around in the middle, maybe a little bit too long, but still, 4 versus 3, with JT practically dead in this one. It's a really good look. Trying to get that wall bang while his teammates are pushing up the ramp on the other side. It's nice to time those 2 events because it's possible that CTs are going to be busy running out of the line of fire from the wall bang. So you can kind of push them on the ramp at the same time, but it just didn't work out that way this time. Nuts will get another one. And I don't know, Complexity starting to get a bit scary once again. Heroic are still a strong team in spite of losing arguably one of their most impactful players.
One of the most impactful roles as well, the AWP.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is once again getting a little alarming. It was a 5-0 deficit against Complexity in the first half, and now losing a couple of rounds in a row, presumably the Eco coming up next. Yeah, it's a little bit dicey. We'll see whether they can do anything with this one. It looks like we're just going for a simple A play here. You're smoking towards CT spawn and donut. Glocks is running. Objective plant the bomb. If you get anything else, that's great. Very unlikely it's going to work out here. They're yet to deploy the smokes. There's no rush, I suppose. So they're going to try and have the element of surprise, though. Even with the slipping of the nets, you can see it's so difficult to take down his armored opponents with just the Glocks here. No bomb will be planted. A kill will be found for Floppy, but that's all they really get. And it's Heroic now starting to look a little bit more comfy out there. Touching distance of picking up this first map. Looking at the stats here for Complexity, we'll check in and see who's delivering. Got Floppy at the top with 17 kills. Grim. Oh, you look handsome today, Floppy. Thank you, Pooch.
That's cute. That's very cute.
Floppy is be funny. Give him that. Floppy at the top with 18 kills. Grim hasn't really got going yet. 7 and 14 is one of the names that's also up there in the conversation as to if you were going to change one of this team. His form has been very up and down. We'll get back to that later. We've got a very aggressive Kicksand causing all sorts of chaos down towards the bottom of that B ramp. He finds Floppy to kick things off, and now a Legion code trying to make their way towards the A side. It's Saw. He gets his one frag, Anders. That's all you can really ask for. He maintains that advantage, but Holzek snatches it right back.
I think the desk are talking about it, you know, just don't be a liability. Just try not to screw things up for your teammate. Saw's been doing fine on that front. Like, he's actually got 11 kills. JT, though, unfortunately for him, he's got no teammates left. So, 1 versus 2. The bomb is back there, so they know that he's going to be showing up, and they're trying to delay him, trying to make it a little bit more awkward for him. Eventually, when that smoke fades, there is going to be a fight brewing. And JT could definitely win it, right? Kicksand is already low on health. There's a winnable round for him.
JT likes to clutch as well. Not known to be the strongest fragger necessarily, but in terms of the cerebral moments where you have to outwit your opponents, outposition them, he's definitely a candidate for the job. But the problem is the bomb is down in a very precarious area. Outside Donut, CT's very aware of it. He has no utility. It's not looking good. Kicksand is low. If he can bring this down to a 1v1, he'd have a lot more breathing room. There it is. Kicksand is dropped, but they're playing together, working in tandem. They're doing these handshakes all the time now. I'm sure this is some sort of meme they brought today. But normally, if you're not aware, the meta is either a fist bump or a high five. We don't normally see the textbook handshake.
Handshake's something you do after you've bought a car or something, you know, like a very formal kind of thing. You're like,
yeah, exactly. I like it. I think it's cool. Off meta.
I feel like if you start introducing handshakes at the wrong moment, it could lead to some social awkwardities, you know? You say goodbye to your girlfriend, you just shake a hand and leave.
I always go for the fist bump or the classic handshake. When you go for, I'm not even sure that the sportsman, like one of those, you never know what the follow-up is. Some people like to do like a secondary like handshake into that, or kind of like mix it up into some sort of secret handshake. I never feel comfortable with that. I like to just go for the traditional handshake myself as well, or just a simple fist bump.
Yeah, the power of the fist bump, like you can signal that, like, so people don't screw it up. Like, you can show it way before.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I do. I make it clear from, like, I'm doing it from, like, the other end of the room.
Yeah.
I'm doing it when they first make eye contact. I'm, like, fist up the entire way as I walk over. I don't want to be part of the social awkwardness. This could get a bit awkward, though, for Complexity to keep this up. That's 4 in a row. Down to just the pistols, Anders. Tech 9 and a B rush. They win this sort of round, they're right back into it. Like, of course, there's every chance they can win it. Kicksand. Wow. Actually done a load of damage. Saw doing his job, getting his one frag around. That's all he has to do. Now to close things down, they're officially on fire again. Second time as they continue. I think it's just raising morale. It's so silly almost. So they're making everyone laugh up there every time they do it.
This just looks like they're saying, "Oh yeah, hey, I'm Tessus. Have we met before? It's a good round, well played."
Congratulations on the
Introducing
victory
himself
there,
every time. Good job. They're actually winning the map right now, in spite of the fact that, they, again, we just have to reiterate, they lost Dexter unexpectedly, and they're carrying on like absolutely nothing has happened here. 11-8. That first half on the T side was brutal, as what they said. Such a fast pace, and Complexity weren't able to keep up. Nice shush, picking up that kill. Elige trying to make his way through. They're well aware that there could be a player on the other side. It's JT trying to sneak his way through. Surely going to get the one there, but I have no idea how. Tessus gets Floppy right before that happens.
Ridiculous. Like, he saw him come through, spraying him in the back. He was half blind, to be fair, but it's the fact that TeSeS even gets a kill there. He can't believe his luck. This is from that point.
The speed in that first half when they were on the T side, the summary of it would be handshakes and no fakes, Henry. They went for it.
There were no fakes to speak of. And this could be it. This could be Heroic, giving themselves a huge amount of breathing room to close this map out. And they're not being too cagey about it. They're actually taking the counter-strike to him. And Nuts absolutely eviscerates his opponent there. The AK-47 seals the deal. 3 versus 1. He said JT's good in the clutch, but he doesn't know he's just got much to work with here. They know he's here. The grenade gives him a position. He does throw a nice HE, I suppose. Smoke towards short. Got himself another smoke available. Can smoke towards long as well. There's already a smoke down in that area. He's just hoping a mistake is made. A flanking CT comes through, but time is of the essence now. 25 seconds, recovers the C4. Still has some flashes here. Needs to find a cheeky kill with no response. And that's now 6 in a row. Heroic against all the odds here without their absolute star player, Dexter. To be fair, we haven't seen much of in CS2, if anything, but we're all aware of his power and the kind of impact he can bring to a squad with his aggressive AWP. But still, it's nuts. Like, he's not messing around. Like, a lot of teams would say, everyone, sit back.
Yes.
Nice!
Make sure we hold those crossfires. He's taking it down to them as they're pulling their grenades out. And this is a bit of a rough showing for Complexity. A very slow start, we'll give them that. They were 5-0 down, but they recovered that.
They did.
Quite frankly, it went 6-6 at the end of the half with Floppy's clutch.
Yeah.
So it's not like they had a huge deficit to recover. 6-6 pretty par for the course. Yeah, and they won the pistol. Yeah, that's a good point.
The 3K and the pistol to win. So it was all lined up for them.
So yeah, like, there's not really too much you can say in that regard. There's not anything that was that unlucky. They've just been absolutely pantsed here. I mean, in the second half.
TeSeS, Shush, and Nerds are all playing really high-level Counter-Strike, and Saw hasn't been really much of a detriment to them at all. So, like, you got 3 players that are playing that well, you might as well power on through. Nerds in the middle with the AWP.
Saw's got more frags than, what, 3 players on the server?
Yeah.
4 if you count JT. He's got the same amount. Like, this is pretty impressive. Like we said, there's 1 kill around from him. That's all he kind of needs.
Yeah, that's magnificent.
Just don't overstep the mark. Nerds. Not known to be an AWP. He's picked it up, Anders, and that could be enough to send us to Vertigo.
What did they do right now? Did they just use Grim to try and distract and pretend it's an A hit? If they don't, then they have to try and go
Grim
back.
hasn't had a frag in about 10 rounds.
Yeah, but that's one of the problems. The other problem is they don't have time, right? Now that whole idea is kind of dead. It's Nerds in the middle, sniping them and just picking them apart. 2 more kills to his name. He's been playing magnificent Counter-Strike. 20 kills overall here, and it's Holzerk on his own. He can't even get to the bomb site. This is done for Henry. Heroic. What a shocking beginning to this best of 3. It's TeSeS at the end to take down Holzerk, and Heroic to win the map. That's impressive.
Oh my goodness, what a showing that is. It started off with a 5-0 flying start for Heroic, but ultimately, Complexity bringing it right back. It looked like they were in the driving seat, but that second half, they couldn't get going whatsoever. The underdogs posting a map victory on Ancient. Still 2 maps to go potentially, but Complexity do need to wake up.
Oh well, we did not see that coming into this matchup. Obviously, Heroic playing with Saw as a stand-in, given Dexter couldn't show up, and yet they still managed to take down Complexity in a rather convincing fashion. 13-8, Bobski. Try explain to me what on earth happened right here.
I mean, we talked about it before the game, right? That it was realistically a 50-50 before the game, and then maybe with the likes of Saw, it's probably 70-80 to the likes of Complexity. But there were points where Heroic could do well, and I think they did on many occasions. I think one of them was that Nerds was supposed to be very proactive. We saw it on the T side, especially down in the middle area, constantly causing confusion on the likes of Complexity, but also just the individuals in form of Shoes and TeSeS also being really good on those anchor roles.
One of the things that we paid attention to while watching the game in the green room was that they were very out of spawn callies. They were simplifying the game plan. We have a couple of rounds that we can show you that is very execute heavy coming out from Heroic. Is that the right thing to do when you're playing with Saw, to make out of spawn calls and simplify the fight as much as possible?
Yeah, I mean, this is 2016 Counter-Strike, right? This is how you played back in the days when you were good. You kind of just rushed and you played off spawns, right? Everybody knew their nade, they knew what they had to do, and it works for them, right? They do it simple, and I also like what he said before in the interview. He said, I just needed to learn some nades before starting the game. He didn't warm up that much. He just needed to go on the server, find the nades, and this is what you can get from it. A good piece of util, you can rush, you can throw the opponent off, and they got around from that. They did it multiple times.
And you clearly see the effect right here. Heroic went up 5-0 in the beginning before they slowed down. Arguably, Complexity fought their way back into the game, but I also want to play devil's advocate on that one. You know, Heroic coming out with a simple but effective game plan. Complexity, shouldn't you be able to handle that? Shouldn't you be able to locate that? That's probably the only danger they can come out with. Because obviously Heroic can't play default every single round at T-side.
Nope, I'll agree with you if we were in a normal circuit where like they've played for a long period, but they're coming fresh out of a break, right? Okay. They've been able to sit on the servers, like practice new stuff. There's no chance for the analyst of Complexity to be like ready with what Heroic is coming with, right? They've been sitting on like boot camps most of the summer, right? Making new stuff, and there's no chance for Complexity to actually have an answer for it before it happens, right? And it happens in the middle of the game, and if you lose that first point of contact, it's just going to be really rough.
I think my counter argument to that, I agree with you. It's obviously preparing for a different setting and different play style. My counter argument would be that if your Complexity, that's the only thing you should be prepared for when you're facing Heroic with Saw playing as a stand-in. To me, that was a little bit disappointing they weren't able to shut it down earlier. Now, we did see the second half, the Complexity fought their way back. Coming into the second half, they win the pistol, they convert. I think at that point, we were all thinking this is going to be Complexity restoring, you know, dominance on the server. They're going to win the map. But then Heroic happened on the CT side as well. Complexity couldn't break through. What happened?
The crazy part is that actually both Saw loses a pretty easy one-on-one where he should arguably win, and Floppy also wins a 2v1. And at that point, I'm like, okay, Complexity, they win it. Like Heroic lose those easy rounds you really need to convert. But it was so convincing from Heroic. It wasn't even close. Like Complexity could easily have lost like 13-5 on this one.
And that's crazy to think about given the circumstances. Two of the players we highlighted coming into it was TeSeS and Shoes. You called TeSeS underrated. Were you satisfied with his performance this time around?
Yeah, I mean, I think he showed, especially on the CT side, right, when you are being put into a position where you're not going to have the best backup from your players in the form of nerds, because he probably needs to help Saw a little bit in the middle, like need to fight. But we saw both TeSeS on A and B like do so much. I remember a couple of rounds where they tried to A contact on Shoes, but he just asserted his dominance twice.
Yeah, twice. I mean, both the Danes from Heroic right here had a great showing, flanked by Nerds as well, as we spoke about. Very aggressive, very assertive. Now, you look towards Shoes and you look towards TeSeS. I asked the question coming into the game, you know, you don't have Dexter, you don't have your op presence on the server, so someone else will have to step up. Did you see a different mentality coming out from TeSeS and Shoes, or did they just play their game at a high enough level to beat Complexity?
I mean, I think this is what TeSeS is actually really good at. I think he's normally like very good at the openings, and he's always been like categorized as this, oh, he's just like very good at entering. But the reason why he's good at entering is because he's so instant. Like, individually, TeSeS right now is a top 5 player in Denmark. I don't think there's too much of argumentation. I think he's really, really solid. I think he brings his A game today, luckily for Heroic because they needed him, but it shows what it can bring.
Yeah, it shows what it can bring. Another player who brought his A game, dare I say it, is Saw. We're looking at his stats right now. 12 kills, 71 ADR. I know he did lose a clutch that you'd probably argue he should have won, but Saw as a coach who haven't played for almost 1,400 days an official game of Counter-Strike, coming in, replacing Dexter on the AWP or in some of the positions where he was supposed to play the AWP. He did a quite astonishing job, didn't he?
Yeah, and I'm also glad he didn't really try to dictate anything, right? I think sometimes when you see a stand-in, he's like, oh, so I'm the AWP, I take Dexter's role, okay, let me just do all these sort of things. Like, just take a step back. We also saw Nerds on the CT side getting the AWP instead of him, right? The correct choice, because Nerds is so much more versatility instead of him. I think it was great to see that Saw actually stepped a bit back and actually just offered his presence.
I 100% agree. I think it was very impressive from Saw and Heroic. Now, Complexity losing the map pick of Heroic, is it alarm bells ringing already, or are we still comfortable in Complexity?
I mean, I'm not gonna cover it. It's pretty bad. Like, losing to Heroic with a stand-in, I know many other players had a great game, but like just the value of you losing arguably their most talented individual and then still not being able to even make it close is red alarms ringing anywhere, right? I think they've also had enough time from the EWC. They went home relatively early.
Sure.
So there's had a boot camp here in Copenhagen as well. So there's no excuses for why this should happen. They're not out. I'm not saying that, but of course, it's going to be a lot harder now.
Yeah, it is. We got a potential massive upset on the cards right here. Before we dive into the second map, we're jumping on a quick break, but then we'll be back with Complexity Heroic on map number 2. We are about ready to kick off the second map between Complexity and Heroic. We're taking on Vertigo, a map that Complexity have picked inside this game and a map they have a lot of success on. As a matter of fact, they've only lost it once in the past 190 days. So, if you're Heroic right now, is there any chance of an upset?
Yeah, I mean, it looks scary, right? Because their opponents is not like local lands in the likes of M80 or anything. Sure. Like, it's Mouse, it's Falcons, it's top teams, right? But it's kind of interesting to see that they're one of the few teams who's actually decided to pick up the new Vertigo and actually take it into their own hands and like be the ones who force it. I think a lot of teams are really looking at Complexity on how to approach the new CT side. With that new wall being open, I think it changes the dimensions a lot.
You like to give percentages of win chances. You said coming into the game that with Saw playing on Heroic, there was probably an 80% chance that Complexity were going to win this series. Now, on specifically Vertigo, what are the odds that Complexity will just run away with this without even having a competition at hand?
Very low. I think Horswick is going to be the one to watch because he's going to be the one locking down the angles on the ramp A, right? I think we see a lot of teams wanting to do the defaults, and they often happen towards A. I mean, if we're going to see like an uncommon AWP in the likes of Nerds or anyone who's going to be picking up the AWP and constantly crouching into those common angles, I think it's going to be ugly.
And if you're Heroic, what are you hoping to achieve here? Obviously, you already made a massive impression by winning Ancient, your own map pick. You're not coming into the opponent's map pick. You know you're facing a Complexity that are beating the likes of MIBR, they're beating Falcons, you name it. What are you hoping to achieve if you're Heroic here?
I think they're going to be hoping that Shoes delivers what he did on the first map, right? Being able to be that solid anchor that you can leave a little bit alone. Because if you have the ability to actually leave middle a little bit and actually go stack 4A, I think they can do a lot of re-aggression. I think the old Heroic lineup was so common doing that. Maybe Tessa and Shoes can replicate a little bit of that. But I do think the pressure is going to be on Shoes because he's going to be having a lot of issues dealing with maybe floppy lurking on him and also the executes.
I'm thinking in terms of the player material Heroic have to offer. I'm thinking Shoes, I'm thinking Tessus back in Heroic. They were great on Vertigo, played it to a high level. Kixon, when he was in-game leading in Apex, they were playing Vertigo at a high level. You look at your Nerds and Saw, so to speak, Saw obviously being a stand-in, but Nerds when he was in ENCE, they all come from teams and they all have a history with Vertigo where they were great individual players. Is that something they can use in a scenario like this where they probably have to play a little bit more FPL stylish given they're playing with Saw?
I think it's hard to argue because the map has changed quite a bit. I do think just opening up that wall, I think people were like, but yeah, it's just a wall towards the A, but it changes everything. It changes the dynamic and the rotations of what setup you can do, like how do you retake A now. It's completely different. I do hope Heroic has had enough time at the bootcamp to actually practice Vertigo to a certain extent, where we might see a little bit of new utility coming in, some new executes that we saw had success on Ancient. If they can replicate that without the anti-threat of Complexity, they at least have a chance.
And I think that's a golden rule for this specific map right now, especially with this matchup that we're trying to set the expectations. Do we think Heroic have enough to offer that it can be a competitive map, or do we think that Complexity will run all over them and we have to go to a third?
I mean, my bet is that Complexity is just going to run over them. I mean, they have to be really off individually if they're not going to take this map away from Heroic.
They have been so far.
Yeah, I mean, they have, but I think now they're sitting in a point where you're a little bit more comfortable in the angles that you're taking. You're also not going to be forced on AWP. I think it's a way more AWP map, at least on the CT side. They're not going to show it as much. I don't think Saw is going to pick it up. I think we're going to see Nerds rotating a lot around with the AWP, trying to imitate a little bit of what Dexter could, and I not think it's going to be working to the same extent.
I'll try to give you an argument and I'll see if you buy it. One thing I have noticed with Complexity is that they do implode from the inside. If they were to get off to a bad start, let's say they go behind 0-5 on this map, they've just lost on Ancient, they're playing against a stand-in. Do you think Complexity right now, mentally wise, is at a place where they're winnable and they're weak? Could they implode on the server given that it's Vertigo still?
I mean, it's a good point because he even mentioned it in the first interview of the day, right? Where he says like once the comms start falling, they just become a lower version of themselves, right? I think we even saw that a bit on Ancient where the rotation was a little bit weird. I think I remember one situation where Donut, where they were not even aware that he was there. I'm just curious about who's starting these like bad moves, right? Because I think that's what is behind the words, that he's kind of saying that when we get down to a bad trend, there's nobody to grab us and like build the energy up. And I'm just curious who's the one taking it down.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. We'll bring in our casters Henry and Anders, and maybe they can figure it out for us who's starting the bad mood within the Complexity camp.
We'll give it our best go, Jacob. Not many good vibes to speak of after that first map. They had a terrible start, and then it didn't really go much better in the second half either. Looked a little bit tilted, even after some great rounds, some floppies, some good clutches. Wasn't quite enough juice in the tank.
Well, Henry, I'm ready. Are you?
Yes, indeed. I would do the handshake.
Let's cast some counter. The odds are looking much more even now. I think that's exciting. Again, Saw standing in, his coach, but playing really remarkably well. So I'm excited for this.
I didn't want to PTR you there. In fact, you know it.
Oh, no.
That's the problem when you go for the traditional handshake. You're not really sure. But yeah, it's looking good for Heroic. Like, if anything, they've already caused a bit of an upset here with the stand-in. They managed to pick up the first map, no problem. Moving into Vertigo, though, you and I have discussed this a lot recently. The fact that, like, it's not really played whatsoever.
It's not.
So if you're
hated.
If you're a team that really focuses on it, there's the handshakes. See, they're still alive and well. Like, the fact that makes them laugh every time, it's raising morale like by like 2% every you do it.
Yeah.
So I think there's something to be said about those handshakes. But I do agree with the analysts. I feel like Complexity, they've got to win this one. This is their map. They haven't lost in the last 3 months, 7 outtakes, but against questionable opposition, I suppose, in North America.
Sure.
Not like your household names, but either way, it's a map they feel comfortable on. Should be the favorites here. Got a lot of utility. As they make their way over towards the A side of the map, it's TESES to defend. That's sort of jumping here, nice and silent as well, using the ramp.
Yeah. There's the spot, and that's all he wanted. He's got Kicksan on the other side with the dualies, but like you said, the utility there on the T side is kind of interesting if they get the ramp control, which they currently are. You could see Heroic don't feel comfortable re-peeking into an unknown amount of Ts on the other side, so here we go. They're in position. Going to be setting up the first couple of grenades to land on the bomb site itself. Still plenty of time on the clock here, and a nice counter grenade coming out there for Heroic, and look at the damage as well. Bomb finally being attempted, but yeah, you could see Grim not feeling super confident that no one's going to run him down. TESES does go down in the meantime, but ooh, they're fighting their way back in. Hold the phone here. 3 versus 3.
Oh yeah, this round's back on. It might even give the advantage to Complexity as well. Shush has got a decent timing here. They won't be aware of his position. He cracks over the skull and pulls out, looking for the double kill. Significant damage. He sets his teammates up. 50 inflicted to a Liege. One more bullet would do it, but if he gets a quick kill, he finds the dome with the defending player. It might be enough. That full defuse is coming in, however. 2 seconds to go. Doesn't look like he's going to be checking it. That's unfortunate. Lee just hoping they game off the bomb. He'd have a bit more wiggle room. Just didn't have the HP to justify the peak and guarantee the information. So that was a 5-on-3 advantage that Heroic almost gave up there. With the bomb going down, they found a couple in return. Thanks to Elise pushing down the backtracks of the new catwalk. But Shush guaranteeing the round here. Nice double kill. Almost a triple as well. 50 damage to Elise. We put him in a very precarious spot. Good handshake. There we go. We'll get old eventually, I'm sure, but I'm still loving it for now. As we get into round number 2 here. Bomb planted, 4 spy confirmed. Rushes delivered towards the ramp, trying to fend off the initial rush. Smoke, incendiary as well. So we're going back to the B bomb site here. Floppy waiting for any inquisitive CTs. We have got Nerds to the other side of these steps with his signature MP7.
It is his gun, isn't it? He loves it.
Bloody loves it. No other players use it, I'd be honest with you, but UMP's had a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, every once in a while.
No one really using the MP7.
He does good work with it, so I'm not going to criticize it at all here. Smoke is about to fade. We'll see if he can catch anyone on the other side there. Shush. It's going to be Floppy to catch him, and Elige will take down Nerds. The MP7 not being allowed to shine in this round. The 5 versus 3, and the round is right there for the taking of Complexity. Remember, they had that 0-5 start on Ancient, but this is looking better.
We got Saw coming, though. He's playing like a bit of a beast. Has to be said. Can he get the double to close things out? He fancies his chances here. Look at the HP across the board. They're just trying to close things down as quickly as possible as JT down to 20 points of health, but he's up against tantalizingly low Saw and TESES here. 35 seconds, another clutch scenario. They've just got to try and run down the clock here. They've got their bomb under the remit of the CTs. And there it is, TESES to recover. That's another 5-on-3 unders. 5-on-3. You got the first opening kills. It didn't seem to strike that quickly. Like, they allowed the CTs to rotate in that far before they'd even pulled the trigger on the take of the bomb site. Saw stepping up again.
Even at the end, it's a 2-on-3 with one of them being a coach and MP9s. Like, even in the end, it's winnable.
Well, no major tilt from Elige there. Everything's okay, but no bomb planted. It is the eco. The nightmare start once again. Pimp and Bubsky did say, like, it would take like a really difficult start from Complexity for Heroic to stand a chance in this one, and that's certainly coming through so far. This is about as bad as it possibly gets. You don't even get the bomb down in second round force fire. You give it up a 5-on-3 advantage. You've already lost the map. You're playing against a coach, a manager. Anything they can do here. They've managed to get a couple of key trades.
Yeah, this is, I mean, for what the round is, this is actually pretty good.
Saw, he's alive as well. He might give his life up. Just wants to play for that 1 kill each time. That's all he ever needs. Doesn't need to overstep the mark. He's 1-0 right now. In terms of utility, there's nothing. Bear in mind, these players do not have Kevlar as well. They are very squishy indeed. Making a sound cue there as well. Confirms they have not vacated the area.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying.
Oh, lads, come on. What are you up to?
Yeah, not the most smooth round here in the 2 versus 3 for now. Saw, doing a good job. Runs out of bullets, but like you said, just a kill around. You've done your job here. And the pros will take on over. It's Nerds to get the last kill there. I mean, it's not bad for them to get a couple of kills. Would have been fun if they could have got the bomb plant as well.
Yeah. Still, it's not the start they were looking for. This might be timeout territory. Complexity looking their best today. Opening frags. Tesses, double kill here for Kixan. And we're off to the races.
Oh, but this is an important round here. For Complexity, if they can't win this one, yeah, I think that's when the tilt will really begin. Like, you're going to be saying, all right, this is the first real rifle round. What a grenade to begin with. Floppy, who was a madman on the opening map. He played terrific Counter-Strike, but he's already a bit soft. Eats another grenade, puts it down to 59.
GG bet odds coming through. You can see Heroic actually the favorites now.
It's crazy.
Deep smoke. Floppy still with some vision, but no CT's going to peek that. Time of the essence, starting to coordinate themselves back towards B here. Now, we know they've got a devastating B execution. Looks to be a B split with Grim's positioning towards middle. Not a ton of utility. Got a couple of smokes available to him. Molotov for default. Molotov for quad. Will it be enough, though? Shush to take the initial aggro, Nerds to mow them down. See, there's no way they can cross over and get a good angle on Nerds with Shush there. That's his objective. Take the aggro and stop them crossing over. There's the Molotov towards default. Now it's down to Nerds. Aggro taken and shots delivered. That is beautiful from Nerds. The fortress that is the B bomb site is completely under lock and key here. One player remaining is Halser, and they don't even get close to a 100. Nowhere near it.
It's a double kill for Saw, and he got the flash assist for the 2 kills on Nerds. So Saw having an outsized impact on that round. That's so crazy. They're having such a... Like, the stark difference in the body language here, you could just tell. They're having a great time on the Heroic side, and for Complexity, much less so. Yeah, it went exactly as you described, though. He took all the attention away. Then the flash to set up the peak for Nerds, and he's just there. Saw in the middle, and then they close out the round like this.
Well done, Saw. Very clean round. Like, Complexity are going to be gutted. You don't even get through the beast. Yeah, lads, not looking good, but this is looking better. We are going to see the opening frag. Floppy will find Kixan.
Oh, but look at Shush.
Yeah, they're waiting for it, though. He hasn't got the range to really punish. Didn't like the repeat, but at least he gets a kill from it. And now it looks like Complexity are on their feet here.
Yeah. Tessus moving forward. He would need to get a powerful double kill while still staying alive from this position. It's doable. He must know they're not going to have any Molotovs, so they're not going to be able to check this corner in that fashion. So maybe it gets overlooked. Maybe nobody thinks about it. It is kind of being watched for there. You could tell Elige suspicious. Wants to make sure that they're not going to lose the round from that sandbags position. It's so common, but Hasn't really fully cleared it yet, and I wonder if they will. Now they're close to the bomb site here, and all the attention toward A. TeSeS just back here with the AK in hand and ready to mow them down. He's only going to get the one, though. Rim with a nice turnaround and a headshot from the Tech-9. That saves the round, I think.
He's absolutely fumbled that, unfortunately. Yeah. He knows he could have got all three. He could have taken all the time in the world. He went for a full committed spray that just wasn't required. He could have waited even another 5 seconds there. They completely overlooked his position. So a round that was definitely possible to bring back, and you only get one kill from that scenario, he will be kicking himself a bit. Player of TeSeS' caliber, he should be getting all three. But still,
you know they're going to plant the bomb, right? Like somebody has to crouch in and do. If you get him while they're doing that, then you're basically one of them is out of commission, and you could probably kill the other two. And
he looked pretty relaxed about the outcome, but still, he knows like there was so much that could have been done with that. Like 3 players overlooking the sandbag. You know they've got pistols and an AK. Like damn. How many more good chances you'll get than that to recover a 4-on-2? But there it is, the first round on the board for Complexity. Go to see a Floppy's heroics there. Pardon the pun with the Tech-9. And get himself a couple of kills here. Second one is what pretty much guaranteed the round.
Yeah.
This is the moment, like I said, there's 3 players. And it's just you fumbled the first shot. Like if you need to get a clean headshot on that first one, especially if you've got 2 players on your screen.
Yeah.
Should have taken his time, rushed it a bit, fumbled the shot. Not the end of the world, but could have recovered the round.
Yeah, but you're right. He didn't look too tilted, and that's probably good. You know, you don't want to be... You're still having a great start to the map right now, so just leave it for now. 4-1, the scoreline. Complexity, to be honest, with a bit of an unlikely round win, but I think they'll take whatever they can get right now. They need to get back on their feet and back into this game right here. They've got the AWP on Holzer. Can be a real monster with it. Again, it's Kicksand going down at the start of the round. That's been happening a couple of times now. And a lot of damage in return, but not enough for the kill. So another 5 versus 3.
Saw still alive, though. The final boss of Vertigo. He's currently 4-1. Fantastic showing for a coach. Maybe the best we've seen.
True.
In a few outings this year.
Oh. That's a pretty decent grenade. Soften them up a bit for the M4s. 2 people kind of near the A-bomb side. Saw now being left alone as I think Shush trying to relocate himself to the other side. So should be a very, very difficult hold here. Shush goes down, and I think for the rest of them, it's probably better to save what they got. I don't think it's worth fighting any longer. I feel like Kicksand's had a couple of rounds now where he's kind of dive without doing too much over on that A ramp. So that's going to be a bit frustrating. Sort of having back-to-back rounds where you just get shut down. But yeah, they're out looking to see if they can find any of the last members of the CT squad here. Doesn't look like they're going to be running into them immediately, but yeah, 4-2 the scoreline. Complexity, again, slowly getting back on their feet.
Yeah, it's a nice clean round. 5 players surviving, 2 in a row. Heroic. And their funds are starting to diminish here. Saw looks likely to go down here. Orzak is on the hunt. Better commit to this when the C4 goes off, you'd imagine. Just decides to hold on. He is quite low HP, to be fair. Just wants to hold on to his own AK-47. So they'll take 2 rifles. This is probably tactical timeout territory. Handshake's not as funny when you're losing rounds. But see, that's unfortunate. It was such a great flashbang. Kicksand, it's just unfortunate. It was completely blind. JT, a fortunate opening frag. But fantastic finish here from Cole. Didn't expect a full investment here, and that's the case. Ecoing around these 2 saved rifles. You expect some sort of boost here usually. Some sort of tactic to get you a pick in some regard. There's a boost, not with a rifle though.
So awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say probably not worth it, the USP.
Well, you mentioned it on Ancient, the trouble in CS2 with boosting. And
it's just like, it's such a, it feels like almost 50-50. You go for the boost and then all of a sudden you just start bugging out on top, and it's like, you have to like dismount with noise at that stage. It's just really annoying.
Okay, got a couple of different tricks up their sleeves. One over at the B side, one here with TeSeS trying to look on top, but hasn't really been working out for them so far. No one is anywhere near the B bomb side at the moment. Still, yeah, they'll dismount that one over at the B side too. So slow start to here. Also, that flick looked like it was nowhere near.
No,
TeSeS will take him down.
I think he was caught off guard there a little bit. Wasn't expecting that sort of angle. Bear in mind, there's so many different creepy crawly positions. Now, new vertigo, like this catwalk area, I still think will be an issue for a lot of people. As your muscle memory is not trained to go in this particular angle.
Yeah. There's also a flashbang on Saw, so when the fight breaks out.
Time around this.
It is running up the clock a bit low, you're right.
He hits these sort of shots, let me tell you. Absolutely nails Floppy, and the USPs, like I said, is taking a bit of aggro here. Back and forth we go, 3 versus 2. TeSeS with the remaining rifle, P250 in the hand of Saw. 15 seconds here, they can segregate these fights. Go for the swing now. Not gonna happen, bomb planted, maybe advantage for Flex here. Grim will find Shush in the end. TeSeS continues to fight back, and we're into the 1 versus 1 against the in-game leader, JT. Mentioned it in the first map of Ancient. He's always very good in these cerebral moments, so he can out-position his opponents. Does exactly that. TeSeS loses all the track and information of him, and it's gonna be a recovered round there. 4 Complexity now, posting 3 in a row, and starting to close that gap. TeSeS, great effort there with the M4. 2 rifles saved, USPs otherwise. Brought it right down to the 1 versus 1. But JT gets the round over the line.
Yeah, that second to last kill that he got was really, really important. And the relocate as well. It's good job overall for JT. And we're at a 4-3 scoreline. But again, they had 2 rifles saved in the last one, Heroic. The fact that it was that close is still kind of good news for them. They are able to buy into this round, even if it means Saw on the MP9. I think you'll take that. Holzerk back. Here's a classic position. Looking through the yellow curtain just to see if he could spot anything on the other side, but not able to so far. Nerds down here. It's a free kill. Floppy not even checking it. I wonder how Nerds got there without Floppy even thinking about it. That's an unfortunate way to go down.
Nerds is looking super sharp right now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real problem. Plugging the holes where Dexter is absent. It's off angle for TeSeS as well. They're going back in towards B at their peril, perhaps. That's where Nerds resides. He's still got a decent amount of util as well. Molotov, T-Molotov as well, bear in mind. We've had the nerf of the CT Incendiary. So important to point out the difference. He gets 7 seconds, a deeper spread. Oh, he just funnels him into that grenade as well. Really nice play from Nerds.
Yeah, that's a touchdown. Grim, his ears still ringing. Nerds looking to see if he can do anything here. A lot of players on the other side, but the backup is coming in. They're actually all rotating, so they have the read on this one. Heroic, they should never lose this round. Pretty much everyone's at the B bomb site. There's only 20 seconds left. Complexity, I doubt if they can even step foot onto the bomb site at this point. Look at the fire just burning them back here. It's Saw with the incendiary to take them down. And the rest are, well, they're out of time.
They should stop going in towards B. They are getting absolutely pummeled on this side of the map. They're not getting past those B steps. They're getting manhandled. Ripped limb from limb. Now, just a couple of flashes.
Yeah.
Basic util. They're not even getting past those B steps. And now, now you can see the smiles coming back out as Heroic posts yet another round here on the CT side. Oh, no, what an absolute beast. Waits for his perfect moment to strike. Saw burns one to a crisp as well. Grim has not had a decent showing at all in this series thus far. It's been a struggle of a season for him overall. See whether this time out.
Babsky call him. He called him the config of North America.
What did he mean by that?
I don't know. That's a very controversial label to put on someone, I feel like. It could mean a lot of different things, so...
Shout out config.
Shout out config one time. Well, yeah, but you're right. He has been missing from the game quite a bit. We know he's a talented player. We know that his ceiling is really high up there, but unfortunately, we're not getting a taste of that right now. Back in the game, but 5-3 with Heroic being on the CT side. I mean, if they can win this next round, the money is going to be questionable on Complexity.
Yeah, this isn't the walk in the park. People might have anticipated it. It's probably Complexity's best map. Not many people can beat them on it. They haven't lost it in the last 3 months. And even with a coach playing, a manager. Yeah, there's actually a pretty good showing from Heroic. Up 5-3. Very important round here. JT has been removed, but will be answered back by Floppy early on. He's still got Nerds, though, the king of the B-bomb site. Great playbook he's got. Mixture of calculated aggression, solid anchoring. For now, Playing on the front foot. Going to find Floppy on the other side. Key frag. That's to be delivered next. He seems to favor these white boxes more often than not.
So close to them spotting each other over on that B side. That can mean everything. If Floppy can actually win this fight, it'll force a rotation over from the A side, and suddenly there'll be some room to attack over on there. But down to 52 seconds here. Floppy, not quite sure where he wants to go with it. Gonna have to put out that Molotov. Oh, he does burn a lot, but yeah, they know that he's back there somewhere. Can they afford any more grenades to get rid of him? Not really. Now they're running it back, and there's only
back to
40
B
seconds
again?
left.
Have they not learned their lesson, Anders?
Not yet.
Do they not know that Nerds is waiting? Oh, now they've got 30 seconds, and now they know the bomb's kind of isolated. It's by itself. The flashbang again from Saw. He keeps sending in that sick flash that's granted like 7 kills at this point.
I think so. Oh, it's really
And again, they
worked out.
don't get past his B steps because Nerds is too powerful. Why do you keep challenging him? I don't get it.
Just stubbing
Still
their toe
going-
on the same
like
piece
every
of
round
furniture
they've gone
over and
A.
over again.
I think they've won. And they continue to try and make their way in towards the B bomb site, and it's the same outcome every time. Saw descends his absolute sicko flashbang over each and every time. This is the flash. Like, everyone is so bloody blind on the other side. And yeah, they're not even getting close to this B bomb site at all. Nerds is putting on a bit of a masterclass in the B bomb site. Check out this demo afterwards. Like, he has played this so well in every single scenario.
Yeah. We need like the closed caption underneath complexity.
That was his nade as well, I think.
Frustration. Yeah.
He just absolutely dumps it. I might have been churches, but still, yeah, Nerds is looking like a man possessed right now. Stepping up when his team needs him the most. 6-3. Money is tight for complexity, but they have 4 sport in. It's actually not too bad. 3 AKs, a Galil, and a Deagle. JT known to have one of the best Deagles to CS2 at one point.
Probably going down at the start of the round here. Just a Deagle on JT as well. They are back towards the A ramp. They have had more success, it feels like, especially, I must say, up against Kicksan. They've had a couple of rounds where he's been very forward and they've been able to take him down. Although he's playing further back now, and I respect that. I think it's important. If you're not having that kind of success, maybe sometimes you just have to be a little bit more flexible and find a new position to play in. Under 50 seconds. On top of the boxes here. Saw will get one, but Tessus actually goes down. Holzerk running wild in the back line here, but he's not done yet. Saw will spray down, get another headshot. And now it's Elige. 1 versus 3.
Oh my days. Saw with the double kill. He's 7-2 right now. It's unbelievable. Elige certainly capable of winning these sort of rounds. He's got the armor, he's got a smoke and an AK. 99 points of health, 15 seconds. Start hitting those one stabs now. Not gonna happen. Kicksan closes it out clean. If you are just joining us, this is Heroic playing with the coach. They absolutely dominated their map pick of Ancient, 13-8, and now we find ourselves map pick of Complexity. Vertigo, you would think would be a lock-in with the coach playing. They're lacking their AWPer. But the woes from EWC continue here for Complexity. They are knocked out by M80.
You know, this is creating another fantastic storyline. If they get Dexter back, if he actually solves the visa issue and they play worse, it's going to create so many question marks. You know, we're like, what is going on?
I don't think anyone knows what's going on here.
7.
And that was a force fire in the previous round. So it's like, this was almost a bit of a gimme. And they did win the only few rounds they've picked up. One was the Tech 9 play from Floppy up towards A short. Saw this time though. The Immortal. Going to be tested in towards middle. Double incendiary to deny access. Does do just that, but doesn't do a ton of damage. Flashbang over the top for Saw now. Going to be focusing his efforts towards Guardian. They're looking for the B split. They really have not learned their lesson this B side of the map. Maybe go towards the elevators instead. That looks to be the case. Oh my days, Kicksan. He does enough damage. 2.5 will do.
He was actually so flashed, and he still somehow just managed to line up almost a perfect spray there. So I think any real dream at the moment of sort of surprising them in this round probably got done right there. Saw calls it out. He spots both the last players, so they know everything at the moment. Tessa's nearly getting timed on that peak. That would have been very awkward. Actually, he is still in a very awkward position. That new hole in the wall there, but Saw will pick up the last kill. He's up to 8 now. Oh, he's playing so well. This is brilliant.
I don't think anyone saw this coming.
No, definitely not.
Like, Ancient, fair enough. First map of the tournament. You're like, whatever, okay. They had the slow start. They were 0-5 down, but their map pick, oof. Massive oof. This, you can, the body language says it all. Thankfully, like, it's a pretty forgiving format here. Like, if you don't make it through, you've got the showdown as well, though you got some time to recalibrate, but this is not the complexity you want to see at all.
No, it isn't. Start of the season. Definitely a lot of players hoping more. I mean, this lineup has been working very well, but obviously, like the analyst desk we're talking about too, just sometimes the floor of the team could just drop out beneath them, and that's it. Grim goes down, Holzer's tagged up.
It's just like, what have we seen? We saw in a nice Tech 9 round from Floppy, which broke the economy.
Yeah, that's
Then you got a couple of rounds after that.
Not much more, unfortunately. Holzer's been getting some kills, but a lot of them have kind of been less impactful. Tess up here again, high ground potential. Does get the dink onto a leash, but can't quite bring him down.
Need this one, complexity, last round of the half.
Holzer inching his way forward, trying to see if he can find the right position. Does get jiggled out of that first shot, so they know what's coming next here. 40 seconds and a nice shot from Holzer. Saw does get one in return and puts a little bit more pressure on. Doesn't really want to peek into that AWP, and who can blame him? Oh, moving forward now, it's just Saw alone against 3, and there should be no way to win this one. JT will bring him down. So an 8-4 scoreline at the end of the half. Complexity need a great second half. Handshakes and heartbreaks as we get back into the game, Henry. At least potentially there is a chance still for Complexity to make it back, but I must say the heroic with a coach stand-in lineup has just been working very well.
It has, to everyone's surprise. Like, we knew they could cause a dent today. We knew they could potentially upset this one. They've got a lot of firepower in this squad, but you had Complexity as the heavy favorites. That has to be said. And now on their map pick, an 8-4 deficit. Heroic knocking on the door of a 2-0 victory here, and Nerd stepping up. Saw going above and beyond. He posts a 9-3 scoreline in his first half and had some very impactful kills there. He wasn't just finding one kill around, he was finding doubles left and right. As we get into a very important pistol round, I will say it might be must win for Complexity. Nice position here for Alige. Haven't really said his name all too much. He's carrying an 8 and 9, and down he goes early. He's down to Floppy here. Needs to get at least one more. Also, we're there to pick up the pieces, and then Sam doing God's work with those dual leads. Floppy stepping up once again, down to Nerds, who will be dealt with in due course by Grim. And there it is. They step up just when they needed to, and alleviate some pressure here. No bomb planted as well, suggests it will be an eco following things up here.
That was a clutch flashbang. Right after Floppy is about to get overwhelmed, that the flash that comes in there for the CT side, I think it was Grim. Yeah, it was Grim setting it up. That's a huge flashbang. I think that completely disjointed any attack that Heroic, even got close to doing there. So well done. Like you said, probably a must-win pistol, and added to that there was no bomb plant makes, well, it doesn't actually stop Heroic from forcing up. They're going to do that anyway. Tech-9s all across the board. I love this. It takes me back, Henry.
All right. I didn't expect them to force buy this particular round, but we'll see what they can make of it. This is the B execution by the looks of things, flushing out the close range proximity with the Molotov.
That's a UMP as well on a leash.
He loves the weapon. He reckons it's got its place in top-level CS. He thinks he can make it better. Bombarding that B bomb site with flashes and HE grenades, close range. Is where the UMP does his best work. A couple of kills for Elite there. Looks like they fended them off nicely. Elite picking up a triple. And just saw, unfortunately, no heroics this time. As we will see 2-0 come through. 3-0 more than likely. The force buy not yielding a bomb plant or really any frags whatsoever. Slowly but surely, Complexity bringing this one back to life.
Kind of interesting to see them, like when you go for that kind of force buy after not planting the bomb, you take all the element of surprise out of it when you're throwing that many grenades, right? Like, it's such a...
They were hoping, because they threw, what, 2 towards white boxes, 2 towards quad.
Yeah.
Hoping if no one was there, unfortunately. Like, normally if someone's behind white boxes, those 2 grenades will find the kill.
Yeah.
So, like, you were kind of gambling on the fact that you're going to get at least 1 kill from those set grenades, and then it cracks open the side, but the CTs just one positioned in that manner, and it doesn't work out for them. But you're right. Unfortunately, though, CTs will mow them down with the SMGs and the FAMAS. And like we said, full eco for Heroic. Not really much invested here. We've got a Deagle for Shush, Saw and Nerds. No Kevlar, of course.
Surely this being such a home map for Complexity, even if it's a kind of a bad start for them, 8-4 in the first half, they win the pistol here, they get up to 8-7, like, I have to assume that they're going to be able to
It should be fine.
Yeah, I think so. Tessus and Kixan left here. Looked like there was a chance for a Deagle headshot on the other side, but just narrowly escaping there on the Complexity side. Oops. It's so awkward with the attempts to boost. Oh, Tessus landing some beautiful shots here. Again, this can compound over time, right? You get a couple of kills, some rounds where we shouldn't. Oh, Tessus again at it. That's 3 in a row headshots to take down Floppy at the end here, and still got 40 seconds to try and find something. He's made it very expensive. He's going to go pick up the bomb.
He fancies his chances there. It's not outside the realms of possibility that he gets another 1 dig.
Come on.
Danish Dynamite ready to explode. Tessus on for the ace. Making his way forward. If he can find this kill. Oh my god, this will be one of the clutches of the year. Let's get that bomb planted. And what could have been magnificent never comes to fruition, but my god, what a great effort.
That's so sick. You're right. That would have been one of the clutches of the year. They had no business. That's a 2-on-5 brought down into a 1 versus 1 by 1 player.
Damn. That was Deagle no armor as well. When he hits this shot, I was so ready. So ready to give him his moment, but well played from Hulzerk. still, they're happy to get out of that one alive. Expensive round, sure. The crisis averted. And have you ever tried a pot noodle?
Yes, I must have.
Massive part of my childhood.
Yeah?
Yeah, big fan.
Growing up?
Yeah. Like
Any particular, like...
I like the Bombay Bad Boy or beef and tomato. They're my favorites.
Okay.
Like, real staple.
I feel like we should be able to get you some of the studio.
I think so. I think I could. That's all I need to be happy. You just feed me one of those before each game, Anders. I'll be good to go.
All right.
We'll see what we can do.
We'll arrange it. We'll set it up for you, Henry. No doubt. We'll get some, some early morning cartoons, something to go with it.
That would be lovely, actually. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. 8-7, but bear in mind, very expensive round in the previous. Heroic can squeak this one out. Finances will be in a dire state. Nerds with a nice boost towards middle, finds a Liege at the Guardian box. That's being exchanged now. An advantage, Heroic. Really important round here. Loss bonus will be at absolute bottom of the barrel, $1,400 per player. The Org, not the most ideal weapon for this sort of scenario, not known for its close quarters combat. And it's going to be Shush finding the advantage. Like I said, look at the money. So they're going to get $1,400. Floppy fully invested, JT and Grim. Yeah, the money's in a pretty rough spot here. That's TeSS's efforts with the Deagle do have ramifications further down the line here.
Yeah, it erodes that economy so badly that all it took was one push and they're already down. Bit of an issue. Heroic though, very confident in this one. You've got to say, like, no hesitation in pushing on through. You love to see it.
Fucking nice.
Indeed.
Insane strat.
Insane strat. Nice little B split through middle. Yo, a hell of a run boost.
Yeah.
Don't see many of those.
Don't think they realize.
I don't think anyone does.
Surprise! Kixan just got to be questioning
what
is
kind of insane. Like, normally the run boost is from T-Spawn, right?
Yeah.
Run boost round. You don't expect it from the CTs. That's very cool. Nice.
Obviously, you can hear him landing, but I'm guessing if you've never seen it before,
they're grenading and spamming shots, right? They're trying to make it as quiet as possible. This is another very important round. Complexity give this one up. It's GG territory.
Yeah.
And they've got the opening kill. They've done significant damage towards TeSS, the Danger Man from the previous Desert Eagle round. Throwing off the grenades here, trying to find some space towards shorts. Bear in mind, they have fully invested here with 2 pistols, 2 SMGs, and an M4. Pulls out with the 1 rifle. Finds Shush as well. They've got a 5-on-3 advantage here. He's not backing down. He refuses to yield as he finds yet another. Giving them absolute hell out there is Holzerk, who puts down a stunning round. A fantastic sequence of the M4. Gets himself a hat trick and brings Complexity back to life. That's a huge injection of cash. They can recover those rifles and keeps their head above the proverbial water.
Pushing forward after the initial kills here, you can tell they were not expecting it.
Yo, look at this start. What a little strat this is.
And they even throw an immediate flash into the pillar behind him, so I think if anyone is pushing, they did just get flashed as well. Wow, they even flipped the cone perfectly right in front of Holzerk at the end there, Henry. You know I'm a big fan of that.
You are. Okay, that round was everything. This game just got very spicy.
Oh yeah, it's on once again. Some money on Heroic, enough to buy into this round. Flashed forward around the corner, Grim to just mow them down with the MP9.
That's back-to-back little gimmick plays now with the MP9 from Grim. The run boost before, boosted on the mid-box this time, flashed in, gets himself
their home map.
A nice double kill for his troubles. Upgrading now to the rifle, or at least eventually he's hoping that middle will be cleared. As we see the utility exchanged, should be easy pickings now for the likes of Complexity, unless Saw goes absolutely ham. Not going to happen. Their finances started to dwindle now as well. They're in half-buy territory as Complexity start to begin the conversation of taking us to Anubis here.
I would say so. Like I definitely think that's where this is going now.
Flash, that's what did it. So Floppy flashes over just before he peeks middle. Really nice little set piece once again with that MP round.
I mean, it is their home map, and with that many gimmicks being put into play, you can kind of tell they feel really, really comfortable here. It's been a strange day of Counter-Strike for Complexity, but Holzerk also, the way that he's kind of carrying them forward at the moment, I think he's up like 17 or 18 kills, something like that. It is starting to look pretty damn impressive. Timeout being called now from Heroic to get a chance to just discuss what's going on. But yeah, it's been a minute since they've had the same kind of impact here. And Complexity, I mean, sure, it's been... Some of the rounds have been really expensive for them, but this one was pretty convincing. They're going to have a lot more money to work with. Even better, they've actually upgraded it to 4 AKs on that CT side. So that's a lot of firepower.
Yeah. Could do a lot of damage. B rush. Greeted by the utility, mowed down by Floppy. Gets himself an early hat trick. Round over. Complexity will be the first to post double digits here. 10-9, guaranteed.
I think they needed a bomb plan in this round. This is going to be hard to deal with. Saw and Nerds just not even being given many opportunities. Nobody's really peeking from that CT side, so you're not getting any free kills, any free runs onto the bomb side either. Nerds hoping he could do better than Tessus earlier with the Deagle, perhaps?
He would have to do something unbelievably good.
Spotted. That's how careful he is. Nicely done. Expect nothing less from Elige. If he can get warmed up even a little bit more, I mean, that's surely going to...
It's looking like he can get a third map now, and you're right. Like, if he can just start to have his own sequences and start to dominate a few rounds, they should be fine here.
Yeah. He really is an amazing player when he gets warmed up. Like, you talked about Floppy being a bit of a confidence player. Don't know if Elige is quite the same, but like he definitely has his sort of down moment. But when he turns it around, it's crazy.
Nice hat trick here. Floppy to open things up. Funneled them up the steps of the incendiary. He had no choice but to push. He softened them up with the HE already as well. Fantastic. Anchor play. AK still out of full force on the CT side. Haven't seen many orbs here on Vertigo. If any, really. Here we go, another very important round. Heroic looking to match the total of Complexity. It's going to be Horzerg through the smoke, through the wooden boards. Finds Tessus, but shush, beautiful shot. Takes matters into his own hands here. Spots Floppy out as well. It's a Legion fact as well, dominating this B bomb side. Back to a 3-on-3. Shush taking a lot of territory. Looking for his hat trick now. Was ready for that fight, but Grim bests him.
Absolute sickening level of confidence on Shush to just go for those fights.
I think he realized, like, I've got to do this by myself now. No one else is with me. I've got these 2 frags. I've got some space. Might as well take the 3rd duel. Gets it. It's a very different round. Kicks that nice shot. Teammates not with him, though. Bomb's starting to scramble up. Good flashbang. Didn't quite catch Horzerg, though. And Saw, unfortunately, thrust into the clutch. If he wins this, I would be speechless. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, that would be
spotted
legendary.
It will be flanked.
Yeah, nice movement from Holzer. Good communication between him and Grim. It's another round. Even though that one got expensive, Shush kind of almost running wild with it, but in the end, not enough. I thought that grenade from Kickstand would have been enough. It looked like it was a really good flashbang, but just didn't do quite enough. Yeah, but these fights here from Shush is just all confidence. Cool to see, but not enough.
Middle holding. He's coming window, Rasmus.
Okay, maybe. Doesn't look like a middle all-in, but it is an 11-9 scoreline. So Complexity just 2 rounds away from picking up this map. Tessus, a lot of pressure being put on JT here. You must know he's in trouble. Some backups being called for. I think Grim is trying to help out, but Tessus knew that. He knew they had to try and rescue that player from back there, and now they're hunting down JT. Nice shot from Holzer. That's actually sick.
Yeah, he has looked unbelievably good with the rifles today. Like I said, hasn't been many orbs, but on this A bomb site, M4, AK-47, he's looked red hot. 21 kills to his name as well, and he's not backing down. He wants more of these duels. He's willing to take these fights. Flashbang comes through, continues to find kill after kill. Elige looking for a double now. It's a 2 versus 1. Elige got his work cut out for him, and he can't hold on. Shush with the double to find double digits for Heroic. That's a big round. They needed to stop the momentum of Complexity. Their money should be absolutely fine there because they had those 4 AKs for like 2 or 3 rounds in a row, and they won a pretty difficult round before that with the MP9s and the Deagles. So their money's going to be strong.
Yeah, I want to say it should be. It's such smart play from Tess's, knowing that someone is going to have to help out JT back there and being ready for it. That's a very nice way to get things started. You're right, they had the money. AWP back on Holzerk. Almost seems like a shame because he's been lights out with the rifles, like you pointed out. Mac 10 here on Saw. He can be speedy, he can open up for his teammates if they get into the right position. Whoa, hold the phone. Also getting hunted down. A jumping shot as well as Saw will take down the top performer on Complexity. That's wild.
Dude, he got a dink on JT as well. Like, that is such disruptive play. The fact you take down the Yorpa, you dink the in-game leader, and now it's the isolated B bomb side, but Floppy with a clothesline on Shush. Silences the Dane. Molotov applying more pressure. He'll smoke himself out. Screaming for backup here. Legion providing headshots. Takes Nerds down to 14 points of help here. A minute on the clock. It's a chaotic round to say the very least. A low HP on both sides of the coin. Legion knows. I've got to find an angle here. Narrowly misses out of the kill. And it looks like they're going back.
It hurts to leave Floppy alive back there. They knew they had him, but they just could. They had no more grenades. They finally had the Molotov back there, but they didn't have any on the ramp itself when they actually had him locked in. That's got to be frustrating. It's still a 4-on-4. Everything riding on this. If they lose this round Complexity, they might lose the entire series.
You're right. JT low, Floppy.
Oh, look at Saw.
Basically dead.
They don't know. He's walked through. If he had anything but a Mac 10, that might have been a kill.
Yeah,
but at that range...
He still had it with the Mac 10, I'm sorry. Probably should be getting that kill. 35 HP, didn't connect a single bullet. It's unfortunate. And now they'll make their way in towards B. Grim fighting back. And it's just going to be poor old Nerds. 5 seconds remaining. Close but no cigar. It really did hinge on Saw applying that pressure. If he gets that kill on JT, it's a very different round.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but it will be map point for Complexity now.
That's a great move from Saw, though. I mean, he did so much work in that round, but you're right, right at the end. Oh, they just needed that one more kill. But here we go. Complexity up to 12.
And he got the dink as well.
Yeah.
Oh, really nice shot, though, from Floppy. Like he said, he got Molotov'd out. That was the moment the round was lost, unfortunately. Floppy held on. Grim starting to step up as well. Had a rough series, but starting to have heavy impact now with the MP9. The run boost play. They boosted up towards middle. He's starting to win these rounds.
Last time out here for Heroic. A chance to have a bit of a discussion, hopefully get things back online. They need to get this into overtime now, though. Which, to be honest, Henry, is kind of short flavor, too. We haven't had any overtime yet. What are you doing?
I mean, we've only had 3 maps.
I know.
Give me a chance. Let me get warmed up.
It's disappointing, that's all I'm saying, you know?
Hey, it's going to be a long tournament. This is day 1.
Well,
and to be fair, we had standard galore today. We've had back standard. So well, I can't do too much of that.
All right. We'll give you another couple of days then.
Yeah.
There is a chance for it here at the very least. Nerds should be winning this fight, and he will be. Wiggling in the corner. Tessus will take down JT, and it's on. 5 versus 3.
Holzak, though, has been so impressive. He's gone back to the M4 now. He's even dominating with that. Like,
I love it.
The moment he brought out the AWP, sure, we know he's a world-class AWPer, but the way he's playing the M4s today, keep him on the rifles. God damn.
He wins the fight against Tessus, so that's a bit of a start. Floppy setting the flashbang high to set himself up for a kill. It'd be on Shush. No one was even really looking for him, so that's interesting. Molotov gonna land in the back corner, so that forces him into the fight, and Kicksands there to capitalize. Grim is the only one with any real health right now.
Let's see if Grim can close this out, finding the win. All will be forgiven for that quiet performance on Ancient. Nerds, though,
it's a free
kill. Really
shorty.
nice flank.
What?
Oh, he's got no HP. He probably goes down here. Somehow gets away with it. It was close. And Holzak with 18 points of health himself. It's going to be 12-11 by the looks of things there. Okay, it's fine in the end. They got a bit dicey for Heroic, but they get it over the line. As we will see one more round to go. Overtime still beckons, Anders. You wanted it, you might just have it. You never know. We just saw KD and Warpie as well. New
that
analyst,
is true.
Upcoming analyst in the scene.
He is the main character. You do anything. There's no limit. So
I'm looking for. He's going to be analyzing the Liquid game. So
and the Astralis.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
it's so fire, isn't it?
Yeah. It's so make sure you stick around for that, guys. Whatever you do.
I actually think it's yeah. That's exciting. Elige absolutely head taken off in that position. I can't believe it, but Shushi's back entering over at that B-bomb side. It's been working. 4 more kills, and we are going to be at overtime, ladies and gentlemen, here. They don't have a lot of firepower either on the CT side. This is looking very difficult here for Complexity. Their home map, Henry, they're playing against a coach.
I don't know. These sort of rounds always seem to work out. You got the Grim MP9.
True.
Which is proven to be absolutely magnificent. Problem is, though, they're focusing their efforts towards middle. Sure, it's a short rotation back in towards B, but they've committed in towards the hunt. Looking to get down that ladder, potentially. It's a very defensive hold here. CTs need to decide. They're going to fight on the front lines or go for the retake here. Shush has got a lot of control. Finds a kill through the smoke. It's the Danger Man. Horzak as well. The Famous, the best weapon they've got. No chance here. It would have to be a hell of a performance from the MP9 now. Not going to happen, and we're going to overtime. Congratulations, Heroic. Managing to fight back from the 12-10 deficit. Tall order.
The entries for Shush throughout this second half has just been amazing over at that B-bomb site. It seems like they could just call his number and he could just go find at least 1 or 2 kills, and he just does it.
Yeah, he should be celebrated.
That is true. Firm handshakes, to say that.
Firm handshakes, yeah.
So sick. Over and over again. All right, well, there we go. Overtime is secured. We've done our job, Henry. Now,
yeah, you wanted it, Anders.
Yeah.
You literally did ask for it. So here we go. Let's see if Heroic can close things out 2-0. The Org is back out. A weapon we all thought was going to be quite meta in CS2. It was fashionable for a little bit, but no one's really made it their own, and continues to be a little bit obscure as it goes down with no kills whatsoever, as we now have a 4-3 though. Still man advantage for Complexity. JC's down to 66, Tess is at 48, smoked off towards short, stifling Prospect.
Oh, and another little trick coming in. Talked a lot about these boosts and how hard they could be at the moment, but seems like Complexity have done a bit of homework. More seconds. Saw is actually kind of looking for it, and look at the headshot. Continues to spray because he wants to catch. I was boosting.
It's an insane shot. And now, finding some space in towards the B-bomb side is nuts. He can get right behind the backtracks here. Tests to drop the Molotov to keep them interested. If they can get the bomb over towards B quickly. My God, they actually could have done something here. Saw might have found the deadly incision and actually got them an open B bomb site. We've got Nerds now holding the backtracks. Elige, if he spots it from the catwalk, he goes down. No questions asked. He has no idea they've crossed over yet. Good smoke as well, Anders. Now they give them Elige's position. They know he's on the other side.
Such a powerful position to be in. Yeah, that's the only real danger, is if somebody sort of jumps around here, but it's mega risky to try and do it. Bomb ticking away. First round of overtime is actually looking pretty good for Heroic. The Molotovs and the smokes just keeping Complexity back.
I think they've got to jump around the catwalk.
Yeah, you almost have to. Flash to maybe set it up here, but it's Nurse with a spray. And it couldn't have been any better here. JT trying to recover the round, but I think it's too little and too late. 1 versus 2 as he tries to get close to it, but he's already tagged up and looking to find them. Runs out of bullets at the end, unfortunately, and Heroic will pick up the first round of overtime.
That was looking like a round that was dead in the water until Saw hits that shot, the impossible shot with the AK-47 on the boosted player. He was spotted, he was out of position, he 180s it pretty much and gets the headshot. I hope we get to see it. Here we go. Okay, not quite the 180, but still, very impressive shot. Yeah. I don't know how he hit it.
He's a manager.
He's a bloody manager. No, I'm joking. That's a Dave's quote if you're not aware. He's a coach. But still, for a coach, and the sick shot. And it's the linchpin. It's going to be winning the round.
Imagine what a confusing world Saw's going to find himself in when he starts getting offers to join teams. So he's like, can you come and play for us? Like, forget the coaching part. Like.
Dude, he's the reason they win that round. I shit you not. He is the
amazing.
reason. They get that kill. They have to hold at the A bomb site. TeSeS drops the Molotov to deny vision. They start creeping back in. Nerds use that opportunity to take the B bomb site fully. They rotate in. And those handshakes, they've never looked better. Heroic are knocking on the door of 2-0 here. 13-12, 1-0. Early days here of overtime. One timeout used. Orcs there for Horzak. I don't think he's found a kill over yet. He's looked so good with the M401S.
I know.
I don't know why he's forcing the issue here with that particular weapon, but more than willing to be proven wrong at it. I would love to see him do something huge with it.
I mean, they play the map a lot. There's got to be a reason, right? He's got to have some feeling that he knows exactly how to position himself with it. Nice grenade at the start of the round against Floppy. Also gets nothing done with the orb this time, and JT in trouble. It's Saw back in action, just absolutely wrecking them. 5 versus 3 all of a sudden here, and Heroic looking on point to win this round. There is a little bit of defense. Oh, but Kicksands walked up right behind them. If he doesn't screw this up, it should be the round. Elish will turn around and get a bullet straight between his eyes. Floppy in some trouble out there. He's going to get hunted down, and he's now alone, 1 versus 4.
Yeah, good luck, Floppy. Sent this kid clutch, but this one is a stretch too far. As we go 2-0 now on the T side of Vertigo. Complexity starting to crash out in overtime here. That's now 4 rounds in a row. Bear in mind it was 12-10 Complexity. And now 14-12. What a backstab. What a shot from Saw once again.
They're getting outplayed.
It's an absolute banger.
Behind me.
Leads for Elish.
Oh yeah,
He was indeed behind him.
Good tell. Here we go. 14-12. We're looking for the first to 16. Heroic. They can win all 3 rounds here on the T side. I mean, that in itself is a bit of a statement. Molotov is going to be there to push out that forward player. We'll make it back around the corner, but sometimes you follow that up with just a spray through to stop that from happening, so you can actually wall bang it. Kicksand will get the trade. They will lose Shush, though.
Got to step up here. They need him. Grim will find the first. 3 versus 3. TeSeS has been so powerful. Waiting for his trade potential. Nerds towards middle. Elite pressure applied. The Molotov lands at his feet here. Still willing to take these fights. Expends a lot of bullets, though, down to the 1 versus 1. In-game leader JT needs to step up, exposes himself. 46 points of health. He's got a smoke and an HE to work with here. TeSeS yet to plant. He's got so much time on his side as well, and it looks like he's done enough here. Massive advantage at this point. Nice grenade, though. And I guess he got the kill.
Yeah, right inside of the explosion. You
I didn't even notice, but there it is. I guess he got it. We got the 3-0.
Oh, that's some sick timing on TeSeS. That's well played. They get 3 rounds in the opening half of overtime. That's so hard to handle here. And keeping the pressure on, again, it's very straightforward. They're just going for it, but it is working. Look at the timing here. You can't see anything.
Oh. My laser flashes aren't this.
Man, they're having a great time, aren't they? 15-12, ladies and gentlemen.
The vibes are immaculate.
Yes, they really are.
It's beautiful to see, and this could be the end. 1 round will do it, Anders Bloom.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's fellow Dane Shush to open things up, finds a stunning headshot on Floppy. Opening kills and maybe overstepping the mark there. That was ambitious from TeSeS. The long-range M4A4 spray into the kneecaps. Didn't have to happen, but it has. And they're back into this round. Horzak deploying the heavy artillery of the AWP.
Oh, look at how much they're rotating away from B, though. Heroic, I mean, they're kind of gambling a little bit. Shush is kind of near the B bomb side, but he can rotate into A very fast. So let's see if this works out. They're pushing forward to try and catch them on the ramp. This can actually be a bit of a shock for Complexity. They might not quite be ready for this. Also gets a nice flick of that AWP. All right, they were ready for it. Saw has to get both, and he just can't quite do that. Holzerk will come back into it. He's up to 25 kills at the moment. If not for him, I don't think Complexity are even in this position, but Shush against 3. He's traded places with them inside of the smoke. They're going to get the bomb planted, and for the minute, they have no idea where he is.
Oh dear. Not like this, Complexity. This would shatter the morale and end the game. Shush in a 3 versus 1. He slips the net for the first, but now they know exactly where he is. If he takes down a leash, it's going to be a really awkward situation for Halzak. He's got 20 points of health.
Molotov.
Bomb ticking at some pace, though, and it looks like there's done more than enough. Shush needs to get his skates on here. He realizes it, gets in the smoke. Can't find the bomb just yet. And he taps it, but Halzak, more than enough wiggle room to work with there. Still the handshakes. And close to closing things out there, but not quite enough. It was the opening frag found by Shush. And then Tess says, I didn't love that swing from the top of the ramp. He already kind of felt like he guaranteed the round. They didn't have anything to work with. He offered himself up. It all started to fall apart. And Shush, great effort though. 3 versus 1. 1 bullet towards Halzak would have been enough. The Norwegian holds his nerve. I think he didn't know exactly where the bomb was. Had to start rushing it towards the end. All for Nerds this time. Every time he's picked up the orb, he's got like 2 or 3 kills with it, to be fair. And this is the angle he was using in the first half as well.
Yeah, and all it takes is one careless tee around the corner, and it's an opening. But they're not that careless. They're going to throw a Molotov to try and put him out of that position, so kind of interesting. Everything on the line here for Complexity. Losing it in overtime. Again, with a stand-in, the team is just not going to be a fun time whatsoever. And it's their home map here on Vertigo. One of the few teams that actually plays Vertigo. Everyone else just seems to ban it out. Tess is in a lot of trouble, but somehow he lives through it and Kixan comes alive. A huge double for him, and now they want to move forward and do it a little bit more right into JT and Grim on the other side. Maybe a little bit too aggressive on the heroic side. 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. A chance here, but Nerds gets run down, and I think they found a way through here on the Complexity squad.
Yes, these re-aggressions from Heroic, it's a little bit baffling at times. You find there's 2 great opening frags, and everyone starts swinging out one by one. It's a difficult bomb site to hold on to now, with the A side being a lot more open. There's not as many advantageous positions, I suppose, but still felt like they had a solid grasp on that one, and it could go to double overtime now. They got those opening kills once again, a double from Kixan. There's no chance Halzak misses this. And now that's 2-0 Complexity, 1 more for double overtime. Certainly possible at this stage. And that's twice now back-to-back where Heroic got the opening kill. And they squander it. And this is Kixan, look at this, clean.
Yeah.
Open is there, no bomb planted, no real reason to swing out. And look at those frags, he's in the open. I guess bear in mind, they've got Saw playing as well. The coordination's not going to be what you might expect. He's not going to have the same sort of awareness as a player like Dexter and those sort of scenarios.
But you're right, though. Like, that's a moment they're going to look back on either way and say, man, we definitely had a chance right there to close it out. If it goes to a third map, then, you know, you're going to be thinking about that round for a little bit at least. Timeout called. Get the extra timeout here in overtime. But, yeah, you're right. It could be double overtime.
Well, finding those opening kills, just got to hold on. Send a bit of discipline when they have those advantages. Double overtime looking likely, but see if Heroic can continue to be a nuisance here. It's going to be Nerds to the AWP over towards B this time. He will be tested. Drops down the grenade. Powerful grenade. Does less than you think, though. 19 damage towards JT. That's more like it. That's an absolute stinker of an aid.
That is actually kind of devastating. Nerds going to be really careful here. He'll make it back around the corner before they can hunt him down, but it looked like they were about to get him. Some more grenade damage. This time it's Saw, though, burning alive. He's Shush on the bomb site itself, and he'll get a great double spray down. Keeps the madness up, a 3rd kill. And now he's up hunting with the USB Elysian side of the smoke, trying to stay alive, trying to keep this on. He needs 3 kills, and he needs to be flawless in this clutch.
Can't throw this one, boys. Another huge advantage. 3 kills from Shush to open things up here, but it's a Liege. One of the best players North America has ever produced. They have to keep the dream alive here for Complexity. He has got time on his side, a minute on the clock to work with a smoke on his utility belt as well. Shush is very low, deals with him. But unfortunately, there's just too much to deal with, and it's a 2-0 victory for the plucky underdogs, with the manager, the coach playing, Saw stepping up with an admirable performance, and that's going to be an absolute gut punch for the likes of Complexity. They go down 0-2, they fall back to the bitter end, Anders, but it wasn't quite enough.
How do we even begin to dissect what we just witnessed right here, Bobski? Heroic taking down Complexity in a 2-0 fashion. I think all of us coming into this game were thinking, given the circumstances, given the fact that Saw has replaced Dexter, as a stand-in, as the coach of Heroic, there was absolutely no chance that they were supposed to win this game. Yet they did it in a rather convincing fashion. I know second map was very close. First map was Heroic by far being the best team. Try explain to me what we just spent the last 2 hours watching.
I mean, Dexter must have made some good anti-strat while sitting at home waiting to join the team, but I think it's pretty amazing sitting here, actually standing after a top 10 team losing to a team who's not really been showing too much, right? Heroic winning 2-0. I think they've been using their bootcamp well. I think we saw multiple rounds where they had really cool executes, but this must surely hurt for Complexity's ego.
Yeah, it's one that's gonna sting for sure. I don't think they saw this one coming, to be completely honest. Vertigo, obviously a great game of Counter-Strike. Complexity were leading 12-10. They had 2 opportunities to close out the game, weren't able to do so. We then head into overtime where, in particular, Shoes came alive.
Yeah.
He was almost clutching a 1v3 in the very final round right here. He got a triple kill as well. You spoke about Tessus, you spoke about Shoes coming into the game. Those 2 players definitely stepped up tonight.
Yeah, but also look at the way he wanted to lurk on this map, right? He really wanted to constantly just search on Floppy, right? I think he did it so many times through both regular time, but also overtime, generally speaking. He just tried to like play the defaults, and you know, when you call a default normally, you would maybe do it once or twice per round, but I felt like he did it constantly, and I think he wanted to do it because, you know, if you can open up that B side, it's way more easy to like determine a round than running up side with Saw.
And I think the comeback, we have to talk about the comeback from Heroic. You see the round history on your screen right now. Complexity is getting off to a good start. I feel like they're in control of the game, as I said as well. They're up 12-10. At that point, you think to yourself, okay, Heroic, you made the game competitive. You had a chance of snatching a 2-0, but it wasn't supposed to happen. Yet they won 5 rounds in a row coming into overtime, and by far looking like the best playing team.
Yes.
How
I mean,
so?
I think we both sat and discussed and thought like, okay, Complexity was lucky to actually get to this point of an overtime, right? And then it even managed to lose it. I mean, the depth is lacking, right? I think it's very worrying that you have your best map against a weakened opposition, and you're really not even able to like show good Counter-Strike, and you even have your determining factor in form of Horsek playing relatively well, right? But at least goes missing. Floppy on that B side looked horrendous in some situations. JT on the calling didn't really look too great either. It was just hard to pinpoint anything really positive about Complexity.
It was a massive performance coming in from Heroic. Luckily for us, we have James Banks standing with Nerds after winning the game.
Heroic grabbed themselves their first win, even with Saw standing in as a player, and he did pretty well, to be honest, mate. What was going on?
I'm surprised, to be honest. I never imagined Saw will play like that. The thing is, he was like the best support player in the world. They were pushing B on Vertigo, spam flashes, and like the thing is also when we are playing the setups, he always pushed us and helped us to where to play.
Okay.
He's not only coach outside the server. It helped us a lot, and yeah, it was surprisingly good.
And let's be honest, your mentality going into this, what was it like as a team? Because this is, again, another event where you can't play with your full roster, but this is the first time you've had to play with the coach. So did you feel like, oh, we've got nothing to lose, are we just trying to enjoy this?
Yeah, of course, we had this feeling, but the thing is we cannot be tilted from something that we cannot control. No. So we came with this mentality to this game, and everything worked perfectly.
How, though, were you even able to take down Complexity in this manner where on Vertigo it looked like the game was going to get away from you guys, you pull it into overtime, and then you just roll 5 rounds in a row, you keep them complete pushing them. What was the change-up? What was the calls? Tell me, what was going on?
I don't think it was. We didn't do something different. I feel like it was, we just felt in the moment and everything was really good.
So if Dexter comes back, you're going to tell him just to sit back and wait and let Saul play another game?
No. He will play with us. We need him.
All right, let's see what happens in the future games.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we all hope that Dexter will return to Heroic sooner than later, but we got to give it up to Saul. We got to give it up to Heroic. Felt like he said something interesting in this interview. The mentality that they came in with, they can't really control whether or not Dexter is here, and they make the most out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I love, instead of going on a rant on like, yeah, it's been really rough, like Dexter's not been able to come here, he just says, yeah, I mean, that's the principles we're working with, and that's what we're going to focus on today. You see so many players, man, they're coming out on LANs and like, oh, the PC is lagging, like all these sort of things that you can't control.
Sure.
Like, let's just play the game and then take the feedback afterwards. Right? Of course, if it's something we can change in the moment, we can talk about it. But all those small things that you're never able to change, I mean, should stay in the back.
It's super impressive from Heroic, right? The mentality they're coming in with. How big of a surprise is this? How big of a surprise is it that Complexity are not able to even take a map of Heroic?
I mean, yesterday I think it was a very 50-50 because I expected Dexter to sit down there and actually do his stuff with you all, right? But today, when I hear the news, when I meet in with the green room with you, I feel like, damn, it's gonna be a boring map at the second one or like the second series. But all of a sudden, we see the guys who we mentioned before the game, like Nerds and Tesses, step up to the fashion and they dominated a very, very good team. Like, we can't underestimate that Complexity is like this gatekeeper team to top 10.
It's been a rough start to the second part of the season for Complexity. Didn't do too well at the Esports World Cup. Now starting off by losing this game. James caught up with TC after losing against Heroic.
Complexity certainly should have come into this as maybe favourites, and I think Complexity might have needed a doctor. So I've got TC with me on this because I need you to explain things to me, mate. I can understand Ancient, right? It's been a strugglesome map for you guys, but you're still playing against them with Saw coming in. And then we come into this Vertigo. It felt like you had the game in your hands, but what was going on inside the server with the team that you couldn't claw back into this?
I think on our, to start off on Ancient, I think we were kind of in the game. I think we, like on T side, we tried to play a little bit too fast. We were just trying to end the game too quick. I mean, and yeah, we just kind of ran into a wall. We knew how they were going to play the CT side. We expected the aggression, we expected the re-aggression, but like they were just getting double kills and so on. We just couldn't deal with it, even though you know we expected them to play that style. So yeah, I mean, they just shut us down on our T side completely. And then switching over to Vertigo, man, it's like honestly, we're just not converting the rounds we're supposed to convert. Like that game should have been over way before it even got to that point. But if you're gonna lose 5v3s and you're like going to let your economy get fucked up by a deagle, it's like you're going to put yourself in a tough spot to close the game out. And yeah, that's just unfortunate. Like, I mean, really, every time we're going B, we're getting flash tagged. No one's playing anti. It's like you're getting killed by a guy swinging across. It's just like basic things that are costing us. Honestly, it's basic things that are costing us, and the game should have never gotten to that point.
Okay, here's one of my key takeaways from Complexity again. I've heard it many times. I feel like whenever you do a pre-interview with Complexity, you speak to Elise, he always addresses the communication. The entire mood within the team is fragile within Complexity. Whenever you do a loser interview with Complexity, they always say that, yeah, it's the basic things that we're not doing right. It's all the small things, it's the communication. So seemingly they are aware of what the issues are, but the issues have been the same for almost more than a year now. At what point do we start to question whether or not they are aware of their own weaknesses and if they're willing and able to even work on it?
I mean, I think it's very obvious that there is certain issues within the team, both on like an individual level, but also like just on a friendship level. I feel like they don't really like to enjoy each other. I always see that once they go on events, they always talk about, we're traveling so much. And I understand they're doing that, sure, but it just surely affects them some way. It doesn't really look like they enjoy to play Counter-Strike together. It's a little bit sad to see because I think they have great potential together. I also think when Elise has a bad game, I think it affects the mood of the team even more. So it's just a hard pinpoint to like who is the one to fix this one, because I don't think Elise is going to be the positive guy all the time, and he rightfully so is able to have a little bit of a character. He is the best player of the team, but who's going to be that happy guy who's just going to bring in a little bit of mood? We always talked about Jax back in the day of like him bringing in a little bit of energy, but I don't see too much coming in from the Complexity side.
No, it's rough to figure out. For them to lose the first game is obviously a massive bummer. However, they're not out of the tournament yet. They will be playing again tomorrow. Now, for the rest of the day, Bobski, we still have a lot of good Counter-Strike coming at you. Later tonight, we have Astralis taking on Falcons, but before that, it's GamerLegion versus Vitality. You will be joined by Tech Girl and Kadian to walk you through that game after a short little break.
Welcome back to the first day of the Blast Premier Fall Groups, and we are moving into Group B now. 2 games coming up. We have Vitality up against GamerLegion, and you can see Vitality on your screen right now, and then it's followed by Astralis up against Falcons. We've had a quick change here, and I have to share some news with you. As I arrived today, Pimp started laughing hysterically behind the scenes, and he said, "Lol, I'm gonna take your job." So, joke's on you, Pimp, because I'm replacing you. I got Cadian with me. Friend, a little bit of a change here behind the analyst desk.
Haven't seen a bigger upgrade since Vitality signed Saivu. That's kind of the level that me and Pimp are
I love it. I really love this, that this is happening. I mean, I'm going to ask the question that everyone wants to know. Are we retired now? Is this the full-time gig, or are we just doing a little bit of a stopgap?
Depends how well you help me do this job. No. I'm here for a little bit, helping out this week. And yeah, definitely want to get back into playing. I think it's safe to say that there's a chance it's going to be in the next shuffle with the options currently available and where I want to be and what I want to do. I think there's a chance that makes more sense, but I'm going to keep myself active, playing, doing stuff, and yeah.
So basically, Cadian here on the Blast desk is a stopgap, much like Ultimate being signed to the Liquid lineup. Okay, let's get into the game action now. This first one that we're going to be focusing on, this is so tough for GamerLegion. Let's get straight into it. They're not to beat Vitality with this new lineup of young kids. Some would argue a bit of more looks like an academy team than most would think here at a Tier 1 tournament.
I mean, they're definitely the underdogs. I don't think that it's completely impossible to rattle Vitality at the state they're in right now. Looking at the overview here of the statistics, you can see that they have some young and upcoming guys. Flamus and especially Slend has been having really good rating in the previous months. Slend being the AWP player, so he has a big task ahead of him today. He really needs to show up. at.CEST is the newest guy in the block, and that's one of the things I want to give some credit to GamerLegion for, is that you see other teams who is making a good run like they did at the Paris Major, making the final, getting the sticker money, and they're like, okay, let's spend, we really want to stay up there, but is it really realistic? Can you actually make those money worth the while, I think they've been really good at going for the cheaper, younger players, for the talent, and there's massive room for growth for these players, but I think some of them have shown true potential.
Do you think this was an actual choice, though, of them being like, oh, we need to go for young talents, or more a situation of everyone stole their players and they just had to grab whatever was out there?
Probably a little bit of both, for sure. They did sign Volt. I think they actually bought him from ITB back then. So, I mean, they have been willing to spend, but I think it's been more like wise decisions. I think sometimes people are a little bit panicky when it comes to who they can get and for what sum, and they overpay, where it's been more calm. I didn't personally know a lot about Slend or Flammers or these guys before. Of course, Setia, he has been a long time coming, being on the NIP Academy, doing really good on some of the other Swedish rosters as well. And yeah, let's see what he can bring today.
You mentioned ZTR. We actually have an opportunity to hear from him because he did catch up with Banks to tell us how he's feeling going up against Vitality.
ZTR now leading GamerLegion. It's been quite a journey for you, right? Everything from young ninjas into NIP, Metasport, obviously all on the Swedish side of things. How did this come together? How did this come to fruition?
So me joining GamerLegion, I wouldn't say it's been in the talks for a while, but I've had some prior talks like during the past few years, but it's never quite gone through all the way. But I'm just really happy that it happened now, and I finally got the chance.
And how was it for you in terms of meeting the team, meeting the players coming into this team?
I think since day one, it felt like I had known them at least for a month or something, and already now I feel like we're a big family, joking about everything with each other and trusting each other. So yeah, it's been really good.
And in terms of you getting set up for how you want to lead this team, how you want this team to play, is it easier being the fact that there's quite a young team for you to work with?
Yeah, so I think everyone in the team and also Ash and Adrian, the coaches, they have given me their full trust. They on the T sides, they've given me everything, like 100% that I can implement my things, and I feel like they're really trusting it. And so now we're just adjusting the things that I've added, and yeah, hopefully we'll just grow stronger and stronger.
And how many actual practice and play days have you guys been able to get? Did you boot camp before this? What did it look like coming into Blast?
So yeah, before we went here to Denmark, we had a boot camp for 1 week, but practice, I don't know exactly, but we've had at least a decent amount of time, and we've also focused a lot, especially during the boot camp, on like team building, stuff to do, in real life together to build the chemistry a bit.
Nice. So you feeling pretty confident?
Yeah, I would say so. I think we're a really strong team right now.
And obviously Vitality is a very tough opponent to have, but none of these games will be easy when you're looking at your group. What is your kind of expectations considering you are a new team and coming into this?
So expectations, of course, can't really have too high, just to take every game by game and learn from it. And I think if we perform at our highest level, we can win against any of these teams, but we don't expect it, of course, but yeah.
Okay, so the irony of me asking you this question is not lost, but how important is it as an IGL coming in to have the buy-in of the full team?
Relatively important, some might say. So I think that's definitely positive signs that he feels that way, that he feels welcomed by his co-players, by his coaches, you know, because going in as an in-game leader, especially as a young one like he is, and having to completely change style, of course you have to accommodate for your star players or your AWP and stuff like this, but also there needs to be some truth to the things that you do, that you believe in, that you have been preaching to your previous teammates as well. And that's a good sign that he feels that way.
As a team, though, he said, we're a big, happy family. We're feeling really confident. You are going up against Vitality, one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah.
They might have had a bit of a drop in performance recently, but still, I mean, their drop in performance is finishing in finals and coming second. How does GamerLegion, as this young team, keep it together? Do they come in here being like, we are going to win? Or is it, let's be honest, because everyone always says, every player wants to win. I'm sure you do, but there must be some part of a logical thinking going, hey, we just have to get a couple of rounds against these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much media training Setia has had, but when he's coming in and saying, like, we already feel like a family, I'm being given all the tools, we are prepared, this is some of his words, that also means that you have to deliver on a quicker scale. If he would be kind of delaying that and saying, we have some things we need to be working on, there's still things, then you could give them a bit longer to kind of say, when should they be able to perform? But from what he's saying, he's feeling pretty confident, and we should be seeing that. But looking at the games, also the past games that Vitality played and GamerLegion, their last games is against 5W, Endpoint, Illumina, 5W, Mouse Academy. That is a different ballgame to who Vitality is usually facing.
Well, this was the thing, because also Ash mentioned in an interview with HLTV where he said, Slender's there, Orpa coming in, he's been watching him for a while, he scouted him because he's consistent and he brings that to the table. It's different being consistent in Tier 2, Tier 3. Being consistent when you're going up against ZywOo, that's a bit of a different ball game, right?
There's a lot of strategies which works fine on a lower level until you meet the Deagle of ZywOo or something like this, or the crazy White Stray from Apex. Who knows what he's gonna bring today? But for sure, and looking at their roster as well, you can see that statistically speaking, Apex 117. Can this really be true? Production, make sure to check this. This seems a bit odd. But you can see that some of their players has been performing very well for a longer duration, but they are also a very well-drilled group. They know what they're getting from each other. They've been the majority of the core, Spings, Apex, and ZywOo has been playing together for very long. Messi and Flames is a bit more of a newer addition, but when you have ZywOo, who is arguably maybe not right now the best player in the world, but at least has been previously, there is going to be expectations. And I think also, knowing Apex, he's the kind of guy that when he has some of these hurdles that he needs to overcome, he finds that inner fire to find the solutions.
What is going on with Vitality, though? Because to be fair, there hasn't been a trophy lift in a while, and I think a lot of fans, not only they want it, but they also demand it.
Yeah. I mean, and I think rightfully so. I think Spinks was also a top 5 player last year, winning the major in Paris as well on home turf. A very big goal for them, and as you can see on the results, most of it, other than Katowice, is very consistent performances. You have 2 finals and you have 2 semi-finals, and then you have 1 quarterfinal at the recent tournament in Riyadh. So they are a playoff team, but knowing this myself as well from my heroic time, one thing is being in the playoffs every time. That is great, but it also takes a toll on you to stay the extra week every time, to play in the arena, see the trophy right in front of you, and not be able to lift it.
So obviously preparation for the major starts now. This is the first tournament where you want to make sure you're getting all the building blocks in place to build to that trophy. Apex caught up with Banks. Let's find out where that foundation starts.
Apex, coming out of the player break, right? You've obviously had the first event go down, but I wanted to see, we had a lot of conversations on the opening part of the season about not lifting the trophies, the sadness that comes with that. What do you feel you've done, or what have you tried to focus on in order to make sure that this team comes in with that winning mentality and that potential to win trophies this year?
Well, I will talk about a bit statistics. When after London, like HLTV did something about like statistics and stuff for the HLTV awards, and they talked about us. We had the best T-side percentage of the first part of the season, but I think on City we like 12. So I think that's a big part for us for the work. We need really to. I don't think it's about positions. It's about the way we play overall. We like a lot of like multi-kill sometimes and converting rounds, and we're not good enough on the City side. So it's been our big mark and a big work, I would say.
So you're not worried, as you're saying CT sides, right, from what you saw in this article. Is that a thing you think is the biggest thing holding you back, or is there anything else you might have noticed within the team, a team talk's been had or something you guys have discussed?
No, I think, I mean, we also need to be, as I said, we need to be a better individually as well. We liked a lot of things, so I think for us the two biggest big points overall is that we need to improve our City side, because it also means something when you're good on T side. It means we play good together, we have a good team play, etc. But we need to find a way to get better on City, and for now it's still a question mark, but at least we put some hours for that.
For this group that you're in, how confident do you feel, and just how confident do you feel coming into Blast with the team and the mood right now?
Well, the fun part is almost the same one as Spring for us. The only change is GamerLegion, and we had OG. So I think it's going to be a tough one in some ways, because Falcons, I mean, had a really rough first part of the season, and they really want to show that they can do much better. Astralis had an okay first part of the season, but they also want to do much better. So I think it's going to be a big fight anyway. So I'm just excited to play and see how it goes.
And the first team you've got is GamerLegion, with now ZTR leading them. It's quite an interesting thing because there's so many young players on it, a bit of unknown quantities as well. What do you make of them? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think there are young momentum guys. I think if they get the momentum, they can be really dangerous. I think if we play our A game, obviously it's going to be on our way. So I think it's just going to be focused on ourselves, playing our best, and if we do that, we should win today.
So what did you think about what Apex was saying there? Other than the part at the end, which was just the fantastic media training you talk about, he doesn't say anything really.
He usually says a little bit. He was also about the HLTV stats, saying that they went from being the best team in the world on the T side to number 12. Looking at the video as well, you have Anubis, you have Mirage, and there's two. This is maps where the T sides are very, very important, you know. There's a big chance of going there and getting those big T halves, 9-3, 8-4, these kind of numbers. So if he wants to improve from rank number 12 and go back to number 1 instead of the T side, this is his chance.
What is it about this team, other than Zawu, who's on your screens right now? I mean, what is it about Vitality that makes them so scary to go up against?
I think they have, I don't know if I would say like some of the best individual prowess. In some senses, yes. I think when Spinks is feeling it, when Flames is feeling it, and Saivu, this is a very hard trio to play against, mechanically speaking. But it's been a while since we've seen Spinks on this level, and trust me, I love Lotan, so I want to see that. Another thing that we talked about was the T versus CT side difference in terms of Flames, which I noticed when looking at the statistics. If that's because on the T side that he's being told more what to do from Apex, or if that's more freedom, I'm not sure, but there's a world of difference. Not many players in the world will have a 0.20 difference from T to CT. Usually it's the other way around. So let's try and look out for Flames T side and CT side today and see if there's any difference.
This should be an easy win for Vitality though, right? That's what they want.
I'm not saying no nothing, but they should win. They should win.
They should win, but he won't commit fully. So let's find out if... I'll throw Scrawny and Launders under the bus right at the start. Let's find out if they'll commit.
Can't overpower me, Sam. You're not throwing me under no bus.
They might win, they might not.
I don't know if there are buses in Denmark. There's a lot of bicycles here. Buses, maybe on the back burner. Mohan, Vitality and GamerLegion. Last time we cast this matchup, it was the Paris Major Grand Final.
Paris Major Grand Final rematch in CS2.
Yeah, and it's, you know, just a completely different roster, but that doesn't matter. Organization versus organization. We've got a heater for the third game of the first day of the Blast Vault groups. Apex, I think, you know, wasn't too boisterous in his pre-game, wasn't bragging and just slamming GamerLegion. I think he's got to come off of his probably very healthy summer break with just the politically correct answers, come into the server and show that Vitality are going to kick it up a notch for the second half of 2024, because God knows, Vitality are still hunting that trophy this year.
There's a lot to unpack, especially coming out of Season 1 of CS2, if we want to call it that.
I will call it that. I really like the season type of thing. I don't know how many seasons before I forget which one we're on.
Well, they always fall off after like 4 or 5.
And then we get to like 10 years in, I'm just going to say season finale for the last one.
Okay.
You know, no matter how many seasons there are, going to be insufferable about it. But the interesting thing here with Vitality, Apex is affect, okay, in terms of his energy in the interviews. One of the criticisms for him coming out of the last season was just how frustrated he seemed to be almost every single moment in those last few months. And people are going to say, oh, well, that's always been Apex. But the truth is, it was looking a little bit more emotional in the last few months than I think ever before. He's getting way more frustrated. I think some people in the team, or maybe even Spinks was saying, like, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's actually making rounds harder to win. So I'm feeling like he's kind of reined it in a bit, trying to start off on the right foot.
Well, I mean, you know, again, a month off more or so, and maybe a clean slate for Dan Matiscalaire. But we've got 2 sets of dual Berettas inside of the B-bomb site. Looks like GamerLegion, thanks to ZTR, calling a good counter to the Vitality execute. The utility is all solid. They will take over Dark, allowing the second set of Berettas to turn, and Slen cleared off of the wall. It's only Flamus left of that 3-player pack. Zaiwu drops him out of it, and because of the smokes, the 4th player, that's right, 4 members of GamerLegion here inside of the site, but not able to stop that plant from going down.
And 1 or 2 well-placed smokes, and suddenly you really split up the good players from their teammates. In this situation, Vitality don't have to do much, but ZTR actually has a smoke.
And a kit. As he looks to get back into the site, the flash has already come out a little too quick. ZTR looking for the bomb, he's not on it. Oh, delayed attempt to get onto the bomb. Maybe could have gotten closer, but a stray bullet comes out. Vitality scramble and pick up T-side pistol. T-side, Vitality, never an issue.
Never an issue. Yeah, that's true. Very interesting stat line brought up and picked apart a bit by Katie in there about Flamesy and how he's a better player on the T side, which is something that we always say is sort of an amazing thing. You know, I mean, even though the CT side could be better, to have at least 1 or 2 players that can put it together on T side in a way that your other teammates can't, that's pretty invaluable in my opinion, especially on a map like Anubis where it's difficult already as CTs to try to defend. And Flamesy, this is one of his better maps as the small site anchor. Can really have an impact on both halves.
Honestly, we're no stranger to Mezzi's moments over towards the B side of Anubis either, so see if GamerLegion have cooked up something special for it. It's ZTR at the helm, right? We're no longer talking about a GamerLegion led by Snacks. The bigger forces called him up, but that doesn't mean that ZTR is any chump. I like what he was doing prior to coming into this GamerLegion team.
He's made a career sort of bounce back after having a chance on NIP. Of course, that time did not count. And then he went over to play for Metasport, and that was really interesting. It looked like it was going in the right direction. For me, it's actually still kind of a mysterious situation. What happened with Metasport? Because some could call this like an upgrade, I guess, in terms of like your organization, but I don't know if it was that clear. Both teams are good or around the same level.
That's fair. Nothing other than the 1. Spinks, 2 kills in the round, drops out of it as the only fatality of Vitality. And so be it. A lot of money saved there for GamerLegion, right? Their 5-player USP stack to set them up for a nice early buy on the Anubis defense.
Did you think them removing Kiaz was sort of like a surprise, or were you sort of just like indifferent?
No, I thought the time had come. You know, I wasn't sure what GamerLegion ever really wanted to do. Like, I don't know enough about the organization and their goals and their ambitions. You know, are they on the hunt for the next big talent to try and sell them off? Felt like they wanted to compete as a real team, and I thought the Kiaz departure did make sense.
Bubsy brought up that they have positioned themselves as maybe the team to watch for up-and-coming talent to go onto other rosters. They have made a lot of sales since Paris.
Yeah.
Starting off with Shuei, that was the big one.
I think, you know, there's a lot of people who wanted bigger blockbuster moves perhaps during this roster season, but there are some very interesting ones, like we're talking about with the orgs of GamerLegion. OG, Cloud9's team is so intriguing coming into this season too. You know, you've got Regon on big, like that one step down from the top tier of competition. I thought we actually had a lot of movement in the offseason. And so let's see if GamerLegion's first gun round can prove if they've made the moves to be proud of. Flawless burned back slightly. But I don't feel like Vitality are making too much ground. Yeah, okay, they've pried through the mid doors, but as they attempt to take Dark, it's ZywOo turned away. And still with numbers healthily stacking up this B bomb site, if Vitality think they can chase in with the rifle trades, it could be an early CT win.
The split looks like it's still coming in, and we saw what one smoke could do to the site to actually separate the attack. So you can actually see that even though there's 3 here, 2 aren't going to be useful in the defense if they're not careful.
Unless they boost. Yeah, instant here from Volt, and that Molotov doesn't look like it's going to spread, but he doesn't catch, it seems, doesn't catch anybody on the cross. Now they're stacked back here, hearing the push, and now that both have been revealed, bomb goes down with 7 seconds to spare. A little bit chaotic. Apex trying to get off of sight, and will. 2 tucked into Dark, the last remaining members of this post plant for Vitality. GamerLegion, with the numbers, did a good job of hanging on to that bomb site, and Vitality look like they're going to cut their losses, Mo. 5 players alive as GamerLegion retake the site.
Yeah, just actually leaving entirely, knowing that there's no real chance they can defend this safely, and it'll be the 10-second stick here for GamerLegion, but they'll pull it off. Flamis with the 3-player hold. Very nice.
Oh, let him know.
And he won his duel straight up versus ZywOo, right? That's the first step. That keeps it 5v4 into having a feeling it's going to be the B site, into eventually seeing that take place, but it's all about him.
Beast, bro. Let's go. Good job, Tim. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Good stuff.
And that's what we have to watch for. In some ways, they're just like a sort of a slightly more successful OG in terms of the sales they've made, and I think where they position themselves.
I'll say significantly
They're
better.
feeling more like a Mouse Sports of old. Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, I like that comparison.
Where they're still, they look like they've both made a brawl roster that's competitive in and of itself, but also are prepping themselves to like maybe make some trades.
I'm sure the financial boosting of the Paris major, you know, at least for me, I didn't know what GamerLegion was. And excuse me, I don't follow the esports, so I don't know if they're succeeding elsewhere, but surely that, you know, that boost in sales of their Paris roster and just sticker money in general definitely threw them into the common man's vocabulary. GamerLegion, a homestay. But careful. Nade goes far. Got 3 players coming at them, and they hang on. ZTR and Andu kill a piece. All right. You've just dropped Apex in flames and left Spinks on his own, so much so that he drops.
They were really well prepared for that. I mean, the nade goes a little bit far for ZTR, but they still have 2 players waiting for a potential attack after the smoke comes up. Now we do have a vacant A site, so Vitality will sort of mosey on in, establish their grenades before showing themselves, and maybe we'll be able to score a plan with no friction.
That ball is a bit more problematic. Andu gets out, 11 health to spare.
You got to call this winnable. It's possible.
Yeah, you may have lost flames, but you've still got ZywOo and Spinks. Mezzi can offer the clutch, but he goes down at Andu's presence inside the storage room with 3 players inside of it. Now starting to push out forward. That's going to be Spinks' job, and he dies empty-handed. ZywOo up next, deep in the clutch. Can't manage the second over towards heaven. So from 5 players on the retake prior to 3 standing here, we are all tied up early.
And they did do some good work while they were waiting for the rotations to come in for the retake. Sometimes that's where things can go wrong. You don't think that the T's are going to advance as far as they do, and then you lose 2 players, and suddenly it's even, but the bomb's halfway ticked. And instead, you saw that GamerLegion were really well prepared for the retake, as well as ready to defend before they actually pulled it off.
Nice try. So good, boy. So good. Well done.
Hello, bitch! Hello!
Wow, we're standing up.
Yeah, but 4 rounds in and a voice crack, Mo.
Yeah,
well, you think that's going to shake Apex, huh?
That's true. That's true.
I like the energy, but...
Yeah, that's minus Riz right there.
Hone your craft. Flamus goes in with a duel, walks away with 1 HP. This round's picking up in pace. All right, we've got CT swinging outside of B where there was a pack of players ready for the fight. Volt gets clipped in the background, so you've got a very wounded Flamus inside of the site, honestly playing a dangerous game. Single bullet from anything. Hell, a straight decoy would drop him. But Ondu gets active. They go for the A push. Just as quickly as they had taken the B attack, they decide to get frisky, and this could play off perfectly. Ondu never gets checked. Mezzi never turning his attention, and now suddenly the remnants of Vitality on health and numbers have to walk away with no control.
Looking like a very decent CT side so far here for GamerLegion. Now, once again, not a lost position, but not as much health as last time. Also, Flamesy, you know, his value's in his utility, not in a rifle.
Great cover from Slend.
Everything's being watched.
Feels like Vitality are getting squeezed into trying to make something more of this round. Their post plants in the last 2 have just fallen so flat, but we could be looking at, again, a great round economically here for GamerLegion. That 5-player alive retake, 3-player alive retake, and 4 standing now. CT side is starting.
What's crazy, again, about, like, so far in CS2 is just the amount of team. Like, we're talking about Na'Vi touching #1 after the end of this break. And,
damn right.
You know, we're talking about Maus coming in this year. We just watched Complexity, who were one of the strongest teams at the beginning of CS2, who are, you know, not really relevant when it comes to winning tournaments anymore. And all of these other rosters are looking fierce. And yet Vitality, of all of them, didn't pick up a win. Still has Zywoo. Unfortunately, like, the standard for this team is not being met. And the pressure is extremely high. And it's not as if they're playing badly. It's just that there are so many other teams that are playing so well.
Another triple stack, but a faster pounce. Flamesy's up close, nothing. Still 0 kills. Flamus pulls off 2 frags through the smoke. Tell me that wasn't popped open. How much of a domination was that spray down inside of the B site? Because I thought the tempo there from Flamesy was going to catch somebody off guard, but he's kicking off this map 0-5.
Yeah, that's tough after we bring up the stat about how good his T-sides have been so far. Still time to play, but 0-5's hard to recover back from. Apex will have the chance to flank Andu.
And do what?
With a gun. We'll see what he does. What he can do. He'll do what he can.
Been waiting 5 weeks off for that one. It's Mohang of Indasami, ladies and gentlemen.
What can't he do?
Okay, smoke's popped. Ooh, that's a nasty little gap. And so punished. Yep. So you hear Zywoo say it. He just kills 2 through the smoke.
Apex reminds me that there's like that school kid meme of the guy who's like, he kind of looks like Rush. And he has like the vein in his forehead.
Oh yeah, like he's gonna blow a gasket.
I always think about when I look at Apex.
That's why I like when Apex lets it out.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Let it out.
It's there.
Let it out.
But indulge.
Not much to unleash on GamerLegion here in round 7. We've got upgraded pistols. Deagles across the board. Minus the Tech 9. Give Zywoo a Deagle and set him loose. Right now, we're going to have to start talking about Flamus because 9 and 2, critical holds inside of that B site, right? When he's stacked earlier on in one of their first gun rounds. And then additionally, this last one, when he pops open smoke and creates the beautiful gap over the brick. Not to mention, he's been a key piece of that A site retake. Good damage on the approach. Ooh, Andu getting away with 3 kills on the 1 mag of the A1S, and empty-handed Vitality by the looks of it yet again.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, the flank on Flamus, finally.
No bomb, though.
But he does sort of already have a highlight package in this half with a couple of holds that he's put together.
So quietly, but convincingly, GamerLegion are starting to piece together a CT half versus what's supposed to be Vitality's comfort zone. And we're getting honed in. We're no longer screaming. We're no longer shouting. Now it's all about getting this dominating 10-2 score on the board. You made your point, kid. Now seal the deal.
Now we did see Vitality lose to Virtus Pro at EWC. It was a good-looking Virtus Pro, for what it's worth. But due to that format, it was one win, over M80 into one loss versus Virtus Pro into bye-bye, see you later. So it wasn't much of a warm-up into the season for Vitality. Yeah.
There's a last couple bullets out of the mag there for ZywOo, but no freebies for Vitality. 5 straight GamerLegion. They buy their first rifles and they haven't looked in the rear view since. Quicker tempo. Mezzi's going for the A control. Nate comes soaring over smoke. Knows somebody was setting up on Fountain, but Andu's looking to fall back to site already. If there have been any openings left for Vitality, not that they know about them, it's been mid. Apex did manage to get all the way through A site, flank back around water that one time he gets the Tech 9 frag.
Yeah, they seem to have one real sort of thing that they want over and over again, and that's taking the B site. They're coming into A late. They've done it a couple of times, but they really just want to take dark control. I think they feel confident about it, but that's where Flameless has shined, I think, the most. And here's him looking for another kill. At least it's a trade back. I would take that as a T.
Slen's got you locked in. That's going to have to be Spinks to buy his time. We'll see if the dark re-aggression comes out. Ooh, incendiary for him. Does it burn him out? No. Oh, it missed. And that is what activates Spinks at the same time as the pillar pressure, but ZTR's gone for the mid-drop. Pack of players for him. His defense is down, but they're not ready. He does so much damage. And there's a second layer. Onto back in. And as he catches the first, that's heads turned, Flamesy low, and Spinks looking to activate, but the smoke comes out to block him off. Play it safe, Vitality. Few seconds to spare. Ondu tries to go through and he lives with the deagle out in hand. Oh, Flamesy comes wide, swings wide, and holds it up for Vitality because that round gets disturbingly close.
Extremely messy. Communication broke down definitely a little bit right there, but there's Flamesy with his first 3 kills of the map, getting a round for Vitality and stopping the 5-round streak from GamerLegion. And this tiny little CT molly that bounces a little off really causes problems for the CTs trying to hold, but it's the retake attempt here from Ondu that almost makes up for it. It was a good try.
Good try, bro. Good try.
A little scuffed, but no issue. Three bottomed out bank accounts for Vitality. That round, a very fine margin, and all thanks to Flamesy. Can Vitality double down here as he is on the chase to mid? Opper falling back towards camera. Flash looked good, but ZTR still connects to the headshot. Response is found. ZywOo getting active at the same time.
Man, I love that GamerLegion doubling up on mid. It seems like each time that Vitality have come here, there have been 2 players of GamerLegion indicating that Vitality are picking the wrong rounds to go for this map control. Sometimes CT teams, lots of good teams, are not even playing inside of mid at all. They're playing retake on it. They're playing way far back, throwing some initial grenades and then leaving. So Vitality are taking a big risk by going there, and they're getting met with the most resistance.
Patience, the name of the game here for Slen. Don't turn, 20 seconds. Tracers ring out, and the flash gets him off it, mid-held. There is another player with Spinks trying to turn back. He wants to join in. ZTR just breathing down his neck. He leaves it to the other two inside of the site, trying to find that timing. Unfortunately, Spinks just can't connect anything, and ZywOo's head's taken clean off. Wow. So Mezzy 1v4, it's a swarm from GamerLegion. And this is dire straits now.
100% dire straits, but what are we watching here from GamerLegion? Retakes on the CT side? That's what's working out? I mean, even though they're higher number retakes, and they're getting into good spots in the early parts of the round, it's just not easy to do. And versus a team like Vitality that really know how to take advantage of those like low number situations, they're making it look like they're the better team through and through. Really nicely done here for GamerLegion. I can really feel ZTR's presence on the map.
That was so fucking good,
And their energy on LAN is
I love it.
Well, yeah. I wonder if ZTR is like, what does Blat mean? We never said that on Metasport.
Oh man, you're coming out of the gate with everything you can afford. And Mezzy nearly dead. ZywOo, I love the timings he's trying to find, but Flamus ready for it yet again. Haven't had to say his name for a little while, but this 11th kill of his sends a shiver down Vitality's spine because now you are just trying to recover yet again.
Now, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Almost every option is going to be a little obvious in the next few seconds. And it looks like they might try to do contact, which means free one for Slen, plus utility to fall back on. Everything they're trying, that's a gamble, is the wrong one.
So they should quit gambling?
Keep going.
You're almost there. Slen's gonna miss a shot and allow that door to be stayed open. Sure enough, we see this aggression into A right before Slen gets a chance at a second kill. And that is just simply offered 2 frags back in this 3v5. When it felt like Slen's first op pick was going to stop the remains of Vitality, they have managed to get in, but those bomb plants have met zilch in the previous retake attempts. Flamus leading the charge over towards Long, trying to flush him out of position. It's Apex's op to strike him down, and he's anticipating a second. Also concerned about connector, and he should be. It's occupied by Volt, but time is of the essence. We're so far gone on this bomb now. Final 10 seconds. Volt's just looking for the exit frags.
Wait a second.
Or no, now he's got him locked in, and CTR's on ball. No way! No way!
Oh, one.
No way, Jose. Not allowed.
Wow, that was so close. I can't believe that was planned.
The way he locks the other 2 players into the storage closet. I mean.
Is that 1 or 2 ticks right there? My gosh.
Go.
Terrorists win. Oh. Nice side,
That's got the beer goes.
Yeah, man. Just cracking a cold one. Yeah. Go team! Go team! Looking like a dad on the 4th of July. Damn it, Bobby, I said run the ball.
Never had the makings of a varsity athlete.
But 0.12 seconds off. Ooh, that's a skinnier teeth situation. And, oh, congratulations, Vitality, you won the round. You get a Deagle, a Tech 9, and a Mac 10.
Yeah.
You having fun, son?
That's as close to losing a 1 round as you can get.
Try to crank that aggression, and the trade frag's good at least. FlameZ down, Apex in. And a smoke deep mid to keep Ondu on his toes. And he has nobody to help him inside of that A site, so maybe Flamus has to get active.
Going slow wasn't working inside of middle, so they decided to go quickly. And it's not a bad spot. Once again, going down 4-4 for Vitality, I think is still good, but That's a really good spot from Flameless. So this immediately will take the wind out of the sails of Vitality just for a second. They've now just got to deal with the fact they gave up some information. One rotation will be called halfway over. Got a late smoke. They've been doing a good job of getting the first kill inside of Dark. And again, weak guns here for Vitality.
Oof. Chunk taken out by way of nade. Molly's gonna keep Flamus locked in, and oh, Zywoo's Molotov just spreads far enough.
He got that dink.
Offers an AK over. More util going, but its eyes set towards A. And there's still an anchor back here, not yet moving. They're not gonna throw any flash.
Oh my God.
Mezzy Deagle entry like it's nothing. Okay, round earned off of that one.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. All
right, Mezzy, chill.
Quite an individualistic round, but you got to win some like that. So that's actually decent for Vitality. They're probably still feeling like they're, you know, making up for the fact they've only got 4 so far on T side. But if we're still going to call GamerLegion the underdogs here, you know, they need to have more rounds, even if they're on the disfavored side and they're doing well already.
Felt like they were on buckets of money, but okay, these last 2 players saving could be key, and looks like they'll get away with it.
Does speak to their confidence a little bit that, you know, you can pick Anubis into Vitality right now. And,
yeah, good point.
You know, look this good. This is a very secure map for Vitality, even in recent memory. And Mezzy says it's still not over. 1 round left in the half. ZTR leading the board here for GamerLegion.
Looks like Flamus may get one last challenge in the half. Started off so strong. Now he's dead. Just like that. Zywoo's not playing games any longer, and the timing to a T. Excellently done by Spinks, tethering off of Zywoo and clearing out that B site before they could do a damn thing about it. So it's all about the recovery here for Vitality. It's getting away with 0.12 seconds into the very individualistic follow-up round, and a clean, convincing split to the B site, finally besting Flamus as if they are the better team, and surely locking in this 5 versus 2 to close out the half. So, okay, Vitality, you've done it. 6 rounds on the board, but we know the CT sides are weird, and we know they're not their very best. 6 rounds nonetheless.
Liquid are teed up nicely. The Flames and Degster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Degster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Degster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
Look how hyped up he is. I don't even think he believes it. Look at the way he isolates these fights. Oh, Liquid, that one hurts, and that's all your money as well. Unreal. Degster just lets loose.
They're gonna go over top. They're gonna try to still continue to piece together the bigger picture to give Stown runway to take off, but that just gives time for Rain. He comes out wide with 1. There's the answer back. Jabby, Stown, Brokey, Kerrigan, 4 members left, and a Dane goes down. Will Brokey rip it from them? First shot connects, and it's Jabby on the full health, given space to work. Both players separate, both players leave, and Jabby plants that bomb. The newcomer to Heroic when they were here 1 year ago, when this very same crowd booed them, Jabby was not a piece of that puzzle. But now, given his chance to shine, surrounded by his countrymen, he sits in the back, underneath and waits. Brokey not with the trusty op, tries to press this in. Figuring it out is not for him. Jabby delivers for Heroic. Jabby delivers for Denmark.
It's just Brokey tucked into the vent behind the smoke.
Yeah, Brokey. He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one, finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times, and now he's looking for an ace clutch instead. It should be impossible, but we've said that many, many times already. Goes straight for the bomb plant. They open the door in front. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. On the other side, Glaive is ready and waiting. Brokey, he's toying with him. And oh my God, Brokey, you must be kidding me.
Cadian, the only line of defense at this A site, finds the headshot onto Magisk. Overkill to shut them down, but here comes Spinks. Oh, he gets dinked, but still survives the challenge in from Stown. They double back again. Deep position from Shush. An upgrade into the AK. Continuation spray is good for the damage, and now Spinks, he becomes that cutter. Block them off from mid. Let ZywOo get in with that bomb. Push him into the clutch. 15 on the line. Doesn't plant. He goes for kills instead.
He has no choice, but he only needs one.
The highlights of Vitality that would make their fans proud. They were a little far and few between at the start of this endeavor in the second half of 2024. GamerLegion coming in with a fresh-faced roster, a rowdy roster at the beginning of this game because they have made their first moves. It's an impressive 6-round half. It was a very impressive B defense from Flamus. But the question is now, what's their T side got in store?
That's what we're all wondering. Now, I mean, we've seen what the game plan of ZTR can do. We saw that, you know, in the Metasport game versus Falcons earlier this year. We've really seen that, like, I think ZTR can impress with definitely enough time before a big match. And I feel like we've seen a lot of impact from him in this first half already. Now, for Vitality, they've loosened up, and they just decided to get a bit more scrappy in those last couple of rounds. They did not go with their slower defaults. They decided to take a couple more individualistic risks. And I think they just looked in the mirror and said, we've got better players. Like, why are we taking as much time as we are? And that ended up being the right idea. So let's see if Vitality are still feeling loose, or if they're going to have a feel-out period to find out if GamerLegion have a T-side to present to them.
I thought the pistol strat for GamerLegion in the first half was really strong. That 3-player stack inside of B looked like the perfect counter out for Vitality's execute. This time their approach is simple. Attack Flamesy on the pillar, but he'll drop 2 before going down to the 3rd member on the approach. ZywOo yet to pull the trigger here. Oh, it's a quiet creep in from ZTR, but he gets more than what he wanted. And now there's a little uncertainty. Where is the intended target? A re-aggression into A, quickly put down, and a desperate 1v4 attempt now queued up for Slend. It's him versus ZywOo. It's the bomb spotted. It's an immediate scramble out of Mizzy towards mid, and ZywOo abusing the Berettas and the stairs. Up and down he goes, finishes it up, shut down, and no attempt at the bomb plant, so a CT side start for Vitality.
Apex kind of looked at them, kind of said something a little bit, but he's not standing up yet. He's not fully emphatic.
Oh, don't steal our pistol! Oh,
Yeah, just a little bit of, you know, sarcastic remarks, right? The energy is not there yet. But he's getting ready.
Oh,
you just want to click for him?
Oh, makes mincemeat of the first 3. Spinks finds his as well. The drop down into the river doesn't go too well. Flamus puts his hands on the M4, and it's taken from him quick. So Vitality nice and convincing. ZywOo, the beating heart of Vitality in the middle of both of these first 2 rounds on their defense. And I don't think that's about to change.
That's not going to change. It hasn't for 5 years. And in that match versus Virtus Pro, he was like the standout player, and there was no sort of like second best player. You had like a 1.20. Everyone else was below a 1.0 on the board, so particularly weak. But again, that's the first event of the season, and that's where the biggest upsets do take place. Expecting a bit more from Vitality here.
Well, there's something. God damn. The aggression top middle straight across the bridge with ZywOo and Spinks, but nothing to show for it.
Yeah, it's a round where they've got a little bit of money extra, but I think sort of a surprising call. Either way, they decide to double down. An extra player goes in. Apex finds his. I think very much needed kill for the confidence here. But still a great position here for GamerLegion, no doubt. Let's see if they can convert it. Now this is a spot where if Flamesy and Mezzy stay back, we have a good amount of utility here for GamerLegion. And if they want to come in with a slow split, it's going to be very hard for the CTs to stop this at all. They're in very expectable positions. The parts that are smoked off are not even going to be watched. And Mezzy goes ahead and grabs his, at least.
Nice. Gets into the corner too. Molotov burns him out. He's gonna pop the smoke. See Flamesy trying to catch somebody through it. No, sir. Goes for the nade front sight, looking to finish off anybody, but oh, the flank gets clipped and Mezzy killed off site too. Flamesy's position well known, and so is his ability. So smoke over towards long. Get that other player out of this equation. Try to chase down whoever's down in dark. Onto, he's got it. Locks it in, and GamerLegion given a 5v3 at the start of that round by clipping the bridge players. They'll close in on the site as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear what someone like Cadian has to say about a call like that, because it's obviously pretty brazen, which means it's going to be hard to expect this early on in the half with where the money's at. It looks like a big risk, and of course, everything looks a little silly when it doesn't work out. But were they trying to get some confidence right here? Were they trying to carry forward with what they did in the first half in trying to surprise GamerLegion by not going through every protocol and playing everything super standard? Or was there something else in the way of logic that led them to do that? But you could see the investment cost them. They can't reinvest with all their guns. The one upside of playing a slower round is that even if you lose, you have a better chance of like saving more guns. And in this spot, well, there is still going to be a force, but it's with 2 pistols.
Still looking to get active though from the boost, which saw nothing. Into the long aggression with another boost. Beautiful approach, but Volt is able to disengage with still 40 health. And those numbers provably attacking from the B site are starting to lead GamerLegion into A. Exec already onto the fountain. Ondu's ahead of it. Flamesy's 5-7 gets a double. Oh, he stuffs the first one. Instant headshot. Volt, low health, still great timing. Sees the second back and combines with Slend to keep things secured. So that is an open door back to the opposite side of the site, and they know it. Nobody can stop them from sprinting over and into B. And so GamerLegion rock that boat back and forth.
Yeah. Flamesy was a brick wall, but there was another open door. Plants definitely going down. CTs have the clues. And a kill.
Ooh. Interesting.
Volt again.
Yeah, very critical kill. They know that ZywOo is going to be trying to pick up this pace. He's got a smoke to work with. Player there towards Plat. Oh, he still goes down. Perfect timing from Volt in this round. Between the bridge, the flank, and then the shutdown of ZywOo. That is a big run from him.
I mean, always a sleeper player for me. He's someone I definitely liked in the We Play Academy League, and a lot of people don't even know that he was an Academy League player because he wasn't really that big of a prospect, considering his roles and positions. But for me, for my money, always doing a good job. I think we see moments like this, even being that close to the choke point is huge, because the way that ZywOo pathed into the site to take that first frag, he knew he was going to flick over to that doorway right after. And if Volt wasn't ready to swing immediately, that could have been a lost round. So here we are, GamerLegion tied now 8-8 in Vitality with nothing to be able to buy.
Oh, cheeky from Andu as well. Plays the corner. Finds timing on ZywOo's aggression. Things get a little weird with the P2K kill, but CT's peek into the spray. Good thing, that bad boy comes with 35 bullets. Flamus just mows him down. And ladies and gentlemen, GamerLegion back in the lead.
Back in the lead. Back in the lead on T side. So, number one, we saw a late start from Flamesy into a good first round to get Vitality back in the game, into not an overall great T side, but now CT side, it's another half of the map where we look forward to seeing him playing on the A site. And he's one of the guys to watch, in my opinion. And we just see this, a couple of good rounds. Pistol round was good. This 5-7 round was good. But now we've got a full rifle. This is when it's most important than ever that he performs. Because as you can see, sometimes you're not going to have full support playing A.
Aggression. Flamesy tries to go through. Spotted and still successful, but these trades.
That is a great trade.
Man, critical. Then they're wary of a second bit of aggression because it does always feel like Vitality's moves come in pairs and not always from the same direction, but nah, those B players locking in. They go 2-2, anchoring per site. And GamerLegion are not being shy about this, but remember, the bomb is still sitting outside of A, so there's going to be a movement back from them to at the very least pick it up. And as Vitality sniff out long A control, do they overstep? Or does ZywOo tear them apart?
They're coming back towards ZywOo. This might not favor ZywOo. We'll see how far he gets.
Oh,
he's
man.
got an inkling.
Sees the shadow, easy advantage, and he's got Apex with him. Can he hold it on his own? Seemingly so. Oh, ZywOo locked in against the wall, and as his entire team struggles to get to double digits, barring Flamesy, ZywOo delivers.
Yeah, he does. And we see that from his perspective, of course, with Apex beside him, but he doesn't exit the choke point, and he has maybe Apex sees a shadow for him first. We're unsure, but either way, they play it very carefully. Get the info they needed. And yeah, it does seem like it. Just like that, back in the game. On the first rifle when they really needed it.
ZywOo hits 20. Mezzy flashed in, and with one, confirms a lot of presence out of the gate here for GamerLegion. Feels like that's going to send him back, but Spinks goes charging in, takes a bullet to the head, manages to escape with the grenade flying towards him. So lucky to be alive, but sure enough seeing that they were on the depart. And here it is again, right? This proactivity from Vitality. ZywOo connecting, but it's only going to be one this time. Somebody else has to step up. Should be Flamesy, but even him unable to finish off the frag. And then Ondu comes back at him with full health. Apex to pick up slack. Spinks still sitting on 16 because of that early headshot. And Flamus sniffs out an open bomb site to put GamerLegion in an undeniable post plant.
God, I want to say that was a little awkward in the engagement from ZywOo because he goes for the player that Flamesy can watch more easily and then gets traded by the guy in the door. In terms of order of operations, it's not ideal, but he doesn't know that there's a second player at the door already, so hard to say that, you know, he's fully at fault in that spot, but there is a world where they both easily get their trades and defend each other, and we didn't see that. So instead, GamerLegion get this much closer to the finish line. 10 rounds already is very impressive for Anubis versus Vitality. They have our attention.
Nice little back and forth affair as well, just to keep this head-to-head spicy.
Okay. All right. Is that the response?
That was, if I had to put money on this, that was Apex's response.
That was like a, this is what you sound like to me.
Yeah. We are getting...
Nice.
I think Apex won.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
I think he won.
Doesn't he always? Second timeout coming through from Vitality. get dangerously close to the finish line here on map 1. Map choice of GamerLegion, of course. And it's not every day that a team will take it to Anubis when going head-to-head against ZywOo and co. But here we are, and there they go. Vitality not coming in with the force. We've got the M4 of Spinks to work around, a couple of utilities sprinkled in, 2 sets of Kevlar. GamerLegion getting all the closer until that happens.
He said 1, 2, 3. Wow, the one gun of the round. That'll be a deafening noise here for GamerLegion, who were probably anticipating a weak round. Now they just have no idea how strong Vitality are. That's a perfect tactic, perfect player to pull it off. But you know what? It looks like GamerLegion, they're not even going to overthink this. They're onto the right side. They're avoiding the one gun that's on the map. ZywOo above has only a P250, not even a Deagle. No vision whatsoever. It's not going to be a retake, right?
I don't know. It looks like they're going to try to interrupt. It's good damage. Volt is low. Oh, ZywOo got down into the site. Mezzi's double Deagle. Oh, a triple out of Mezzi. All of them are his. But it's not done yet. ZTR thrust to the clutch, smoke soon to fade, and a question in Vitality's minds because they have no idea where he's coming in from. Mezzi, surely he can't get a 4th one.
Yeah, he might just die, but somehow ZTR doesn't spot him.
Spinks also on the rifle. ZTR, this is perfect. He's slipping in. He's slipping straight underneath their noses, but he's going to have to snap over, and he almost flicks it into the head, down to half health. Spinks dives into the site. You've now got 15 seconds to spare, and both CTs down beneath you. A head spotted. He's going to do it again. He's going to slide out and connect it, but Mezzi does it all. 4 kills from Deeg. His crown shines inside the A site.
I think that evens up his score line.
Oh, he makes it seem too easy.
And he's really good with the pistols. Crazy that they pulled that up. That's officially a retake. Coming through the smoke, the Deagle in hand. Like a hot knife through butter here, Mezzi. Insane. That's gutting for GamerLegion. They picked the right site after that opening tactic from Spinks, who got a kill, and they knew they were still in a great position to win, and then Mezzi pulls that off. This was a broke Vitality. Now, they get to reap the spoils of that eco with a save. Horrible position for GamerLegion mentally. But numerically, still not far from the finish line.
It's just the tempo of that interruption that threw them for a spin, right? You said it, like, surely this can't be the retake. And in that moment, they thrust themselves into the execution. We see one player with grenade in hands and just enough chaos. They force.
Man, the money's completely changed up. We got nothing here for GamerLegion.
Okay.
And Slen's up, obviously. It matters. And if they can find a way to use him, that he can do what Spinks did last round. But this decision to buy, man. A lot comes with it. Vitality will be over the moon if they pull this off, but they catch Spinks.
Nades. He's in the middle of throwing so many grenades. That Galil just pounces. The one other gun. Transitions into the M4 for Flamus. Apex trying to get a piece of that dark action. Oh my god. Throwing himself into the open with a nade out in hand. This goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, they didn't even realize that there could be an op. Of course, hard to predict. Mezzi getting some more pepper damage here with his utility. They've already they've already confirmed players are in there. It's just how many. GamerLegion have 4 smokes left over. I think they would trade them out for a couple of different pieces of utility and just keep at least 2, but they've got options.
Yeah, what's the exchange rate on smokes to AKs? Because another rifle would also help. See if they can get it done. Molotov comes down in front of them at 30 seconds. And they're going to go for the boost. The same boost that we watched GamerLegion hold off this bomb site with.
ZywOo gets his contact towards long. That's 2 players confirmed in the back of this site. Grenades go sailing in, more damage done, but bomb goes down in the middle of it. Numbers nearly equal. Sure enough, Andu taken off a pillar. Slenzov slices through another. ZywOo tries to dive into the dark, just can't find another target. Flamus, as he attempts to wrap around, the smoke is cleared. They're looking to lock the Opper in, but ZywOo's on his own. And Slend gets the last.
What a difficult position to navigate here for GamerLegion, but they find their way out through those stormy seas. ZywOo was looking for everything. Nobody showed themselves after Slem's shot. He didn't get into dark to find that one trade that would have, I think, completely tilted the scales. And it starts off with Spinks dying, who got the kill last round on their eco, and the risk pays off for GamerLegion. Turning water into wine. An Op and an Galil, I think, were the 2 best guns.
That Apex jump across with the, just to throw an incendiary, I mean, that felt...
They had no idea what was in dark.
Man, that was brave.
He was lucky to not get opt.
Sure.
Even faster.
It was a rat's nest of GamerLegion players. And it sets them up to take that 11th, pushes the economic woes onto Vitality. 2 weaker buys, winning rounds back and forth, 2 rounds in a row in this incredible back and forth exchange of round wins. Can they do it again? It's MP9s and an op. It's a very early B stack, but it looks like the right call from Apex. GamerLegion's volley comes over the top, and ZywOo's gonna try to remain frisky. Oh, he misses. Grenade explodes a player, but he just doesn't connect, and Volt is able to get out onto the jail plat. That catches ZywOo off. Them coming through, exposed, and suddenly that op hits the ground. Flamesy's been dropped out of this. Nobody's offering much. Spinks and Mezzi out of nowhere, and it's another 3v5, perhaps. They've got the long players smoked out of the equation. There is no kit on the 3 players up. They try to push through off of the MAC-10. They're exposing the last member, and there goes 12.
Oh, Vitality fully exposed. ZywOo's first shot does nothing, and then he just dies. He was the guy they kind of needed in that round, unfortunately. Hate to say that with him being the only player this game to have been consistently had a positive KD and impact throughout.
And that's that little bit of grit that GamerLegion sprinkles in, jumping onto jail when they thought they had that moment, that one instance where ZywOo misses the first op shot.
Yeah.
You get exposed behind a smoke and your reactions jump into the flames. And look at it catching them off. Big round for ZTR.
Yeah, go chill now. They have full for it.
It's worlds apart.
All right, bro. I'm gonna need you
energy
to
right
shut
here.
the hell up, and we're gonna close this map.
Next round, we didn't win yet.
I'm just trying to think, and we're gonna win. And he's got 2 rounds to close this down, ZTR. Ooh. Bit of a statement to be made here. In their opening map of the Blast Fall groups, GamerLegion with better weapons and 2 attempts.
Challenge level goes up here for Vitality. If they win this, hey, a full rifle, a whole lot more manageable, but no reason to doubt GamerLegion right now. They've been playing very good CS. They pulled off an eco themselves already. They're going to need another Mezzi round.
It's this grueling game of tug of war for consecutive round wins. GamerLegion finally yanking the rug from out beneath Vitality. Unless ZywOo's Deagle with Apex right behind him and a sea of utility coming in through the windows can stop it. Smoke grenade's not good. Oh, ZywOo eats the flash. He's got a lot coming at him. It's a bit of damage. He takes a ton in response.
Great flashes.
Flashbangs are fantastic, and ZTR clears them off of the wall. What do you know? ZTR, in his GamerLegion debut, leading and topping the charts in the frag department too, comes wide into the A site and will take a map off of Vitality to kick off the second half of 2024.
It was their map pick, it was Anubis, but it was beautiful.
Man, the struggles of the CT side continue. The T side somewhat muted, and GamerLegion surviving a real test against some of the individual moments because ZywOo had a strong map. Mezzi sprinkled in something spectacular, but not enough to hold GamerLegion back.
Well, damn, I did not expect that to happen. I mean, that was, we spoke a lot about this GamerLegion lineup, these new young kids. They're coming up against Vitality. Did you expect them to win on Anubis?
I mean, Sam, you kept saying, oh, they're gonna win. I said, they should. But
I mean, now you're gonna pull that out.
I think even Scrawny and Launders were like so confident. But I think, you know, a lot of young talents on the side of GamerLegion, and they did play very well. You saw both Volt had some great rounds, Flemmers had some great rounds. They played some of the mid-round situations well. Last round here as well with a lot of patience. So that is a pretty good job by them. I think it's one of the biggest map wins they've had in a long time. So great to see.
This is huge for them. They're going to be celebrating this, obviously, because, I mean, it is Vitality that you're taking down. But let's talk about what GamerLegion was doing right. What was it that you were looking at going, this is working really well for them, that they need to hold on to as we move into the rest of the series?
I mean, I saw a lot of rounds where on the T side of Anubis, they played that kind of style, which is so difficult to play against, where they were super slow, super methodical. They were fighting for map control in a lot of different areas of the map. And the CT aggression on this map can be very hard to be successful with. And yeah, GamerLegion were patient, and I think CTR definitely had a good game plan. I will say, though, that there was this round where they did the A execute, where CTR was lurking on middle. Messi goes through the smoke, hits 3 deagle shots, and I think at this point it's like 10-10. If you are a top team, if you are a title contender, and you win a force buy to 10-10, this is where you shut the game. This is where you have to be telling them, you are the freaking underdogs, we're the big dogs. We win around like that because of nerfs, and now we have to take it all the way, and they didn't.
Obviously, there were some individual moments as well where we saw, I mean, Mezzi at one point, I think it was round 20, came in, and you sort of thinking, okay, Vitality's going to come back that round now. And yet still, they had no answers for GamerLegion.
4v4 right now, then ZywOo dies, 3v4, 3v3, Messi pushes, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. I mean, this is some of the individual prowess as well that you can expect when you have a lineup of the caliber of Vitality. But then again, you equalize now, 10-10. The money is not the greatest from GamerLegion, and you just have to capitalize on these if you want to be the big dog. Of course, again, I'll also say usually, if this was a regular blast, then it's the first tournament coming back from the break. Okay, map 1. I've been here. I mean, I freaking lost to EG in one of the opening games, so I should not say anything. But but you know, they already played the tournament EWC in Riyadh, so they already are in that kind of loop of playing, and I expect more from them. Great job by GamerLegion, but I expect more from Vitality as well.
So from a Vitality point of view, because this is a team that we did see their results building into this. Yes, lots of seconds, but they do seem to have had a drop in form. What do you think is going on with the team?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they are at the level that they were at late CSGO. Also, they had a little bit of a bumpy ride in the first transition to CS2 in Sydney, but they did make a pretty good comeback since then. We haven't seen them lift the same amount of trophies. We haven't seen ZywOo be in the contention of the world's best player. People are arguing, is it Dunk, is it Monesi, who is it? Nobody's talking about ZywOo as being the best player in the world right now, so whether that's pure or solely due to team performances, or why we're not seeing the best out of him. I mean, he is 1.33 rated past 3 months, so I'm not saying that he's not performing because he's doing great, but there is some things in Vitality right now which is not working to the extent that they should.
So obviously we've got some highlights from ZywOo because he didn't have a terrible map, but again, it doesn't matter. If you're not winning, no one's going to remember any of this.
No, I mean, we saw a few rounds where he was trying to take area of pop connect. I don't know what people call it, but he's not scared of taking the first initial fight, and he's really good at that. Sometimes I know that some people have criticized Saivo a little bit for being too hungry to be the first guy in. And of course, if you go in as the first guy and you get the first kill, chances of winning the round usually is maybe, if you don't get traded, 70 to 80%. So if you send in a guy like Saivu and he makes it happen, it's great. But there will also be times where it's tough to go in as first guy. And we saw a few situations as well where Flamus was killing him in these situations, and then you'd rather have him going in as second or third.
So on the other side, though, taking a look at GamerLegion, this young lineup of players, who stood out for you when you were looking at this game and going, hey, this is someone that actually didn't expect that, but it looks pretty good?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the statistics here, you can see that the one who is the lowest performance guy is Slent, the AWP player, right? So that's pretty unusual, but it also speaks to the volume that the rifle players made up for here. And I think it was a little bit of everyone. They had some good rounds. You see Andu here as well with a 3K. This is a small thing as well, where Vitality decides to start rushing before the smoke has bloomed, and that gives him like 2.5 kill. Again, if it's part of a plan, if they didn't expect him to be on default, I don't know, but it looks a little bit silly in this moment. But here again, like, they just had that extra thing, the HE for the smoke, the small details, and the thing is now, when you're GamerLegion, like, you sat down, like you said, what is the expectations of them? Like, do they expect just to have a good game, to learn from this? Now they're standing outside, they're looking at each other. Hey, we beat Vitality for the first time ever. Probably they took a map from them, and the nerves will maybe start to, you know, they'll realize we have a chance. We have a chance of winning this game. And I know this is not a game for a playoff spot, but this is still a big win for these kind of guys. So let's see how they can handle that in the next map.
One of the things that surprised me with this GamerLegion lineup is that there was a lot of adaptability coming from them. And I don't normally see that with younger teams, especially when they're going up against a Vitality. There's almost like, I don't want to say it is a respect thing, I guess, but a little bit of nervousness, a bit of self-doubt comes into play. Didn't see that with them. They were very confident in some of the calls they made. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I also think we tried this in Heroic as well a little bit, that when you start to bleed as a top team, you know, the smaller sharks in the ocean, they smell this, you know, and they get the feeling that, hey, we can actually beat these guys, we can play with them. And we tried this in Heroic as well. It's way easier when you have the respect of the opponent, and they will play the percentages the safe way, and you kind of know what they're doing. But I actually think they played some pretty sound CS for this first map. Now it's going to be different. It's going to be Mirage, and I think that's going to be more difficult for them. I would be very surprised to see a 2-0 coming in here. We'll talk a little bit more about Mirage in a bit. I do want to focus on this GamerLegion lineup because Ash, the coach, mentioned this was something that he wanted to, a team that he wanted to grow for the future. He said it was a long-term prospect. We've only seen one map. Could be a pretty impressive long-term prospect. So how fast before all the other teams come and steal their players?
Well, that depends on what contracts they're on and what kind of buyout is available. But I can also just say for the people, you know, the GamerLegion guys are already starting to come back. Vitality now, a little bit later. This probably also speaks to the volume that Vitality has a bit more to speak about outside to kind of get back into the rhythm. But in regards to who can get signed and who cannot, there's so many variables, you know, and the season has started now. The chase for the major in Shanghai is already on. So I would say it's going to be a little bit, you know, they're going to have to give it a run for their money at the Yamas. And then they'll have to see. Still some more performances to come. This is also still the studio and stuff. Let's see what they can do in the arenas.
Before we even look at the arena, we got to see what they can do on Mirage. So we'll talk a little bit more about that right after this.
Don't say too much. I don't give a fuck. You're gonna get fined. Well played. Great job, guys. Great job. Keep it going. Keep it going.
You know what's nice about being on the desk? They don't fine you. You can say whatever you want.
Is this a dare?
No, I'm just encouraging you to speak your mind, Kaden.
Yeah, let's see.
This isn't a permanent position for you as well. You shouldn't be afraid.
No, let's get the translation, because I'll fine Flamos if he said something that was really bad. You know? I'll put the fine right now.
Obviously, GamerLegion, they're super hyped. They've just won their map pick against Vitality, one of the best teams in the world. But the thing that we have to, I suppose, preface this as we go into Mirage, is you are playing against someone like Apex, an IGL who has years and years of experience. He knows exactly how to get his team outside, talk them through everything, come back in and absolutely destroy you. That's what's going to have to happen. And like you said, GamerLegion was probably outside celebrating. They were super excited. You know, they're going to be really hyped. You've been in this position before. What do they have to do now coming into Mirage if they want to 2-0 this? Can they even do anything?
I mean, personally speaking, when captaining teams and going outside, especially if you actually win or lose, I don't think you should use too much time on like making an evaluation of the previous map. Talk through the main points, the things that you, let's say there's something with the communication or whatever, but don't talk about round 11 and why did you strafe or why did you not jiggle peek. Like, these kind of things are completely useless to talk about now. If there's something overall like, did we not manage the economy well enough? How was our communication? Did we not follow the game plan? These kind of things, which is something you can actually use for the second map, is very viable. In terms of celebrating as well, go out, have a laugh about the rounds and the clutches you did, and then again, straight back to the focus, talk about how to achieve the next map. Talking about Mirage, I was just looking through Vitality, right? 5 wins in a row. I'm gonna mention the names. Spirit, G2, FaZe, Spirit, and VP. All wins. All wins against top tier opposition. So you can clearly understand why this is a map pick from them. And talking a little bit about what the GamerLegion coach Ash was saying in the interview about drawing comparisons to Shui, who's now the in-game leader of Mouse, and ZTR. If you look at the statistics here, ZTR just pulled a 1.54 rating, 1.54 rating. That's also some of the numbers that Shui, when he has a good game, is doing in Mouse Sports. So the fracking capabilities coming in from the in-game leader, leading with style, also something we have to give him the applause from.
They've done a really good job, but can they do anything? Like you said, Mirage for Vitality, this is their map pick. It's something that we all know what to expect from them. Saying that, though, obviously GamerLegion, there's a lot of tape. Do you think that there's any chance they could even have something sneaky up their sleeves? Because my gut says no. I think this is where they're going to learn the very hard lesson about Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
I mean, I think for me speaking, Mirage is a bit more of a balanced map in terms of what possibilities do you have both on the T side but also on the CT side in terms of aggression, mid-round calling, etc. Where Anubis, you are at times a little bit more limited, especially on the CT side. You have to do some Hail Mary things in the beginning of the rounds to really gain that control. So I think Vitality should have a better setting here for being able to play their Counter-Strike, for letting Apex call the way that he wants. They are a super capable team. Apex is a great leader. They have the Saivu, the Israelis. These kind of guys, they need to step it up now. Messi, we talked about the Deagle clip. The individual prowess will be there, but we need to see it on a continuous basis, you know? We can't just see one round and then 3 rounds where they're getting outplayed by a nearly Academy team.
It is nearly an Academy. I would have argued before they won that map, I would have called them an Academy team. I was surprised when they got you. I thought, well, hell, you're about to get... I thought they were going to get their asses handed to them. They've performed, but there's also something called the honeymoon period, and it's something that most people know about. They've had this great first map. Do they now learn the hard lesson on the other side if these other players on Vitality are able to activate?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think again it comes back to, like you're saying, okay, you would have called them the Academy team before, and I said it earlier, but I want to reiterate it. Like, the fact that you let go of Kiers and what is he called, my Danish, also my friend Akor, sorry, who are 2 of the vital pieces who made the run in Paris, you know. You lose Shuri because he gets sold to Mouse. That's all fair and square, but you let go of 2 of these pieces willingly, yourself, to sign these guys. Whoever is on this kind of project and looking for these kind of talents has done a great job in scouting, because they are performing against top tier opposition right now, under pressure, at LAN, and they're doing it excellently. So, yeah.
Obviously, we have a little bit of a technical delay, which is why we get to talk a little bit more. So I know you want us to throw to casters and start game. Stop talking, start game. It's not going to happen.
Classic Twitch chat, eh?
Yeah, you just have to wait for us. You mentioned the scouting thing. So I do believe Ash, actually, the coach of GamerLegion, has had quite an active role in finding young players. How difficult is it, though, to try and spot new talent? Because this is a conversation that's probably going to come up a few times now as we look at some of the new lineups. I mean, it's got to be difficult when you're trying to figure out what has the potential to do well.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the average HLTV user can see the statistics of young and upcoming players playing in the Tier 2, Tier 3, even Tier 4 scene.
So what, you're going to just hire an HLTV user to watch those for you?
Yeah, I mean, some of them definitely think they're capable, right? So I think, for me, it comes more down to, but it also depends on how do you build a team. When we were building Heroic, we did a lot of interviews with the persons, like, what is your work ethic? What is your persona when things get hard, when I'm gonna be criticizing you, when we're gonna be challenging the way that you defend this position and stuff? Are you open for this kind of feedback, or are you more closed? And are you willing, for example, in Heroic, we did all the football, we did all the other things, went to comedy shows, cinemas, all these kind of things. And for us, that was an important part. So we sometimes took a player who maybe had a less average rating than someone else because we felt he would be a socially better fit for the team. And sometimes when you are a younger team, maybe with less economy like GamerLegion, you can't always be able to tick all the boxes. You'll have to be like, okay, this guy's a bit crazy outside the game, but he knows how to shoot hits, so that's why we're going to sign him. And then, you know, it depends a bit on what you're looking for, but they're doing good.
Well, this was, as ETR said in the interview, the pre-match interview, about how they were doing a lot of boot camps and a lot of stuff outside of the server. And I know one of my colleagues, Maui, likes to say, you know, you can't boot camp without PCs. But those sort of things are important because if you, I'm presuming, if you understand how everyone's attitudes are and where they sit, how they handle stress, how they work in those environments, it makes it easier to get everyone to come together.
I mean, the best example I can give to the audience out there is that, Sam, when you met in this morning, you know, you were expecting to stand next to Bubsky or Pimp. You're like, oh, it's gonna be such a long day. Again, we're back here at the Blast Studios, one of those Danish guys talking, and you saw the upgrade coming in. A nice colleague, energized, excited to be here. And that's the same when you are a player. If you have this nice team player coming in with a smile on his face, having fun, it's easier to deal with the rough losses. It's easier to celebrate the fun victories together. And you know, that's how it is.
Kaden, tell the truth. You trolled me this morning. My first interaction with you was you pretending after I told you 4 times who I was that you actually had no clue who I was.
I just tried to enjoy my vacation out there, guys. You know, it's not always easy. And Sam sent me one long text. I was like, who's this girl? One more text. Who's this girl? And I was like, okay, wait. Oh, it's Sam. She just wants to prepare for Blast. I was like, okay. And it was some pretty long messages, you have to admit.
It was essays. I wrote you essays.
Yeah. And then I was like, and every message was like, hey, by the way, it's Sam. We're going to be on the desk together. And I give you a little text like, who's this? After you multiple times acknowledged who you were. And you were like, it's Sam. We're going to be on the desk together. And I was like, trolling. Get used to it.
You know what the worst was? When you first sent that, what I actually thought was, what a dick.
Yeah.
That was my first, I was just like, what?
Mission accomplished.
Who does this guy think he is? Anyway, as we build up into this stuff, for a lot of people watching, when we get to these Blast groups, it is one of those things where it isn't the big stage, right? It isn't the big LAN. You kind of just, you get to go through the groups. You want to just make sure that you can qualify for the finals. Does it tend to lose as much importance for teams, or do they treat it exactly the same way?
No, I think teams treat it very differently. Like, for a team like GamerLegion, qualifying for a Blast LAN event is tremendous. It's one of the biggest results they can do all season. You know, going there, making a performance, trying to be part of that part of circuit as well. Where Vitality, they're kind of, in their minds, I know this myself, they're kind of, just not showdown. We don't want to do the showdown, not another week, you know, showdown, you know. So they're here to get business done. They don't need to play on their A level. And that's also not what I'm expecting from them. But I am expecting them to manhandle a team like GamerLegion still. Because the other 2 teams in the group should be tougher opposition, you know. Both Astralis and Falcons. I mean, Falcons surely has had their fair bit of struggles as well. But it's way more experienced players. It's players that they also know on a personal level, and you know, there will be some things as well, you know, with Apex and Sonic and these kind of guys winning the majors together and fighting. So yeah.
In terms of managing, like, because this is something that they talk a lot about in traditional sports, right? And I think, for me, I've seen Blade from Na'Vi talk about it a lot, but it's not a conversation that happens very often, which is managing your trajectory going up, right? So going, okay, cool, this is where we want to peak. These are the events that we're kind of focusing on. That's where we want peak performance. But in modern day Counter-Strike, we want wins across the board.
Yeah.
How difficult is it to find ways to kind of prep for those ebbs and flows, if you like?
Yeah, I think it's a philosophical question, because as well, like, just I know it's a lot of flashbacks to the heroic times right now, but in heroic as well, we were a lot like trying to treat every game with like similar respect to a certain extent in terms of preparation, mentality coming into it, and it made our floor very high. You know, we would always make playoffs, always make deep runs. I don't know if it was a part of the reasons why we sometimes didn't get as many trophies as we wanted, kind of not giving that extra feeling of playing in the semi-final or final. I'm not sure, because there's many different philosophies. You know, if you can cruise control a blast groups like this, it is best case. But then again, you also need to then be able to turn on the switch when it really matters. And in a situation like this, it's about time to turn it on, Vitality.
It is time to turn it on. We're going to go into game. Good job, Cadian, on waffling there and filling in the time for the audience. We did it. It was the first time we had to do that as a team, and it's only day number 1. But now we get to go into game. We're moving into the second map.
I mean, if that was a waffle, it was a fluffy waffle.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
It was good.
Nicely topped.
Yeah.
The whipped cream, maybe some strawberry coulis.
Yeah,
something
it was a
along
great
those lines.
breakfast.
Yeah,
Enjoyed that.
But Cadian's right. Time to Vitality needs to turn on. We'll turn off the analysts, and Mo, we lock into Mirage, because there is a world whereby a fresh-faced GamerLegion with a less than 21-year average player age could 2-0 this.
You don't have to be...
Could 2-0 this.
Yeah, you don't have to be old to take the wins. You maybe also don't want to be too young. That's kind of like a really good zone. That's the Astralis 2018 zone, around 20 years old. So, I don't know, maybe they're onto something. GamerLegion, we'll see what they can put together here on Mirage, but they probably knew it was coming. They came into Anubis, which they could have very easily lost, and we wouldn't have batted an eye, and pulled it out. But they are going up against Vitality, who are on a 5-map win streak on it. And as Cadian had pointed out, versus
great
Spirit,
opposition.
G2, FaZe, Spirit, and then Virtus Pro as the one map in the series they took versus them. Those are amazing wins.
Let me drop a win streak for you, though, because earlier today, Complexity were playing versus Heroic and a coach. And, well, Mohan, they had only lost Vertigo 1 time in the last year. But they still dropped it to Heroic. So win streaks don't mean jack.
Especially not at the beginning of the season. So
that's what I'm saying.
Let's see GamerLegion. What you got for us here on Mirage?
We just hope, for Vitality's sake, they don't kick it off with an embarrassing loss. And do. Looking like Slend with the USP taps. It is an A challenge coming out from Vitality. It's Slend locked into the ticket. No more fights to be had here for the time being. GamerLegion locking in. And no shot taken at Flame. Oh, Flamesy and Spinks.
Damn.
Adu with that double tap.
Damn.
Cue it up.
2 of 3 kills on that.
Run the highlights.
That was clean.
2 taps. And it was looking like that bench push was going to get away. Like Flamesy was about to jump into sight until 2 men down.
Yeah, man.
And his opening kill just as clean. Oh, that's 3 bullets.
Yeah, 3 bullets.
3 bullets, 3 frags.
There he fucking is.
Basically a Zywoo moment right there.
Didn't waste a shot in the middle of all that. That was 3 bullets, 3 frags.
No extra calories.
Pepsi Max. Pimp's favorite.
Don't know what that is.
GG bet odds still to the favor of Vitality, as they should be, but damn, GamerLegion got close. I'm pretty sure after the pistol of the first map, it was still like 1-8, 1-9, because nobody could believe it. And alas, here we are with the pistol.
It's the revenge match from the Paris Grand Finals. They're already up a map.
That's what it's all about. Shuhei, Ime, Acor, they're all at home right now cheering GamerLegion on. Flamus just going to dive to the top of connector. Ooh, not going to get away with the third one. Pistol looking clean from Flamesy too. And Spinks has got that Deagle still well hidden. Maybe somebody else oversteps into his crosshair. No. 1 casualty. That's it.
Yeah, the question always is with Mirage, you know, am I trapped in here with you, or are you trapped in here with me? And it's for GamerLegion, like they're the underdog team. And ironically, even though it's a great map for Vitality, the fact is that you can only guarantee so many things on Mirage. And there might be more of an advantage for them versus their usual competition. But we're so far away from an upset result here, and they've got lots of confidence coming in from their last 5 maps. The only thing for Vitality that's a little bit worrying is just, you know, how'd the break go? That's what we're going to find out.
Sure. Oh, God. The Olympics are on, and if Ondu is playing shot put, that wouldn't cut
Imagine if they exploded.
I mean, now that I would watch.
It's just called get rid of it, and if you don't, that's your last Olympic game.
Mezzi getting one in and being traded out successfully, so pressure's on, perhaps, to the B site, but...
They're going B. It's not too bad here. I mean, Ondu's the guy you want anchoring the site, and then they have the secret MP9 up top.
Volt pulling away from Palace ever so slightly, but still has a tough job at A.
This is... Oh, yeah.
I like the stall here from Vitality.
There's no overthink that's going to happen, right? I mean, bomb's not going Palace, right? I mean, sorry. Surely it's going up Cat, yeah.
And no contact whatsoever here for GamerLegion. So the pause in Vitality's attack pays off wonderfully. They don't allow for the other 2 players to get anything else done, but silver lining transitions GamerLegion into an easy save.
How'd they coax him into that decision so perfectly? Vitality just making sure that they're brilliant. Spamming down bench, looking at every angle, but not seeing anybody. Low resistance. After the initial bash inside of mid, there was a lot of moments that could have turned the tides there in the connector fights and the window nade and that fight. But that's pretty much where the round ended here for Vitality. You never know what's written down. Could be the case. They said give them space, and they're likely to retake A to make sure. If we're watching this one thing, if they aren't there on this timing, then they're probably going to try the other side of the map. You never know how deep the prep goes sometimes.
The return of ZTR, Mohan. I believe it was you who halfway through the player break tweeted saying the roster mania that y'all wanted maybe didn't happen because we've soaked up all the talent from the We Play Academy League.
Yes.
And yet, you know, I think suddenly we're looking at GamerLegion featuring 2 players that did play on it, right? The return of ZTR is one that I wasn't quite sure if we'd get to see him back at these sorts of events because he was out there floating with Metasport, doing good things, of course, but not necessarily at the S-tier TOs events.
Yeah, admittedly, I didn't pay as much attention to Tier 2 and below. When we looked at a lot of the Tier 1 rosters, it was sort of like old faces on different teams. And ZTR not getting one of those chances. It says so much more, though, to be able to pull up, for example, the team that Snacks was calling for. That didn't end up doing much. If he could make something of that roster,
right,
alongside the new pickups that they've got, which are very interesting, then, wow, then we've got a conversation. Nice spray down here from Flamus.
Kid's just got the confidence in him. You know, so many, like, smoke grenades don't deter him. He's always looking for the fight, regardless of the utility pressure that comes through. I think that was something I kind of identified back on his Anubis gameplay in the B site. More than happy to kind of throw himself into the fire. And right now, you need a player like that in Connector to do the deed. ZTR barrel stuffs Spinks. He never saw it coming. It is unfortunate timing that thrusts us back to the 2v2.
More than unfortunate, maybe. Because this ZTR keeping the site. He has time to reposition. He has full HP. And we're talking about Vitality, who they've got one low player. Apex goes down. Second guy spotted. Flamesy full health. He's got a lot to do here, but he has Oh, a chance. No way. ZTR, amazing stuff. Off the first map as an IGL on Anubis, he was already impressive. But then on top of that, I think he top fragged.
Yeah, he did. And now he's posting essentially 1v3s inside of a bomb site in a 2v3 situation, dodging as well that fire, stepping forth and head in front of the van. But what's it all worth without this? Flamus with the 2-player lineup top mid. Ooh. Just great bouts of timing from ZTR back to back. Ice cold.
Ice cold. And then Molly was bad, eh, from Vitality. Yeah. They knew he wasn't up top out, but they still missed it.
I think we've got a game on our hands.
Does seem like it. Does seem like it. I mean, it didn't feel like an upset, actually, watching Anubis. Didn't feel like Anubis, or like an upset. Didn't feel like they barely got it and got lucky. They didn't even look that stressed, some of the rounds. They are the ones who picked up the eco successfully. So, yeah, that's another thing Cadian talked about in terms of scouting. It's very hard to predict how someone's going to prepare, or how someone's going to fare in a LAN environment versus a tier 1 team. I wouldn't feel comfortable giving credit to someone for scouting that, because I don't know how they would find that out. You know, you really just... I think sometimes you find out who you are when you walk out into the LAN environment yourself. You know, I think like someone like Nafany, for example, he wasn't yelling online until like they got to LAN, then he was going crazy.
Until it all starts to wash over you. Washed out of the round. And out of this one, Flamus not trying to take too much of a risk with the smoke peaks as he has. Ooh, but he gets away, top con. Now it could be Slen's chance. Oh, Flamesy, perfect Tech 9 frag. Easy lineup for Slen, gets the extra second. Comes in with a second kill.
Man,
beautiful stuff.
So careful just to make sure he hit the shot. Had the advantage on the second guy as well.
Oh no.
Palms drop back at a minute, and it's a long way back around here for Apex as they pick up kills.
But Bolt, oh, in the corner!
That's a shock. Damn. Apex back to middle 45 seconds. No teammates, no leads, no evidence.
And no certainty as to where to go or where GamerLegion have gotten off to.
And they will split the difference.
Yeah, great decision.
I would rather, as the guy clutching though, I'd rather see this, you know, because I think if they were inside of a site, then they could start working on retaking it. But as you can see, they're actually losing time even going to clear out A, which will burn a lot of time off the clock. Now, we saw in Anubis, great retakes out of GamerLegion, but time ticks.
Solid 4 seconds of time there they just lost simply by coming back from Ticket. And now they have to walk the approach as to not give him away the information. Apex, no grenades, so gun out, head hunting.
Yeah, he's in a great spot to spray through the smoke when they have to throw it down, but he's going to look for that first kill as well.
Yep, they come clambering out, and the first one, the disjointedness between the players, but he tries to get back into cover. And Slend comes out big with a critical round. Those 2 op frags on Catwalk that he so cautiously lined up.
I think he knew he needed to take that disengage and get away to Cat. He's put himself in a winning spot. Damn, he set the clutch up perfectly, but couldn't complete it in the positioning.
Also, Volt.
Oof. Wow, yeah. Yeah, this is just...
That doesn't help. Just reminding your team, 5v3.
Yeah.
But tough to process, I suppose. Because it was.
Well, he's been...
Oh, man, and they're just not giving him anything. You want mid? Go ahead. Come take it. GamerLegion picking up every single fight. Looking for the 5-1 lead early days. And remember, T-sides, Vitality. This is where, like, as we've kind of hoped to continue to sing their praise, this is what we've all been hanging on to. And now it's them that's hanging on by a damn thread in this one. Mezzy 3 HP in a 1 versus 4 with the fallback top con, all too easy in round number 6.
What a debut for GamerLegion.
And not one of the teams that was grinding through the player break either, you know, picking up some of the online events that do still run. This is the debut of the roster with a new in-game leader. Messi's 3 kills in, so finally somebody's got to put him down. He was cooking. Runs out of oil.
The awareness looks super good here for GamerLegion, I think. I love what they're doing in Connector and Cat, and they're playing very actively versus mid. Mid's not working out. Vitality starting to bang their head against that wall. And when we saw it work after the slow start on Anubis, it came down to essentially, I think, just simplifying their strats instead of overcomplicating and going slow on default. So we'll see if they try something more quick this time around. Maybe it's a good sign, maybe it's not. I think they both want to tell the other team, we're better than you. We have better players. We can get away with less. But they also got to show themselves, well, if we do slow it down and we do have those long, drawn-out defaults, more protocols, that we win those as well, because we're supposed to be the better team in all dimensions.
Every day of the week.
Every day of the week. Yeah. But you could not look at this result and say, GamerLegion didn't play well, man. They are looking good.
CTR, tough spot with so many players barreling towards him. Still able to catch Messi, and Andu's going to go down with nothing. Slend will make sure nobody crosses over towards bench, but he gives up his angle as well, and that's a save call. That is an instantaneous exit from GamerLegion. Vitality just, we said, banging their head against the wall. Well,
inside of middle. Yeah.
At least they just broke through the drywall on the B site.
Yeah.
Here's Johnny. And Vitality back to winning ways.
So that's nice. And was ended up being 6-6 on Anubis. After GamerLegion pulled off a bunch of CT rounds.
Terrorists win.
If you took an IQ test to try to determine what the next scoreline would be after the 5 wins that Vitality have on Mirage, 13-5, 13-6, 13-11, 22-20. That must mean that they're going to give up at least 22 to 25 rounds in this game.
That's math. That's math for you, folks. Slend, I love the tempo. Quick jump through the ladder room, down into the action, off the M4, and Apex hits the ground. They're playing with a little gusto, some gumption.
And they got the right players in those spots. I think in the high traffic locations, I think Flamus and Connector's kind of been the perfect energy for it.
And Slend showing a little hybrid ability between the AWP and the M4. The passive, patient hold, and now into the aggro peak, but they lose a player on A. Peek out from Van. Slend, oh, he can't manage the 3rd kill, but then ZywOo doubles down, finding ZTR on the jump out through window. Sandwich kill is clean. ZywOo will plant alone at the B site as Spinx is on a sprint to make it all the way over. And the fight top mid, not gonna be had here. Spinx dives into the apartments.
It's about finding ZywOo. I think they know that Spinx is going to try to do.
He's exposed. Once this cat peek comes up, down goes ZywOo. Just throwing caution to the wind. Didn't expect that angle. And now Spinx with Util on top of the bomb. They've got the kit they need. He gets one off, but sticking it. Ondu's on top, and Spinx doesn't go back. He didn't hear it.
Oh, it all happened all at once, and Andu gets the kill on top of it. Spinx thinks that, I think, either he hears it and thinks he's going to get off or didn't hear it at all because there was the nade explosion and the first guy going down. Oh, that's tough. I mean, when he disengaged, I don't think anyone was on his screen. Oh, wow. Seems through the corner of that smoke.
Damn.
And it really felt like, I don't know, I had no idea that they could have come up cat.
Yeah, I never saw him check left either.
Yeah.
No, just seemed very confident that they'd be coming in double market. To be fair, we have seen a lot of, I think, grouping up in GamerLegion's retake.
But they could have doubled up Cat.
Yep, very true.
It seemed like there wasn't enough reason to not be worried about it, but knowing ZywOo, he, 1 second later he would have turned. So they just can't really afford losses like that right now. GamerLegion are up 6-2 and are already up a full map. Slend is showing us a lot more here on Mirage as well than he did on Anubis, and we've been talking about him a lot recently.
Looked very composed in that double op round where he took the extra time to line up those shots. Because a slow shot's one thing, but a missed shot's worse. ZywOo now looking to capitalize on a little space creation with the utility here. Anybody steps into this line, they should be dead to rights. Should be. Flamesy looks to lurk up in the window created by ZywOo. Flash comes over. Perfect utility out of Apex from Palace. And that right there leaves this site exposed. We saw a wonderful 2K hold from Volt a few rounds ago, but that A site is under wraps
that
for
flash.
Vitality.
Wait, am I crazy? Is that flash came out of Palace?
Palace, dude. That's kind of nuts.
That's actually so ridiculous. And I think it's because they didn't have anyone else to flash for, so he gave it a shot, and it ended up being like somehow a perfect pop flash. Even though if someone was looking at Palace, he would have seen the whole thing coming slowly at him.
For 3 seconds.
Damn.
They're going to try the retake by the looks of things. Maybe just keep the damage up, but it's just the one kill. ZTR, unfortunately, flanks a little too long. And as he chucks the grenades out, does do damage to 2 more members, but it's 3 alive for Vitality as they convert that very easy mid walk, right? We were talking about earlier on a lot of mid defense, but this time ZywOo slips in and Flamesy walks up.
Yeah, got away with it, and yeah, transitioning from top con as well, or like in con to top con, and there's that flash. Again, I mean, it is beautiful exactly where it lands, but they really had to, they wouldn't have thrown that flash. I think if they had more, it was a perfect support, exactly what they needed. Fast split coming in towards the B site. CTs are going to spot this. Obviously, 2 Vitality in anti-eco.
Oh, damn. ZTR never seemed to see that one coming, so it's a quick slice up the catwalk mid back-to-back rounds being a highway for Vitality's round wins. And there's nobody elsewhere on the map for GamerLegion to walk into, so it is the recovery mission yet again, Mohan. We finished the first half of Anubis 6-6 after a slow start, and we may be getting there again.
All the time we see new stories take place, new teams make upsets happen into the tier 1. And it's like, for some people, GamerLegion aren't a new team, but to us, they very much are. And with the amount of roster moves they have, like they're, they might as well change their logo at this point.
Yeah, and also just like here they've come into the season with 3 19-year-old players that we don't know much about. I'm not trying to throw shade, but contrast that to OG, who come to the event still sporting somebody like Keto and Fiku, who's been this very long tenured player on the team. Even ZTR, not one of the 19-year-olds, but another fresh member of GamerLegion.
It's very interesting.
They made moves. They did not play it safe.
Point of criticism right there that these 2 rosters, with the same economy, had probably the chances to get the same players who are floating around as up-and-coming potential talents. And GamerLegion looked like they took more risks, but it also looks like that they're going to work out, and they have a good track record behind them as well. And maybe ZTR, in terms of the offer, could see some potential in those players as they were coming in, too.
Yeah, well,
I think there were some limitations on Metasport, even though they were a good team behind him.
Sure.
And we don't know if they would have got changed.
That's where I do just think back again to like GamerLegion did make some big sales, at least. You know, OG sold...
Heavy God.
Heavy God, that's fair.
Degster.
Degster, Flamesy, but that was a little while ago. You know? Back in the day. Everybody getting cleaned up on this one. MP9 will catch one frag versus Vitality, but that's 6-6 we were talking about. Feeling a little more inevitable as this Vitality team slots into their T side. Better late than never.
Did we ever find out what ZTR stands for?
Zooming Tyrannosaurus.
Rex.
Yep.
Nice.
That's right, there's the R.
Which is actually perfect. You are kind of a genius.
Yeah,
I remember because it was like, because Linus, who was like, his name was his name was LNZ when he was playing on NIP, or was it LNS? It was LNZ, right?
LNZ, but his name was Linus.
Yeah. Linus Tap Tips. So maybe ZTR's name is Zin.
Yeah, dude, just pack a lip pillow. Get on with it. That's why he's so focused.
This ZTR could fix me. This ZTR and a Zin could fix me.
You know? Two to the lip, a little sip, and get on with your day. Vitality. Let's see that 6th. Curious if we get back into the mid clash. I feel like GamerLegion, despite it working, they're the ones that sort of led off the mid holds. Whether it was too much pressure that they didn't like or whatever else their reason. You leave a window open, you can't get upset when the bugs show up.
And there ain't no screens in Europe.
For some reason. Spinks. Oh, don't worry about your shoes, brother. He falls off of the stack, and Andu just missed his timing.
Yeah, that's a big timing, but you know what? He vocalized something. He said, I smell something fishy.
Oh, it's just the French. One player climbs up into the window. Andu gives up the angle, but again, how little is the pressure being applied to the mid-hold in contrast to when we started this round? Or this half.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
That's a brick wall, brother.
Spinks is gonna get out of there. Andu will let him leave. Said, you made your own bet. I know you're too scared now to stay in there. And they will chill. Palace control. You don't really want to run into this, into the A site.
And
but now they kind of have to. One bullet makes a world of difference here. They got to get this kill. Oh, bad smoke.
Come on.
What is that?
That's a high rise.
Come on, if you can name the position, we'll call it a legit smoke.
Andu just sitting pretty here. The window player flubbed. The ramp smoke was a flub. Mistakes on full display here for Vitality in their attempt to take a 6th. This one falling flat. It's a 2v5 attempt that's never going to have anything to show for it. 10 seconds as this one fizzles out. Spinks will try his damnedest, but he doesn't even have time to win the round. So GamerLegion maybe gifted a 7th as Slend ends the half with just one more kill off Cat. And GamerLegion, a comfortable 2-round lead. Welcome back. We are starting the road to the final Blast Fall Final in Copenhagen. And we are here in Copenhagen, where GamerLegion are already a map up and now leading 2 rounds over your Vitality Fusion. I'm a little lost for words. I was so certain Vitality were going to come off the player break, have a little pep in their step, and maybe smash a new roster of mainly 19-year-olds. But what do I know?
But yeah, how could you know GamerLegion were going to be this comfortable and work so well so fast? You could expect that. I thought we would definitely be like, this is promising and great to see ZTR on another lineup.
I was ready to praise them.
Yeah.
I was not prepared to maybe watch them win.
Yeah. Not prepared to see Vitality look like the underdog so far. So, all right. Well, to me, this is the final step, right? You got to win the T side on the second map. You 2-0 Vitality. And they've already started their year. This is a second tournament in.
Very true.
Pretty impressive, legit result here. Like, massive upset considering the odds coming before the first map started. But you do have to win. You do have to win. And, I mean, this is also beating them on Mirage. Beating them on Anubis and Mirage. They literally couldn't. The only thing that can make this even more legit is some massive crowd or something like that. But, like, for a debut for GamerLegion.
I think Cadian and Tech Girl are down there. That's a crowd.
Cheering. Yeah. Cadian by himself can be a crowd for sure.
Slen did a lot of great work on the CT side of Catwalk. Hey, wow, Spinks. Nice. Very nice second kill here in the pistol. Ooh, wow. Flamesy as well, gonna offer up a crisp headshot. Volt's gonna look to depart, but look at that, just as he starts to leave, it's a ruse because ZTR has the market flank, and the backdoor player pushes out, catching the bomb, turning around. Zywoo had that sense, and ZTR has the opening to sprint into the site. If you can get a plant at this point, take your money. Whoa, 15 seconds, he knows where they're all at. 10 seconds to spare. Get crazy, kid.
You got to move now. Yeah, otherwise there's just no way they're going to let you get these kills. ETR, can you pull something out? Running now.
They're going to try to hide, and they'll do a good job of that. He tries to go left and right. Oh, he executes one more, but he just doesn't have time. And Spinks will hide behind the pillar as the ZTR was looking like a beast.
Damn, dude.
But like, woo, that's your inspiring pistol, man. You just had a kid chasing you down. You're running from the fights.
Kicked off with some great shots out of Spinks and Flamesy, though, at least.
You're at that.
Okay, ult.
Locked in. So we have split the pistols across both maps now. And that's where we want to be with a potential upset of this size. No asterisk around the slow starts of halves. No. Nay. Give me the goods.
Despite what we saw on map 1, Vitality still the odds favorite.
Easy.
Is no Famas skin troubling?
That is a skin.
Oh, that is a skin?
That is a skin, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, get with the times, bro.
Damn, is that a new skin?
It's a skin.
Oh, I see. More towards the back there.
There you go.
Okay. Is it like the...
It's minimalism.
The Famas pizza heat lamp?
Honestly, Mo, you know, I really fell off in the skins department.
Could have just stopped it fall off.
Yep, okay, hey. It's never B-roll with rolling.
Whether you want to admit it or not, that was peak. That was your peak.
Be gone, GamerLegion. Nothing to be proud of in that last round. Vitality. Don't do this.
Did he just dab?
Maybe.
So quick you couldn't see it.
Ooh, couple nades. Excuse me. 3 grenades. For the inside of connector, and, well, nobody's really home.
Oh, man.
Hey, Flamus.
Scary.
Yeah. It's a scary one for Flamesy, but he's got support in Apex despite his early grenade damage. There's just nothing left now, right? That triple nade, if it gets one, if Flamus also comes through with the Deeg entry, then we could have a conversation about a bomb going down. But Apex and Co are here to clean up shop. And that bomb ain't going nowhere. So, Vitality into the lead early on with the CT side.
So is Flamus just like the Scottish version of Flamesy?
Maybe, yeah. Every time I say it, I do think of Seamus O'Finnegan.
Exactly, thank you. That was the accent that was in my head. I couldn't physically produce.
Diddly dee. I'm Dingo.
Irish, by the way.
Tomato, tomato.
Oh. What's the sheepskin thing that they...
No, I don't want to know.
Okay.
Blood pudding. No.
No.
Haggis.
We eat that. Yeah, it's haggis. Which I think is great, but I haven't tried.
Your mama's a haggis.
I think it's the marketing around haggis. The name?
Yeah. Big Haggis really needs to work on its branding. Nice push here. Mezzi's leading the charge with the MP9. So we're getting active. You know, Vitality finding a bit of a groove with the strong CT start. Flamus. Oh, he's going to try to dive back, but he's not going to escape. He was hoping it was a solo CT push. Not the case. Meanwhile, Slend reopens the conversation towards the A site. Flames, he's getting into the action. He knows about the Palace player. Fights on all fronts, and they're hanging on well. Slend in the middle of all of that. Oh my goodness. Had that zest ready to sprinkle into the top stairs kill, but no sir. Denied by a very nice hold. An action-packed defense from Apex and Flamesy.
Yeah, quite a round. I'd say the highlight there for the CT side with the counter flashes, which allowed the CTs to keep fighting here. They got a little messy, and I'm not sure if anything was too effective, but it just had the T sort of like backing up constantly.
Vitality's starting to fight now, huh? The fire's been lit. Back to top mid versus pistols. Ooh, met by a Deeg, and that gun disappears.
With one comes two, but Spinks on his tail.
2 rounds in a row, he just turns his back to run, and players chase him.
Mezzi.
CTR has reopened the conversation at the B site. Flamesy's gonna connect Volt through the smoke. Spinks' timing could be critical, and oh, it's a clean frag to the back of Market 2. Spinks in with impact just as things got scary. Spinks is here to save it. And Slend's position soon to be found out. Down he goes at the hands of Spinks, who's now 20 kills to his 8 deaths. Having an excellent map 2.
Big win condition for Vitality on this map. And they'll touch 10 quite comfortably. Little scary when Mezzi doesn't get his. As the sole player on the site for a second.
Do you think those are those little things that, like, Flamus is going to have to learn moving forward at Tier 1?
In the smoke.
Gets the kill top mid, grabs the M4, just runs away. Instead of holding the smoke while running backwards.
Yeah, it's... Man, sometimes...
Because he did it in apartments too, right? You turn the other direction and run, as opposed to just holding it in case.
Sure, and walking away slowly.
Yeah, and he did it 2 rounds in a row.
It's hard to lump them together because sometimes you're confident in what you saw in the setup. You're confident in the reaction as well. So he might not have had any idea anyone was even close to it, and probably thought the smoke was buying him even more time. But yeah, it is. Sometimes you're like, well, if you have the extra seconds, you're not doing anything. Why not be a bit more careful? That's the easy answer.
Right. You know, you're all riled up on Counter-Strike adrenaline. We're leading map 2 with 1 in your back pocket on Vitality. Now reality's starting to sink in. Vitality on fire. Zywoo patient with a teammate set up means he is all too comfortable sitting in connector. Beautiful aggression here from Spinks, but Slend and Andu do drop a player apiece.
Smoke's coming up.
And while ZywOo's waiting top con, that smoke fades, exposing Apex. Missed shot from ZywOo, and man advantage GamerLegion. It's a CZ versus 2, and it's an immediate trade back from the con player. Nicely done from Andu. Mezzi tries to slip out into the engagement and loses his duel. So we've got GamerLegion putting an end to the streak of Vitality.
Wow, they do. It's a good round overall.
Hard fought.
Apex looking a little confused there inside of the windows. They're waiting for him. No one to draw attention away. Normally, if you have a connector fight happening as the window guy when the smoke comes up, you get a timing to fight into middle because your opponents are looking directly left. But in this situation, there wasn't anyone else to watch, really. So sort of overstayed his welcome. You just don't want to call a game too soon versus this GamerLegion. The op presence for ZywOo was just non-existent on map 1. That was like, I think, the first time I even saw his name in the kill feed with that gun. Wow.
Straight up Apps wallbang. Apps wallbang.
Ooh.
Right through Arch. Killed him before he saw him. Oh, that's a disgruntling way to die. But I love this timing. Flamus coming up into jungle. There's a player with his back turned. The sandwich man's not looking. Apex gets the better of the timing. But ZTR's trade is there. It's just at what cost? Down to a quarter health.
Playing sandwich.
Sketchy play. That feels like it could have gone way worse for Vitality.
And GamerLegion are now just trying to assemble their attack. They have picked the site of interest, but they don't have any leads just yet. No one showing themselves. One jump across, no op on the cross. Spinks walks in.
Brings him back for a second. We get Mezzi locked in bench, but now ZTR is also starting to join them up catwalk. All three players in peace, and if Spinks is busy with apartments, well, maybe ZTR could have, but he loses the duel. Nonetheless, rock solid hold by the looks of things, and Spinks can lock in as that op save's looking likely. 1 HP to make the difference here. Spinks kicks it off on an already incredible second map with the straight up apartment wallbang.
Yeah, man. Wow.
And it felt like, you know,
there's a timing.
Father Time gifted this one to Vitality when it boils down to jungle 2.
And there's the op gone after time.
Ouch.
That hurts. Right in the money.
Just like that.
Beautiful. That does take a lot of bullets.
Poor guy crouched into the headshot.
Yeah. 1,000 ways to die. Seems like a good place to take a last time out here for GamerLegion. 11-8 map is still alive, but certainly going to get a bit desperate. I think the only time I've ever been worried about ZTR is when he's too close to winning some rounds.
Oh yeah,
you know,
okay.
in the past, there's one major criticism mentally, but I really haven't seen that happen in this series, or like on last map, for example. Didn't feel like there was any nervousness in the calls. Everyone was acting accordingly around him. Still kind of looking for that.
Not to mention he was putting up the kills to close Anubis. So a little cooler here on map 2, but nobody looking as hot as Spinks. 23-9. And the top mid control is taken by GamerLegion yet again. Flamus has been a very key piece of the approach and connector to success or fail. Pretty consistently right up in here.
Why don't we just assume ZywOo's op impact will be necessary to just close this game out. It's not all going to end up going towards Spinks. This round, circling back to the other side of the map. Flamesy has had a good Mirage. Still, this is the weapon. This is the player. This is the position.
Such a nice forward setup here. Andu caught off by it. Oh, missed chance from Zywoo. Apex looking to pick up slack. He knows he's under pressure, but he's now just lost inside of the smoke. He's gotten away with it, but he loses Zywoo. Now he's blind, peek out through smoke, and down goes the second. The only piece of that defense that stands the test is Flamesy inside ramp. And as he doubles back towards site, nobody gives him a fight until Flamus comes off top staircase. There's a question as to where the others are at. ZTR didn't see the deep CT peek, so now the timing here for Slend is going to work against him. I think the ticket peek will catch him off. Beautiful ruse offered up by Flamesy towards ramp, and Vitality's retake is clean.
He totally saved them, right? Because without Flamesy's, like, each of those kills, that was a very awkwardly played site for sure. That was a couple shots missed by Zywoo. That was Apex backing up through his smoke into the site, getting flashed and then dying without his kill. But that flame was burning bright. This is also, I want to say, a mistake from ZTR, who basically just needed to protect the position, not to kill anything on the site. He just needed to make sure no one could come up CT spawn. And but he's not the opera on the team, so he's just picking that up, just giving it a shot. So Vitality now this close to the win.
Apex just looking to get the hell out of there. Expected from Flamus. Oh, wow. Dude, the kills he gets through smokes.
Yeah.
And the chase to top middle from Apex. Oh, but then there's that underpass attack. And again, another layer, but Spinks hangs on. 14 HP upends their hopes of keeping this one ticking. A 2v2, they know they've got him locked in and low.
Yeah, but they smoked themselves out of this.
He's gonna go for the boost over top. Oh, and they catch it. Volt not gonna let him get away with that. Confirms Mezzi's position as well. He'll flash his way out and could very well fall victim to this corner camp of Ondu. Yes, sir, down they go. And even despite a beautiful couple frags from Spinks, this one still goes GamerLegion.
Oh, that's a little awkward because Mezzi's coming up cat, and then he's the one full HP, and Spinks ends up smoking them both out of the fight. So that only makes it easier for them to both make a decision and win the fights. Nice win here from Flamus. Now the good old full A.
So great things from Flamesy here. 2 rounds ago. Man, we've got 9 players in the server trying to attack into A with the map on the line. Oh my god. Flamesy just dodging the utility, still no vision for either team. Everybody wary.
Yeah, the approach does look pretty good. They're still at the end of Palace. CT's in decent spots, lots of CTs here. They re-clear the A-ramp, see nothing. T's have pulled back, but they're ready for the re-aggression. They've still got the utility to do it. CT's.
Saw the trajectory. Oh, an instant kill.
I think they might know Mezzi's here, right?
Yeah, 100%, he threw the nade.
Yeah.
He's gonna get burned out. He was hoping to have a surprise, and lo and behold, he still brings one with him. But the CT's in the middle of the departure caught off guard.
They can't respect that, surely, with the A-ramp players.
They hold. And the challenge comes out of Spinks. Hot-handed all map long and still adding to the kill count.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake right there.
You would have preferred they push through
smoke?
smoke?
He should have just talked, I think, and at least in Tetris. But they needed to, they could have either all attacked at the same time and not respected the smoke, or at least pushed both out of A-ramp to go for the fight, but still, obviously a very good position.
Well, it offered up man advantage. Bomb gets picked up and crosses over. Spinks pinned against the garbage can, a little off the mark. And so Bomb is not denied. Apex gonna go sprinting for the Palace control, but has to cut audio. Luckily for him, there is nobody in ramp. Timing is of the essence, and not to mention Spinks has that kit, so we'll keep an eye on as to where he falls, if he falls. Looking to go in on the retake with the op. It was a very awkward post plant for GamerLegion not long ago. Here comes Volt combining nicely. And Apex's flank, yes, it has one victim in Slend, but it's not enough to end Mirage. GamerLegion take a 10th.
Yeah, very possible to go all the way now because the money here for Vitality. So solid round for GamerLegion. The full A attack, and I mean, I love the way that round looks because they do a lot in the way of working the ramp. They get the jiggle spot off of Flamesy, who's initially watching it, gets his smoke out early. They pretend to fight for a long time. They draw on CT utility. They get the re-aggression out of the CT side without showing anybody of themselves. And then they finally still have enough nades to go forward with another exact. Like, I feel like they worked very hard to make that A attack happen, and they did almost everything perfectly, even with lots of counter aggression coming out of Vitality.
Okay. Funny how that one little dink just sets a tone.
I mean, you would say this round over, though. No chance that GamerLegion lose.
I wouldn't say a word.
Old you would have.
Yeah, I'm a changed man. While the utility's still up. ZTR's not far off with that idea. Timing's good. Apex comes up. Spinks finds one with the 5-7. That B site is clear for the taking so that the bomb can go and run in. Now Volt sitting at the bottom of the board. Lowest ADR in the server, and he is getting climbed on top of from the murder hole. ZywOo comes out with a USP frag. It is Slend and Andu 2v5.
No plant. Not yet.
He goes back in on it. The market aggression is yet to come out, and everybody else looking to gun forward off the catwalk. A near collateral shot. It's damaged, but it's a double. Oh, just when they thought they had this queued up. Unless Spinks can end it, as he has been trying his damnedest and could still get this done. 20 HP for Slend as he slides past smoke, and Spinks blindsided by it.
What a play.
Excellent opping off the bench.
What a play. You know, you give Spinks enough time in that spot, he's going to close off your angle and find you and kill you, and he doesn't let that happen. Small risk getting taken, coming through the smoke. What a move. Save the day. 2v4. Based on who we've seen so far, I can't think of two more reliable players to have working together in this situation for GamerLegion, but that's very impressive. That was a moment for Vitality that, I mean, obviously, they could have just turned this game on its head instantly. They're still in the lead, ready to win. But that was their best chance for a second.
Yeah, but now they'll at least come into this one with some guns. Whew. I'm telling you, man, it was all that ZywOo dink. That ZywOo dink at the start of the round, it just had everybody convinced.
One round to go to overtime here. GamerLegion are already doing better than Spirit, FaZe, G2, Spirit again in their last games versus Vitality on Mirage.
Of those 5 games, how many OT?
1.
Just the one.
Just the one versus Virtus Pro at EWC.
Okay. The most recent.
Oh, he's still approaching.
Oof, he wants
it. He doesn't get away with it either.
Damn, Flamesy knew what he wanted, and Volt's just...
You know what? That's good for Volt, though, that he stayed focused and just didn't assume he was going to run away.
Right.
Well, what do we have here?
An active Apex. Oh, but he... Oh, wow, he gets away with that.
He didn't clear it properly, but he still dies.
Puts himself on 18 HP with a deep angle from Mezzi watching the door. Playing as cautious as he can be. Utility coming out, and Mezzi locks in, waiting for that rotation. The door is still clear for him to come out. Bomb is on the site and supported. Andu clearing off Dumpster, but Spinks slides in to the dead player's shoes, jumps up and tries to challenge Plant, but the smokes are everywhere. Look at these 4 members of GamerLegion corralled into the back corners of the site. Spinks has come forward, but he's just as low as Apex. And we've got ZywOo at the bottom of the board. He's got the op in hand, and Spinks confirms the backbench player. There's the pop-up and the trade frag out of ZywOo. It's desperate. They hide back towards the van. A player confirmed on bench. ZywOo's looking to pin them against the wall, but Volt comes out wide, and sure enough, we go OT.
Oh man, they brought it all the way back. Overtime is where it'll finish. My goodness, they actually made it happen from the 4v2 on that eco round to overtime on Mirage. Their best map right now. Could this be the opponent that breaks their streak?
4 rounds straight from GamerLegion in order to get us out of regulation. And man, I felt like I could feel their confidence shrinking in that 4vx, right? Look at the positions they took up inside that bomb site.
Let's go, man.
They've been playing for the opportunity, man. You can't say that they haven't been playing for it. They've been going for the hard kills. They've been playing smart in the retakes on Anubis. They got a clutch or 2. They're going up against a world-class form Spinks. But to be honest, not that much else. Last time, again, I mean, I don't think, I think ZywOo's not been opping because his op's not been that on. I mean, his rifle has been better, but that's actually just been a really awkward problem to solve for Vitality. You both need some kind of main op presence, but also want ZywOo to play as best as he can. And I think we're talking about 1 or 2, maybe 3 kills on ops in this series so far.
Apex getting nades out as Flamus just gets stuck top con. But he's serving as a hinge for the rest of this GamerLegion pack to swing around into A with. Apex goes deep and dies. Flamus gets his revenge from that last round where things looked like they were for Apex. Flamesy just stuffed on the ramp as well. And so this streak of 4 rounds in regulation is looking for an immediate round win in OT.
Mezzi about to get spotted as well.
Gets one.
Still lives.
Gets one and keeps his head down. Very little damage back from that duel. Molly into jungle, but Spinks fights on! And he can't win the second up to Palace. Slen's trying to push the op out. Bomb gets picked up. 8 seconds! And as Mezzi is inside of the bomb site, he's gonna stop it! No plant, no round win. ZywOo hangs on. They can't chase him down.
Oh my god.
He gets exposed to the Mezzi push. Oh, and after time he dies, so be it. It's still Vitality's round win.
No way he had his back turned. He was watching into connector. Wow. After the 5v3 taking over the site, it's just that they ran out of time, planted so far to the open and allowed for this angle for Mezzi.
Nice!
With the Metal Gear Solid play, snuck out the side of triple to get that kill. That's all. That's the only way they could have won.
There was fire on Ticket, but Mezzi was ahead of it. So without hearing the audio, yeah, he slides right out. Finds the path of least resistance, denies that bomb. Another big moment from Mezzi late in a map.
Yeah, but Mezzi's value is always in moments like that, but as an anchor, that's when he's the weakest, unfortunately. And we've seen a couple of times in the B side where that's been a problem. I think another player's been awkwardly used.
Oof, ZywOo just with a nade out. Oh, Flamus! Dude, just go! Oh, a third! And as he sees the 4th, he has done his job and then some. He just tore out ZywOo, Spinks, and Apex like it's nothing.
Yeah, he just ripped their heart out. And that's him getting to 17 frags. He hasn't had the best map so far. That's by far his best round. We saw so many highlights from him over on Anubis. And now that he joins the server, helps GamerLegion maybe tie up here in overtime. What a play.
Oof, but they're lining up. Mezzi. Okay.
Oh, the wall bang. The human wall bang right there. The third kill? The third kill? The pre-aim third kill? Wow.
Yeah, I'm with you on
Unreal. Yeah, he's like, you see that?
So
You saw that?
proud. Yeah.
I'm with you.
That's the pride you earn being 19 years old and taking heads off versus Vitality. That's your moment. That's your impact. He's had a tough job out middle. Has fallen empty-handed, but not in OT. Challenge down, underpass. Mezzi, good first kill. A little too much to ask him to snap up into ZTR. So 4v4 we go, and ZywOo on high alert. Spinks is going to try to walk up top mid. Flame is, oh, he's behind boxes and held in by ZywOo. Not going to fall victim to it this time. A consistency is him alone up there. And so with ZywOo and Spinks combining, they squeeze him out of the round, take man advantage, and put pressure on Apex to just hang on to B.
And Apex saw him, but that was just a one-way exchange of information, right? We're going to drop out now. Apex calls for the cavalry to come in, but he's just sitting still, giving them a better angle. Finds his time.
Stops the bomb. There's the trade. They've got a second member still up to try and get on top of that. Deep Molotov forces the market players back, but Spinks' timing's been incredible. Still, he fires off and doesn't stop it, doesn't get a kill. More damage done by the nade, but you've got Slend on a strong pillar of a position. And as long as Spinks doesn't come flying out that apartment, it's all good for Slend, locking it in. Now turning attention back the other way, but where's the squeeze? They don't know about ZywOo, who's back on the market, but he still gets his shot.
No!
And they nail all three.
It's impossible.
GamerLegion with a round advantage going into the second half of OT.
That round was damn near impossible. Slend had to take a bullet in the head to get away with that positioning change after finding his kill in the market window. Moving back into Spinks' territory, he could safely clear the van. Took a shot, got the kill, and left the rest for ZTR. And that's why I say this round is damn near impossible. There was almost nowhere good for him to go. Spinks was up there so early. They had all the route choke points held off. But you got to feel happy for GamerLegion after what happened in the first round of this overtime. And so they end with 2. 2 away from closing out this series.
Oh, and he still makes it in. Action for Slend out of the gate, clipped by Flamesy. Flame is off connector, and he's only got the one. Flamesy's looking for his chance to shine, his multi-frag moment. And who's able to get back and disengage, but it's fireworks from Vitality, top mid out the gate. Ooh. Bomb left on ramp. And the whole pack is coming.
Late round situations, when they've reassessed these moments, Vitality have been good on picking the right site and giving GamerLegion so much space they end up leaving. It's happened more than once. They do like to float around. And because they're low numbers, it won't be easy for them to try to pull off the retake. They don't have enough data just yet as they come back towards the A site. Timings will be available in a few seconds.
No,
there's no way.
God. Timing, you say?
Oof, okay.
Luckily for Vitality, the coverage is there. Andu's gonna try to get himself ahead of the Flames. Still has good smoke cover. They're scrambling off site, and he's gotten over to stairs. There's a player exposed and making sound towards Palace, but that draws him out and into ZywOo, who's traded by ZTR. Looking for a 1v3. Sandwich hold is good, and Vitality tie right back up.
Okay, nice round, Vitality. Nice one here from ZywOo to see those op shots coming through. And also it was Flames on the refrag openers. These two contributed the most. One more to tie it up for both teams.
Shooting for mid again.
And the T's are going for 2 ops, ZywOo and Spinks.
Looking to lock horns with any CTs that want to get frisky, but they go for the Palace push again.
They left an AK back for Spinks to pick up after a shot. I don't know.
Deep position for Volt, and he wins it. Oh, Vitality, now you've got problems.
Yeah, walks right into it. They keep Palace as well. Does this mean that, I mean, is there an AK back in spawn, or does Spinks? Yeah, there is.
Oh my god,
Wow.
They exchange damage, and ZywOo, however, wins the duel.
The approach is really good, right? Just on the railing to make sure that he gets hit in the leg.
Perfectly done by ZywOo. That little bit extra could make a world of difference here as both teams gun for 15.
Oh my god, awkward here for Andu. Just really uncomfortable spot right now.
Oh, and he gets burned.
Pushed from the ladder room.
Timing off of Ticket. Flamus expecting the Palace peek. He drew him in, and all the while trying to serve up the distraction for Volt, who gets his second of the round, but now he's got nowhere to go. He needs help. ZTR looking to come in from jungle. ZywOo's not watching. He gets shot in the back. Apex into the clutch, tries to cross. The smoke is good, but the bomb, it's still towards bench. And Apex, he just missed timing. 15 on the line! And ZTR gets the better of it. GamerLegion lock in match point.
Match point. This is officially the closest Vitality have been to losing. Besides those ties in overtime versus Virtus Pro here on Mirage, it might actually happen. The 1v1 with a couple extra bullets to spare here for ZTR. The shot on Volt missed by ZywOo after he came out of the molly.
Yes, sir.
Maybe they're about to make magic happen right here on day one. There I say, GamerLegion in the driver's seat.
Volt spots it.
Yeah,
sees the
sees
numbers
that.
already out the ramp. Flamus has to give up connector, so there is no control here. Oh, okay, tries to come back in. Totally shut out of this round.
Full flank readied here from Andu. He's going to probably play it pretty slow once he crosses this line.
Get excited for 15 all you want, but Vitality wastes no time storming into the A site.
There's no CT control.
And there hasn't been all round long. Mezzi, able to catch it. Now it's all in from Ticket. That is all you have to offer, and you are not going to get anything further. Vitality not having any of this. Coming in with a real chance at the double OT. They turn it up. They crank that dial to force this to a second overtime.
Another overtime here. I'm happy to see it. They're playing so close right now. It's so funny with Flamus because you see that like what makes him good is also what causes the mistakes.
Sure.
That he jumps on every op. He's opportunistic, right? He is, if he senses something, he's going to take that sense. He's going to act on it right away. I mean, just like Flamesy would, you know? But he's obviously a lot more unpolished, and so we're seeing some big moments out of him, but we're also seeing some troubling ones where you're like, well, if you just played it a little bit slower, your team has a much better chance in the retake. But sometimes with guys like that, you got to take both sides of the sword because, well, you've seen the highs. Well, it does add something special to the map.
I think that was Cadian's really good point before the match went live, where it's like, well, when you're working with like the budget of somebody like GamerLegion, when you don't have blockbuster moves, you're never going to find perfect players.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to find people with great strengths, give them chances, and accept them for maybe some of their weaknesses or the downsides that come with it, you know?
Yeah.
And what you're saying is why he has 27 deaths out of the 30 rounds we've played.
But then also like multi-kill highlights.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like he jumps on it and it looks great when it works, but that last round was just a little too desperate.
Yeah, it was funny when he was standing up and yelling, and Volt just calmly said to him, don't say too much.
Yeah, he said, you're going to get fined.
Yeah, you're gonna get fined.
Man, oh man.
Been a great map, though.
Mm-hmm. Been a
really fun Mirage.
Great match.
Yeah.
You know, I thought this was just the appetizer to Astralis versus Falcons. Little did we know.
Sometimes it's nice to eat dessert first.
Couple churros. Keep your composure, boys. Core of 19-year-olds added to the team. Big departures since the Paris Grand Finals between these two teams. The return of ZTR.
This might be the best since Shuhei.
Who knows? And Bolt hanging on for dear life throughout all the turbulence of the roster moves. Opening the season with a potential 2-0 over Zywoo and Co. But potential, the key word here.
$27 deaths in 30 rounds.
Yeah.
That's crazy. He goes for it.
He's scrappy.
Yeah. You might see a big moment out of him here in OT. Or you might see one like we saw last that cost them a potential round. But GamerLegion have been more than one player. Lots of things working well at the same time here. Looks like good prep coming into the series. ZTR calling as well as he is fragging. And Andu and Slend, I think, have been a nice, calm, reliable presence with consistent output.
No resistance, though. Nothing offered up from GamerLegion. And this was the kind of CT round that I thought let Vitality back into the game towards the tail end of regulation. So suddenly your B site is under pressure. Spotted as Andu. Oh, but he wins his fight, as did ZTR, and another missed shot.
Oh, Zywoo.
Leaving a lot on the table. Burns Andu into the open.
No
Flamesy
time to get the bomb back.
He can't grab it. Simply cannot win this round.
It makes a difference, man. It really does. That's brutal. Oh man, that's brutal. There was a moment where it felt like he was like he could still op, but he just wasn't doing it that much. But now there's more moments where it's like, can he even, or is it worth picking up? And that's a little bit troubling for Vitality because there's no one else who is going to. And we have seen in Vitality's history, he's happy. He doesn't even want to op. He's given up the op to players like Nevera in the past and said, you do it. I don't even want to. I would want to be a rifler. Similar to what Simple did in 2019. But they need him to op, unfortunately.
And when he does?
He's cursed with the gift, right? He's cursed with being gifted. I think that's how Zywoo would put it. Not a fan of the attention, not a fan of the criticism, but he's just so damn good. There's always going to be a lot.
Oh, he gets down. And then the top con player comes out with great damage. Flame is still concerned about Palace. Has good reason to be. Mid control for Vitality yet again. Apex has to be so careful as he's carrying the bomb over. Looks to join hands with Mezzi so that they can go for the double Palace pop. That's going to put pressure on Volt, sure enough.
CTs are in pretty good spots here.
Oh, he wins
so
that.
Good on that angle. Wow.
Instant headshot. Flamus goes in deep. Denies Zywoo. Mezzi emerges. There's the jungle hold. Third player on the site is Andu, and murder hole control could end up being strong, but it's all about that bomb plant. And if Andu just plays his waiting game, then maybe he'll deny this. Apex, he stays up in Palace as Mezzi takes bomb and jumps out. We've seen awkward things go down already. Oh, the Molotov and Flash. It's enough to keep him back. Exposing in connector. Andu burned out on the side of that as it spreads. And with ZTR downing Con, barrel stuffed by Spinks, it is Vitality to respond.
They're staying in lockstep with each other right now. Slend, don't think he has a chance to pull this off unless they make some kind of massive mistake. There's the first kill that comes down, but the instant trade, they're tied up. 16-16.
Beautiful couple kills here for Flamus.
He's low by the time he takes the second fight as well.
But it's the inability to get out and pressure Mezzi's plant. We saw Vitality pull off that robbery.
They didn't have enough to tether off him from CT spawn.
Yep.
To assist when he decided to peek there.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, they're going fast.
Get ready,
noise.
Volt. Oh, dead in an instant. Double entry out of Spinks. And that is what got them to overtime to begin with, right? That totally cranked dial of aggression straight into the A play yet again. Spinks comes out with 2 frags, sitting on 34. And as he gets cleaned out by ZTR, it is Slend into another clutch. Now, he's offered some beautiful shots, but in a 1v2, he's gonna try to emerge through the smokes.
Wait a second.
He's between them. Oh my God, he's in between them. But, oh! It's a clean one from Flamesy. He's sneaky.
He is sneaky. Slend, it's a sneaky sounding name. Slenderman.
Don't look him in the eyes.
He's behind you.
Shoot him before he turns.
Yeah, Vitality, can they take a breath? The call is crazy. They decide to go to the Palace, run out. Make it feel like a default for a second, make enough noise. And when you make a play like that, it comes down to does your first guy win his duel, and Spinks wins it instantly on triple. When that happens, the whole point is you're trying to catch a site that only has one player watching, maybe one guy with nades out trying to counter nade the ramp, and then you take advantage of that moment. If you don't capitalize then it all gets very messy because you have no nades established on the choke points in the back. The rotators come in. But there's a guy to do it with that spawn. It's Spinks right now, 34 kills.
Flamesy in the thick of it. Oh, goes back for top mid, double kill. 5v3.
Yeah, they got smoked. Flamesy also got spotted before he went and tucked back, I feel like.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
Felt like he really felt the need to pull something off and instead just dies empty-handed. And unfortunately right now with what we've gotten out of ZywOo, 15 kills, 24 deaths, doesn't feel like they're about to throw this 5v1 on A site. Missed shot on the jumping target. Palace player's gonna come out, sweep him away, and it is nothing offered from the A defense. 2 casualties in mid with nothing. ZywOo dies the same way. And GamerLegion will tie this game again. 17 all. So many back and forth rounds over on Anubis towards the tail end of things. This one has been tight and it will remain that way. 2 rounds left in the second OT.
No one knows which way it's going to go. You know, by the time ZywOo has to get his kill, maybe the round's already over. Probably gets traded from Palace anyways. But it's just the fact that he, you know, just another round with no shot in. Another round where maybe he could have just been rifling and done more. So another op comes out here for Spinks to assist. Now this kind of like gimmick to have a second op on a guy who doesn't always do it, just it's really good to pull out an OT when money isn't an issue. You just need him to get 1 kill, and that'll help you out enough. He's just... I think he loves it, though.
It's every time.
I think he loves that mid-duel.
It's every time, man. So he'll leave his team to try and fight out from A-site instead, but I mean, Spinks and ZywOo know what they're signing up for.
There it is.
Flamesy this round. It's no secret, Flamus will be crossing top boxes, top mid. Every round of every T side.
Tab, like, are you sure? Like, do you want to, or do you need any support? Nope, nope. This is what I want to do. I want to die an honorable death in battle. No support. Don't support me.
Gotta play Counter-Strike like a man.
I might die, but you'll see me next round, I swear.
Apex. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Hold on. 2 players coming out from ramp, jostling the bomb. Flamesy's thinking about the peak here, but he's gonna go for it before Palace comes up. Andu, good trade. And sure enough, all that action going down before the Palace smoke fades, ensuring that they had cut off at least 1 player of the pack, and it's worth it. Vitality to 18.
Yeah, up on 18. Imagine the interview now, Vitality win, and then you just got Apex, just giving them so much credit. Yeah, these guys were nice. You thought we lost, eh? You thought we lost, but we had it the whole time. A timeout here in overtime for GamerLegion.
I think Apex put it best in the middle of Anubis.
Yeah, we've done this a million times.
Words of wisdom. This game ain't over. The match certainly may not be. Good recovery from Zywoo in this one as well.
They're giving him lots of time to warm up, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Guns up, and here we go. Back to the action. Flamus, does he swing? Not this time. Whoa. He didn't get to swing, so he's kind of tweaking out.
Yeah. It's one more hit. He said one more hit.
It just...
But they love it because they've been coming out mid too because they're killing him often enough. Why not try it again?
But now his delayed approach could give him a chance to maybe hit the catwalk late. Problem is connector's occupied, window's occupied, and there's 2 players up cat. So his absence in pressure has allowed for them to go for this stack, and that's going to cut down what GamerLegion really needed. Some kind of an entry into the B site. 3 victims with no response. And after a well-fought battle here on Mirage, is it too much? Slen gets dropped by Zywoo, who's no longer missing. Last man's Flamus. And so Vitality survive the test. Double OT needed. 3 19-year-old young guns take them the distance, but we go map 3.
I think my favorite part about that, and you probably didn't hear it, was as Vitality won that, I just heard Apex go for F6 and hit the desk because they were super frustrated. This was not on anyone's bingo card when we looked at the Blast Premier Fall groups. GamerLegion did, and I think Launders said this so well, Cadian, did what Spirit couldn't do, FaZe couldn't do, Virtus Pro couldn't do, double OT Vitality on Mirage, but just couldn't close it out at the end. Why was that?
They weren't better.
They weren't better. That's your answer. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, if we talk a little bit about the individuals, you know, I think there was 2 ends to this spectrum from Vitality. You had Spinks. We talked a little bit about it in the pregame. We need to see more from Spinks, from Lotan. You know, he is such an incredible player, and when he's feeling it, when he's doing his things, he is a game changer. On the other side, though, Zywoo, man, he was missing. You know, he looked like me in a bad shape, and that's not good, you know. So Zywoo needs to find his shape a little bit as well, because he was missing some pretty crucial shots. I think overall, one of the things I'm impressed with from the GamerLegion side is there was a few situations, post-plant scenarios, mid-round scenarios, where clock was running down, where most of them, they seemed to make the most of it. They actually came out clutch. They did succeed with dragging out time. I think it was 13-13. I know people back home maybe don't even remember it anymore, but 13-13 when there was this after-plant situation on B where it was so chaotic, people were everywhere, and Slend actually pulled out some really good moments there. We were criticizing, and not criticizing, but we were naming his output to be very low from the first map win, so he definitely did have a lot of X factor in the second map.
I had a lot of question marks around Slend coming into this because obviously there was all that conversation around the fact that, I mean, Ash had said it that, oh, well, we chose him because he's consistent and he does such a good job. And I said it in the pregame. I was like, yeah, that's fine on tier 2. How is he going to cope here? He really stood up on Mirage. I thought he looked really good. He had some epic moments and he changed a lot of the game. And I would argue also helped this team get into OT.
Yeah, I mean, he did play really good. I think, like I said, as well on map 1, I think there was a lot of team cohesion from GamerLegion style, and some of the things that they were talking about. Here we see Slend, just to mention one of these situations. This is where it could have been ended from Vitality already. 13-10, they were 2 against 4. And nearly losing to pistols. Here, 1-on-1. Look, he's 20 HP. Spinks knows his position on bench. He makes a very, very sneaky move of creeping out through the smoke. If Spinks is just waiting for him, looking at the smoke, he's going to look insanely stupid. But because he did it instantly with his intuition and with confidence, he ended up outsmarting one of the best players in the world in a very crucial moment.
I've been so surprised with GamerLegion's communication. I've been surprised with how they've made certain calls. And I know that we actually have an opportunity just before they got to take this game to OT. We actually have a chance to hear what was going on in the team speak. So let's take a listen to what they were saying.
Main holding something. Sure. I'm white. Out. One this side, one backside. Backside, off. Off, backside, peeking. Off, left side. Then over, We have to pick. Jump up and pick. I'm blind. One.
Nice! Fucking nice! Let's go, man.
I love the hive at the end there, but very calm, building all the way up to that. This is the thing, though, for a team that is new, that's only just come together, a new IGL, they seem very cohesive.
For sure. I mean, nice. I see why they're screaming as they're winning the round, but they also end the post plant with 2 guys on car, completely cluster F, you know, just standing there hugging each other. Super awkward, but they make it work. But for sure, like you said, the team cohesion, they look really good. But some people also claiming, could it be a little bit of a honeymoon? And
some people. He means me. I said it earlier.
I won't put any names, but yeah. I mean, and one of the things you really need to be doing now is, okay, the honeymoon is gonna, you know, this is the first argument outside potentially of why did you do X? Why did you not listen when I said this? You know, they need to pull themselves up. Everything in my logical mind says that when you are an underdog team, you win the first map and you have chances in the second one. You go to OT, you could have closed it out, and you then have to play a map 3. Everything in my logic says that they're gonna get stumped. I might be wrong, but like kind of from intuition, from the energy that they put into this map, and Vitality being the more experienced team, having been in this position many times before, they should clearly have the upper hand.
I want to talk about that mental game, but we'll talk about it a little bit closer to Dust too. What I want to focus on, and we've actually got some highlights of Slen, so let's take a look at it, because I think that is something that is worthwhile. How was it, though, when we go all the way back to the start of Mirage, even in the beginning, in the first half? I mean, I think we ended the half with GamerLegion in the lead, and I still said to you, I did not, you know, did you see this? And you said no. Why was Vitality just not able to come on board?
Actually, one of the rounds that was just kind of shown in Slen's highlight package there was one of the 2v3 afterplants on B, where Kitchen is smoked off, Spinks is seen and heard in B apps, and all the Vitality players have the feeling that Ice is on me, they are holding me, and none of them are really daring to make the move until Flames peeks window alone. Saivu is not in a position to react off it in Kitchen, and neither is Spinks. Slend is gonna make the reposition, and they win one of those rounds. I think they were making some micro mistakes in some of these moments, and there's plenty of those. And again, if you have your rifler, Spinks, 36 kills, 101 ADR, pulling stuff like this. Also Flames, 30 kills as well. Yeah, we see it here, like how he was just demolishing them time and time again. So many crucial kills, crucial moments. But the 2 Australian players here, they're so good. And mechanically, communication as well, when you stand next to them, you can hear that they're calm, they're composed. And this is one of those games where, I mean, if you have Vitality and you don't win when these 2 guys are hitting 30 both, then something is wrong.
That's what, I mean, this is the next question as we move into Dust 2, when you've got the individual brilliance popping off.
Yeah.
Yes, you won this map, but that scoreline for Vitality has got to be too close. They've got to be standing outside saying, hey, this is not something we can be okay with.
You're
Double
right,
OT, come on.
You're right, but I've also been on the other side, you know, sitting there and kind of analysts yapping about how big you should win, and you can't lose the map to these guys and stuff like this, but it does happen, especially if the opponents are on point and doing good stuff. And at the end of the day, if you win 19-17 or if you win 13-10, don't matter, you know, you just gotta get that dub. And I think that Vitality right now are not in the shape of their lives, and sometimes you're also just gonna have to accept that, because we have seen this team win titles, we have seen them make deep runs on every position. They are having players who are capable of being world-class.
They do have players that are capable of being world-class, but now they have to win on Dust 2 so that they can get a victory here at the Blast Full Groups. We'll be back in a little bit to discuss how that should go down. You're watching the Blast Premier 4 groups. It's day number 1, and we are watching the teams from Group B. The first game currently underway, GamerLegion up against Vitality. Each of these teams has won their map pick, so we are now moving to the decider. It is Dust 2, and we have Cadian with us, who's been in these scenarios so many times, who's stood with the teams, and a lot of analysts here will tell you what they think is going through everyone's minds in the conversations.
In what scenarios? The ones where you're losing to underdogs, or the one where...
So many scenarios, but I want to hear from you now. I mean, Cadian, you've been there, you've won, you've lost, you've had a team turn on you, you've had a team united around you, so you have a good understanding. Vitality, I'm presuming the conversation that happened between then and now is going to be, this is not good enough, like everyone needs to pitch up, we've won, like let's finish this off. And then on the other side, we've got GamerLegion, who are probably still going to be pretty damn excited, because despite the fact that they lost Mirage, it was very close.
Yeah.
At what point does that excitement and that hype start exhausting you as a player because you can't stay on that level for so long?
I think the conversation from Vitality between map 1 and 2 has been more difficult than this one. You did get the win, and you had individual players really stepping up. You had more good team play moments, still not perfect, you know. But also I think sometimes in moments like this, you have to accept, okay, we are not going to be playing at our 100% today. We can aim for it, we can hope for it, we can do what we can to try and reach that level. But we are far from it right now. So it's about accepting the situation and the conditions they're in right now, and realizing like what's in front of us. Dust 2, if they would have been told a best of 1 against GamerLegion with 25% win rate on Dust 2, and with the experience they have, for me as well, Dust 2 is one of those maps where, especially Apex, and the coach, I don't know how to,
XQC, I never know how to say it either.
Are coming from the French school of CS, and they have always been playing great Dust 2. Back from the NVS, LDLC days, they've always been good on this map, so, you know, I'm expecting Apex to make some good calls in this game and to maneuver Vitality around well.
Apparently you say Extus, or you could just say Vitality coach, which is what I do, and that helps. Dust 2, for me, if we see Spinks and Flamey pop off the way that we just saw on Mirage, I don't think GamerLegion is going to see a victory here. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a very logical argument, but then again, you know, we've seen. That's also what we would have said prior to the game starting, you know, that if these guys show up, there's no chance. But matter of the fact is that in total round wins right now, GamerLegion are ahead, you know. They played a great first map, they played a really good second map as well. Right now it's about endurance, map pool depth, you know. They are still a new team with a new captain, ZTR. How much drills do they have on a potential third map like this, you know? Dust 2 can be played in many ways. It can be the complete, simplistic way of just long take, smoking the corner, 8 flashes, jump out, get behind the bin, the blue bin, jump into pit, wait, smoke the cross, CT's counter utility, wait again, smoke the cross and go up, and you need no tactical depth to do that. Then there can also be the more slow, methodical one where you're approaching catwalk control. You clear close mid with a flasher or molly. You wait, you try to scout out where's the rotation player. Always, like, there's the rule of thumb as a terrorist that you want to try and attack the side with 2 guys. So if the rotation guy is towards middle or B, you want to hit catwalk or A long. And if he's towards A, you want to be splitting B. So let's see how good they are going to be at calculating the rotation of GamerLegion.
So now, if you are sitting here and you're going up against Vitality and you're a GamerLegion with this team of youngsters, how would you choose to play Dust 2?
I'll say it's also a map where the CTs can be a bit more aggressive, and we saw that from Vitality on Mirage. The double push B-ups, the double pushes Palace, into deep ramp a lot, mid-fights. They were continuously being super proactive. So if I were GamerLegion, I would be a little bit careful as well in the building of the round. There
you go. You've heard it from Cadian as how to play this. Let's find out if GamerLegion is going to follow through on that.
Tough stuff lies ahead for GamerLegion. Definitely had a chance on Mirage. Some beautiful individual moments, but it is still Vitality, the GG bet odds favorite. They've been the favorites the whole damn series long.
Yeah.
No matter all these impressive things GamerLegion put forth, the people, the bookies, tell me Vitality wins.
Yeah, well, yeah, people put their money where their mouth is. That's, you know, you see why as well. You know, it comes to the second map and Vitality bring it back. And even though GamerLegion have leads, now that lead has technically vanished. They aren't a map up anymore. Vitality are smiling again. They're more warmed up as well, and they just survived the map, whereas Zaiwu had an off map. So he was great on map 1, weak on map 2, and now he has a chance for redemption. As this game goes on, longer and longer, the better Vitality are going to get, right? The less surprised they're going to be at the individual skill. of GamerLegion, the more they're going to expose how shallow the game plan is compared to theirs, and they're going to get more comfortable. So this game gets as hard as ever here on Dust 2, even though GamerLegion have been very, very impressive.
I would love for them to have picked up this upset in the 2-0 fashion. Would have been a miraculous way to kind of kick off the season. Would have been a great debut for ZTR and his gang of young merry men. Flamesy clutched a 1v2 in the knife round, so Vitality had the choice to begin.
The T side.
CT side.
CT side.
Idiot.
I was thinking Flamesy's got the 1.2 rating on T side, and maybe he'll get to pick since he got the clutch.
And nowadays, Mohan, you can jump up catwalk on your own.
And now you can jump up catwalk on your own.
Which ZywOo just did in the very first round of the game.
Wow, I'm actually, yeah. I'm going to do that every round.
I know, I used to have to stand on my head.
Yeah.
Now I'm without purpose. Yes, let's seize you back there.
Just wants him to pop up.
Clever. He's not going to get it out of him, though. And with the shot that comes through, oh, clean, very clean. Very clean indeed. Flamesy able to hang on to the car. They were trying so hard to get him out of there, but in the end, it is not enough. And so ZTR, nice try, kid. No 1v5 tonight. At Apex, getting rowdy. It's been a journey of a best of 3. But this one's a reality check. 2 beautiful taps. Corner shot connects. I mean, bullets are expensive by the looks of things.
Nice! Nice, keeper! Let's go!
I'll never understand how much energy he has overall, though. I think that's one thing, like, game in and out, and in just walking around the events and everything like that. Apex is the exact same guy as when he's playing
all the time,
24 hours a day.
When you see,
it's very impressive.
When you see Vitality kind of in the cooldown room, like waiting for their match to start, for example,
Apex is telling a joke.
He's always he's out there. Always out there. Ride or die. ZywOo gives himself a little flashbang to work with. EZ for ZywOo. Oh yeah, ace.
There we go. That's the ace. 2 guns involved. 2 choke points involved. They all had auto snipers coming at him. Full armor, everything.
Honestly, maybe
What do you think? What do you think? Should he op? Or should they find some kind of like if he doesn't want to as well,
sure.
Right? It's not that he's not opping and he wishes he was the best opper in the world.
In this reality, knowing that
he all his stats through rifling.
Yeah. Knowing that he will play for Vitality for probably his entire career, yeah, I think he has to op. I think so. In the general context, yes, he should op.
Yeah.
If I could, create a world where he's on a different, it's like in a microcosm, I would love to actually just see him rifle.
Yeah, same.
If context and team didn't matter, just as an individual human being, as a player.
Yeah, but no joke that he literally has just been rifling.
Yep. But I wish he could do it without that asterisk of like, but someone's got to op.
Yeah, yeah.
But, well, maybe could have used an op. Hey, down real quick as the
op sucker
attempt to go up catwalk nets them nothing.
Ooh. Hey, it's a Thomas.
Could have used an op as well. Apex is suddenly dead, and Vitality, you don't win this one.
Okay, a little awkward. If you're French, you should know the Thomas spray.
Yes.
Like the back of your hand. Should come with a passport. So is that your favorite gun, or?
I'm not French.
You're not French?
I'm Canadian. Just like you.
I'm French, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not French. Nope, that's not how that works. Yeah, I'm actually having a bit of an identity crisis. I don't know who or what I am, Mohan.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well,
that explains the mustache.
I'm Canadian, but I'm French Canadian. But I'm also an Anglophone. French isn't my first language, so so the French Canadians don't want me. The Canadians don't want me.
Yeah. No, we want you, man. You can stay.
Thanks.
Just stop talking.
I like you more when you shut your mouth. Oh, man. Pushed back. It's the cat aggression times 2. You know, even Apex signed up for the same thing the first 2 players did. And that whole pack of GamerLegion players just a little too ready. And it is not a pretty picture on the follow-up. But nice to see ZywOo is 6-1 because he got an ace in the first 3 rounds. Basically half the kills he had on Mirage.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited to watch more Flamus entry fragging as Dust 2 goes on.
Dude, totally. You know that this is a map he'll be good at, right?
On paper.
On paper, and why don't we just check history?
M4's in the mix here. Careful, y'all getting rambunctious. Trying to get aggressive in the face of one opening kill, but the M4 is ready to go. And now Slen's down to 7 health. You could just send a pistol at him. But the blue boost, well, it's in position. I have an opinion about Dust 2 while we're making small changes. Can we go back to the blue player's perspective on top of the dumpster, please? You should be able to jump on that little rooftop to take peeks down long. Is that a little white patio roof right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Fine.
You know, create little verticality for this very common long corner. See, look how they line up perfectly.
Honestly, I'm down.
Takes 2 players to do it. It's worth the investment. Then you can double peek.
You know what?
We're cooking.
Let's just make it a catwalk to the side.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we've never done that before. Good rotation back from Spinks. Remember the 1 M4, so it's all about him. Oh, but that's the end of the road by the looks of it. Sets up the pistols wonderfully. Such little health for Flamesy to finish off. 14 on Flamus. ZTR, though, picks up the slack. And they will keep that early momentum going.
Yeah, not bad.
2-2.
What are the odds for you, like here on map 3? If, like based on everything we've seen so far, like what's your confidence meter at for GamerLegion?
Man, I really just don't. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I can't put a read on Vitality. Before the series, I would have said like 90-10.
Eric, you're a fucking beast. How you killed them?
Did he call him pathetic and amazing in the same sentence?
And a beast.
You're a pathetic, amazing beast.
Oh man, that is a utility pelt and then some, while also throwing it fast up cat. So Volt's just gonna stay behind the blue box. He'll take his time, but there's the op. ZywOo, 2 clean shots, and all of that pace, the tempo GamerLegion thought they had to play with, gone. Nice cat to long flash to get Volt out of the corner. At least puts him back into the double doors. But a beautiful peek in position from Flamesy. And this one falls flat.
Quite a perfect read on the play. Like ZywOo starting default right there. He's ready for a cat player to come up quickly as well. You normally don't stand there versus execs because it gets mollied, you know, from safety. And then if you have to jump off, you're dead. But he takes that nice sort of deep angle, and yeah, he's perfectly reading the situation.
Jumping M4 headshot.
Headshot. I was just like your echo right there. That's also a classic maneuver. Throw everything out long and run up cat.
Some things. War never changes.
Yeah, and Dust too.
Beautiful pop back up using the first box to just have a deeper angle. That's just clinical A-site gameplay out of ZywOo. Throw everything, go cat into go B.
Oh my god, with a kill too. Damn, that was nearly 150 damage on that one. Damn, 8E right there.
God damn.
If we put that back together, we could sell it for about $1,000. That was quite a bang. Very uncomfortable when your entire game plan gets exposed and you didn't even see anybody.
Because damage is one thing, but the kill?
The kill.
Vitality know exactly what you're doing. No, we weren't. Flamesy, internal timing. Should have been ready for the peak and gets his. ZywOo very much locked into the fight, but Volt kind of overstepping there. Ooh. Ooh, now he's got that little je ne sais quoi.
Dude, ever since they add jumping back on catwalk, ZywOo's been hitting every shot.
Well, ignore the last one, though. He was kind of flash. Doesn't count.
I like the hair, though. ZywOo hair for the second half of the year.
Yeah. Bottle it.
This is crazy. How much do you think they would sell for? Like a clump.
I was talking to Kerrigan about this yesterday. We were doing media day, and Kerrigan had a microphone taped to his chest. And when the audio guy ripped it off, Kerrigan went, "Ah, my chest hair." And he said, what are you going to do with that?
Yeah.
And we were theorizing, what would that sell for? So if you would like to buy Kerrigan's chest hair, let us know. Start the bidding at 45 schmeckles. Get these pistols out of the way. GamerLegion, hate to break it to you, but Vitality, as you said before this map went live, are going to power up as this series goes on, and you can just feel it. Little electricity towards the top of middle, 5-2 with ease.
Yeah, the energy this map is, you shouldn't have let us live this long. Shouldn't have let us live.
And if not for Spinks, we would not be on Dust 2.
That's true.
So shout out to Spinks one time because his Mirage gameplay was monumental and very much needed to keep Vitality away from what would have been an otherwise embarrassing result. It could still end up there, but it doesn't feel like that upset's in the air any longer.
Yeah, definitely less so. It's the first of the 3 maps that GamerLegion don't start off with a massive lead, so that's your first sign.
Stomping up Cat 2, Spinks ready. Nice first kill, but the challenge is here for Apex as well. Ooh, and he's gonna offer a nice headshot to ZTR, doubling down. 3rd kill of the round for Vitality. Now, ZywOo didn't quite see the climb up, but the bomb still sits at the base of Xbox. So it's not like things are gonna get too crazy too quick, and he clips the wings of the last man in.
I just want to know what setting he changed, you know? What was the one thing he fidgeted with?
Just turned his monitor on, maybe.
Yeah. Crosshair color.
Green, obviously.
I always go back and forth between cyan and white. But I always end up back at cyan. Everyone knows that's the GOAT crosshair color.
Well, I don't know about that.
You don't seem to be having a counter opinion. Are you a magenta fellow?
No, Maui Snake plays magenta crosshair.
Magenta is the second best, I would say, for sure.
It's all about green.
Just green?
Just green.
For someone who started playing Counter-Strike in 2016, you got some real boomer opinions.
Been hanging out with Moses a little too much.
Yeah, true. And the older you get, the bigger your crosshairs get, too.
Yep.
You ever seen Dog's Crosshair?
I use Dog's Crosshair.
Oh, okay.
So yes.
So yes.
Yeah.
Definitely you have.
Sorry, I didn't need to answer with so much attitude.
But it was a funny coincidence.
Nuh-uh. All right, GamerLegion, let's get it. Scout, Tech 9, a single smoke. Smells like a bomb plant. Smoke for the CT cross, burst up into the B bomb site. That's what it's feeling like. You got 4 players through the doors. No contest yet, but that barrel's gonna give you away. Lucky Apex would have seen it. So he'll warn the B players to be cautious of the approach. Nobody home. Oh, he caught it. Slen behind box.
Oh my God,
buried down, and he's gonna keep going.
What?
It's a little crazy.
That was so crazy, Apex.
It's a little Apex. But now also, they don't capitalize on the smoke cross. They're gonna try to rock this one back up through Catwalk, where ZywOo will be put under pressure. Nade, looking good. Flamesy's locking down long. If ever somebody comes that way, excellent tracking. And before ZywOo can get his second, Flamesy feasts. Last man comes in from long and nearly a third. Vitality, not gonna fall victim to your shenanigans. Felt like Apex did a good job of turning them away from the mid jump if they had to. And they'll get nothing more. That's 5 straight for Vitality.
They needed the warm-up. And they really could have just lost the last map. We would have never seen this Vitality. How often does that happen?
Let's go! Come on. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. That's what I love.
And we're seeing people self-boot Catwalk almost every single time. I mean,
every round.
I mean, get it. Yeah.
It's a...
Why wouldn't you?
It's going to be meta defining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The interesting thing will be on retakes.
Oh, true. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
And you can even drop down as a T and come back up. I mean, that would be a really rare situation, but just even the possibility.
Yeah. Snakes and ladders. Maybe Mezzi's chance to shine. Yes, sir. Beautiful couple headshots out of him. And a very quick peek from Spinks out of lower is going to make this go from bad to worse. Volt stranded with the bomb at this point. And unfortunately here for GamerLegion on an individual level, they're just getting fried in the face of this map 3 Vitality. Sure, we get 2 kills back, and now all of a sudden they might win the round. But, you know, fried.
Oh.
His shot.
What?
Just use the dig.
Is happening.
12 health, 14 health, 45 seconds.
17 kills.
Brain juices flowing.
Well, I think this is the right move for Volt. It's scary for ZywOo to go back across the doors, and he knows that he's confirmed at least towards this side, at least a few seconds.
He missed the first jump. He missed the first jump, and ZywOo heard it. Now he's got to run.
But he still knows. Oh, my God. Can he walk there? Oh, he's dead. Oh, my God. 18 frags right there. Woo. That was cool. He said he knew how he was going to die. Final destination there for Volt.
Poor guy didn't know what was coming. Nice attempt to get back into it, but that Deeg shot right there spelled disaster. Alley-oop. Flam has started this.
Yeah.
You were asking for it, buddy.
True.
Oh, man, they're already up. Cat, this could be the timing, or is it just going to be the ZywOo highlight reel continuing? First shot is easy. Second one's a miss. Keeping his head down. Dodging traffic out here as ZywOo keeps rattling shots off. 3 players long, 4 Vitality.
They didn't call this. He's just going to die. Oh, wow. Okay, no, he came to check it for himself. And he even has all these teammates behind him.
Yeah.
Bomb finally goes down. Long control in place. 5 CTs alive.
Trying to get off site, but also looking to cut off one end of the retake before it really got moving. Slendon Volt with a frag of pop, but no, sir. Vitality are here to take it all back.
Full steam. A lot more fun of a map for them. Just like that. ZywOo's open like crazy, hitting shots like crazy, dominating the server.
Yep.
Woo! Nice, boys! Nice, boys.
Nice
Final attempt to get number 3. But no matter where they head, they find resistance. Mezzi's been tested once, offered 2 instant headshots. It's been a very difficult T side for GamerLegion to get anything going, so they'll try B yet once more. Mezzi just keeping his head down, and with perfect timing, pops up, clears 2, and his teammates are all over this bomb site alongside him. Unfortunately now, reality sinks in. Vitality, a 10-round CT side. Great T-halves in their back pockets. And unfortunately for Andu, still 0 kills in this map.
Ooh, yikes.
Just thought I'd add that in.
Yeah, you had to kick him while he's down.
Yeah, well.
But facts are facts.
You know?
He's thinking about it too. He's thinking about it too. But this is definitely Vitality showing a different league. Side was doing exactly what he should be doing, what he should have been doing already.
Right. Hitting shots all half long. ZywOo, the absolute pillar of Vitality's Dust 2 CT side.
Decent alternative. Usually Vitality is not this good on City.
Thank you. I need to...
the practice Vitality.
You're right, actually.
Yeah.
It's a genuine insecurity about Vitality right now that their CT side has actually been struggling, and their T side's been very good. And Flamesy's actually majorly responsible for that, at least on the T side. So, well, they got that out of the way. Now they're 3 rounds away from closing the series out, and we forget how close GamerLegion got to taking this 2-0 to start off their season.
Double overtime on the second map. with some huge individual moments, but just seems a little too impossible in the face of what was 19-2 ZywOo. Fast burst up, Cat. Vitality just looking to get the bomb down with the post plant and keep those players down. Ooh, but the
burst fire.
I don't think he.
I think he was making noise with it at first, and then
and forgot. Oh, hang on.
There's no way that works, right?
No. Settle down. So pistol round for GamerLegion.
See, they dropped down. They all dropped down, but they could have got back up.
Mm-hmm. And when you get down, you get back up.
Get back up. Yeah. Got back on the camel.
Every great comeback begins with a pistol.
Wiser words have never been spoken.
And you've been talking all night long.
Probably be careful. Probably be careful. Less is more. That was the guy who had 27 deaths in 30 rounds last match. I think him and Apex are twins.
Yeah.
Energy-wise.
I like it, though. It's not every day you get to take a swing at Vitality. I like it. I remember when I was 19, felt invincible, you know?
Mm-hmm. Now you're a pushover.
Nice hold from
He's got more.
Flamis. Speak of the devil, posts 2 kills on the Cat hold in the face of the pistols here of Vitality. Careful what you wish for.
This will be the other guy to win that.
Uh-huh.
This type of clutch.
ZywOo puts forward 2 Deagle kills. We're also talking about a ZywOo who is going above and beyond here on map 3 of the series, and off of the back of the Mirage performance from Spinks. Don't make him also start to turn things up. He is the reason that we get to see this Vitality domination on Dust 2. The only reason after Mirage.
But look at him. He's locked in.
He
He believes he's going to win, so.
Because he can. Because he might. Oh, but he won't. Volt slides forward and guns him down. 1 survivor here for GamerLegion.
Oh, very careful with that ammo. Didn't shoot too soon.
Volt's been quietly collecting some impactful moments throughout this series. I think Volt's, you know, he's certainly not the loudest on the team, and I don't think he's trying to be the most flashy, but he's doing, I think, a good job tonight.
Absolutely. I think he's always up for whatever he needs, like the team needs for him. And I mean, even like, even just that casual advice to Flamis to maybe not say too much.
He really, he's almost got like a NAF energy.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely does.
European NAF.
And I think he's Mr. like less mistakes. That's kind of what you get out of Volt is less mistakes overall. I mean, it's never like his aim. It's not like his aim doesn't stand out or is rough or anything like that. It's like right in the middle. But it's kind of perfect to highlight the talent that's on the roster to help underscore it. He's a good player. I think it's hard to get noticed. Like, let's say you were the best sort of support player that you could ask for.
Mm-hmm.
How hard would it be to get the, call up to a better team, a tier 1 team? Like, that route doesn't really exist. You kind of have to go from like a smaller star to a lesser role on a better team. It's kind of like what happened in Malls. You got all the star roles, but he was never going to get him on G2, but he still got the call up.
Or hope your team rises entirely to the top, and then we give you credit, kind of like a Gambit Youngsters, Inters, like, oh yeah, your teammates knew your value.
Absolutely.
And they all brought you with them. Good timing for Vitality in the B attack. That 1 kill opens the door Flamus, very critical that he gets something back towards middle. It allows for the rest of GamerLegion to come running on over. Remember, this was some lesser weapons for the T's. But now they got problems. It's going to be the retake needed, and Spinks has an additional smoke, so if you were to throw that on the doorway, it feels like it's too desperate. That's why they're going for the save instead. 4 rifles, 4 GamerLegion, but 11 rounds Vitality.
Yeah, 11 rounds. I know that not having any guns is one thing, but I mean not having any utility, but like, sometimes you don't even want to smoke off tunnels on that retake, you know, sometimes. And, I mean, I guess there's a great chance they lose, but we look at Vitality has no extra smoke for the door.
Terrorists win.
It would have been hard to figure out, but maybe it was worth trying. Just cavernous depth between the score lines right now.
It's a little unfortunate that this stomping so far kind of fizzles out what was otherwise an amazing night for GamerLegion to debut this new team. Hang on, fast one, Andu, there it is. 4th kill of the map after a 0-kill half, so starting to get back into the groove. And was offering a lot throughout the series, so...
Well, long spawn came in, but the exact same round that GamerLegion decided to go 3 long, so... Perfect, hard counter call.
Step by step, round by round. There's a frag grenade for Xbox. But Apex is setting up Mezzi. Here he goes, swinging into 2. CTs, same time. And Flamus gets the better of it. All that's left now for Vitality is to kind of try to head towards B with their own smoke at the end of the tunnels. They're just looking to pop out on Slend, and he doesn't, I was going to say, seem to be writing off the possibility, but they will. Walking away at 50 seconds, Vitality heading elsewhere.
Surely. They still got something. Wow, they're actually going to save.
Just going to sit here, have maybe 2 espresso.
Read a book.
Maybe a chocolate cigarette.
Next round, it will be escargot.
4 or 5 sausage, a bowl of heavy cream, and some red wine.
Remoulade.
Remoulade. Sit down. So good moments out of GamerLegion in this. Again, just the numbers game on the long edge, and very critical timing, I feel like, for Flamus.
Yeah, that was a close one.
Could have been 2 deaths catwalk, Vitality go 12, and we put a bow on this bad boy, but okay. You got them saving. If you've got them saving...
That's a mental win, too.
Then they know you are still a threat.
You ever done that high chair posture like Mezzi has or like Queserado?
No.
Where it's like you're sitting in the...
My shoulders aren't big enough for that.
Yeah, I can't do that either. It just feels very awkward.
I sit like that, I look like a daddy long leg. Ooh. Ooh, Flamus. Ooh, this is the kind of risky business that could cost you the map. No, he doesn't swing all the way. He just wants to fall back with the fire, and he's got his escape. I half expected him to swing a second time.
Yeah, for sure. And not think about that there could be 2 players, and there were, but he gets away.
Made the right call. However, numbers towards middle, a little bit of presence like that. Thinks Vitality maybe haven't gone long, but they will take control of it. They saw their presence, and they are correct in assuming that this half of the map is much lighter than it needs to be to hold off the 4-player pack, soon to be 5. Once Flamesy joins them, onto nothing. And with that, the T's get dangerously close to swarming over the site. Flamus is trying to get his utility out. Mezzi on the front of it all. Flamus just waiting, and as they arrive, it's a clean first kill, but he can't manage the second. Spinks bests him, trades back from Slend, evened out, and a CT inside of the smoke. A second joins him. Oh man, they are on top of each other, and as they try to get vision into the site, they're just a little off the plant. making sound as they fall off one another's heads. There's the deep peek from Apex, but he doesn't pull the trigger and instead falls back.
Ooh, they let him get off the site, though. And now what? Well, a kill. CTR goes up.
Good response. ZywOo, though, bested by Volt while blind. Flamesy's on the corner, and he's close. That op is giving cover from the background. Slen looking to support him, but Flamesy's got them both.
They thought he was playing back in the pit. He was right up close the entire time.
And you let him get close too many times. There it is, Vitality's 12.
And that was ZTR actually using the fast cap boost, or the self boost, I think, to get his kill and get up there, which was a good approach.
Wow.
Oh, they overthought this one. And now they're on their last try.
Yeah, because unfortunately, again, first half so flat, you've given yourself no room to wiggle. I almost wish this was MR15 just so I could see more of this T side, because I was coming to this game ready to sing some praise for GamerLegion if they were to put forth individual moments, but now I'm just genuinely curious, like the depth of the roster. So I wouldn't be bad at more, but feels like this road's coming to an end.
They're still having fun, though, which is great. And they do have stuff to be proud of as a team. And it'll be very fun to watch how they play and fare in this group.
And it's groups.
Couple of days.
You know?
And it's groups, yes.
They can play the loser of our next match.
ZTR's played in many a showdown.
Kind of the king of showdowns. Oh, what an interesting spot for ZTR. Too bad, like, everybody else is just dropping. Flamus comes out from bottom mid with a double kill. ZTR, to me, was in the best position of all the counter-terrorists. And he ends up getting nothing. And as they start to walk back from the Xbox, sprinting over towards long, they've got ZywOo already posted, and he's not missing shots. Totally powered up for the deciding map of this best of 3. ZywOo on 25 frags. No. Flamus would need the ace. And it's not gonna happen. Mezzi goes hunting and Vitality survive the test. What could have been the double OT 2-0 from GamerLegion, what still is an excellent debut for ZTR, and the fresh face of GamerLegion still winds up as a Vitality win.
I mean, big congrats to Vitality. This was kind of what we thought they were going to win this. But how horrible is this on the other side as GamerLegion, right? You were one round away from winning Mirage and closing this out 2-0 after taking them to double overtime. You come in here and then just nothing works. Vitality is completely clicked in. They're ready to go. That must be really difficult as a team, Cadian.
For sure, but I also think that, you know, map 3, there was just not just a tiny bit of difference in level between the two teams, but there was a large margin, you know. Vitality played really great in map 3. I spent the first 5-6 rounds listening to the CT side comms, standing next to them, and they seemed very calm, very composed. Also, I poked you before the knife round, and just to give the viewers at home a little bit of insight into the difference in mentality between these two teams. Map 3, they have to knife for sides. Vitality laughing, joking around. 3, 2, 1. Oh, now it starts. Oh, no, not now. 3, 2, 1. And they kept making these jokes, laughing. You look to the GamerLegion side, fully focused, potentially too much. Looked a little bit even stressed before the game had even begun. So I think that's also just a sign of the top team mentality that I was praising before the game, that they've been in these situations before.
But obviously, I mean, for GamerLegion, this is their big playoff game, right? You're going up against Vitality. They're the best in the world. You've taken them. You're in these two maps. You're on the decider. You feel like this is your opportunity. And it was kind of what we saw with their faces, almost like the pressure got too much, but it was pressure that they had put on themselves, where they're like, we can close this out. We've tasted it. We have to now. And then on the other side, you have Vitality, who've been here so many times before, and they kind of just came in. The reset is so much easier when you have that experience, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also, like you said, those expectations is something that they granted themselves after playing amazing on map 1 and 2. You know, they came in maybe not expecting to create such a dogfight between them and Vitality, but due to their own individual talent and their preparation, they managed to impress you, me, everyone at home, and show that they're capable of at least competing against Vitality on 2 maps, you know. Then they have to build on 3, see if they can close it in 2 the next time. And also the difference maker in a lot of rounds was also Saivu. I was saying in map 2 that in map 2 he played a little bit like a bad version of me. In map 3 he played like a good version of me times 2.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, I probably can't say that that's a regular good game for me because he was owning, he was hitting every shot, being super dominant. I think he was 21-4 at some point. And sometimes that's one of those situations which always makes you wonder of Counter-Strike. Okay, you play Mirage, you see him missing easy shots. He's on the same PC, the same mouse. Boys, he didn't change since, I promise you. And he goes on to Dust 2 and he looks like a completely different player. Calm, composed, is hitting everything, moving around the map very well. So yeah, definitely a big part of the difference maker as well for map 3.
That's the thing with Zaiwu, when he is on form and he steps up like this, then he's terrifying to go up against. In GamerLegion, they had to deal with that. We've got Vault with Banks. Let's find out how they're feeling after that game.
GamerLegion certainly put up one hell of a fight, and I want to get into this with you, Vault, because how does it feel when you came so close, but you are a new team, and yet you kind of had a chance, but then it didn't work out in the end? What goes through your mind in this scenario?
I mean, first of all, the game was super exhausting. It feels like it went on for hours. I don't even know how long it was, but we were there for ages, especially on that Mirage. And I feel like Anubis, it was super close. I think around 10-10, both teams had no economy, and then we somehow managed to pull out some rounds. But I think, we didn't win any pistols on that map. We lost a bunch of force buys, so I think the fact that we came out on top was pretty nice. And then on Mirage, we made a nice comeback, but fell a bit short. And us two, I mean, we got owned. So, but I'm pretty happy and exhausted.
Happy and exhausted, but it was a good game throughout. I want to touch on just how different it feels in the server with ZTR. Maybe you can shed some light onto that.
I mean, the style is completely different, I would say. It feels like we're much more controlled now and slow. And I mean, the playbook is completely different to how it was before with Snacks. We've changed everything on every single map. And it's been a lot of work, and we still have to work a lot. But I would say I like the way he calls a lot, and I think his style of leading is working out pretty well for us.
Now, you're one of the members who are still on GamerLegion throughout all of this journey you've been on, right? And you've got some new faces, some new blood coming alongside you. How would you say this result feels, considering the kind of troublesome results and the troublesome times GamerLegion has had overall in recent times?
I mean, it's been tough. Every time there's a roster change, it just means you're taking a lot of steps back and starting again. And sometimes it can be rough to find the motivation to, keep going. And I mean, I feel like we've gotten to a point now where with this roster we can do something. And it's like a long-term project. Everyone is super young and everyone is really hungry to win. And I think with the right work, and I think we have nice support staff, Ash and IMD. Sky's the limit.
And that's one thing I want to touch on. You guys are incredibly young. Like, it is a very junior team. You coming in as the most experienced, I guess, alongside ZTR, but a lot of motivation. Do you feel like this is a hungry team for the future? Do you think this is the building blocks you've got to be a team that can challenge?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even now with this result, we can see that, we're at a start. We've just changed IGL. There isn't really that much for us, and we put up a pretty good fight and even had the chance to take a game. And yeah, give it a few months and we'll see.
Well, let's see how it goes next game as well, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
It's kind of hard to believe. So Vault right now is the longest standing member on GamerLegion. He's also the oldest at 23.
Yeah.
So this is a very young lineup. You heard him mention they were growing for the future. Possibly, I mean, if they stick together from what you've seen in this one game, this honeymoon against Vitality, there's some good pieces here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'll also just say that I like the way that he carries himself, the way he carried himself in this interview. Calm, collected, still optimistic, has a smile on his face, looking further ahead than just what happened 10 minutes ago. Seems like, an individual that you want to be in a team with. And like you said, he might be young, 23 years of age, but especially when you then have a young leader in your team as ZTR, you can't just have 4 goofy guys running around and when the emotions are high, it's here, when it's low, it's here. He delivered. And Vault is now showing as well that he can be someone you can rely on, that you can maybe lean your shoulder on, cry a little bit of a tear if it's a tough loss.
I tell you what, let's see how he carries himself in a couple of days after he's had to play some of the other teams.
Spicy.
Yeah, it was a fun day, but we got to see how the rest of this goes. It's not just one day that matters. We are going to take a quick break. When we return, the final game of the day is kicking off. Group B is wrapping up with our final game of the day, and it is Astralis up against Team Falcons. My name is Sam, I am your host, and joining me on the desk to chat about this game, we have Cadian, professional player. He's moonlighting as an analyst this week. As we see Falcons get off the bus, here's the thing, Cadian. Snappy, Dupree, Magic's, like I can go through every single player. These are fantastic pieces all together with a top-class coach. And if all the stories are to be believed, a lot of the resources that you need to be the best, why is this team just not working? Because it's not. Like he's going to be all nice about it. It's not working, why isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think there's more reasons than just what the eye sees and what we kind of try to interpret from the outside. I think there's no denying that the roster that we see ahead of us right now is not exactly the roster that Falcons was intending to build.
But it's still good.
But it's not what they intended to build. Don't
better than what, I mean, when you look at the roster and you look at their results, come on. These pieces are so much better than what they're putting up on the server.
Yeah, but none of these guys in this roster is better than Nico and Manesi, and that's the two guys that they were aiming for in the beginning. And I think, you know, it's difficult. There's many reasons. I mean, Snappy himself has said that maybe individually he's not been at the same level that he was in the end of CSGO. That was the same for me as well in Liquid, that when you go to a new home and you have to build some with new pieces and a new structure and a new coach and things are not the same, it takes a bigger toll on you as an individual. So it's tougher to perform as well individually. I think just looking at this as well, some of the results is, yeah, I mean awful, right? Pro League 21 to 2080 to 28. Dallas as well, no playoffs. Kato was the bright light, the beginning, the first tournament where they made the semifinals, and you hope that they were just going to have a quick run. You know, they were going to be good immediately, but it turned out that they wouldn't. But like you said, I mean, I also want to give some praise to Dupree, you know, the guy that some people thought maybe was too old, too expensive in Vitality just after winning the last CSGO major. Had to make his way back to Prezi, playing on a way lower tier, and not a lot of people have the kind of they hold themselves at a different amount of like respect or self-accountability. They don't want to go down there. He did. He put on the gloves, he did the dirty work, and now he's standing here shining on Falcons, being the highest rated player. And the oldest, actually maybe Sniper's the oldest, I'm not sure, but he's at least doing damn well.
He is doing damn well. I saw him at ESL Challenger where he came, where Falcons came second, and he played incredibly well. It was like top level Dupree, but even that wasn't enough for this to work. And now you come off the player break and you're going up against Astralis. On that side, I mean, you are an AWPing IGL. We've seen Device move into this role. How difficult is it to make that change?
Oh, this is the roster. Oh yeah, I know a few of these guys. I know
we were getting there. I was trying to be nice.
Yeah. I mean, it is super difficult, but I actually think that from my first ideas of how it would be for him to be AWPing and IGLing, he has surpassed my expectations, to be honest. I think maybe in some of the games where there has been a bit more at stake, you can see that he's been having maybe focusing too much on kind of the team play and those things, and he's missed some shots that maybe he wouldn't. But in a lot of the other games, he has been banger. He's been killing a lot of people. He's been dominant. He's been aggressive. He's been taking charge. And of course, it's hard to know exactly what he's saying behind the scenes. But I mean, so far, I am actually very impressed.
We don't know what he's saying behind the scenes, but we do know that he had a chance to chat to James Banks. So let's find out what he's saying here at Blast.
Device, you had a little bit of time as an IGL now. I want to just get your opinion on how it's been going, how you would describe the time so far.
I think it's been really good. Ups and downs, of course. I think the start of the season, our first few results were a little bit better than the end of the season, and of course we had a pretty hectic schedule, so we didn't have a lot of prep. And now we have had that, so I hope it's gonna be become an upwards trend again.
What has been the toughest thing for you to learn moving into this role, though?
Oh, I think honestly, if I have to be completely raw, it would probably be like the fact that you have to accept and move on from other people's mistakes a lot more as an IGL when they happen, or like because you play CS the way we do, we play Chaos, we take chances and stuff. As an in-game leader, you have to solve the puzzle, and sometimes someone overextends so it doesn't work out as you want to, and yeah,
when you are just a player, you normally don't think too much about that, and you don't care too much about other people's mistakes. So for me, that was the biggest change in the beginning.
Now, looking at the whole team and where you're at with this, does it feel like you guys are all on the same page in the way you want to play, and do you feel like that's the development you've been able to bring into this season?
Oh yeah, for sure. I also think we had that in the end of throughout the last season. So it was not really that we didn't align on how we wanted to play. It was more or less about with the maps that changed and stuff. Like Overpass was one of our best maps, and and Vertigo was one of our best maps, but we didn't simply have time to practice. We didn't play it at all last season. Now we've had a lot of time, so we'll probably see that in play at some point. I think that hurt us the most. I think we're really aligned. Going back to your question, I think that everyone knows what they have to do and what their responsibility is, and it's just about clicking hits.
That's what it is.
I think that the history that comes with Astralis means that this team is expected to deliver trophies. And you heard Device talking there a little bit about something we spoke about earlier, the ebb and flow, right, of team dynamics. You start off great, it's the honeymoon period, and then you have that drop. How do you get out of it? Their trajectory has to be, we need to peak by the major. That's going to put a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, he said it himself that they started out great. They had a little bit of a decay in the later part of the season. And he's talking about some of the kind of expectations you have as a leader, how to handle these kind of things. And Astralis hasn't been as close to a winning lineup as now in the last 4 years, or how long it's been since they were winning. I think potentially still that they are maybe one piece to the puzzle away from really being good. But they're definitely moving in the right direction. And I think that for them, they have to start making not just semifinals, but also finals and potentially lifting a trophy. Because if they don't by the end of this year, I think they're going to be looking at each other and say, we need to make one more change.
Really fast, what's the one piece? You said they're one piece away. Come on, Cadian, what's the piece?
No comment, no comment. I don't know.
He does. He's such a liar. Oh, damn it. Okay, we're not going to get it out of him because it's only the first day, but we'll work on that. It's time to get into the game. It's Falcons up against Astralis. Let's go, Scrawny and Launders.
I mean, Cadian doesn't have a team.
Oh, maybe that...
It was right under our noses the whole time.
Perhaps.
Too late, Astralis. We got him on our side now. Okay.
We'll see. I don't know. We're three maps into the day. Three matches into the day. We did 3 maps in the last series. Let's see if he can survive a week of talent work before we
how long
claim him as one of ours. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's all fun and games. I'll do an analyst desk. Yeah. See you at 2 in the morning tonight. When Falcons and Astralis inevitably goes 3 maps. GGBet odds have Astralis painted as the favorites. I think that's fair to say, Mo. That's my expectation too. I would love to see the Danes step into the server.
The only weird part about this is that actually somehow Falcons might be trending up and Astralis down. And that's something that wouldn't have made any sense like a couple of months ago.
Okay.
But Astralis for a second, we're getting 3rd and 4th place finishes, quarterfinals or whatever it was, over and over again. And they've actually fallen out of that. And Falcons, they made it to the finals of ESL Challenger versus Complexity.
And lost.
In great style. But they actually have had more better matches.
Okay.
And Cadian brought up that, he felt bad for Dupree after Paris and, that winning the major and then getting released. And I didn't ask for the move, but I did support it. I did think this, maybe it does make sense. He's a little older now. Why not get someone who's younger, on the bench, hungry?
Agreed.
But to be honest, he is still fragging, man. Dupree has been one of the best parts about Falcons, even though he came in when they were at their lowest, by far.
It was so weird, too, just because of the individual level he brought to the Paris Major, right? Question all the events running up into it. But when it was crunch time, Dupree delivered.
Yeah.
Now everybody's breaking their ankles, dropping down into the CT spawn. Stair hanging onto the long control. Just lost Device inside of the bomb site. Oh, but he's able to catch Snappy in the elbow. So Madden's 1 HP from early on gets him a kill. 1 HP can make a world of difference. Magis, he's not able to cross into the site. So now Madden's going to have to go astronomical. And it's not going to happen tonight. 2 up for Astralis as they take the pistol.
Also, just like to say about Bro, I mean, it felt like heresy to be like, oh, Bro coming in for Blame F is ever going to make sense. But I feel like for us watching Monty in the Paris run and like how Bro has been throughout the year, like we knew he was good. You know, we did have a good opinion of him. He just had, on paper, the biggest shoes to fill. But
of course, yeah.
He's slotted into this team nicely, man. Not a star player, but it's not like they need those. They really don't. That is the tough part about Astralis, actually, is, like, even if Katie was just joking about, like, yeah, I don't know who to replace. Who would you replace? Very, very difficult to try to find a roster move on this team. I think it does make more sense to make this roster try to work instead of finding a player replacement.
I think also it's just all the moves have made sense now that we've had time to watch it go unfold. I think it's just a matter of, I mean, it's a bit of like the bane of Stown and Jabby's time back on Heroic too, right? Oh yeah, Astralis got them on all these quarterfinals. Things were looking great, but playoffs.
And I think a lot of it, unfortunately, has to do with Device, that he's, you know, not already an experienced caller.
Sure.
Because he obviously has had a lot of experience at the top level. He's calms a lot. We know that about him as a player. And he was willing to do the role, really wanted to do it. And he's, you know, about that age, to be honest. All the accomplishments and everything like that. You would think he'd be one of the players who could pull it off, for sure. But it's a can of worms when you got this many good players who all have such unique playstyles.
Jabby, head on a swivel. Ooh, 3 kills. On for the ace and back.
Oh, bro.
Slap him.
Hey.
Having fun out of the gate.
Wow, why does Dupree actually look younger with a beard?
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, Jabby wanted it bad.
What's the translation? Obviously, stole my ace.
Toenhaltu. Actually, I don't know what that means. Maybe I shouldn't say it.
Oh, yeah. Get fined.
Or worse, expelled.
They put moving staircases in Elden Ring because of Harry Potter.
Whoa.
So that means Harry Potter's cool.
Cultural impact. Nothing in mid to shoot at, dude. With Astralis having a player down in lower tunnels and pushed up Cat, they get no targets. Falcons have to completely redirect. Now you're going late into tunnels where the B site's got 2 players in it soon enough. And you know Jabby looking for another chance at an ace. Oh, he's gonna gobble him up.
Uh-oh, running into the MP9.
Yeah. Oh,
Yikes.
it's good. And he's got the Berettas back out. Sun Pius gonna stop him. That headshot was actually falling off the box. So
he's about to have the most inflated scoreline ever these 2 rounds. Already 8-1.
No room for Sun Pius to get anything going. So Scout on Snappy has achieved, unfortunately, nothing. Oh, okay, I take that back. I sat down with Snappy on the media day. It's yet to be released, but I did kind of put him a bit... honestly, I put him on the fire. I was like, what was behind your historically poor performance last season? Because he had the worst season of Counter-Strike and is having, statistically, the worst year of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And
CS2
was part of it. And also, he just said, you know, a lot of moving parts. And then he also said, I just sucked.
Okay.
Plain and simple.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not that answer, then I'd be concerned. You know, if anybody has sort of a bad period, you just kind of accept it.
Yep.
Just get better.
He has had an uptick when we've been talking about Falcon's very recent success. I think that there has been a notable tick upwards in his mechanics, and that's a welcome sight because, you know, Snappy was somebody you could rely on and throwing out a round here and there, having a pop-off map every once in a while, like a Kerrigan. Always pleasantly surprised, and yet it was a very real rough period so far in 2024.
Yeah.
But that Scout headshot, that's a sign of things to come. guns in hand, and Falcons still timid about the prospect of a potential top mid swing. Device given the shot and will most certainly land it. Then the cat aggression comes out. Stown so ready to tether off of the Opper. Very nice and convincing setup from Astralis out of the gates. Second servings. And leaving a Molotov behind his teammate just in case there are stragglers. There are layers, Launders.
When we saw Astralis put this team together and then play at groups, I think I tweeted they were going to win Copenhagen.
You did, yeah. You did. You said they're going to win the Copenhagen Major.
The Astralis after the break, you know, I think they're...
And then they didn't qualify for the Major.
And then they didn't qualify, so technically they didn't lose.
Okay, that's a stretch.
If you let him in. You had just let him in.
Pius swinging that one around. I'd say lucky to be alive here. 1 bullet left in the mag. Getting toyed with. But you better not die after time.
Oh, man. And they know where he is. He kind of has to die.
6 seconds. They'll just go for it. Bro, gonna keep 3 players up here for Astralis. Nice convincing setup out of this round. Device not missing shots. And Stown into the action too, so. I always thought when Dust 2 came back that Device would be a happy man.
Yes, because him as a car opper was like a very key position for him in history. He's been the guy, I think, who's had the most impact on that spot, I would say, in terms of like how to perfectly play between flashes and smokes. So you'd expect him to really just take to it in CS2 as well.
Stown back at bat. They got a few tricks up their sleeve this round, Falcons. Enough utility to cause something awkward, but we've already got 2 hard-dedicated B holds. And Device floating around towards mid doors yet again. Mac 10 on the chase, but nothing really behind
You're gonna fall for that. They know. I feel like you just know it's snappy when that happens.
Yeah, you kind of do. Oh, bro, gonna tear flesh from bone. Nice deagle shot out of Magisk. Tech9 up front with an M4 in the background. Things starting to get a little hairy, but it's all that remains of the T's are the 2 out tunnels. And Jabby's almost got it all cleaned up. Snappy sitting on 30 health with 2 players left to go. Into the Tech9, doing damage, but he gets blinded and the CTs disengage.
Wow, they're actually kind of scared of him. Down to 34 HP.
They're gonna swing, and they're gonna close in. 5-0 the start.
Yeah. And so Astralis are one of the teams where it's like they have an expectation to make playoffs because they're clearly good enough to do it, and they have consistently done it throughout the last like 6 months. But getting beyond that is the real question. And in this head-to-head, it's like how much better did Falcons get? And like, are they continue to stabilize as they play together longer? Because it was already inconceivable that Falcons just wouldn't never work, right? That was already crazy. Like, it's already crazy thinking about we just finished an entire season and they just actually bottomed out the entire time. That's already ridiculous. So, and I think that's not to say that, I mean, if they're going to stay together, I think they will eventually make it work, at least to some degree. I don't think that means they'll win an event, but they'll start to play to a level where it's like playoffs and get in front. Like, you've got Zonic behind you, all these players. The one clearly negative thing is the average age is so high. We haven't really seen a precedent for that. But for most of these guys, it's not like retirement home. It feels like the team before the retirement home. But it's kind of turned into that, where, if they don't get it together in some way, they're not going to be very attractive to move on to other teams.
No. Your stock is slowly falling here, unless this has some sort of turnaround.
Yeah, because they're very expensive, right?
Yep.
And they ain't getting any younger. So I think I really do believe they try. I'm sure they try like hell. So I believe they will eventually stabilize, but whatever that means, and I think it's up for debate.
Right, yeah. Defining stabilized in this context is like, I mean, they did the Katowice playoffs.
Yeah.
And then
they showed something there.
The rest of the season happened. And oddly enough, obviously that was off of the back of like a great performance from Boros, so it makes things even more awkward.
That's true.
Yeah. Oof, dude, Stown. Great return on investment for that burst through the doorway. Dupree tries to follow suit. Might be a little quicker than Stown's expected timing, but he should still be raising the flag for Jabby as he's going to come peeking out window soon, I thought. He turns, into the car player. And the timing here has not worked out for the CTs. Jabby, thinking he gets off sight, falls to Matt and the third player through. So a beautiful, creepy crawl out mid that has net Falcons a very convincing round win.
Yeah, I mean, just beautiful on the timing. That's it right there. They got up to the doorway. One player down on the site, trade a place with window. Madden keeping outside means there's no chance they retake. They get that frag as well. So Falcons break the streak.
All timing.
All timing.
All timing.
Yeah.
Just Dupree being literally 10 feet ahead of his expectations.
Yeah. I think the most surprising thing, in a bad way, I guess, about Falcons is that Sampayas isn't able to kind of carry harder, right? Like, not the Spanish superstar from Movie Stars, not the Spanish, top 6 in the world on HLTV from ENCE, right? Still very much in the early prime of his career, not the late prime of his career, and not able to be the reason that Falcons at least look good sometimes. That would be my biggest criticism. But when he was on ENCE, I always said that he was the most device-like opper that we've seen in modern times in terms of the patience and attention to detail and protocols and consistency and everything.
Maybe tonight's the night he changes things, Launders.
Maybe tonight's the night.
Yeah, it's not even in like the lower pressured games where I was just reflecting, trying to think like, when's the last time Sampayas left an impact on me? When's the last highlight moment I saw of Sampayas? When ENCE were, let's say, back in Dallas in 23 winning events, I can remember a Sampayas highlight. But the times are tough.
The sun is dim.
Flashes to the top of mid, stares on the chase. Oh, those flashes were good, but as his opponent regains vision, down he goes. Sampayas here with nothing. Oh no,
They know
plus
the
the
bomb
bomb. Now there is a silver lining. Magisk is back here. Falcons do have one player here to bail them out from the other end. But as he fires off into Stare, that's going to be the high alert for the next two CTs also in position. And the flash goes deep into spawn. The gun is empty. Oh, and Dupree catches one back through smoke. His gun goes dry with a single bullet needed. Awkward one from Bro. Lineup almost for him. And all this time, Device has been sat on the other side of the doors asking, what is going on? Total loss of control of the bomb.
That took like 3 errors back to back.
To back.
To back.
And Device gets squeezed. Team Falcons, how do you bail yourself out of that?
Just Magic's come back. Magic's saying, hey, let me check this out. Let's see what I can do. And Dupree with that Danish connection. Crossfire through the smoke.
I believe Stown needed one more bullet right this.
Ran out of ammo.
There.
Nice,
And they saved a lot of players, too. In a spot where, at best, that should have been a very close win. Oh, my God, the same push.
To be honest, that part of the round did work wonderfully last round.
Yeah.
It's not broke, don't fix it. They go right back in with what they want, and...
Don't tell me this works, by the way.
What?
Just the Deagle waiting for the smoke.
Sure, man.
B hit incoming.
No util there for B. It's a flashbang on Jabby at best. Last smoke just went down.
The they still have long control really late into the round. It's still possible anything happens now. Mollies are all out here.
Trying to get off the angle. Deagle primed. Bomb dropped. Oh, more damage. dupreeh takes 90. Jabby does get out of the back of the site because support is inbound, and now attention turned to him. Stown and Jabby combining to shut this one off.
Good rotations. Not much punch there from Falcons.
Great Deagle damage.
Yeah, excellent Deagle damage, and they weren't really ready for anybody up close on the left. Even though they had a lot of utility. They had utility, and they technically had time to molly those spots out safely. Like you said, there was, you know, one flash between two players there, one rifle. And Falcons had the money, and they had the utility, and they had time. They didn't have that much time, but they did have some.
After time.
Ooh, and Sampais dies after time.
That top mid aggression again, completely blind, first death. Jabby getting out of position as Bro serves up a great distraction here too, right? Getting over towards the car, draws all the eyes that allows Stown to come out from window with this kill. So just nice tethering, repositioning, and overall B defense. Back in fast A hit, here we go, long stack, both sides looking for the entry. And it's Stair to dive down into the pit with Magisk, the worse off, wounded behind blue box. How bad do they want it? Stair comes back up, double molly on top of him. Oh, and he still gets two. Oh, even more damage onto the next one. Magisk fighting back with a double of his own. And a 3v3 is where we leave this.
That spray was nasty. Stair was so low, blinded.
Oh, posted.
Oh, shot missed. Oh. They know his teammates here too, I think. Yes, they do.
That is a critical whiff here from Sampais. That should have been a free kill. That should have been the 3v2. You could have left your blue box player locked in. Instead, they are completely stranded. dupreeh walking out mid as Bomb tries to get back into tunnels. Looks like Bro's gonna get tested, but if Jabby can catch dupreeh here, hell, even slow him down. More nades to pick up. He found another frag, and that one's gonna catch dupreeh off. He's thinking he's safe to cross over, but he loses out. Nicely done. Cache of utility down in the spawn. Excellent decision, and Bro is here to lock it in. Bada boom.
Done. Wow. Nice round out of Astralis here. And nice for them to leave those nades in spawn. Of course, that's consistently meta. It's only became more so. With the ability to blow up the CT smoke. Double molly into perfect flash from his teammates. And the second headshot is ridiculous. Stair was someone who at first was just sort of squeezed out of being anything extremely important on Astralis into now like in the perfect lineup, I feel like.
Which is great because he cost them a lot.
Yeah.
And there were questions around it. Remember, there was a time when Buzz got cut that there was a lot of pundits that thought, oh, should it have been Stair? So he's coming into his own, plays a critical role in the last round, and Astralis looking to run away with the momentum off of the last. Stair again in with a double kill. Sampais given a chance, fires over towards Car and falls victim to it. Rock solid defense out of Stair in back-to-back rounds.
I love the way he rifles. He really does stand out, I feel like, mechanically, like in terms of his individual style. I think in terms of style, Astralis have lots of style with their players. Like Device might be sort of the hardest to figure out who it is based on, you know, if they took the name tags off. But when you talk about the way that Stown and Jabby play or Stair, I think they stand out quite a lot. I think Maui's made, was it a list on signature styles?
Oh, was it?
He's done a tier list on almost everything at this point. I do them once in a while, but it's a great way to visualize and put your thoughts into something. But it was, you know, talking about like how Zywood doesn't have a, or no, I guess that was just a tweet about how Zywood doesn't have a signature style because it's, you know, the way he plays is so clean. But sometimes the signature style is something silly, like
dude.
just your, you know,
Signature
got high
style.
sensitivity.
I literally
the
thought you were
waggle.
talking about stickers. Signature styles, like autograph
Oh,
stickers.
oh, okay.
I was like, oh man, he's really got a lot of free time.
Oh, okay. So yeah, signature style, like in your gameplay.
Okay. Well, that's much more analytical.
Like Simple's golf waggle after he flicks, you know.
Okay, yeah.
That thunderous reverberation of the crosshair.
Whoa. The donk slide.
The donk slide. Tarek step back.
The flaring giggle.
I just heard it in my mind. The Stewie heartbeat.
The just Harry laugh.
The Connor, he's on the roof.
He's down on the peak. Oh, man. Just looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Drawn into the stair fight. Magisk wanted to help. Gets blindsided by the flank. So just Astralis seemingly can do no wrong on their timings. And they've taken so many more opening moves than even the T's in this half. How many times are you going to charge down the barrels top mid? And in this case, when nobody's there, you just slip into the long control. So beautiful CT side coming together now for the Danes.
Yeah, it's looking lovely. It is looking lovely.
It's looking...
And you can't say the Danes. There were lots of Danes everywhere.
No, but these are the Danes. It's like if I say the Germans, you know who I'm talking about.
What about Magisk, excuse me, Dupree? You can't say the Danes. And Dupree's on the other side
They're
with both
Danish.
majors.
They're Danish. But they're not the Danes, you know?
The Danes?
Yeah.
There are more former Astralis players, 2018 Astralis, on Falcons than Astralis right now.
Yep.
The Danes.
Mm-hmm.
The Danes.
The ones. The 5 guys.
And Sonic.
Denmark. And Sonic, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're all right. Your argument's becoming compelling.
Yep.
Twice crosses back and gets caught. Nice headshot from Sunpius. The very tail end of this T side. Looking for the 3. That coveted third. On their map pick, need I add. But it has been a coveted affair from Stown, Jabby, and Stair. And Stair's not done yet. Tries to get his head tucked down. Oh, they expose him behind the smoke. Damn. Jabby just pulls back the curtain, tries to set up Stair with the flashes. He'll go into the fight. Sunpius, it's a second headshot with this AK in the round. Still a 2v2.
Bomb's in an awkward spot in front of the ramp. They have to dip in and grab it. Magisk does do that, but the flank's already coming in from Jabby, one step ahead.
Sunpius locked in behind Carr. Jabby just, unsuspectingly steps into that. That's a 4K for Sunpius. On for the ace. Oh, and he's going to end it. That's a hell of a way to get a third. And it's not the prettiest half, but you can't take that ace back from Sunpius. And Kerrigan is going to have his hands full. Lays down fire, calls for Frozen. Smoke to work around him. He tries to dive inside it, sitting only on 20 health. He'll be found out, but Brokey and Frozen still able to collect one apiece. And Frozen comes just running up at the site.
He's spotted, right?
There's a player in the corner. Flames just trading outside of the market. Brokey's in the smoke, and he's right on the edge. Flames turns again. He's gone. Could he burn brighter? Flames fights all fronts.
Cover the other AK. I mean, they could, but it's just a little far away. This is an interesting spot because, to be honest, if I was FaZe, I'd be moving a lot more. You know you're going up against a... Oh, actually, maybe they don't know they're going up against this sort of full anti-eco. All they've seen is one AK get a kill. They're on full alert.
At least they take over middle, so the reaction could be fast if needed. Frozen, 1 kill, 2 kills, 3. Just like that, it's 4. And the USP not enough, but Robs has got his back. Beauty from Frozen as he just locks in on boxes. They sensed an opening. No, it's a trap.
It is a trap, yeah.
What a welcome sight. Welcome to the party, Zywoo. Slowly but surely, couple kills every round. Hold a little more passively. This could be it for Nico. Oh, he's in 2 mines. The flash is amazing. Perfect.
dissects the mid setup of Vitality.
Wonderful tries to seize the gap. When he's not getting fought along, he decides to take the space.
They know their
Teammates
pistols.
are here to join him at least. And Orb just rails on past the long Orb from Wonderful.
Wow.
A bit mows down the remaining players. Yabi, Stare, and Bro all fed to his AK over at long. It's just Device left standing. That's what Electronics tried to bring to the team, and Blitz taking it in his stride here, getting aggressive.
Oh, no!
They line up for him! Oh no!
That might be it. The bomb's still loose. That's the only hope. Has Device seen it? Did he get that spot?
He saw it.
Molly goes all the way down. Okay, wait. This one's not done. There's still an apartments player to worry about. Footsteps getting made. Make it very clear for Electronic where to go. And he is on the hunt. Device with a no-scope. They grab that bomb inside of the smoke. And Bro just got to go for it. Through it. Into Flit. He falls down. And it's all Device. Too far to go. Too hot to handle. Virtus Pro on the Danes map pick might have just grabbed their win.
This moment, seconds are flowing so quickly for Device, but it's all over, taken away as Virtus Pro.
Cue it up, baby. Sunpius ace in the last round of the first half to sprinkle that third on the board. Beautiful kills working with the AK. And honestly, maybe all oppers should switch.
I know, right? And it is just the facts that not everybody has figured it out yet. The secrets of opping. The dark and twisted secrets of subtick opping in CS2.
It's the dark
arts.
arts.
How much would they pay for a consultancy with Monacy? That's what we want to know.
$600,000.
$600,000. Sit down at a table with Monacy or Shiro and find out the secrets.
Or Torji.
Or Torji.
One of my favorite CS2 oppers.
True. Someone who's actually better in CS2 at opping than in CSGO. That's new.
Well said. That's a thing. See, imagine standing on that white roof. That'd be crazy. Be crazy. Make it happen. You got this, Snappy.
Snappy's squinting because it's so far away.
Or because he's 38. Smoke trickles down, and that should indicate the numbers. Look at this stack coming. Ooh, we got ourselves a bloodbath queued up. Nade goes a little too deep. Sunpius and Snappy, though. Kill a pop. Oh, nicely done, Snappy. Squint all you need. He pops 2 melons on the approach. And during the reload, Sunpius is going to pounce out through smoke. Jabby 1v4. And as they encircle him on the site, Falcons, a 4th round win secured.
That's nice. They start off CT side on the right foot here after following up with the ace from Sunpius.
Very clean kills out of Snappy. And it's daunting when you peek that long wall and see 5 players running your way. But he stays locked in. The second one, very nice. Just jiggling with his timing too. Not playing too obviously. Getting back in that kill feed. Naded to smithereens. Jabby blasted by Madden. I think it's the first time I've said Madden's name this map. Quietly,
a couple of important kills here and there.
Getting some.
He's sort of the bro or the Volt of the roster. So just needs to be reliable. But Astralis actually power up on T side here. And usually struggle quite a bit on CT side, but not today.
Owned. Yeah, Snappy keeping it up. Bullying the Glocks for the conversion. Let's see if Falcon CT side's got anything special in store for us.
Not dying on the anti-eco is always a good sign. Lots of money made. Dupree on your screen.
Two teams with collared polos.
That was
that
close.
you will.
You almost said it. Colored greens.
Oh, no. No. Polos. Their jerseys. They both have collars.
Wait, I heard it backwards. Oh my god. I heard collared colos.
Yikes.
Maybe I should join Falcons.
You're getting old. You'd fit right in. Ooh, pop open the smoke, but you've already got 2 players up catwalk, and the third one's gonna connect the headshot. Dupree definitely signed up for that fight. He was not being shy about giving up the duel, and Device just slips through with the headshot. So 5v4 in the gun round of Astralis. Pistol conversion, it's all looked convincing, but Falcons gonna need a little more than this. Down to a single smoke. They'll offer that one back over to Device. He's gonna hang on to it for a little while longer.
Gamble's looking, I don't know actually, is it correct? We've got a little test on Cat, but they're winning it. They've won it, and they started to walk back. We could see them transition into this mid B, which means that the gamble did not pay off here for Falcons. They early snuck Madden out of mid B over towards the A site. Now he spams down. Some good damage through this, but no one now in the B site.
Yeah, Magis coming out from the site in order to fight. I mean, he's got to try to hold off mid, but now the T's know they can storm through. Big moment here for Stown. It could be man advantage for the retake, and the flash is good, but the spray is even better. Ton of damage offered up. Device gonna clean up shop, and a man advantage post plant versus Madden. Jabby, this is a late play back around through middle.
He's got such good timing, though. Surely he could. Oh, he's actually walking back.
Right? Very late play to come out through mid. Madden's gonna try to force his way forward, and luckily for Astralis, Device has got it all.
I like sitting there, though, if you're Device. You got an off angle on the door, and you can just stand up if they make noise in the window or fall off. Nice catch right there. Good opening shot. This is the big one. Dupree tests him.
Yeah, very interesting position.
Yeah. Because once you start running, you're not going to be clearing that spot. So 10 rounds here, and again, Astralis, they power up a bit on T side, does too.
Ooh, fast attempts. Ooh, but he burns out. Stown may have traded Device, but will go down himself. So little life left in Falcons by the looks of it.
Trade might be coming out. Madden, does he get spotted? One in the window. B site sort of open, and 1 kill goes back their way. Snappy to replenish that position. Madden up to the plate. Spotted last at top mid.
Stair comes round and falls victim to the forward position. So nicely done from Madden here, kind of taking over the round, getting his 8th and 9th of the map, but Cat is completely open.
And Bro sort of sussed this out. Feels like he's about to go ahead and just score a plant.
Send it, buddy.
Yeah. Seems very aware at this point of what he's up against.
Bomb plant would be a nice little gift.
He's got a smoke and a molly, too. There is a small chance that he pulls this off, despite his HP.
Sampaya, or excuse me.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, Snappy knows what's up. Has to come running back. He's going for the kill instead of the plant. He'll lose the duel. So wanted the frag, then the plant, and then the clutch attempt. But enough's enough, says Snappy.
Probably should have just got some cash. But I also didn't know if they were going to be tailing off Cat anyway, so...
Madden playing a key role to the top mid aggression, and then guaranteeing that that 2v4 doesn't get upended. And the money's not quite there for Astralis, so all right, Falcons, eyes on you.
Oh. You always laugh every time that I say that.
Ahoy hoy, it's your boy.
Honka. He needs to bring that back, though.
Yeah, he does, yep. Yep. No flashes, no smokes to really pounce or punish. So, no surprise to see Madden confident. And it doesn't feel like Falcons can do any wrong in this one.
They're playing it very safe.
That'll be the biggest downside of having, older players or over-experienced players. They just, again, they're not going to try new things, or they're going to revert back to old things.
Over-experienced. That is
it's a thing.
Great way to put it. Yeah, okay.
It's definitely a thing in sports. It's
over-experienced.
hard to teach new things. The meta changes. You don't really want to learn it because you already were really good at the last one.
Sun bias. Ooh. Whoa. Quick clean up on aisle 3.
But no reason to overcomplicate an anti-eco, I suppose. But let's get some people self-boosting Fast Cat, huh?
I'm ready for it. I just like that I don't get yelled at whenever I don't do it the right way. Nobody needs my help. Climb up yourself. Streamlined. Oh man, okay. Tempo change, here we go. Snappy to be tested. Oh, he's not able to hold back the pack.
Uh-oh.
Nade goes forward, Stown still alive, and Snappy burned out of it. Instant B site control.
Starting retake on B, and having to go for a 5-man retake. They have 5 players here, but there's even a late B guy coming in, bro.
He's put a smoke down towards the tunnel's exit too, so no open avenue for Falcons. Poor Snappy just gets forced out of the site. Now, bro going down in T-spawn could reopen the possibility if they really want to push this.
Time's going.
Snappy's still waiting for a chance to strike. We've got flashes, incendiaries, everything Falcons would need to get the retake in. And Stown tries to get a little frisky. You've given over man advantage, but the bomb's so far gone that surely the CTs aren't confident.
Yeah.
And that's why they sit back and await the exits instead. Madden gonna leave the door open. Bodies dropping left and right. Vice hangs on, and it is 11 to Astralis. But he will at least be swept away.
Yeah, nice one for Magisk.
But one more round added to the tally by way of straight up B rush.
That's like,
Dust too?
Playing retake is something that, it's great to do when you have a numbers advantage. You play retake, or you have a really safe way to get one kill, or time pressure, so you know they're going to skip some nades, you get a kill, and then you can back off. But you play retake at the beginning of a round like that. In this particular instance, when there's a B rush, well, 5v5 is not really a setup for the B side on Dust 2. Hard site to retake.
Going for it again. Magisk. Oh, wow. Great position. Okay. Jumping Stown refrag is a little zany, but it's man advantage, of course, thanks to Magisk.
Literally the same strat. We've got bro coming in late.
Sunpius wary of it again. This time there's no smoke down on tunnels, so easy impact for Sunpius. T's aren't able to deny him his early vision. And 4v2 should be queued up, but oh, Device off of the plat, peeks in for 3! And with the 4th player on window, Device goes huge. Snappy now alone, as they know that T-spawn player's got to come and help. Snappy trying to isolate, but Device, that is massive.
Damn, the big box player Device in the site by himself, bro, all the way back in playground, has to do everything alone. Leave it to Cruz.
It's the timing, man. 2 coming down from the window, 1 in the flames, 1 along the wall.
The shot miss from Sunpius.
1 mag, 4 frags, and a 12th round on the scoreboard.
That's a great round at a critical moment here. Astralis up on their 2nd timeout. Why even give Falcons time to think in a spot like this? They're the ones who just got rocked.
Long live Device.
Yeah, there's lots of great underrated picks for longevity and just pure time, like for Krims and other players. But in terms of accomplishments and longevity, hard to compare with Device.
And from critical 4K to the obliteration of the mid play.
Dupree's got his 5 majors, but individual level of Device throughout the years. And yeah, now taking on the new role.
Springboards himself towards the top of the scoreboard for Astralis here on map 1. Down a man and desperate. I mean, that is a back-breaking Device 4K. And when Sunpias gets the kill deep into the site on Plat the first time, because there's no smoke, it's like, oh, great, you've gotten the back-to-back B hits, but it really never felt like enough. Snappy, okay, inspired by his counterpart in IGL. Gets hyper-aggressive with the MP9, but then Madden oversteps and the B site now wide open for the taking. Unfortunately, the 2 Danes, are left for Falcons.
B site, so it's been weak. They've been taking advantage of it. I saw Snappy running off of Cat. It's Nicole, they'll walk in. 20 seconds, bomb's gonna get planted. Retake possible in theory.
Device should be able to grab a gun at least for the retake, and he's still hanging on to the smoke. Whether there's more utility in mid, we'll find out. No kit on the play.
I thought Falcons were gonna come in hotter than this. Oh, but it is nice to see Astralis coming in so hot.
Convincing individual level, big moments, and Jabby locked in behind Carr, keeps his head tucked. Device is just gonna throw himself through the smoke. It is Bro with the wall bang to try and keep him off the site. Good attempt here from Magis, because he does get the second. He would need the third, and as he taps that bomb, because there's no kit, his hand has been forced. Running in his Device, beautiful kill, but he jumps on, and he knows his fate. Astralis have sealed it. That 4K moment, that's the one. Device leading by example. Beautiful stuff to close out Dust 2.
I mean, Scorny said it there, beautiful stuff. Astralis looks really good. The player break, obviously coming back from that, and just, I mean, it's business. And we spoke about this, the trajectory up, that looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis played really good CT side there in the first half. I think Stan was really good at being proactive, aggressive on short. It also seemed like in one of the first weapon rounds they had this kind of designated round where Stan was aggressive on short, 2 guys was very close in tunnels, so if there was any contact on lower, when he took the risk and exposed himself, they would push in and try to gain space there. So Astralis seemed well prepared, they were aggressive, they were making moves, and great start for them here at Blast.
And one of the things that I worried about when Device said he was going to make this move to IGL was obviously that there's always a conversation around the drop-off in performance. But then he comes in and, I mean, look what he just did. It's almost like it doesn't really seem to affect him at all.
I mean, yeah, he's 16 and 11. It's good. Not numbers that Device hasn't been putting up before, but I think overall it was a great team performance. Jabby was also firing off all cylinders with 19 kills. I think also, again, it leaves us with a little bit of the question of like Falcons. Come on, boys! Like, show us what you are made of. Also, one little thing I want to touch upon is one round where we see Device popping off, but I want to touch on a small detail with Sunpias. Look, he's looking for the tunnel flank. When he kills this guy in big box, this is something that a lot of players maybe watching at home don't recognize. He now knows that Stan would never be so unaware of tunnels if he didn't have someone covering his flank. So try when we play the clip again, see how aware Sunpias is of the flank. He's still being so patient in tunnels, and this also means that Device has all the pressure on his shoulders. But look, 1, 2, 3, just making everything work by himself. Bro is still lurking in tunnels, and Device is just doing his thing.
I mean, it's just a matter of him being so good, being Device. Because I was a huge fan of that Astralis lineup that won all the trophies. So to me, he'll always be that Device in my head, right? But when I see these moments of like really reading the game so well, I have this, oh my gosh, we're gonna see it again. Is he still? Has he still got the ability to get us to that level again?
I think yes. I think when you spectate him, mechanically speaking, there will be some players in the modern era which is just better. The Manatees and these kind of guys, but he is so consistent, he's so stable, his way of thinking with the AWP is excellent. And I think the only thing he probably needs in order to reach the same numbers consistently is a working team. And he's taking on the role as in-game leader now, so a big part of that responsibility is also on him. I don't know what... I think winning is more important for him than putting up the numbers, but maybe if he can combine both, he will be one happy guy.
On the other side, Falcons, no one's really happy there at the moment from what we can tell, because this is, once again, just didn't work out for them. This was their map pick. Yeah. Why didn't they have no answers for Astralis?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think... Yeah, I don't have all the
No
answers.
one has... You know what my thing is?
Yeah.
Katie, I'm going to interrupt you here. I have spoken about this lineup so many times over the last few months. No one has answers. Everyone's going, well, we're not quite sure why, because it isn't at the level it needs to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, when they first formed the previous roster before getting into Dupree, they still have a little bit of that. They had 4 anchor players. Now they're left with 3, and Dupree is a bit more of a rotation guy, dynamic player, but they still do have, in my opinion, 1 anchor too much. I think overall, also just touching upon the pre-season for both teams, both teams has been boot camping for Blast. When Blast was the first tournament of the circuit coming back from the breaks, some teams kind of used these 2 weeks as preparation, especially the top teams. They came here, they knew, okay, we play 1 day, maybe we have 2 days off, then we play on day 4 again, and use this to get back into the rhythm. Both of these teams have prioritized bootcamping before. They didn't go to EWC and play in Riyadh, so they should come in prepared, come in with a well-drilled strat book. And that's, in my opinion, also just applying even more pressure to a team like Falcons. I don't know, Snappy has built a system that worked excellent in ENCE before. He knows how to do it. Sonic has won multiple majors, both with Astralis and then one with Vitality, so he's shown that he can do it in multiple different houses, different jerseys as well. And I don't know, I think, you know, they need to shoot harder. That's a simplistic way of looking at it, but it's also a fact. I don't think any of them is playing to a top 20 level right now. And if you want to be one of the 5-10 best teams in the world, you need to have some players who's kind of on that edge.
Just to be a little bit positive, because I feel like we are, you know, going quite hard on Falcons. We did get to see Sampaius do an incredible ace in this, but this is not the Sampaius we saw, in my opinion, from CSGO. Like I don't think that he's really risen in CS2 to the levels that we saw him last year.
No, maybe not. I mean, I think, like you said, in the late stages of CSGO, he was so good. He was really thriving in this ENCE lineup, and this ace as well, with the AK, taking the initiative, being aggressive is something that I would say CS2 rewards a bit more, this kind of aggressiveness. And he was a relatively passive AWPer in CSGO, where he had a lot of success with this. But in CS2, you probably need to take a little bit more chances. So him being a little bit more aggressive is maybe something that's going to pay off. Because like I said, again, I think all the players on the roster is excellent, but we've seen it multiple times. I mean, I'm coming from a house myself where even if you have the right pieces, if they don't work well together, if they don't take the space, communication, synergy, then it don't matter what names you have on the paper.
So what would you do with Falcons? Is it a roster change? Is it a playstyle change?
I don't want to be the guy to sit here and come with all the solutions and all the ideas. Sorry, Blast, I know you're paying me for that, but I think, you know, they should have a better view themselves of like the team talks and who's working hard, is anyone showing up late, is someone not being prepared, putting in the extra hours of deathmatch, is someone not hungry, is it always the same 2 guys fighting about what to do in this situation? Like, I don't know all the kind of secrets behind the roster, but something needs to happen at some point, because that's not even to put any pressure on the players or the organization, because I think no one is satisfied at this moment. And yeah, I think we all want to see, you know, happy faces of Dupree, Snappy, Magis, my Danish boys, but also Madman and Sampaius, who had that crazy breakthrough in ENCE. Want to see them at their peak as well.
So it's interesting, before the player break, I think that there was an interview that was done where they said that there isn't pressure, that the organization knows that they need time.
Yeah.
I wonder if that will still be the case if they get some more losses.
Yeah. I mean, people are also very quick to judge. Like, this project did start 6 months ago, and 6 months is not a lot of time.
I mean, I don't know, Katie, and you were in a project that started 6 months ago, and they got rid of you super fast when it wasn't, well, when they felt it wasn't working.
Yeah, I mean, and there will be situations where it's maybe necessary, but also, again, I think 6 months as a perspective is not long. Like,
so what's the time frame that you wait?
I mean, anyone who's been in a relationship with a girl or a guy for 6 months knows that you probably should marry within the first 6 months. There's still things you need to learn about each other, and it's the same for CS, you know, and maybe they can build a deeper connection with the kind of tough losses and the things that they're working on. I think, you know, Sonic has proven his worth multiple times as a coach. They have Lars Rubbel as well as a mental coach. I mean, if these 2 guys can't put them at the right mental place, I'm not sure how many other people in the CS community can. But I understand the community pressure. I understand that people want to see them perform, but they also need to give them a little bit of time. If they've had enough time or not, I'm not the judge for that.
We're going to figure out exactly what that time frame looks like after this.
Do you feel now, though, with Dupree and Magis, that you're completely aligned and everyone's kind of got the same view of how you want to get it done, you and Zonic, and everyone's happy? Because obviously we've got the three guys who come from Ent side, you know how to work with them, but do you feel like you've got some ground to work with and you're on the right track?
Yeah, I feel like we were on the right track in the sense that I felt we had a uptick in the performance since getting Dupree. It was like really bad at Pro League, then I think it got better at Bedboom, and then I think at Dallas it also got better. Still, the result obviously wasn't the best, but if you actually saw the matches, I think we had good moments. And then at Jönköping we had another decent showing, obviously not up to top tier level, but there was a steady improvement, and I hope we can continue that in this season, because we obviously are not satisfied with that. We want to be a top team eventually, but I think it's pretty obvious to everyone that right now we aren't.
How motivated?
Okay, let's have a little bit of fun here. You used the analogy, Katie, and before the break, we were talking about Falcons and how the team hasn't really been delivering. And
don't test me in relationships now.
It's literally where we're going. You used the analogy of relationships, and you said, oh, everyone's, you've been in a relationship for 6 months. So fine, you've been in a relationship for 6 months and things aren't working out. How many months do you give the relationship before you call it?
I mean, if it is not working for 6 months and one part cheated on the other, or the sex is bad or whatever, then probably get out. But
okay, well, I mean, is it working for them? Because I don't think this relationship's working.
No, but they also have committed, with contracts and spending a lot of money, and they believe, they put these pieces together because they believe that it would work. So it's a little bit like this is not a blind date where you just like
This is you're living together and you're not sure if you want to have to move out.
Yeah, maybe more like that. Maybe it's not a relationship. More it's like it's a roomie. It's a roomie thing, you know. There's some good things, there's some bad things, and they're still trying to work it out.
That never works out well. Call it quits. There we go. We're going to move on, though. Obviously, Falcons now have lost their map pick against Astralis. They've got to move on to Ancients. Astralis is so strong on Ancients. So what can Falcons do right now to try and see if they can even out this series?
I mean, I think looking at the percentages here, Astralis on a 50% win rate, but actually the wins is not very convincing. I mean, they won 13-6 versus Aurora, 16-14 versus Bedboom, and then close losses to Mongols and Nip. Personally speaking, though, I think they're usually a joy to watch on Ancient. I think that Stown, as this cave player, playing between smokes with the mollies, being dynamic, the spams is excellent. Device has the timings of when to open A, when to open B, being really good. And I think that's some of the things we should be looking for. But they'll start on the T side, so let's see how they fare there first.
So what does Falcons have to do if they want to win this?
They have to be decisive, I would say, in the way that they play, whether it's fast and structured, because one of the things that was so tough to play against when Snappy and Inch was at the peak was this insanely fast play style. And I don't see them doing that as much before or currently, because you knew it was coming, but they were just so damn good at executing it.
We've done all of our talking, and we've found out that if you're living with Cadian, he'll keep going in the relationship because he's too lazy to move out. So there you go.
A fighter.
Yep, you heard it from Cadian first. If you're playing Counter-Strike and the sex isn't good, give up. Move back to Europe and become an analyst, perhaps.
Yeah, Rogue. Good place to see comes for us all, maybe, in the end. And maybe for Falcons. Honestly, with some of the rounds that we see, it does look a little bit regular, a little bit vanilla, a little bit too normal in Counter-Strike words. And we're not seeing the expression of their style in their individual players. And it feels like they're just, of course, so obsessed with trying to make sure that they do everything correctly that I think it sort of sucks the life out of like the little extra you need to stand out. And whereas Astralis, I feel like, are a bit more vibrant, have a bit more energy, are definitely more individualistic and really are trying to trust each other. And in that way, in the past, have actually sacrificed some of their fundamental gameplay, being a little too loose. But what we saw in Dust 2 was just that perfect perfect balance, that Goldilocks zone between stylish and fundamentally sound. So it's looking much better for Astralis here coming into this map. We can say that much.
Just felt like anytime an individual wanted to make a moment, run a risk, do some sort of play, Astralis were really good at just transitioning into supporting that moment, even if it was on the fly. Saw some really nice B site. Oh, hold on. What are we doing here? Instant A hit? To an empty bomb site, Launders?
Maybe they had some all chat and they said, we're going to go B this round.
Oh,
so, of course, naturally, Falcons would play inside of B and stack it. And Astralis decided to lie.
This is interesting because there's still another util out with the Molotov on Bro, and there's no contest from Falcons whatsoever. So they're going to have to let the play the pistol exactly how they want. They go for the deep donut Molotov, make sure that's clear. And before the smoke fades, we'll see how many players try to get off site. Fast flash towards Temple, sees that's open for the taking, for the retaking, that is. Jabby's got a double kill. It is the cleanest of sweepists. Easy does it in the pistol for Astralis.
Yeah, well, never feels better than that. Enter a site, no one's there. Shout out to Rugga. Pick the perfect place to go.
Keep it simple, keep it clean.
It was pointed out to me recently in my Counter-Strike Elitist.
Sorry, what was that?
It was pointed out to me recently in my Counter-Strike Elitist Twitter group that there are more Finns than Danes in the top 5.
Whoa. What? When that happened?
Actually, wait. No, that's not even true.
Well,
I just looked at Vitality.
Ooh.
Oh, wait.
Hey,
no,
Pistol's
what am I
winning.
talking about? That is true.
Pistol's winning. 5-7's shining. Quick little reality check here for Astralis. It's not all fun and games. Mata just getting back into the cover. Looks like the long fight's gonna happen first. Trying to keep them inside of cave. Feels like that is to support someone on site, and sure enough, Snappy's gonna be found out, but successful nonetheless. Bro also here to lend a helping hand. Bomb will be picked up with no contest.
Yeah, they kept it calm. Rotations are very slow as well.
This could be an excellent 3v5 recovery.
They wish they could have picked up a... Oh, they did find a smoke. Ah, they did find a smoke. That makes the round a lot easier. But no plants means CTs could do something tricky.
Like that?
Got the sneak through.
Bro plays it cool, and Stare slams it home.
Yeah, so 0 Danes in the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Alexi B and Jim Pat in the top 5.
Easy.
What year is it?
How many Swedes?
No Swedes.
Brolin.
Oh, yeah, Brolin. Of course, Brolin.
So if we are to rank...
Whoa, there's more Swedes than Danes in the top 5.
And I would almost say Norwegians, but FaZe are now 6th.
But if you want to expand to 6 or even 7...
Yeah.
With Virtus Pro. Crazy.
Wild scenes. Times have changed. Times have changed. Although some things don't change. Snappy's still just hammering it home with the 5-7 in front of Cave, but can't ask for much more than that, really. This one's extra desperate, and Astralis know what they want to get out of it. Bomb picked up, into the B site they'll go, and the 3-0 T side start on Ancient queued up. I think Ancient could be an absolute wash.
Yeah, for sure.
I rate Astralis as Ancient.
Astralis can be on this map.
I like it. I think Cadian was dead on with the Stare gameplay, right? Like Stare and Ancient to me it's probably the #1 factor why I believe in Astralis on this map. I think Stare's just at home.
It's definitely a great map to be good at. A lot of teams are favoring it.
Great map.
Yep, and just a great map. And one that people hated at first. Widely.
Yep. Well, it's had some good changes, too.
Needs some changes, yeah.
Yep,
but you know what?
Some good ones.
It's probably changed the least of all of the maps that have come into the pool over the years. Like, if you think about Overpass, Vertigo, since they came into the... Totally different.
True. Nuke, yep.
Yeah, Nuke, holy... Before it was accepted.
You know. There we go. A little utility opens a window for Magisk to capitalize. Curious to see how Snappy keeps his momentum going after these pistol kills in back-to-back rounds. Let's see him with a gun, because it's a lot of responsibility to be the forward cave play. And he invites Bro in. The water's warm. Shark attack. Oh, gets another 2. He's definitely done his job here in round 4. 2 kills to Snappy's name and a 2v4 for Astralis to try and claw back. Smoke in front of the CTs. That nade could find its home. Device connecting to the headshot, but he lost his last teammate, and Magisk is here to clear the board. So 2 frags Snappy, 2 frags Magisk Man, and Falcons on the scoreboard.
Talking about 2 players that were very low there on the Falcons, but nice ones from Magisk.
No, 3 in fact, that's right. Opening kill, 2 Mages.
Let's go, boy. I'm no man.
They're not overplaying pressure in the early round outside of B. They've been playing it just sort of carefully and getting a lot of the frags back in the site safely from behind lines. And I think that makes sense for Astralis to continue to try to, because of that, get mid control. Take lane quickly. Oh man,
Shot.
That was a golden opportunity.
With shadow advantage.
And
he'll connect with the second.
Redemption shot. Snappy above. Wow, we've got a T in between.
Yeah, Bro's squeezed from 3 directions. Silver lining is while everybody is distracted with that mid play, Astralis creep out A main and put bomb down. Not an easy peek here for Jabby, but now that he's gotten this deep, oh, Magisk. Ooh, very nicely done. 2 good closing moments in back-to-back rounds from the Dane. Not plural. And we have Falcons converting.
That's lovely to see. Bomb plan isn't small, though. That's still good. I guess if they were going to, I don't know if they were doing that sort of config spawn out mid and they were going to try to split egg really quickly. But it didn't feel like it. It felt like a mid default, and they just sort of walked out onto the A site. And that's again where Astralis, they do like to get into a creative zone where take control in default, get one kill, and then just say, hey, like total libertarian attitude. Everybody do whatever they want. You're all really smart players. I feel like the conversation they have sometimes in preparation.
Don't tread on me.
Yeah, they play open-ended.
Snappy having a field day versus lesser weapons. Stair's gonna remove him, and now Madden a little nervous. Where there's one, there's more. Meanwhile, A site's being taken by 2 other pistols. Bomb is gonna start running through T-spawn, trying to go and join it. But it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll.
Oh my god. What even happens here? Bro, find a timing. Oh my god, not the knife.
What? No! All jabby, no stabby. But Stown has...
Man. And he could have got that kill, too.
Oh, that's crazy, bro.
Well, I mean, Sunpius is dead. Op is still over there.
Oh, in the lineup.
Both spotted.
Oh, come on, Stown.
He
oh,
knows
come
that you
on.
can chase him, and
Oh,
he gets out.
He's
Oh
got
my
the chance.
God, around the lip.
He's got the bomb.
There's only one place he could have gone. But for Madden, after he clears this, what's he going to do? Because Stown could always reaggress, and he could come back towards Donut. But at some point, he's got to start running. And I think he's thought he's bought more time than this. But as you can see from Madden, he's not really doing much else. Surely this is going cave to B. Like, surely.
That means you got to run.
Yeah.
He's got to go. And it's still going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, Madden goes and clears this out. And there's still the chance that he could have walked out long. But now you know, Madden, there's no chance it's going to be the A site.
Okay, 3 kills on the Deeg plus the plant into the 1v1. Madden, you see him shrug it off.
He's going to take this peek.
Stown's going to go. Hit the Deeg. Hit the Deeg! He misses the chance. Lets Madden get that much closer. Oh, and he misses it. Can't quite close. A beautiful attempt from Stown. Costly for Team Falcons, but a round win's a win. 3 to the board.
Yeah, he had his chance there. Couldn't hit the shot. Nervous moment for Madden. But, hey, looks like it could have been over. No one was spectating Jabby, so they won't find out till later.
Close one, guys. Oh, that would have been crazy.
I would have hit him with the banter to have been like, yeah, if only we were a little bit better, you know? Yeah, they would never think it's me.
We don't have to watch that one back. Don't worry about it. Let it go. Oh, what a nuisance. He's been doing a really good job of containing Cave. Just deep inside of red as well. Whoa! Fire on the feet. Bro goes down. And now these gun rounds starting to fall apart. Team Falcons. Missed shot. Leaves the door open on A for a moment.
They're still flying down
It's
the
still
steps.
in the map, dude.
Oh! Nice one.
He's like, okay, I guess I'll clutch. What more has he got in store for us? If he checks for the op again, I'm going to lose it.
Did you hear that Device doesn't have one in his name on HLTV anymore?
Mm-hmm. Why? Still here.
Connor's been off social media for a while, guys.
So I've been in the woods. Crosses over. Oh. And gets taken down.
Donk. He's looking at HLTV right now, guys.
Yeah, it's not here. But it is here.
Yeah.
Why does our HUD still have the 1 in it?
This is way more funny than you realize.
Why is
But
it so
I'll
funny?
show you after.
Rent was due. That's all.
Okay. Never got the op out of the map either.
Investment's full here for Astralis. Or, why did I say that? First down. Will be the heavy firepower of this round. Sampaias takes a hard line. Nice shot. Dodges in the op. Dodges the flash, excuse me.
Head of the smoke on one side of it, so Dupree, he'll be happy. And Snappy is not losing control of Cave.
True.
Pistols or guns doesn't seem to make a difference. Sampaias misses a shot and gives Astralis a chance to try and swarm him. He's got Magis still next to him. Another missed shot. Another missed shot. No more shots. And the Deeg connects to the flank.
And here we are.
Door to B is open.
Yes, with the guy who has the bomb running away into a gun.
Molotov on the roof of middle.
This is where you go, Stown, watch this. And you try to play the exact same clutch in a different way. And hopefully get to a different outcome. 3 Danes left. And of course you think that Snappy, as the Cave player, could have gone for the full flank around. Could be still in Cave, which would be a perfectly good place to be. And hopefully not holding this, where Device is going to. And the off angle is beautiful from Snappy. Right place, right time, right read.
5 rounds in a row for Falcons. Snappy very consistent in shutting down Cave at the moment.
Oh, I saw Sampaias checking his mouse.
Something wrong with it.
That borrows his mouse.
Got some dust in the sensor.
Maybe got a new mouse, Connor. Middle of the event.
Happens. Depends on if Jimmy shows up. Stare.
Oh. Oh, finally, Snappy dies on a rifle round.
But interesting spot here for Dupree. Oh, found out, bro. Stays on high alert just in case. You can see Stare cautious of it, so he makes sure to communicate the risk, and sure enough, pays off.
But the bomb's still here. They're fanning out towards the A site.
Yeah, Madden's gonna leave. They're not really considering B at the moment. Madden all the way off of the bomb site. That kill from Stare is gonna sell it.
That's it.
Hook, line, and sinker.
They organize
Astralis
that so
work
quickly.
in.
It's impossible to call against that, right? Like, not only does your fake get the kill, but the fake was called so fast right after the action took place. They clearly made it up as they were going. And so, like, you're not even a fool for falling for that. That's just really well organized.
And then when those kinds of moments happen, I think to myself, like, damn, maybe Device can do this.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm not sure how much of it was Stare and Bro vocalizing from their mid-opening as well, but, you know,
I think
credits to the IGL.
I think he's, like, kind of creating that culture, which takes time as, like, as a caller, because, yeah, I mean, if you don't feel like you can eventually, like, build a base with that style, then you're going to look silly. Or like in the case of Cadian, where they didn't want to buy into his system, and then it didn't work on Liquid, right? They wanted what Heroic had with him as the caller, but they didn't really sort of trust in it, right? And I think that, I don't know. I mean, I personally feel like if there was enough time, it would have worked. And maybe the right attitude as well. And I think Device maybe has a little bit more of that trust. He's got all the Danish players with him. He's obviously quite a winning player himself. So maybe he's taking on the ambitious goal of trying to build like a very sort of unique style war. One that
was not needed over there.
wait,
I don't know what he's mad about.
What just happened? Because of the fake?
Maybe.
But then what?
Because they killed...
Did we miss something?
They killed everybody after? Target bombed. T's win the round.
Okay.
Falcons kill all 4 players.
Okay, so I guess there's just that.
Just that.
Got some exits.
Very nicely played. Great decisions.
Well, it is Astralis a little bit low on money here.
No, the economic loss is clear. Down goes Stare out in middle. So if you want to transition into the B hit, go ahead. But Madden out on the box is traded out by Snappy, doing a great job again of hanging on here. Dupree with the double. Comes out from long, and Falcon's going to lap that up because, yeah, you fell victim to the fake. But you killed every single player at the end of that round win, and now you just shut them down on B.
So money's on your side now. The half has been slightly recovered. And most importantly, they just win on a rifle.
Nice, boys! Nice! Let's go, boys. Nice, boys.
It's nice to see Falcons fired up, I'll be honest. It's a project that cost the Counter-Strike scene a lot, right? Ents, lift a trophy, becoming this team that we all start to cheer for throughout 2023, and then it evaporated.
Vitality, who sort of get picked apart for the sake of Falcons as well. Oh, do they need to be careful here, though?
I thought they had it in the bag with how little Stare was on site. That deagle kind of changes things as it couples with the smoke.
Oh, man.
Device is pretty far removed still, though, and he's not allowed to make sound until now. Oh,
my God,
nice
that
one.
Works?
Now the cave player, he's going to get tagged down. Device is going to try to move out. Bomb is planted on this side of the pillar. They're thinking long. He's going to have it exposed. The Tech-9 taps away Snappy. Dupree has the kit. Device has to run him down to the half second. And Device, 1v2.
Yeah, right. Dude, Stare's the guy who can set himself up for those very hard shots and feel confident doing it. How are they going to expect him to stand there in front of the smoke right on the close wall? That's so well played between the both of them. But, man, this is an eco right after Falcons got all those exit frags, won the follow-up rifle round into this.
Earned and
this
easy.
This is the freebie.
This one's starting to heat up on an interpersonal level. Snappy started it. Astralis meet him in the middle, and Jabby's gonna tear down Madden, re-peek into the ramp fight. Here comes Snappy, and there he goes too. Jabby hot on the trot, just gonna sprint into the site. He's got a USP in there with him in Sun Pius, and then rifles for the 2 Danes of Falcons, one of which stops Bro over towards the ramp, so things get a little stringy. Magisk is gonna try to work back down ramp, clean couple of kills, but there is still that USP back site. They're cautious. And he's so ill-equipped for this. Oh, it goes unchecked. He gets the stab, the free AK, and now, unfortunately for Jabby, other side of the smoke. Sun Bias gets away with the robbery.
There's no way they let that happen.
And now Jabby, who's tried a knife of his own, will get the quick clean kill. And Sun Pius now down, leaves it to Dupree, but what's the entry route? Jabby waits. Oh, the headshot is instant. A 4K for Jabby, a zany half a Counter-Strike, and we split this one straight down the middle. Man, oh man, we got a snappy top frag. We got a Sunpius knife kill. We got all sorts of zany stuff going down here on Ancient as we go 6-6 on the first half. And Astralis and Falcons has so far on Ancient delivered.
Very much. Super entertaining half. Overall, some cool rounds that highlighted the good things that we've said about Astralis, and some decent rounds definitely as well from Falcons, just on like a keeping up sort of level. But as you can see, 5 to 6 to 1 odds pretty much here for the Falcons, against the Falcons, I should say. And a lot of people got confidence in Astralis, and for good reason. This is the map they want to play. Already swooped away their opponent's map pick.
Down doesn't get a chance to fully leave the cave until the smoke comes out. Yes, the classic ankle-biting Glock wallbang. Very tight-knit pack here for Falcons.
The marathon sprint all the way up Donut with the flashes.
Oh, Device doesn't hit anybody. Oh, he's gonna have to concede sight now, tucked into Temple. Bro, does Bro push this?
They're gonna wait for a flash, I think.
They stopped watching. They'll go into the Temple fight instead. Jabby picking up the 1 kill towards middle could end up being key. Now Donut's a bit compromised. Dupree's gonna wide swing out. Shadow's gonna keep them so hyper-focused, but maybe a little too fixated. Oh, that's critical. Magisk shutting down the Donut flank. Now suddenly it's only the desperate CT retake 2v4 and bodies dropping. Every kill inside of the Temple goes the way of Falcons until Bro finally gets one on one. Single point of health. He is doomed, and the Falcons take the lead.
Yeah, nice one out of the Falcons. So of course we saw them sort of do that pendulum around the map, sort of like an overpass D-side strat, just to get everybody back into their safe positions, tucked away, and then sat there with the smoke and the flashes from Snappy. Just that jump up, turn that right into a direct route into the A site. The rest is in the fragging. If Device is in that spot, he has lots of opportunities to try to get a kill. If they kill him, it's even over faster, but a lot comes down to that. You want that single point of failure. That's what you're looking for on T-side.
Farmfest done. Nice and easy. Danish sandwich out in top mid and an early Falcons lead.
Would have Christmas pork and remoulade and salad.
Capers.
Capers.
Onions.
Half pickled pickles.
Oh, I hate those things.
And salted licorice.
Mmm.
In between 2 pieces of rye.
1 piece of rye.
Open face.
Let's see if that CT side starts to make a statement. I find eyes on Stare on the defense. If Snappy's able to take over Cave as much as he did.
Wow, they just mauled on their way up there. Jesus.
No chance. Great utility and a very quick pace out of the climb from the Xbox. Now Bro's gonna find perfect timing thanks to the flash of Device, who comes in with a double, and guns could make a hell of a difference.
Well, that's the cleanest round we've seen so far this game. That was every single piece of utility on the B site. Deep B control, working, getting damage. Jabby jumping up with mid control, stopping their fast exec in through the cave split. Into 2 players in the site with a perfect flash. Everybody getting easy shots off.
Lane may be closed.
They actually just called a B rush, and Astralis called a default and destroyed it. Got to be careful in there.
Yikes.
Oh.
Popped open, down. Oh, gets away. Oh, him and Snappy just exchanging position.
Oh, yeah, right.
And Stare turns it around for bottom mid. Man, that's one of those ones that felt like it could have gone either way, but the ramifications are now good positioning. Astralis, back-to-back rounds on the line. And no obvious route back into this one for Falcons. That early lead of theirs may have just disappeared. Good Molotov placement, but Jabby, instant headshot. Careful what you ask for.
Hey.
It's hot.
I don't get neighbors often.
And Dupree gets rocked.
Oh.
Jabby from downtown. Ooh, gets away from him. Sun Pius saw a very.
It's got to be Astralis' biggest advantage. You never know where they're going to be, what decision they're making next. Like, they are really just like a 5-headed Hydra. And when it looks good, it looks like this. Like, Snap, like, it's Stown who comes out of the cave smoke, goes back in, then spams. And the guy who was chasing him to get the refrag in mid sprays back into a smoke and then dies to the guy who's still in middle. How would you even know what happened there before you got there? You would have no idea. People walking in and out of smokes.
And then it all goes down and Device looks in the mirror and goes, damn, I'm a good IGL.
Damn, I'm a good-ass IGL. I knew I trusted the right guys. But that's kind of it, right?
Yep.
Like, if you can't highlight your individual talent, maybe start there instead of trying to make it your game plan to, you know, make everyone fit into your strat.
Whose laugh was that?
I don't know. This is still Apex somehow.
Device was about to dance with the devil. Glocks aplenty. And a very comfortable Astralis here as they have control of the near entire map, barring the A site. Stare has gone hyper passive.
They should hire like an analyst who's just like the highest elo player. They should just get Bubsky just to be like, what's the weird shit you're doing and face it for fun?
Right.
Just to throw in random things that they have to try.
Yeah.
Just to keep the creative energy up.
It's like the first time you saw somebody jump off of the main roof on Nuke with a Zeus.
Yeah.
But then it works.
Yes.
I've literally seen Monacy, I think, jump down, get a Zeus kill into the gun, and then double entry the bomb site and win a round.
Yeah.
And if you told me that didn't come from an official first.
Exactly. No. Exactly. They need some of that energy.
Gotta keep your finger on the pulse. And it's a weakening pulse for Falcons. They've lost their lead. They buy back in. All of their utility is essentially used at the moment. Bro tries to barrel down ramp with support, and that is not gonna work. Maybe a little too rambunctious.
They let two more CTs get into position. Of course, still a good advantage here for the T side. As the pressure comes down. Uh-oh, don't let this one go. That should be a good HE.
He follows this up. Yo, Jabby, chill! Ooh. He goes into the ramp, gets 2 kills back, but has to still offer the man advantage.
Oh my god, what a position to play for a Device. He's not spotting them coming in, but if they over commit... Oh, the shadow is spotted! Oh, that's so awkward. I saw the shadow on the opposite wall, but should have been aware that that could happen if he's going to play in that spot.
Right.
Very weird. Very weird situation.
This game's been a little weird. It's been fun.
Yeah.
There's just some wild moments.
And I was hyped about Astralis, you know, the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to get that hyped again. I knew that clearly after watching a lot of their matches in the last few months. They're good and they're really fun to watch, but they still definitely are going to look, you know, super silly in some rounds. That's still definitely their main issue.
There's the shadow.
Crazy how much got stretched out.
It's a bold move from Astralis to charge down that ramp like that. They're gonna crank it again. Jabby, bottom middle. Oh, he's supported by Stare. Bloodlust on both sides. Magisk, does he fall victim to the smoke wrap? Does Jabby? Yeah, he better. And he does end up collecting the kill, but Madden is right there to trade frag and Stare so low from the early fight. Stown goes through. What are we up to?
I have no idea, but that's why they love Ancient. So 3-on-3. Cadian mentioned it. Device knows, you know, when and where to pick the right site for his opping, which he switches up on a lot. And here he is outside of B, but they pull back out of the cave. Still maybe intent on going to the site, but through another avenue. Bro up top. And the double peek is decent. Bro needed that kill and got it.
Giving up cave entirely, the T's. Doesn't look like they're going to shy away from the B site. This could be a moment for Device to shine.
Yeah, he's going to be comfortable right here because they're not even going to cross his path unless they're just taking it over towards A or something.
They want the cave split, and if Device just stays locked in, stays certain about his ideas, then it falls onto the shoulders of Snappy, the top fragging player of Falcons, who tries to just go for the plant and gets called out. Stare comes out, sweeps him away. Very critical kill out of Bro.
Absolutely.
And a risky one as well.
Yeah, and that's what we talk about with Bro, a little bit of X factor out of him. That's a moment where they're planning to fight somebody on the ramp. They're going to come through the most careful double peek ever, and he just got a first bullet at him. Like, that's just it. That's the bottom line. And yeah, he gets traded, but he just totally keeps the hope alive right there. So it feels like a close game, but it still feels like Astralis are better. It's a weird situation that way. First timeout for Falcons. Wow.
I can't believe the amount of pushing through smokes we had that last round.
I know.
Stown going out through the cave smoke?
Yeah. Stown we could expect. He's the Stewie of Europe.
Ah.
Yeah. Jabby as well.
They've got two?
They've got two.
Here we go again.
So much trouble.
And flashes are good, but Dupree comes out with vision and Jabby shaves him off the round. Dude, there is nothing coming for free for Falcons when it comes to the middle of the map, but if they're cautious about A main this round, they've got reason to be. Madden picks up the kill in mid.
Okay.
That is a lot of pressure on Stare. He dropped his incendiary over towards main. Concerned about Donut, but also here's this rampage of players coming out. Magis just dies empty-handed, and Stare knows he's stuck between two fronts. His teammates come out and fight. Device, it's deep from CT. No escape out through Donut, which means bomb in the possession of Astralis.
Look how good the rotations are. If we want to compare timings on the rotations, they're outclassing Falcons. 10-1. They trust themselves, they get in the positions quickly, and like that's a spot where Jabby dies. They think they can take over A. Stare is already rotated into Donut. His two teammates are already coming over through CT to help out, and he has to delay a little bit, and he knows they'll be right there. Falcons in that very same spot, I feel like they'd be 3-4 seconds delayed, making sure before they decide to make movements happen. Very active CS.
It's just been impressively well tethered play from Astralis in middle.
Yeah.
We get an example of it when the A scramble has to happen. That triple stack on B site 2 rounds prior. Where there's one, there's more. The Danes. Stown, he's gonna get swept back by the Tech 9. Jump up from Jabby because no one's keeping him pinned in. If he's been given free mid control, he dominates that box.
Definitely.
And the last player is dropped by the off. Astralis, they see the finish line. They see this 2-0 now. And when things were a little sketchy in the first half, that streak of round wins from Snappy on the CT side of Falcons, it is long gone now.
And I always want to see Jabby and Stown making connections on the map because like they have the most experience together. They have very similar play styles.
Side by side through the thick and thin. Still a solid buy here for Falcons. But it's just such pressure every round. No chance to cool off, slow down.
Uh-oh. Well, first time they survived the early portion of the round, no kills, but they get back out of there, and Jabby is still face first into elbow. It's crazy. Can't hang out there forever, you would think.
He's got Stown puffing his chest in cave. Bro keen for a ramp fight, as we've seen before.
Love the map control right now. The CT side, like, they're pressed up against everything. As soon as Falcons leave, for example, or they run into a fight, information right away.
Yeah, it's been suffocating all half long. They hear the foot burn on the other half of Cave. They re-peek and Stown can't manage the kills. It's that drive-by that gets the crosshair off the point.
Oh, here's the point.
Whoa, Jabby caught with nade out. Oh, but he still just shaves Magisk out of it. And as he pops back up, the tempo refrag's good from Dupree. He wants to go deep, but then decides better of it. Bro finding timing, and then another peek. The pressure is just exhausting for Team Falcons. And the pressure falls to the shoulders of Dupree, going for the bomb plant in what's left of this 1v3. Both members of Astralis coming at him from Donut in a moment, and he doesn't know where they're at, but he will take one down. Bro's out of it. Shots come whizzing past him. He's got a health advantage over Device. And as he waits for the peaks to come out, now it's evened out, and now it is put down. Astralis with a 2-0 over Falcons tonight.
Wow, they actually make it happen. Device and Co will pick it up. There's a lot of learning to do as to how good they're going to be in this season. And for Falcons, they ended stronger than we saw in Season 1, but it still looks like they have to find their own style, which Astralis have, even though they're lacking a little bit on the fundamentals.
Yeah, most certainly so. But man, listen, cue up that Vitality Astralis game, because I want to see more of that CT side, and I want to see it soon.
You will get to see it soon because they'll be playing tomorrow. But now let's talk about what we just saw there, Cadian. I mean, a little bit better for Falcons here on Ancient, but still just the pieces aren't clicking.
Yeah, they definitely did give us a little bit more run for the money here. But I think especially on the second half, you saw how aggressive Astralis was playing on the CT side. I think especially something you should consider is Jabby in middle. He was creating so much space, getting so much information. Sometimes you might think, oh, he only killed one, but he removes the opportunity for the terrorists to enter window room, red room, whatever people out there at home call it. Like, when he gets the first kill and the other guy has to sit behind the elbow smoke afterwards, he's useless. They used double smokes in the middle, a lot of flashes, and they gained no control. It gives a lot of comfort for the other positions on the CT side, so I think he did a tremendous job. Also, first weapon round, he was just straight up jumping up into to mid on the ledge and just killing two guys on street, helping and supporting his B player. So I think Jabby did a phenomenal job on the CT side, and yeah, in the end, Astralis was just a little bit better today.
I really like what I'm seeing from Astralis though, because it didn't look as well like they were having to like overextend themselves in any way. It kind of just looked like business as usual, which is a really good sign as we move through the rest of the week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also maybe if we're able to bring up the 2 rounds from the end of the first half, I think that also just speaks volume to the difference between these two teams right now, which is that the individuals is shining to a different level. We see here, at this point it's 4-6. Here's their dice. It's a 1 versus 2 device only with the Tech 9. And it's a very tough clutch to win. Obviously they don't know his position, but he manages to pull it off. Dupree had a Molotov he picked up here in the end. Maybe could have used it. And then again, we have the next round here. It's another 1v2. This time it's Jabby in this situation. And you can again maybe question a little bit Sunpius' positioning here. Not a lot of kind of team cohesion between him and Dupree. Obviously they don't know his exact position and it's a tough situation, but Jabby just here, calm, patient, knows that Dupree would have killed him from CT if he was there, waiting for Dupree to put in the next card. And this is the difference between an 8-4 half as CT and 6-6. Falcons did pull off the pistol round. So if you go with 8-4, you win the pistol, you convert the second round, they would have had a 10-4 lead going into the second half. And that's something that, especially when you're just aiming for the 13 nowadays and not the 16, is something that you need to pull off. So these 2 1 versus 2 to end out the house for Astralis definitely made a big difference as well.
Are you not concerned for Falcons? They're going up against GamerLegion tomorrow, and when you take a look at what we saw from GamerLegion up against Vitality and what we've just seen from Falcons, I'm going to say that Falcons are the underdog coming.
Yeah, calma. I see where you're coming from, and today, probably if you just judge from today, that is true, but tomorrow will be a new day, and I think, you know, it's always hard to kind of draw that comparison. Then you can kind of start the full circle. But this team beat this team, and they beat this one, and that's why that today actually GamerLegion is the best team in the world. You can kind of draw the circle around. People do that, and it doesn't work like that. I'm sorry, Sam. So I'll say for tomorrow, Falcons will still be the favorites to win this game. The biggest difference for them, or the biggest thing for them, is where is their confidence level at? If they kind of reset throughout this break, come back fresh, and they don't give up because of a tough 2-0 loss to Astralis, I'll say that they should still be the big favorites tomorrow. But again, if they are kind of in that slump and they kind of start picking their own brains, it will be difficult.
I'll tell you what, let's get a vibe check now from Team Falcons. I think Dupree can share some insight for us.
Falcons here certainly weren't able to take this one over the line, and at times it wasn't competitive, and that's what I want to start on here. On this Dust 2, it took so long for you guys to come into it despite it being your pick. Can you talk me through what you guys felt was going wrong there?
I think obviously we started out by losing the pistol and losing the first buy round. You find yourself down 5-0, and then it's about finding the solution. I think they were really good at utilizing like just breaking the smokes. I think that was like a game plan they had, and that was something that we haven't really encountered as much. Okay. And I think that was one of the key reasons to us maybe losing a frag here and there, because yeah, they were really good at using it at the right moment, but also making sure they had so many of them. It felt like every time they broke it again and again. You know, yeah, it was tough. So, I mean, I think we believed that we could make a comeback as CT, but they decided to rush B twice in a row, where we were kind of weak in at least both of them, and lost a pretty bad situation when he was alone on site. So, yeah, it's that's how it is.
Then coming into Ancient, there certainly was a chance in there, right? There was moments where you guys were fighting back in a confident way as well, but it was Snappy leading the charge. Some of the rest of you were not there at the same time. What was going on in terms of the team performance there? Because you do have the individuals we know you should normally be able to rely on.
I mean, it's the beginning of the season. You know, sometimes you get off to a good start, sometimes you don't. Myself, I mean, I had a little sloppy start. You know, that's how it is. I've tried it many times. It is just what it is. It is all about getting off on the right foot. I think as a team, I don't feel like we played like super bad today, but obviously not super great either. We also felt that we had a chance to beat them, but eventually they just played better, and you know, the better team wins in the end. And yeah, I mean, like, not much gonna change. I guess it's just about, you know, losing here and there. That's part of the game, but obviously we will just look forward to tomorrow to play and try and get some better results.
And in terms of getting them better results, obviously you'll play again tomorrow, but you've been on the server, you've got the first game out the way. Are you confident you can shake it off and come back?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the business for a long time. You know, it's part of being a professional that you just need to shake it off and just, you know, work on the things that you did wrong, or, you know, sometimes you just have bad days. You know, that is just how it is. I mean, we feel like we can do better, and we've also proven it. I mean, it's just about that we're trying to find a consistency and also try to work out the way that we want to play and everything. I think we showed glimpses of stuff today that we can make competitive, but obviously it's got to be more like continuative or whatever you want to say. I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
You said something interesting there. That was like the way you guys want to play. In my eyes, it feels like you kind of have figured it out, but at times do you feel like it doesn't?
I mean, of course we have a system, and I mean, it's a system that we've been working on since I got to the team 3 months ago, and I mean, it takes time to create a system, and then you create something and it works in practice, and then all of a sudden you play against someone in official matches that they will try to abuse something that they have spotted in the preparation, and then you feel like, oh, maybe we need to change something. So it's all about always, you know, trying to be one step ahead, and sometimes it's always feeling like you're one step behind because you need to constantly change things, you know. And I think that is like, I feel we have an idea how we want to play. Like, the system is there and we know how to approach the game, but obviously it's about executing it correctly, but also believing that it's also a process that takes time.
Thank you very much for your time, Dupree.
Well, there you go. Resets, believe in ourselves. We kind of have we know what we want, now we just have to find a way to get there.
Yeah, he says, I think we know how we want to play.
Katie, this is a lineup that I loved. It is a team that I have supported. They have broken my heart in the last 6 months, and I just don't have the same positive attitude you have, but there you go. That's where we're at.
Today is a new day, like you said. He's been in the game for long. I mean, he is literally together with Magisk the only guys. I mean, okay, so Dupree is the most winning guy in terms of majors in CSGO, so he has the experience of being on the highest, but also, of course, all the difficult losses, and he's the kind of guy who, when you see him, he's always smiling. He always has, you know, that kind of energy where he brings his teammates up. So I think he's a guy that's also important to have when it's strugglesome. I don't know if he's Superman, because I think you maybe have to be a Superman to keep lifting up the energy in Falcons right now. But yeah, hopefully they will have better days coming up.
Let's take a look now at what went down during the course of the day. Earlier this morning, we got to see Group A play, and this was the results. They're coming up on your screen. Of course, Spirit taking on OG and winning. That was the one we all expected. The Complexity Heroic matchup was kind of fun because, of course, Heroic had Saw, their coach, playing. And he looked really good. Some of these teams might consider picking him up.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's also in contention for one of the best coaches in the world. And like we also talked about with the Henry G and Anders, like some of the supportive flashes he was throwing on Vertigo as well, you can definitely see that he has the right mind for the game. But let's just put it out there, like Complexity can and must not lose to a team with a coach under any circumstances, especially not a team that they're equal with in like the rankings and in the individual prowess. So big disappointment for Complexity. They'll have to get up and do better next time.
Another team that'll have to do better next time is the one you just saw, Falcons taking on Astralis in that second game of the day here in Group B. And then, of course, we got to see GamerLegion versus Vitality. That was a very fun series. And you can see there, obviously, the 2-1 scoreline. I think GamerLegion surprised a lot of people. There's going to be a lot of fans coming tomorrow to watch GamerLegion play because they looked really good.
They really did, yeah. I think they looked calm and composed. They were challenging Vitality to the limit on both map 1 and 2, winning Anubis and having a match point, I even believe, on Mirage. You know, they did play very well. We saw Slent doing some good things with the AWP. Flemmers had his moments as well, and ZTR kind of coming in as a young Swedish guy. Another Swede leaving the Swedish Counter-Strike scene. That's just how it is, you know. They're all going international now. So, yeah, I think they surpassed our expectations, and when we probably put our head to the pillow tonight, it's one of those things we'll think about that, okay, GamerLegion, they came here to play.
They definitely did. And also all of the talents, of course, get to do the GGBet predictions, and we all play against one another. Right now, oh, look at that. I have more points than you. Surprise.
I actually said that I switched to Heroic.
Yes, I've heard this so many times.
I then said afterwards that when I found out that they were playing with a coach, I said, okay, I go back to Complexity. So, yeah.
There you go. Some of us that made the Heroic choice are feeling very happy. Also, the irony...
Who picked them when they have a coach? Like, you must have picked this before you knew this.
So I was about to explain because there is a special document that goes out.
Yes.
And the good children, Babsky, myself, Henry G, Scrawny, we all fill it in the night before. Everyone else fills it in the morning of. And I actually think Henry and I filled it in like the afternoon before.
All right.
So unfortunately for us, I didn't know about the coach until I'd filled it in, and then I was too lazy to change. So I think that's kind of what happened. I don't know about Henry and the rest.
And then it works out like that? That's crazy.
I got the points. That's all that matters. And obviously, I get to steal points, so I might steal one from you tomorrow.
You'll need it.
You know. Oh, that is cheeky. And now the gauntlet has been set. Let's move on to our Traded Players of the Day. Which are the ones that stood out for you here for the Traded.gg Players of the Day?
Well, first and foremost, we have my boy Tessus here with a Deagle on Vertigo. Clapping 1, clapping 2, doing his things, but he is not done. He's looking for more. And this is all the things that I basically just taught him. I taught him exactly how to do these things. So it's great to see that he still understands how and when to do it.
And then, of course, GamerLegion, the new AWP player that we get to see, Slen. This was the most incredible play up against Vitality. And I would argue this was the moment that he turned this whole thing around and made sure that they could push it into overtime, double overtime up against Vitality. He looks really exciting for the future.
Yeah, and then we have Sanpaios, the Spanish guy, usually known for his AWPing skills, but he's showing that he is more than capable with a rifle too. Starts out with a cheeky one-tap on device. And look, he's just tapping, just enjoying life, showing that the kind of... I know there's all the people saying at home, oh, the AWPers, they can only AWP. He's showing that modern-day players, they can do both.
You have to be able to do all the roles. We can't put you in one place. You got to be able to change it up, right? That's what makes a good player, or so I'm told.
That's facts.
There we go. Let's take a look now at tomorrow's schedule. So when you come back, you know exactly what is up. So you'll get to start the day with Heroic up against Spirit. And then, of course, we'll see Complexity versus OG. The Astralis Vitality game, that for me is the one, I would say if I looked at this entire lineup tomorrow, that's the game that makes me the most excited.
Sam, I know that you have a bit more experience than me here, but you kind of have to say that, oh, the Heroic Spirit one, getting people in early on the stream, you know, that's a banger. Can Heroic attitude once more with a coach against Dunk and these guys. That's going to be very exciting to see.
Wow, can you imagine if that would actually probably be an interesting one if that had to go down that way. So you should wake up and see if that happens, right?
Yeah, we should. But you're right. It's definitely some good games to watch tomorrow. So I'm sure people will be tuning in again.
And I'm sure you'll be awake at noon watching that game, right?
Yeah, of course.
And then joining us on the late shift afterwards.
Of course. I'm here all week, baby.
It's been a good day. He will be here all week. We will see you tomorrow for that Vitality Astralis game. Of course, Pimp and Babsky will have you sorted early in the morning. Go get some sleep. Come back tomorrow.